A sea prison costing billions of dollars. Yet, it only detains me alone, and requires 1,000,000 prison guards to watch over me day and night. At the slightest sign of movement from me, hundreds of tanks and planes swarm out. Even the 10 supreme beings have to bow before me. Even 8 of the 10 war gods of the Dragon Kingdom were created by me. All of this, because I am the most powerful king of the underworld in the Dragon Kingdom. And today is the day I am released from prison. Before I even step out of the prison, the outside world is already in chaos. At this moment, a girl, flushed with heat, couldn't help but complain to her grandfather. Our Chen family is a super family worth billions in the imperial capital. Why should we come all this way to wait for a mere criminal in the Qinchen area? The old man beside him, upon hearing this, became furious and remained silent, revealing the title of the king of the underworld. You have the right to call the people in this prison. Just one of them coming out is enough to cause chaos in the Dragon Kingdom, but they all bow before the king of the underworld. Do you know why? Although the girl was stunned, she still retorted, "What's so great about that? Can he be more powerful than the war god guarding the country's gates?" The old man, with a disdainful look, said, "The war god is tasked with guarding the gates of the Dragon Kingdom. Just one of them can make the enemy tremble at the mere mention of their name. What you may not know is that out of the 10 war gods, 8 were created by the king of the underworld." The girl was shocked to hear this, eyes wide open in disbelief. She never expected someone so young to be invincible in the world. This is beyond what an ordinary person can achieve. Immediately, the girl's expression changed drastically. When she looked back at the prison, she appeared as devout as if she were facing a deity. At this moment, several luxury cars stopped at the prison gate. A stunning woman with exquisite features emerged from one of the cars. She was Shen Ruwan, the beloved daughter of the prestigious Shen family in the Magic City. She was also one of the Celestial Kings, a disciple of the mysterious Gu Hong from the Qingma sect, renowned as the top healer in Nanjing. Shen Ruwan removed her sunglasses and gazed silently towards the prison. After 2.5 minutes, the prison gate suddenly opened, and I swaggered out confidently. Shen Ruwan furrowed her brows slightly, took out a photo, and glanced at it. She took another look, seeing me looking carefree and casual. She then crossed her arms, looking down at me with an air of superiority, and asked, "You must be Qin Chen." I frowned slightly and replied with annoyance, "Are you looking for me for something?" Shen Ruwan casually handed the photo to her bodyguard. She then took out a marriage contract and calmly said, "I am Shen Ruwan. When your mother was not expelled from the Qin family, she arranged a marriage agreement with my family. I came here just to tell you that I have annulled this marriage contract. The Shen family hopes you will not bother me once you leave." Upon hearing this name, I was visibly puzzled. My mother had indeed mentioned that the Shen family in the imperial city owed him a great favor. "You promised to marry your daughter to me in the future, and said I could seek help from the Shen family when in need. But when my mother was framed and passed away, the Shen family was nowhere to be found. Even when I was wrongfully imprisoned, they didn't lend a hand. I've just been released from prison, and now the Shen family's daughter is rushing to cancel the marriage." Thinking about this, my expression darkens even more. Shen Ruwan, with a cold yet slightly compassionate attitude, "The disparity between us will only make you feel inferior. Even if you marry me, you'll only live in my shadow. But if you ever can't afford to eat in the future, you can still call me. Also, I advise you to apologize to Wang Yanjun after leaving. Maybe there's still hope for you to return to the Qin family." After saying this, Shen Ruwan handed over a business card. Seeing that I hesitated to take it, Shen Ruwan threw the business card to the ground. Then she picked up the marriage contract and tore it to shreds on the spot. She then turned and got into the car, driving away swiftly. Watching Shen Ruwan drive away, my eyes narrowed suddenly, and a chilling light emanated from my dark pupils. That family that caused my mother to die in despair, I will go to them sooner or later. The Qin family can only wait for retribution and endless darkness. Meanwhile, an old man waiting on the side shook his head when he saw this scene. These ancient families worth trillions would love to stuff their granddaughters into the Prince Ning's bed. That Shen Ruwan is ignorant of the situation, actually tearing apart this great opportunity with her own hands. Truly foolish and laughable. An old man approached me, about to ask for food. But then my phone rang, displaying a message from Su Zhang. "Xiao Zhang, come out of the bathroom today, head straight to me in Jiang Bay, let's discuss your marriage with Wei Wei." I looked at the message, furrowing my brows involuntarily. Su Zhang is the benefactor of my mother and me in Jiang Bay. I remember he once said that when the time comes, he will marry his daughter, Su Tianwei, to me, and this is also my mother's future wish. I sighed and agreed. Then, I looked at the Chen family, who were sweating profusely from the heat. The grandfather and grandson waved, saying to wait for me to come to the capital before discussing anything. Shortly after, I took a plane to Jiang Bay. But as soon as I got off the plane, my face darkened, looking at Shen Ruwan on the sofa in the lounge, furrowing my brows deeply. Shen Ruwan, upon seeing me, gave me a disdainful look, saying, "Shen, why bother? Even if you persist, I will not marry you." At this moment, Shen Ruwan's secretary, Chang Yuding, approached, saying, "Our miss has called off the engagement, yet you shamelessly follow. Is that appropriate? There are many toads lusting after swan meat, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you." Hearing this, my gaze turned cold. "You're mistaken, I just happened to pass by." Chang Yuding heard my response, her disdainful eyes passing by. She must have seen my beautiful and wealthy young lady, wanting to create a chance encounter to impress her as a sycophant. "Someone like you who has been in prison, no matter how hard you try, will never be worthy of my young lady." Shen Ruwan also looked full of disdain. This man is really funny, sneakingly following us, then being caught and still being defiant. It's disgusting. I coldly chuckled upon hearing that, too lazy to even look at them, took out a keycard and waited for someone to come pick me up. Xiao Woody, the North King imprisoned on Demon Refining Island, upon learning of my arrival in the North, has already informed the wealthiest man in the North to come pick me up. And this key card in my hand is the key to the most expensive villa in the North. Shen Ruwan saw that not only did I not leave, but I also stubbornly sat down. His eyes filled with even more disgust, yet he was just about to get up and leave. An old lady suddenly collapsed on the ground. Everyone rushed over and surrounded her. A voice rang out from the crowd, "I am a doctor." A man with glasses pushed through as everyone stepped aside. After a moment of diagnosis, he sighed and shook his head. "The patient is experiencing heart failure, it's not looking good." As soon as the words fell, a little girl in the crowd started crying. Seeing this, I couldn't help but frown. The old lady had pale lips, a forehead covered in sweat, and muscle spasms, indicating a severe myocarditis-induced cardiac arrest. Ordinary doctors may not have a solution for this illness, but for me, it only requires infusing true energy into the 3 acupoints. Within a few minutes, the elderly's heart can be reactivated, and it's a permanent fix. No need to visit the hospital again afterwards. Doctors nowadays focus too much on Western medicine, completely forgetting that traditional Chinese medicine is the most powerful. A bitter smile crossed my face, then I approached the elderly. I squatted down and tapped a few acupoints, just waiting a moment for the elderly to wake up. Chang Yuding flashed a hint of anger upon witnessing this scene. "Miss, do you see what he's doing? A complete pervert. The old lady has passed away. Not only is he laughing there, but also touching the old lady inappropriately. This person's mentality is definitely abnormal." Shen Ruwan furrowed her brows slightly. As I finished pressing and stood up, he quickly walked over again and said, "Let me do it." Chang Yuding, while following, forcefully pushed me away and gave me a fierce glare to move aside. "My young lady can cure." I saw Shen Ruwan take out several silver needles from her pocket and insert them into the 13 acupoints, including the official's Dweck acupoint. Standing aside, I furrowed my brows slightly. "I've already saved the elderly unintentionally, and he will wake up in 2.5 minutes, so why are you pretending to help?" Seeing that Shen Ruwan's needle placement was accurate and didn't harm the elderly, I remained silent. Sure enough, after 2.5 minutes, the elderly slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, a burst of exclamation erupted in the hall, and the onlookers cast approving glances at Shen Ruwan one after another. Shen Ruwan was taken aback. He had only used half of his ability, and the chance of saving the old man was less than 80%. How could the old man wake up so quickly? Could it be that his medical skills had improved again? After the surprise, a hint of pride flashed in Shen Ruwan's eyes. Chang Yuding was not surprised and proudly introduced, "My lady's name is Shen Ruwan. She is an exceptional disciple of Qingman Gi, naturally adept at treating this kind of illness." With just a brief introduction, it was like throwing a basketball into a chicken coop, causing a huge sensation in the hall. Everyone surrounded Shen Ruwan as if they had encountered a superstar like Kobe. They handed over their business cards one after another, hoping to make connections. Seeing this scene, I was once again stunned. The soldier was crafty. Gu Hong went to practice sorcery 3 times in a row, crying and wanting to apprentice under me. I had to counsel Gu Hong several times, never expecting that Shen Ruwan was that old man's disciple. At this moment, Shen Ruwan looked at you with a cold gaze, realizing that we are not from the same world. "I hope you understand the difficulty and retreat, no longer entangling." Standing on the side, Chang Yuding proudly said, "You can't even earn 25,000 in a month, how can you match up to the lady? My lady charges 500,000 for treating women, you better go home early and get some rest. Your literary skills are lacking. I've read your medical thesis, it's unimpressive and lacks novelty. That old guy Gu Hong is incompetent in medicine and even worse in character. Next time I see you, I'll have a word with you." As soon as the words left my mouth, everyone around exploded, accusing me of being clueless. You don't even know your own worth, your thick skin is thicker than city walls. At this moment, Shen Ruwan coldly remarked, bluntly calling my master Minghui deserving of death. Considering I called off the engagement first, I'll let you off this time. Hurry to the magic city and apologize to Wang Yanjun. Kneel on the ground with sincerity, maybe he'll spare you some affection for the rest of your life. After Shen Ruwan finished speaking, she left the airport in a grand manner surrounded by bodyguards. I watched Shen Ruwan's departing figure, couldn't help but coldly smile. I will indeed seek revenge, but not now. On December 21st, Wang Yanjun's birthday, I will give him a big gift. A traveler saw my dark expression, gave me a disdainful look, and left before daring to speak. Who are you trying to impress with your arrogance when you lack ability? Just as I turned around, I saw a chubby man with a flushed face running over. This chubby man is none other than Wu Tianda, the wealthiest man in Jiang Bay, here to pick me up. When everyone around saw the appearance of this chubby man, they wished they could kneel and beg for my forgiveness. Because at this moment, Wu Tianda was smiling, bowing courteously, and taking my luggage with a respectful demeanor. The scene where those who were mocking me just now immediately took action, they all panicked and moved aside, afraid that I would settle the score with them now. At this moment, Wu Tianda also looked terrified. When he received a call from Xiao Woody yesterday, he deeply understood my position. He put in a lot of effort for this airport pickup, not only specifically went to my high school to look for photos, but also casually donated 50 million to the school. Unexpectedly, there was a mistake in the airport pickup, making me wait for 2.5 hours at the airport. He is now so scared that he is about to wet his pants. I watched Wu Tianda in front of me wave his hand. Then he got into the nearby Rolls-Royce. The people around who were mocking me saw us leave, each of them was so scared that they wet their diapers. Among these people, some had just managed to establish a relationship with Wu Tianda, but now it's all gone to waste. 2.5 hours later, I arrived at the Su family's house, took out a scroll from my bag, and gently knocked on the door. After the door opened, a drowsy girl appeared at the doorway. I looked at the girl in front of me, with a smile on my face, and said, Yan Yan, you're here too. This girl is named Zhou Hongyan, the daughter of Su Tianwei's aunt. I've met her a few times before. The girl was obviously sleeping just now. When she saw me, she was momentarily stunned, then her pretty face turned serious. She yawned after saying she needed to change shoes, then went back to her bedroom. Just then, a cry and some commotion came from the study, faintly hearing the cries of the deceased Master Zhen Mo and others. I raised an eyebrow, then placed the package and scroll behind the entrance, walking quickly over. In the study, several people surrounded a painting, admiring it with praise. But when I saw what was on the table, I was instantly stunned. This isn't the barking dog I painted in prison. A few days ago, I was bored in prison and painted a few pictures. Among them was this painting of a secluded cold pine tree, which had no value at the time, so I threw them all in the trash. It must have been picked up by the prison guard while cleaning the room, feeling it was a waste to throw away, so they took it out to sell. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but burst into laughter. At this moment, Su Zheng saw me come in, smiling as he approached and patted my shoulder. Xiaoqin, you look more and more like your mother. At the same time, there was also a cold snort from a young girl, who was none other than Su Zheng's daughter, Su Tianwei. She looked at me with disgust and disdain, unable to imagine what kind of miserable life marrying someone like me would bring in the future. But the father is the head of the family, his words are always final, and once a decision is made, no one can change it. Su Zheng's wife, Li Daiqin, also looked displeased, thinking how could her accomplished daughter marry someone like me, a former convict with no achievements. Their daughter is so outstanding, graduating from university and becoming the CEO of a listed company. A man like him, at least the level of a young master like Zhang Pang. At this moment, Su Zheng and I were introduced to the man next to us. Xiaoqin, come here. This is Manager Lu Daqian from Tianqing Architecture. You can just call him Manager Lu. I politely greeted him. Manager Lu nodded lightly and then his gaze fell back on the painting. After carefully admiring it, he couldn't help but sigh. This painting vividly expresses the defiant mood of the master. Look at this solitary pine tree. Despite the waterfall and the mountain peaks, it still stands proudly halfway up the mountain. From these brushstrokes, you can see the spirit of the master who refuses to give in to adversity. Manager Lu pointed to the pool of water below the waterfall and continued, do you see this fish? While other fish are swimming vigorously towards the waterfall, it reveals the posture of a fish leaping over the dragon gate. And what is this fish doing? Standing alone on the shore, leisurely and seemingly carefree, but in reality, it is biding its time like a hidden dragon in the abyss. Beside him, Su Tianwei smiled awkwardly, giving a thumbs up to Manager Lu, truly a die-hard fan of the master, appreciating it so much. Upon hearing this, I was stunned. That pine tree was just an accident where I spilled ink on the paper and had to draw a pine tree. As for that fish, it was also a careless mistake. Unable to erase the ketchup stain on it, I covered it with a few strokes of red ink. There isn't so much artistic conception to express. It's because of these two mistakes that I am very dissatisfied with this painting, so I threw it directly into the trash. I didn't expect them to be so good at reading comprehension. They speak so confidently. Moreover, the most important thing is that the painting in front of us is still a copied imitation. I couldn't help but shake my head, a hint of helplessness in my smile. Su Tianwei looked at me like this, a hint of displeasure flashed across his face. What do you mean? A just-released labor reform prisoner, instead of hurrying back to the living room to wait, was standing there silly smiling and shaking his head at a famous painting, making a fool of himself. This painting doesn't have much collectible value, and it's just a replica. I saw Lu Daqian treasuring it so much, I didn't want to deceive him, so I expressed my thoughts. As soon as the words fell, Li Daiqin shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Do you understand art? Do you know who the master of the dead spirits is? Wei Wei spent over 3 million on this, how could it be fake? You know nothing but dare to talk nonsense here, quickly go to the living room." Su Zhang also frowned at this time, looking embarrassed. "Manager Lu, Xiaoqin doesn't understand manners very well, don't be angry." After saying that, he signaled me with his eyes. "Xiaoqin, you go to the living room and have tea first, then have a few drinks with Director Lu later." I, who speak plainly, disdainfully said, "This is truly a replica. Wei Wei must have spent a lot on it. Take it back for a refund." I know that the painting was bought by Su Tianwei to curry favor with Manager Lu. If we don't point out the flaws in the painting and just let Manager Lu take it back like this, anyone knowledgeable can tell at a glance that it's fake. Manager Lu will lose face at that time and will definitely be furious. Su Tianwei glared angrily at me. "Are you done yet? When I buy fossils, I consult with the researcher Yi Mu from the Jiang Bay Museum. Are you more knowledgeable than him? Don't think that just by looking at a few works by famous masters, you can show off everywhere indiscriminately." Facing Su Tianwei's reprimand, I disdainfully chuckled. Then, pointing at the seal on the scroll, I said, "This seal is almost identical to the original artist's seal, indicating that this person's imitation skills are excellent. However, upon closer inspection, it can be seen that the seal is too smooth, lacking any hint of crystal texture, clearly an imitation seal made by a photolithographic plate." Upon hearing this, Lu Daqian's expression changed. He quickly took out a magnifying glass and examined it closely. After a moment, old Lu's face suddenly changed drastically, and he slammed the magnifying glass down on the painting. "Younger brother is right," said two voices. "The seal is from a photolithographic plate, the lines are also incorrect, it is indeed a fake." Hearing this, the three members of the Su family stood stunned in place. Su Tianwei was even more frustrated. He bought the painting to give to Lu Daqian in hopes of a collaboration, but now, not only did the collaboration fall through, but he also offended Manager Lu. Seeing that things were going awry, Su Zheng quickly stepped in to salvage the situation. "Manager Lu, please don't be angry. It's difficult to distinguish between genuine and fake collectibles, making mistakes is inevitable. I'm preparing some snacks now. Let's have a drink together. After that, I'll take Manager Lu to the living room." When Su Zhenghe passed by me, he told me to quickly get the certificate with Wei Wei. "When we come back, we'll have a good drink with Manager Lu." I touched my nose. I feel a bit embarrassed. Uncle Su is too impatient. "We discussed it with your mother 10 years ago. There's no rush. Hurry up and talk to Su Zhenghe." He just pushed me and Su Tianwei out the door. Su Tianwei looked unhappy, but still went with me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. Shortly after, I looked at the marriage certificate in my hand, feeling a bit dazed. "I'm married now." Su Tianwei beside me spoke. "You're a criminal with a record who can't find a job. And I am the president of the Su Group. You need to understand, we are simply not from the same world. Even though we are married, don't fantasize about being intimate with me. We'll divorce once my dad agrees." I, who speak plainly, didn't explain much either. Shortly after, we returned to the Su family. As soon as we opened the door, we saw Manager Lu holding a scroll and laughing heartily. "This painting of Jiangnan Mist and Rain is a treasure by Master Wang Ming. Su, I won't dine here. Prepare 200 million, we'll sign the contract the day after tomorrow." I looked towards the room in silence. At this moment, I saw another man in the living room, dressed in a high-end suit, immaculate. This person is none other than Zhang Peng, who pursues Su Tianwei. At this moment, Su Zheng excitedly shook hands with Zhang Peng. "It's great that you came, Zhang Xiao, what a coincidence. Thank goodness you conveyed the message in time. You've spent money this time, I'll treat you to a meal another day. Zhang Peng smiled faintly at his uncle. Don't be so polite, Wei Wei is my friend, his matters are mine. I, with a literary air, frowned and looked towards the entrance, realizing the Jiangnan mist and rain painting I brought was missing. At this moment, Su Tianwei beside him gratefully hurried over to Zhang Peng. Zhang Xiao, did you buy a painting from a deceased master and gift it to Manager Liu? Seeing this, a slight smile appeared on Zhang Peng's face. Don't get too excited, this is what I should do. Finishing speaking, he shifted his gaze to me, his eyes inadvertently cold, wondering who this young man was. Just then, Li Daiqin happened to come out of the kitchen and overheard Zhang Xiao's question. He sarcastically referred to him as a toad from a prison. Zhang Xiao need not pay him any mind. You came and even helped Wei Wei spend so much money, you're really considerate. Not like some people, haven't seen them in years and they don't even bring a pastry. Ignoring Li Daiqin, I glanced lightly at Zhang Peng. Those were meant for Uncle Su. When did they become yours? With that said, everyone was taken aback. Li Daiqin even rudely scolded Qin Chen. Have you no shame? You have no idea of your own worth. Can you afford something worth millions? You want to claim everything, why don't you mention that the most expensive villa in Jiang Bay is also yours? After hearing my words, Zhang Peng not only did not admit it, but also mocked me. Auntie, Brother Qin should not have taken the gift, feeling uncomfortable, in order to establish himself in the Su family. That's why he said the words were brought by him. I can understand. That painting indeed belongs to Brother Qin. After speaking, Zhang Peng confidently pointed to the entrance. When I came, I brought 2 bottles of wine. Indeed I did not bring a floral wreath. This move of retreat as advancement directly made Li Daiqin extremely dissatisfied with me. You, from the Qin family, my daughter is already married to you, and you still want to compete with Zhang Xiao for credit. You insist that Zhang Xiao's things are yours, aren't you ashamed? Seeing everyone around looking at me with disdain, I gave an indifferent smirk. Is this something I said? Go ask Zhou Hongyan, it's a twisted statement. Su Zhenghao also nodded and said, Yin Yan has been sleeping all day, it's a good time to wake him up and ask. After a while, Zhou Hongyan yawned and opened the door, but Li Daiqin heard him asking if he saw me when he brought a painting over. Zhou Hongyan quickly blinked and answered Master Wang Ming seriously, saying, I didn't see it. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on me, wanting to see if I had anything else to say. Seeing this, I didn't waste words, smirked and looked at Zhang Peng. I advise you to be kind, or you won't even have a chance to kneel down. Seeing the situation as it is, from now on, let's stop discussing this matter regarding Su Zhenghe. Since we have secured the project, has the bank approved the funds? Su Tianwei sighed heavily. The application at the bank was rejected. At this rate, I won't even be able to remain as the CEO. Zhang Peng's eyes revealed a sense of sophistication. A few million from his brothers can be easily obtained. With such great ability, a mere funding issue should be easily resolved, right? Without hesitation, I immediately answered, of course. It's a trivial matter. Everyone present was shocked, their eyes wide open in disbelief. Li Daiqin immediately roared at me to shut my mouth. Do you think the bank is run by your family? If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Say one more word and get out. A waste who needs to show off even for trivial matters. My face darkened, a cold light flashing in my eyes. Shut your mouth. If it weren't to help Su Zhenghe, I wouldn't even want to step foot in the Su family. The crowd was startled by my gloomy expression, although Li Daiqin wanted to retort. But for some reason, the momentum emanating from me made him feel that saying one more word would bring disaster upon himself. Seeing things reach this point, I didn't want to waste words with this group of clueless people, so I picked up my package and left the Su family directly. Not long after, I arrived at Wanyue Mountain in the wealthy area of Jiang Bay. The villas halfway up the mountain here start at 250 million. One villa on the mountaintop is worth 3 billion. Originally, this was the property of Beijing's war god, Jiang Tiansui. However, now the owner of this villa has changed. After taking a short break, I drove a Lamborghini down from the garage. But when I was enjoying the breeze by the river, this scene happened to be seen by Shen Ruwan passing by. He looked at me incredulously, pondered for a moment, and thought it must be an illusion. Xin Shen just got out of prison, how could he afford the villa on Wanyue Mountain with just a few bucks? Must be a mistake. The next day, I got up early to go to Fenghuang Mountain to pay respects to my mother's grave. On the way up the mountain, I noticed an elderly man and a young master not far ahead. The old man was dressed in Tang-style clothing, coughing with each step. Beside him was a sharp-eyed, well-built young man supporting him. I passed them quickly with my faster pace. As I brushed past them, the young man seemed to sense my presence and looked towards the old man, as if seeking approval. The old man shook his head, indicating that it should be nothing to worry about, probably just here for a leisurely walk. Before long, I arrived at my mother's grave. But at that moment, I heard Wu Tianda's voice behind me. He saw the azure name on the tombstone, tensed slightly, thinking it couldn't be just a coincidence. Upon hearing Wu Tianda's words, I asked him what he meant. It's nothing, your mother coincidentally encountered the person in white from the battle 10 years ago, it shouldn't be that coincidental. Furrowing my brows, tell me about the battle from 10 years ago. Hearing this, Wu Tianda began to explain to me, I also only heard fragments from others. 10 years ago, hundreds of grandmasters came to Jiang Bay to kill a woman named Wei Lan. The two sides fought in the southern suburbs of Jiang Bay, and in the end, over 100 grandmasters fell. The woman in white left with serious injuries. Strangely, the next day was calm, as if the battle from yesterday never happened, with not a single piece of news leaked. My expression turned serious upon hearing this. When did that battle happen? Wu Tianda thought for a moment and said, it seems like it was the night before the Mid-Autumn Festival. As soon as he finished speaking, I was shocked. That day, my mother was indeed embarrassed. She came back covered in injuries, and passed away the next day. Not only the same name, but also injured on the same day, and wearing white clothes, it's undoubtedly the same person. Frowning, with the Qin family's capabilities, it's impossible to gather over 100 grandmasters, let alone have such extraordinary means to keep such a big event secret. Could it be that besides the Qin family, there are other forces pursuing my mother? Wu Tianda nodded and added, and the forces behind them must have extraordinary connections, their background is terrifying. Suddenly, my eyes flashed, emitting waves of cold light. A pervasive and overwhelming aura emanates from all around, making one's scalp crawl, shivering all over. Find out for me. Find the person spreading news about the big battle, whoever participated in the assassination, leave no one behind. Suddenly, Wu Tianda felt the temperature dropping rapidly around him, the heavy pressure making him nod repeatedly. Just then, a voice saying Dad came from not far away. Why did you come here again? Your health is weak. Can't Xiao Bei handle the matter of visiting your mother's grave? Xiao Wu, you are also an elder. Couldn't you have informed me before coming out? I looked towards the sound and saw the two people who had just come up the mountain not far away. The old man's face was already pale, breathing heavily. The young man, on the other hand, stood by with his head down, clearly wary of the middle-aged man. Wu Tianda quietly introduced me. The elder is General Zhao Fu. The middle-aged man is his eldest son, Zhao Tongfu, with the rank of colonel. The Zhao family has a very prominent reputation in both military and political circles in Jiang Bay. The young man beside him is the old man's personal bodyguard, Lin Hu. At this moment, Zhao Tongfu took out a thermos cup and handed it over, containing the medicinal herbs Miss Shen mentioned last time. I have gathered all the ingredients, Dad, please drink this medicine first. Upon hearing this, Zhao's father took the medicine. But I frowned and quickly walked over. At the moment when Mr. Zhao was about to put the medicine in his mouth, I quickly pressed down the thermos. Bold Lin Hu, upon seeing a stranger approaching, immediately became aggressive and threw a punch. But I casually caught his fist, then looked at Mr. Zhao indifferently. If the old man doesn't want to die, he better throw away this medicine. After saying that, I gave a gentle push, and Ling Hu felt like he was hit by a train, staggering back 3 steps. Suddenly, Zhao Tongfu pulled out a pistol, angrily shouting at me, where did this troublemaker come from, daring to question Master Shen's medicine? Wu Tianda, seeing this, looked shocked and quickly stepped in to calm Colonel Zhao down. This is my friend, please don't take it to heart. Zhao Tongfu acknowledged Wu Shoufu's status, gave some face, but still left with a displeased remark. People who can't control their mouths aren't worth befriending, you better keep an eye on him. Although Wu Tianda awkwardly smiled, he didn't dare nod. This person is the king of the underworld. Being considered a friend by me is already an honor. How could I dare say otherwise? I scoffed at his ignorance. The old man doesn't need medicine for this minor ailment, but taking it could harm him instead. If it weren't for needing Zhao's help with something, I wouldn't bother with his life or death. Hearing this, Zhao Tongfu glared at me in anger. This prescription was personally prepared by Master Shen. How dare you question it? Seeing Wu Tianda's wry smile, Mr. Shen, please don't worry about this matter. It's getting late, let's go down the mountain after the incense burns out. I coldly smiled and stood aside. After seeing me unmoved, Zhao's father drank the medicine in one gulp. After a moment, his body suddenly felt comfortable, breathing freely. Wow, it's amazing. Drinking this medicine didn't make him feel suffocated. Zhao's father looked spirited, speaking with full vigor. Zhao Tongfu was delighted. I said it, Miss Shen's medical skills are unquestionable. Some people pretend to know it all and dare to meddle with medical authority. With a disdainful smile, he raised 5 fingers. The old man can live for so long. Zhao Tongfu's eyes showed a hint of sweat. Old man Ma Wutian is only in his 70s, no problem living another 20 years. You repeatedly curse the old man to die. It seems like my Zhao family hasn't offended you. But I shook my head indifferently. Within 5 steps, the old man will die. After saying that, I walked towards my mother's tombstone with a cold expression. With each step, a number slipped out. When I took the 5th step, Zhao's father spat out a mouthful of blood, then his head tilted and he fainted. Zhao Tongfu's head buzzed instantly. I just sneered. The old man had a lung heat syndrome, his qi was already blocked. Eating rejuvenating ginseng like Banyan Shanshan, it would be strange not to live forever. Zhao Tongfu's eyes flashed with a bright light in a classical manner, speaking respectfully in an instant, "Brother, you can save my old man at home." But I paid no attention at all, turned around, and walked down the mountain. Zhao Tongfu quickly apologized when he saw the situation. "Mr. Xing, I was blind and said some unpleasant words, please don't take it to heart." Wu Tianda saw that lives were at stake and also interceded on the side. Old Master Zhao has been doing good deeds all his life, and even participated in the Wei Kingdom War when he was young. Lord Yin, please be magnanimous, don't be like Zhao Shangxiao, help save the old master. When I heard about participating in the Wei Kingdom War, I frowned, then pointed heavily at the position 1 inch below the Zhao mansion. With a sound of splutter, the husband knelt down holding his chest, black blood gushed from his mouth. After 2.5 seconds, he slowly stood up, and his dull face unexpectedly became rosy. But at this moment, my face was cold. If it weren't for the Su family's financial chain, I wouldn't care whether you live or die. The classical husband was first stunned, then immediately understood. Quickly asked the Su family to call the second son and approve the loan for the Su family. It turns out that this second son of the Zhao family is the bank president who lends money to the Su family. Although Ansu speaks unpleasantly, Su Zhang and help his mother, it's not too much to lend a hand. After completing all this, I descended the mountain. Several tourists hiking up the mountain were shocked by this scene. It's all because the wealthiest man in Jiang Bay and the father-son pair from the Zhao family were following behind me respectfully, not daring to stand up straight. 2.5 hours later, I returned to the foot of the mountain, driving a sports car away from Fenghuang. Just as I left, a Ferrari sped towards Fenghuang Mountain. Chang Yuding in the car, looking through the window, saw her husband with a healthy complexion. She couldn't help but exclaim, "Miss, your medical skills are becoming more and more impressive. Zhao Lao drank your medicine and doesn't even need a cane anymore." Shen Ruwan also smiled faintly after seeing this. He originally wanted to check on Zhao Lao's recovery and prescribe some tonics, but seeing him so lively, he decided not to get off the car, fearing that Zhao's father would invite him for a meal, making it hard for the common people to refuse. So Shen Ruwan turned the car around and drove towards the foot of the mountain. At this moment, he was excited, believing that he could surpass his master in less than a day. But his goal was not just to surpass Qingma's strangeness, but the one rumored to be able to challenge the king of hell and death. Even passing by would result in 2 slaps from the legendary king of the underworld. At the same time, Su Tianwei also received the news that the bank loan had been credited, and she jumped up with joy. She took out her phone and immediately dialed Zhang Peng's number. "Zhang Xiao, your efficiency is too fast. In just 1 day, Tianqing Bank approved the loan." Zhang Peng looked puzzled. He did call Tianqing Bank, but Zhao Xingye scolded him harshly. He couldn't figure out how the Su family's loan was approved. "Maybe President Zhao approved the loan for my father's sake. Weiwei, we are good friends, so if I promise to help you, I must deliver." The Zhang family is a high-quality enterprise in Jiang Bay, so President Zhao naturally had to give me face. I called in the morning, but Zhao Xingye still took the whole morning. I'll have to talk to him later, he's not giving face to the Zhang family. Su Tianwei was surprised to hear this. The Su group couldn't get a loan no matter what, but Zhang Peng solved it with just 1 phone call. The Zhang group is really powerful. The loan issue resolved? Su Zhenghe cheered when he saw Su Tianwei, then turned to ask. "Yes. Zhang Peng helped me sort it out. Look how attentive Zhang Peng is." Li Daiqin couldn't help but sigh. He said he would help, and the next day the loan was approved. Unlike that Qin Shen, who has no ability and only knows how to talk. "Lao Su, are you sure you want your daughter to be with him?" Su Zhenghe shook his head. Zhang Xiao is the son of the Zhang group, so his connections are naturally stronger than Qin Shen's. But I believe Qin Shen will not be inferior to Zhang Peng in the future, so let's not compare the two of them anymore. Weiwei, Zhang Xiao helped you so much, you should thank him. And also, go thank President Zhao in person. Su Tianwei nodded, yes. Wanlong Chamber of Commerce owes us 40 million, and Zhang Peng helped me arrange a meeting with the minister. I have to go to Tianmen Club for a meeting. I don't have time today, I'll go to Zhao's house tomorrow. Okay. When you go to Zhao's house in Tianmen Club, bring Qin Shen along, let him broaden his horizons. Su Zhenghe suggested. Qin Chen? Su Tianwei frowned. Zhou Hongyan poked Su Tianwei with her hand and whispered, "It's good to let him go. This country bumpkin has never been to a high-end place. He will definitely embarrass himself. He will feel ashamed and won't dare to pester you anymore." Qin Chen returned to the villa and was having lunch when Su Tianwei called. "I'm going to Tianmeng Club today, do you want to come?" "Not interested." Qin Chen was about to hang up when he heard Su Zhenghe's voice on the other end. "Xiao Jiang, go and have some fun, interact more with Weiwei's friends, it will be beneficial for your future development." "Okay, I'll go." Qin Chen reluctantly agreed due to Su Zhenghe's face. After finishing his meal slowly, he went to the garage. He had driven a Lamborghini around yesterday, but he wasn't used to manual transmission, so he chose a Volkswagen La Vida with automatic transmission this time. Qin Chen quickly arrived at Tianju Racecourse and saw Su Tianwei chatting with a few beautiful women as soon as he got out of the car. "Oh, brother-in-law is here." Zhou Hongyan covered her mouth and smirked. Su Tianwei glared at Zhou Hongyan, showing no intention of welcoming Qin Chen, and continued chatting. The other ladies lost interest in chatting and started scrutinizing Qin Chen. "He looks average, his figure is okay, but alas, without power and influence, what good is a good appearance? Look at his posture when he walks, head held high, chest out, with a cold face, as if he looks down on us. Where does he get that confidence from? You guys don't understand, he just got out of prison and married Weiwei, wouldn't he be proud? This is what happens when a small person succeeds." Qin Chen's face turned cold as he listened to the sarcastic remarks. "Alright, let's give Weiwei some face and stop talking." Zheng Peng led a group of dandies to the front of the crowd and smiled at Su Tianwei, saying, "Minister Xiang will be here soon, let's wait for him at the door." "Don't worry, although Wanlong Chamber of Commerce is wealthy and powerful, he still has to give me face." Su Tianwei nodded and said, "Thank you, Zheng Xiao." "Ha ha." Zheng Peng laughed and said, "Don't be so formal, just call me Brother Zhang in the future." Just then, the crowd suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god, isn't that Miss Shen from the Shen family in the Magic City, the divine Dr. Shen Ruwan? It is said that she brought in 100 billion funds to acquire the Lin Pharmaceutical Group, such a bold move. In front of her, we are probably not even ants. If I could marry her, I would be willing to live 10 years less." "Stop dreaming, Miss Shen's status is so high, how can we be worthy? It's already our good fortune to be able to see her face here. Look at her aura, invincible." Shen Ruwan, dressed in a long red dress and crystal high heels, with long straight legs, walked proudly towards the club. Her powerful aura made the crowd scream. Since Shen Ruwan arrived in Jiang Bay, all praises about women have fallen on her. Men admire her, women worship her. Even Su Tianwei, who is as proud as the sky, is no exception, always trying to get closer to Shen Ruwan and dreaming of becoming like her. Her tall figure, beautiful appearance, and outstanding abilities made Su Tianwei completely infatuated. So much so that even when Shen Ruwan had walked far away, Su Tianwei unconsciously followed, walking 10 meters without realizing it. "One day, I will work hard and become a phoenix as unique as Shen Ruwan. One day I will become a star in the sky, admired by the world. Qin Chen, you are just a lowly crawler, how can you be worthy of me?" Su Tianwei clenched her fists tightly, unable to help but scream in her heart, feeling disgust towards Qin Chen. Shen Ruwan heard the exclamation, turned her head, and a cold smile flashed in her eyes. "I heard from Yu Ting that Qin Chen has become the son-in-law of the Su family. It seems true. He may have realized the gap between him and me, so he became the son-in-law of the Su family. However, for Su Tianwei, Qin Chen is also reaching high. His days in the Su family will not be easy. He is truly a pitiful creature." Inside the club. "Oh, Miss Shen is here. Please have a seat." Wu Tianda was lying on a lounge chair in a bathrobe, with two beautiful women massaging his legs. Seeing Shen Ruwan coming in, he quickly got up to greet her. "Miss Shen, you have a smile on your face, did you encounter something happy?" Wu Tianda raised his hand, and the two beautiful women immediately bowed and stepped back. Shen Ruwan smiled faintly. "I encountered a clown, feeling quite pitiful." "How could there be a clown at the racecourse?" Wu Tianda was puzzled, but did not delve into it, pouring a glass of red wine for Shen Ruwan. "Miss Shen just acquired the Lin Group. You must be busy, why did you have time to invite me out?" Shen Ruwan smiled. "I just arrived in Jiang Bay. I want to meet various big shots, and I hope you all will take care of me in the future. I heard that Chairman Zhao of Wanlong Chamber of Commerce will be released from prison soon. I want to ask if there will be a welcoming banquet. I will also go to greet him." "Miss Shen, you are too kind." Wu Tianda laughed and said, "The Shen family is a wealthy family in the Magic City, worth billions, and you are also a disciple of the Qingma Ghost Doctor. How dare we say we will take care of you? Xiao Woody will be released the day after tomorrow. I will go to the airport to greet him. You go to the Emperor Tian Hotel first. When he gets off the car, I will introduce you to each other. At the club entrance, Qin Shan also saw Shen Ruwan and suddenly felt the urge to curse. A miss from the Magic City, why didn't she stay in the Magic City honestly, why come to Jiang Bay? Everywhere you go, you can run into her, it's annoying to look at her. Su Tianwei still stared into the distance in a daze, unaware that she had already left the crowd and arrived at the side of the road. Just then, the sound of a racing car roared, and a Porsche Carrera GT rushed towards her at high speed. Su Tianwei's heart skipped a beat, screamed, and closed her eyes. Qin Shen's expression changed, turning into a shadow, pulling Su Tianwei to the side. Squeak! The Porsche Carrera GT passed by where Su Tianwei had just stood. It made a beautiful drift and stopped steadily not far away. The door opened, and a man in his 30s got out. Wearing a black suit, meticulously groomed hair, he looked like a small gang leader. This person is the finance minister of Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, Xiang Kangen. Wow! Minister Xiang's drift is so cool, he truly deserves to be the car god of our Jiang Bay's autumn mountain. If Minister Xiang participates in professional racing, he will definitely win, after all, his skills are there. Minister Xiang is truly talented. Not only good at driving, but also skilled in combat. He even won 3rd place in the National Amateur Combat Competition recently. Everyone flattered Xiang Kangen. Minister Xiang, have a smoke. Zhang Peng handed over a cigarette with a smile. Xiang Kangen didn't even look at it, coldly said, "Is the sparring partner ready?" He had a high posture, looking cold and aloof since getting out of the car, yet no one felt dissatisfied on the scene. Wanlong Chamber of Commerce is the #1 chamber of commerce in Jiang Bay, and the chairman Xiao Woody is a big shot in Jiang Bay. Even after being imprisoned on Demon Island for 5 years, no one dared to disrespect Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. As the minister of Wanlong Chamber of Commerce and one of Xiao Woody's 5 tiger generals, Xiang Kangen naturally had the capital to be arrogant. "We are waiting for you at the club," Zhang Peng respectfully replied. "In that case, I will go for a couple of rounds. Hopefully, it won't be like last time, where the weakling fainted after 3 punches," Xiang Kangen said, walking towards the club. However, at that moment, a voice full of killing intent sounded from behind. "Apologize. You couldn't walk on such a wide road and had to bump into people? Are you blind?" Qin Shen stood behind Xiang Kangen, coldly speaking. At the speed the Porsche just had, if Su Tianwei hadn't dodged, she would have surely died on the spot. "Are you blind?" The crowd was shocked. Xiang Kangen stopped in his tracks, slowly turned to look at Qin Shen, his narrowed eyes emitting a cold sharpness. Seeing this, Su Tianwei quickly pulled him and whispered, "Qin Shen, are you crazy? He is Minister Xiang of Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. Forget it. Kid, do you know what you're saying? Who do you think you are? You dare ask Minister Xiang to apologize, who do you think you are?" Wanlong Chamber of Commerce had a strong underground color, with ruthless methods and no regard for consequences. Especially Xiao Woody's 5 tiger generals were synonymous with brutality. For Qin Shen to make Xiang Kangen apologize, in the eyes of the crowd, was no different from poking a tiger's bottom. Minister Xiang, he is Wei Wei's husband, just released from prison and doesn't understand manners yet. Please don't take offense, Zhang Peng said with a smile. Husband? Just released from prison? Xiang Kangen's eyes turned cold, once again sizing up Qin Shen. Dressed plainly, calloused hands, he looked like a laborer. This kind of person could be Su Tianwei's husband? Looking at Su Tianwei's flawless face and then at Qin Shen's ordinary appearance, Xiang Kangen became more and more angry. Minister Xiang, please don't mind Qin Shen's words, I was distracted and walked to the roadside, it's my fault. Su Tianwei quickly intervened. Xiang Kangen raised his hand to stop her, smiling sarcastically at Qin Shen. In this area of Jiang Bay, no one has dared to make me apologize, you are the first. Have some courage. I wonder if you are also this tough in the ring. How about we have a couple of rounds? If you win, I will apologize, how about that? As he spoke, Xiang Kangen revealed a hint of malicious smile. He is the strongest fighter under Xiao Woody's command, and he has helped the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce a lot in recent years. He has a record of defeating one person against 10 people easily. If he were to step onto the stage, he is confident that he can make Qin Shen leave lying down with Kangen. Qin Shen's eyes were indifferent, and he scorned, you are not even worthy of dying by my hands. What? Wu Xiao, who came with Zhang Peng, was the first to get angry, pointing at Qin Shen and shouting, if you dare not, then you dare not, stop pretending. Believe it or not, I don't need Minister Kong to take action, I can beat you to the ground. Kangen chuckled, young brother, let's see the truth in a competition. Boasting is not a skill. How about this, as long as you can hold on for 10 minutes, even if I lose, how about that? Qin Shen sighed slightly, a hint of regret passing through his eyes. You could have apologized standing, but you insisted on kneeling. Since that's the case, then I will fulfill your wish. After speaking, he followed to the boxing gym. Su Tianwei was shocked and whispered, "You are crazy. Minister Kong is a master of boxing. Forget about 10 minutes, you can't even last 3 moves." However, Zhou Hongyan pulled her back and said, "Let him suffer a bit. Minister Kong knows his limits, at most he will give him a lesson, nothing serious." Su Tianwei thought for a moment and did not stop them. This kind of person talks big all day, ignorant and arrogant. It's time to make him suffer a bit, otherwise, he might end up dead outside in the future. With Qin Shen's keen hearing, he heard Zhou Hongyan's words clearly, but he didn't care at all. The crowd enjoyed the show and followed to the boxing gym. Kongnan put on boxing gloves, wore armor, and sneered, "Put on protective gear, I'm afraid I'll beat you to death. It's just a punch, no need." Qin Shen casually picked up the boxing gloves, didn't even fasten the wrist guards. He walked onto the boxing ring, nonchalantly stood aside. "You only need 1 punch." Kongnan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he warmed up. He dodged left and right, throwing a few punches at the air, the punch wind whistling, containing endless power. Minister Kang's strength is really great. I can feel the punch wind even standing under the stage. This punch must have the force of hundreds of kilograms. So what? Minister Kong once punched a cow to death with 1 punch, that's a ton. Watch, even with gloves on, he can still burst this kid's eyeballs. Then we should stay further away, in case we get splattered with the blood of a convict, it would be very unlucky, right? Let's begin. Kongnan sneered, leaped forward, and punched towards Qin Shen. Zhang Ping praised, Minister Kang's move is straightforward, without any fancy moves, the force is almost a ton. I estimate even professional athletes can't take this punch. Kongnan's move was full force, clean and sharp, the punch wind fierce, obviously aiming for a single strike kill. Qin Shen's stance remained unchanged, looking loose and even without lifting his eyes to look at the opponent. Just as Kongnan's fist was 3 inches away from his face, he moved. "Heh, this kid will regret not wearing protective gear." Zhang Peng's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Shen slightly tilted his head to the right, dodging Kongnan's fist, and his right fist struck out. Bang! Ah! Kongnan felt like he was hit by a train in the chest, his body folded and flew 5 meters away, heavily kneeling on the ground. Wow! Acid surged in his stomach, and the ground was filthy. The entire boxing gym fell silent, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked at each other in disbelief. Kongnan was a person who could kill a cow with 1 punch, his boxing level was almost on par with professional athletes, and his physical fitness was extremely strong. However, this country bumpkin Qin Shen knocked him 5 meters away with 1 punch, and he couldn't even stand up after kneeling on the ground. "I said, it's just 1 punch, very boring. Apologize," Qin Shen said indifferently, taking off the gloves and throwing them in front of Kongnan. Kongnan's face was full of shock, shouting, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. I just spent too much energy racing, otherwise you definitely wouldn't have beaten me. Are you trying to deny it?" Qin Shen's eyes were as deep as water, looking up at Xiang Kongnan. The scene was in an uproar, no one expected Qin Shen to be so tough. Xiang Kongnan's face darkened, he had never apologized to anyone before. But if he didn't fulfill his promise, how would he survive in Jiang Bay in the future? "I'm sorry." He tore off his protective gear and slammed it heavily on the ground, giving Qin Shen a fierce look before leaving in a huff. Although Su Tianwei received an apology, she was not happy at all. "Qin Shen, you are too arrogant, how could you be so heavy-handed? I finally got Minister Xiang to come out, and now the debt is ruined." "Heavy-handed? I only used a fraction of my strength. Don't call me for these childish games in the future, boring." Qin Shen couldn't be bothered with these boring people and left the boxing gym with an indifferent expression. Su Tianwei was so angry that she couldn't even speak. "Forget it, after all, Qin Shen stood up for you, don't blame him," Zhou Hongyan advised. Zhang Peng was also unhappy with Qin Shen, so he could only comfort Su Tianwei. Wei, there's no need to be angry with such people. I'll call Minister Xiang later, it's okay." At the same time, Mr. Wu, do you want to go eat something? Shen Ruwan accompanied Wu Tianda out of the club. "No, let's get together after Chairman Zhao returns tomorrow." Just as they left the club, Wu Tianda heard the commotion in the parking lot, squinted his eyes, and was stunned. "Isn't that Mr. Qin? Mr. Wu, isn't your car in the underground parking lot?" Shen Ruwan frowned and asked. Wu Tianda stopped in his tracks, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I thought I saw a familiar face at the entrance, I must have been mistaken, why would he be playing with these kids?" "Miss Shen, please go on, I'll go to the underground garage." "Oh my!" Miss Shen came to the club to see Mr. Wu. "Should we go say hello?" "Don't dream, with Miss Shen's status, would she be interested in a small fry? I heard that Miss Shen practices both medicine and martial arts. Do you think if Miss Shen were to compete with Qin Shen, she would win in one move? Don't be ridiculous. Miss Shen would never compete with such a nobody? Just one look from him and I'd admit defeat. Shen Ruwan was drawn in by the discussions of the crowd, and as she saw Qin Shen get into his car without saying a word, she shook her head and said with a hint of pity, "It seems I was right. Qin Shen can't even fit into the circle of these people. He's really a pitiful creature." Qin Shen left the club and returned to Wangyue Mountain. By this time, it was already late, and when he reached halfway up the mountain, he suddenly changed direction and headed towards the dense forest by the road. "Why hide? Come out," Qin Shen said indifferently. Swish! In the darkness, 4 figures with a murderous aura appeared. They were all dressed in black, with black cloth covering their faces, and carrying long knives on their backs. Qin Shen frowned, judging by the attire, they should be from the Dark Knight Temple. "What are you doing here?" The Dark Knight Temple is the largest underground organization in the north. With all its influence in the north, why are they heading south today? Hee, if we run into you, it's your unlucky day. Since that's the case, we might as well let you die understanding. A wealthy young man from the north took a fancy to Shen Ruwan and paid us $1 million to kidnap her. Kid, prepare to die. A man exuding a dangerous aura laughed, and the 4 of them quickly drew their long knives and advanced. They had been scouting for 3 days and found that Shen Ruwan would come to Wangyue Mountain every night. They planned to ambush her here and take her back to the north to fulfill the contract. Swish! Swish! The 4 long knives were filled with killing intent, moving as fast as lightning, their sharp blades gleaming with cold light, tearing through the air. Qin Shen didn't move, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Is that all? He didn't even care about the world's strongest organization, the Azura Hall, let alone the Dark Knight Temple that only thrived in the north. The blade was less than 3 inches away from Qin Shen's neck. Qin Shen suddenly lifted his right foot and stomped heavily on the ground. The movement seemed casual but contained immense power. Boom! Within a radius of 10 meters centered on Qin Shen, a fierce wind and waves were suddenly stirred up. The 4 members of the Dark Knight Temple were thrown away like fallen leaves. Qin Shen leaped 5 meters in place and stomped on the chest of an assassin. Bang! Blood mist rose, and the assassin died on the spot. Second one. Third one. Fourth. Qin Shen, like a groundhog, ended their lives with a whirlwind. Is Shen Ruwan really that good? Someone actually offered 10 million to tie her up. I don't understand. Qin Shen shook his head and left as if nothing had happened. 10 minutes later. Shen Ruwan followed the huge energy fluctuations and arrived, unveiling the assassins' identities, shocking everyone present. It's actually the 4 great kings of the Dark Knight Temple. These 4 have been dominating the north for decades, few can defeat them, yet today they met their end in the small Jiang Bay. Moreover, I didn't sense any fighting on my way here, clearly it was a one-sided massacre. Who is so powerful? Could it be the northern war god Jiang Tiansui returning? Shen Ruwan looked towards the mountaintop. That was the property of the war god Jiang Tiansui. Shen Ruwan wanted to make friends with Jiang Tiansui and often passed by Wangyue Mountain to see if he had returned. Now, the lights of the mansion in Jinghua were brightly lit, resembling a huge palace. It really is him. It's too late today, I must visit him when I have time. Early the next morning, the Xiao mansion was spotless. Today was the day to welcome Qin Shen to the mansion. Mr. Zhao put on a new tang suit and stood outside the door with his eldest son Zhao Tongfu, waiting for an hour before Qin Shen arrived. The Zhao family surrounded Qin Shen and walked towards the depths of the Zhao mansion. At that moment, Zhang Peng led the Su Tianwei sisters to the gate of the Zhao mansion. Tianwei, don't worry, my family has some connections with the Zhao family. If we bring gifts, they will let us in, Zhang Peng said, knocking on the door of the Zhao mansion. The Zhang family actually has connections with the Zhao family, that's amazing. Su Tianwei couldn't help but feel envious when she heard Zhang Peng's words. Mr. Zhao was a retired general. The eldest son was the captain of the Longjiang Province Military District's Xiaolong Special Forces. The second son was the president of the largest bank in Jiang Bay. With such a prestigious family background, few in Jiang Bay dared to disrespect the Zhao family. Zhang Peng being able to make friends with such a high-ranking family shocked Su Tianwei. It's nothing, my dad had a drink with President Zhao a few days ago. The relationship between the two families is very good. Zhang Peng waved his hand casually, indifferent. Sister, look at Zhang's connections, he can do anything. Compared to Qin Shen, Zhang is like a dragon while Qin Shen is like an earthworm. Zhou Hongyan couldn't help but praise Zhang Peng. Su Tianwei sighed after hearing this. She and Qin Shen were not from the same world. Su Tianwei forcibly trying to bring them together, such a marriage would eventually fall apart. As they were talking, the door opened. A middle-aged man with glasses and a scholarly appearance opened the door. It was Zhao Fu's second son, the president of Tianqin Bank, Zhao Xingye. When he saw Zhang Peng, his brows furrowed. "President Zhao, you approved the loan for the Su family, we came to thank you." Zhang Peng bowed and smiled. "Oh, about the loan. It's nothing. Miss Su is too polite." Zhao Xingye looked at Su Tianwei and said, "If the Su family encounters any difficulties in the future, just let me know, I will definitely help." However, the old man has spoken. Today the Zhao mansion is only entertaining distinguished guests who have cured the old man's illness. You guys should go back. Zhao Xingye closed the door. Ugh, how come this dog Zhang Peng followed along? So unlucky. Zhao Xingye spat on the ground and cursed as he walked towards Tingqiao Pavilion. Outside the door, Su Tianwei was not upset by the rejection, but instead excitedly said, "Oh my god. President Zhao not only loaned money, but also promised to continue helping the Su family. Zhang Xiao, President Zhao must be considering the face of the Zhang family, that's why he is taking care of the Su family like this. You are amazing." Zhang Peng was stunned after hearing this, then smiled and said, "It's nothing, the face of the Zhang family should be given to the Zhao family. I heard that Zhao's illness is stubborn, many famous doctors have tried to cure it." Recently, he approached Shen Ruwan, the distinguished guest in President Zhao's mouth. She should be the one. Zhou Hongyan nodded. Shen Ruwan is not only the daughter of the Shen family in Modu, but also cured Zhao Fu's illness. With Miss Shen's background and ability, it is only right for the Zhao family to close their doors to guests. The three of them expressed their understanding. Zhang Peng was in a good mood and pointed to the Junlin restaurant across the street, saying, "The dishes at the restaurant opposite the Zhao mansion are good, shall we eat there?" "Sure. I heard that from the top floor of Junlin, you can overlook half of the scenery in Jiang Bay. You can also see the Tide Pavilion where Zhao Mansion entertains famous guests and literati." Zhou Hongyan pulled Su Tianwei into the Junlin restaurant. Zhao Mansion. Tide Pavilion. "Old man, just a few simple dishes will do, there's no need to be extravagant," Qin Chen said lightly. "Master Qin, how can you say that? Your presence here is a great honor for me. If we only prepare a few dishes, wouldn't it be disrespectful to you?" Qin Chen smiled and didn't say anything more when he saw Zhao Fu insisting. At that moment, Zhao Xingye arrived at the Tide Pavilion. "Who's knocking at the door?" Zhao Fu casually asked. "Oh, it's the son of Zhang Pharmaceutical, Zhang Peng." Zhao Fu frowned. "I heard from the people who followed him that the father and son of the Zhang family lost 3 billion at the beginning of the year gambling in Australia, and their funding chain broke. In order to recover the funds, the new drug developed by the Zhang family was rushed to market without undergoing the third round of clinical trials. Recently, some patients experienced serious side effects after taking it, but it was hushed up by the Zhang group with money. Yes, the head of the Zhang family invited me to dinner a while ago, wanting a 10 billion loan for emergency relief, but I didn't agree." Zhao Xingye added, a hint of disgust flashing in his expression. "That batch of drugs has been on the market for a month, Zhang Pharmaceutical is bound to explode sooner or later. Officials involved in the illegal marketing of this drug will also be punished." A debt of 10 billion? Qin Chen remained indifferent after hearing this. It seems that the Zhang family won't last long. It's ridiculous that Li Daiqin still regards Zhang Peng highly, clearly not knowing people well. The topic of the Zhang family ended there, and everyone took turns toasting Qin Chen. Qin Chen just took a sip casually, and the Zhao family didn't think he was being disrespectful. The disease that even Shen Ruwan couldn't cure, Qin Chen resolved in a few seconds, naturally having the capital to be proud. Halfway through the banquet, the steward walked over and whispered to Zhao Tongfu, "Mr. Su heard that the old man has recovered and brought something to visit. He still needs to come and ask for permission?" Zhao Tongfu's face darkened, immediately displeased. "Didn't I say that except for Master Qin, no one is to be seen today?" The steward hurriedly explained, "Mr. Su is the old man's adopted son, I thought it would be fine, so I came to ask on his behalf." "Fine?" Zhao Tongfu's voice suddenly raised, scolding loudly, "Even the female members of the Zhao family haven't come to the table, what is Mr. Su, an adopted son, doing here? Let him take his things and leave." The steward was so frightened that he ran down from the Tide Pavilion in a hurry. "Tongfu, be mindful of your tone in front of Master Qin." Zhao Fu glared at him, then gave Qin Chen an apologetic smile, saying, "Sueo is the son of my old comrade in arms, entrusted to me after his sacrifice. This child has been unruly since he was young, flaunting the Zhao family's name outside, and causing trouble. The entire Jiang Bay region gives face to the Zhao family, allowing him to become someone. So when the eldest brother mentions this adopted son, he gets angry. Please don't take offense, Master Qin." Qin Chen didn't take it to heart and said with a smile, "Colonel Zhao is not just angry because of this, right?" Since he arrived at the Zhao mansion, Zhao Tongfu rarely spoke, and even when toasting Qin Chen, he seemed hesitant, his smile extremely forced. Just now, I got angry for no reason. It must be due to inner frustration. Zhao Tongfu saw Qin Shen taking the initiative to inquire, and his suppressed heart eased a lot, feeling embarrassed to say, "My daughter has a strange illness, even Master Shen couldn't cure it. I wonder if Master Qin can help take a look." "Of course. If Master Qin is unwilling, just forget what I said. Go ahead," Qin Shen said lightly. Zhao Tongfu blushed inside. "When my daughter is not ill, she is no different from ordinary people. But once she falls ill, her desires are strong, her behavior is bold, and she acts recklessly. At severe times, she even tears her clothes. Oh, this is due to excessive yin fire. I will come over tomorrow to take a look." Qin Shen didn't think it was a difficult or complicated illness, and curing it would only take a moment. He was very satisfied with the hospitality of the Zhao family. As the saying goes, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Thinking about it, he agreed and left his contact information for Zhao Tongfu. The Zhao family was overjoyed and wanted to offer a toast, but Qin Shen had already eaten his fill and declined, heading to the viewing platform. The view is really good, the life of the wealthy is indeed different. Looking at the magnificent long river, Qin Shen couldn't help but feel a bit envious. My goodness, isn't that Qin Shen? At the Junlin restaurant, Zhou Hongyan immediately spotted Qin Shen on the viewing platform of the Tide Pavilion, dropping her chopsticks in shock. The distinguished guest of the Zhao Mansion today is actually Qin Shen. At the Tide Pavilion of the Zhao Mansion, Qin Shen stood with his hands behind his back on the observation deck, admiring the beautiful scenery of the long river, exuding a sense of dominating the world. That was the Tide Pavilion of the Zhao Mansion. Only the distinguished guests of the Zhao Mansion could ascend it. But Qin Shen appeared there. Zhou Hongyan, full of confusion, turned around, about to tell Su Tianwei about this shocking news, when Zhang Peng spoke up. Weiwei, the 1 billion loan from the bank has been credited. You can finally make good use of this money. Our Zhang pharmaceutical company is currently preparing for an IPO. Do you want to invest? Su Tianwei was greatly surprised. Zhang Pharmaceutical Company is a large enterprise with a market value of over 10 billion. It has been rated as a high-quality enterprise in Jiang Bay for 5 consecutive years, with annual tax payments of nearly 1 billion. In the past 2 years, it has already raised funds twice, with shares in high demand and unprecedented prosperity. This time, the IPO will definitely double the market value. IPO? I haven't seen any financing announcements from your family. A hint of doubt flashed in Zhou Hongyan's eyes. Usually, when seeking financing, a public announcement is made to attract investors, but there had been no recent news from the Zhang family. Zhang Peng explained with a smile, as you all know, Zhang Pharmaceutical Company has paid over 1 billion in taxes for 6 consecutive years. Now, the pharmaceutical industry is booming, with great potential for growth. Once listed, the stock will definitely soar. How can we let others benefit from it? So, this time it's an internal subscription, not open to the public. Why let others benefit from the fat of the land? We have to give some benefits to our employees, and give them bonuses after the IPO. If we hadn't known each other for over a decade, I wouldn't have mentioned this. After all, it's a deal that will make several times the profit. Su Tianwei became excited. The Su family's business had been stagnant and needed new projects. As the CEO, she had approached Lu Daqian for projects to invest in a few companies to help the Su family recover. Now, Zhang Peng's timely help was truly a benefactor to the Su family. Zhang Peng raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Weiwei, I persuaded my dad for a long time, and he finally agreed to give me a 2 billion subscription right. If you don't have that much, invest as much as you have, I'll give the rest to the employees. Su Tianwei hesitated, I want to invest 2 billion, but with a 1 billion bank loan, the company has 60 million in available funds, and the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce owes 40 million. Even if we get the money back, we still need to take out 1 billion to sign a project with Manager Lu. Zhang Peng smiled, Manager Lu's project has high risks and a long profit cycle. But the Zhang family's IPO can at least triple the investment, 2 billion will become at least 6 billion. This is a rare opportunity. Of course. How much to invest is up to you, I don't mind. Zhang Peng adopted a calm attitude and stopped talking. Then I will tell Manager Lu that we won't sign for now. Su Tianwei nodded and said, after we return today, I will transfer 160 million to you first, and then go to Wanlong Chamber of Commerce tomorrow. Zhang Xiao, you have to keep that 40 million for me. Ha ha, Zhang Peng laughed, Weiwei, you are too polite, I will definitely keep it for you until the end. Later, I will also say hello to Minister Xiang. Don't worry, he will definitely return this 40 million. Ha, why is Yan Yan not saying anything? Do you want to buy something? I'll pass. Zhou Hongyan shook her head with a bitter smile and refused. The Zhou family she belonged to was a second-tier powerhouse in Jinling City, slightly stronger than the Su family. Last year, her family arranged a marriage for her, with a top-tier powerhouse in Jinling. Zhou Hongyan was not interested, so she ran away to Jiang Bay to avoid the marriage and temporarily cut off contact with her family. Zhang Peng's face showed a hint of disappointment after hearing this, and he didn't say anything more. The three finished their meal and went their separate ways. Soon after, Qin Shen received a call from Su Zhenghe, saying there was a celebration and inviting him to dinner at the Su family in the evening. Qin Shen felt awkward to refuse and had to leave Zhao Mansion and go to the Su family. Xiao Qin, the recent company affairs kept me from inviting you for dinner. Now that everything is settled, we have a business opportunity that will guarantee profits for the company. Let's have a drink together tonight. Su Zhenghe pulled Qin Shen to sit down and said with a smile. Qin Shen asked, Uncle Su, what business opportunity are you so confident about? Zhang Pharmaceutical Group is planning to go public soon and is issuing new shares, giving the Su family a subscription right of 200 million. Su Zhenghe proudly said, Zhang Group is a high-quality enterprise in Jiang Bay. When they issued new shares 2 years ago, they were in high demand, and those who bought shares made a fortune. So this time, it's not open to the public, and they plan to offer it as a benefit to internal employees. If it weren't for Wei Wei's good relationship with Zhang Peng, we wouldn't have had this opportunity. 200 million. Qin Shen's mouth twitched involuntarily. He heard at Zhao Mansion that the Zhang family had lost 3 billion in gambling in Australia, and their new drug development had issues. The group was already in debt of 10 billion, and even the loan request from Zhao Xingye, the bank president, was rejected. It could be said that the Zhang family was in dire straits, on the verge of bankruptcy, and now they wanted to go public? After thinking for a moment, Qin Shen calmly advised, Uncle Su, the equity of Zhang Pharmaceutical is dangerous, you should withdraw. At the beginning of the year, the Zhang father and son lost 3 billion in gambling in Macau, and the new drug for the IPO had issues. With a debt of 10 billion, this IPO is just a facade, the real purpose is to raise funds and run away. Uncle Su, Zhang Pharmaceutical is likely to have a scandal, don't believe Zhang Peng's lies. Qin Shen said seriously. What? Everyone's eyes widened. Su Tianwei's face darkened as she said in a deep voice, Qin Shen, you are just incapable and can't stand others' success. Every time Zhang Xiao helps us, you either take credit or speak ill of him. I seriously doubt your mental state. Li Daiqin also said, Zhang Xiao saw that the Su family was in trouble, and after many requests, he gave us the right to subscribe for 200 million shares. And you dare to slander them with a 10 billion debt? You can spend millions on a painting, make a phone call to get President Zhao to lend money to the Su family. Does that look like a family on the verge of bankruptcy? Also, last time at the club, you fought with Minister Xiang. If it weren't for Zhang Peng's intervention, you would have been disabled long ago, and you might have even implicated the Su family. I really can't understand, someone saved you, and you still want to defame them. Have you lost your conscience? Zhou Hongyan, contrary to her usual self, did not jump out to accuse Qin Shen. Instead, she fell completely silent. Was the Qin Shen she saw last night real? Xiao Qin, I know you have grievances against Zhang Peng, but Wei Wei just sees him as a friend. This matter concerns the future of the Su family. Please don't act recklessly and offend the Zhang family everywhere. Su Zhenghe advised earnestly. Qin Shen couldn't help but smile bitterly, saying, Uncle Su, I didn't spread rumors. This is what I heard today while dining at the Zhao residence, spoken by the Zhao family members. Zhao residence? Li Daiqin chuckled and turned to Su Zhenghe, sneering, Old Su, the son-in-law you found is quite something, boasting about connections with the Zhao family. I bet it won't be long before he claims to have ties with the provincial leader. Humph, look at what he is. A former convict trying to enter the Zhao residence, he probably won't even reach their doorstep before getting his legs broken and thrown onto the street. Su Tianwei looked disgusted, saying, Qin Shen, is it so hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence? I don't need your help, can you stop causing trouble? Remember your identity, don't interfere in Su family group's affairs, and don't defame Zhang Xiao. Zhou Hongyan wanted to speak up for Qin Shen, but Su Zhenghe interrupted, saying, Xiao Qin, don't overthink it. The cooperation between the Su family and the Zhang family is purely business, no personal involvement. You will always be Wei Wei's husband, no matter how outstanding Zhang Peng is, he can't replace your place in my heart. So, stop being jealous of Zhang Peng, and let's not discuss this matter anymore. Qin Shen shrugged helplessly, not wanting to argue further, and left the Su residence with an excuse. Ah, this child has such a mindset, probably because he hasn't seen much of the world since he was young. After spending a few years in Jiang Bay, he will get more exposure to the upper circles through Wei Wei. Watching Qin Shen's departing figure, Su Zhenghe shook his head and went to the study. Sis, I think Qin Shen's words are true. Let's not get involved in the Zhang Pharmaceutical going public matter. Zhou Hongyan advised thoughtfully, and I think Qin Shen helped with Zhao Xingye's loan approval. Qin Shen had mentioned before that sorting out the loan was just a matter of words. Seeing him at the Zhao residence again today made Zhou Hongyan even more suspicious that Qin Shen was behind the loan approval. Su Tianwei, unable to believe it, stared at Zhou Hongyan in disbelief, saying, Yan Yan, what did Qin Shen give you to make you speak up for him? He's just a troublemaker, don't be fooled. How could a former convict be a guest at the Zhao residence? Su Tianwei felt incredulous that Yan Yan would speak up for Qin Shen. Zhou Hongyan quickly shook her head, saying, No, I just think we should be cautious about this matter. Actually, after these few days of interaction, I think Qin Shen is quite good. You should be nicer to him in the future. Su Tianwei, even more incredulous, sneered, Are you starting to like Qin Shen? Should I give him to you? Zhou Hongyan blushed and ran into the bedroom. What's wrong with this girl? Could she really be interested in Qin Shen? Su Tianwei frowned, then smiled. Well, having Yan Yan marry him might not be a bad idea. Yan Yan has no ambitions, marrying Qin Shen won't have any impact. As for me, I am destined to be a star in the sky, Qin Shen is not worthy of me. Qin Shen returned to Jinghua Mansion, and as soon as he sat down, the doorbell rang. Through the electronic monitor, he saw Shen Ruwan standing outside. Shen Ruwan was wearing a slim purple dress, paired with a pink tight-fitting t-shirt, showcasing her alluring figure. What a persistent person, can't shake her off no matter where I go. Qin Shen stood up to open the door. But then he heard Shen Ruwan say, General Jiang Tiansui, I am Shen Ruwan. I have found out the purpose of the 4 Dark Knight Temple's 4 Heavenly Kings coming to Jiang Bay. They are here for me. Thank you for your help. I would like to invite you for a meal to express my gratitude. Qin Shen was taken aback. This woman was looking for Jiang Tiansui? It's the first time I've heard the usually aloof Shen Ruwan speak so politely. I must say, dressing up nicely, speaking politely, she does have a bit of a feminine touch. Qin Shen thought about it and lay back on the bed. With Shen Ruwan's character, if he opened the door, he would definitely be mistaken for a thief. To avoid trouble, Qin Shen simply ignored it. Seeing no response from the other party, Shen Ruwan slipped her business card into the door crack and whispered, I admire General Jiang very much and would like to be friends with you. This is my business card, you can call me if you have time. After saying this, she turned and left, her face full of excitement. I kept talking, but Jiang Tiansui did not refuse, which means he is still willing to make friends with me. It's true, with my unparalleled medical skills and stunning looks, even the legendary general is unwilling to miss this opportunity. After Shen Ruwan left, Qin Shen felt restless and changed into his sportswear, planning to go down the mountain for a walk. Just as he reached the foot of the mountain, his mood became even more irritated. He saw Shen Ruwan's Ferrari again. At this time, Shen Ruwan had just retrieved her car from the parking lot at the foot of Wangyue Mountain and ran into Qin Shen, who was wandering around. She rolled down the car window, glanced at the Wangyue Mountain villa, raised her eyebrows and said, Are you interested in this place? What's it to you? Qin Shen was annoyed to see her. Shen Ruwan smiled and said, The lowest price for a villa here is 3 billion, and the Jinghua mansion on the mountaintop is worth 30 billion. Having dreams is not wrong, but you need to know your own worth. Don't wander around here, the more you look, the more inferior you feel. Live a solid life with Su Tianwei, find a job and work hard. I mentioned my ruined marriage first, giving you 2 chances to ask me for help. If you need to establish yourself in the Su family, you can find me. Are you pitying me? Qin Shen frowned and said coldly, Listen carefully, don't mention Su Tianwei. If I want to, you will immediately clean up and lie down. It's just that I have no interest in you. Please put away your ridiculous self-confidence. Whether I'm doing well or not has nothing to do with you. After saying this, Qin Shen left. How dare you speak ill of my lady? Bastard, stop and apologize. Shan Yuding immediately exclaimed. Forget it. Shen Ruwan said calmly, let him vent his incompetence and anger. After all, I ruined the marriage first. I said, Qin Shen's birth was a mistake, living like an ant, and no one will know when he dies. Quite pitiful. If you can help, then help. Qin Shen took a stroll and returned to Jinghua Mansion, soon falling asleep. The next day, he stayed at home, painting and practicing, feeling much better. In the afternoon, Qin Shen received a call from Li Daiqin, and his face darkened again. Qin Shen, Wei Wei went to Emperor Tian Hotel to apologize to Minister Xiang on your behalf. If you still have a conscience, go there quickly and don't let her bear your mistakes alone. A plaything who is more likely to fail than succeed, don't think about hiding like a turtle. Qin Shen hung up the phone with a cold face, took out 4 coffin nails from his bag, and went to Emperor Tian Hotel. As soon as Qin Shen arrived at Emperor Tian Hotel, Shan Yuding saw him and sarcastically said, Oh, why is your face so long? Do you want to follow the Su family to Freeload? They didn't invite you. But what's the use of shamelessly chasing after me? This is a reception banquet held by the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce to welcome Xiao Woody's release from prison. You need an invitation to enter. Qin Shen frowned slightly, wondering why Xiao Woody's release from prison was being celebrated like a wedding. Forget it. Seeing Qin Shen silent, Cheng Yuding felt bored and said, out of pity for you, come in with me. Inside the hall, over 100 tables were filled with people. Looking around, they were all prominent figures in Jiang Bay. The whole venue was luxurious, comparable to a large fashion show. Men in suits were chatting and laughing, while women were elegant and graceful, smiling charmingly. At the most prominent position in the front, 2 round tables were set up. The heads of the top 10 wealthy families in Jiang Bay were sitting there, each exuding a strong sense of superiority, giving off an air of overlooking everything. Shen Ruwan was also there, still in the first adjacent position. Cheng Yuding led Qin Shen to the table in the corner and said disdainfully, here is the Su family's spot. I saw Su Tianwei and a girl go upstairs. You wait here and don't go anywhere. Don't even try to cozy up to the miss at the front. Can't afford to lose face. Cheng Yuding snorted coldly and walked quickly towards the front, as if she would vomit if she looked at Qin Shen for too long. Qin Shen glanced at Cheng Yuding and then went upstairs. At this moment, in an office on the second floor, Su Tianwei and Zhou Hongyan sat on the sofa, looking awkward. The finance minister of Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, Xiang Kangen, sat opposite them, his gaze wandering between the two, secretly amazed. Su Tianwei, one of the top 3 beauties in Jiang Bay, was indeed beautiful. The girl next to her was even more beautiful, probably around 20 years old, maybe even a delicate flower girl. Thinking of this, Xiang Kangen's gaze became even more intense, and an uncontrollable restlessness surged within him. Today, Su Tianwei was wearing a finely tailored black and white casual outfit, with a round neckline revealing her beautiful collarbone. The gray short skirt paired with stockings perfectly accentuated her long legs. With her hair elegantly tied up, she had a face as if carved by a master, exuding a very cold temperament. Zhou Hongyan was dressed in a retro school uniform, the delicate lace accentuating her fair, long, and slender legs, outlining her exquisite curves. She had no extra decorations, her hair naturally falling down past her ears. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with nervousness, giving her a pure and lovely appearance. One was a mature woman, the other a lowly. Xiang Kangen's mouth curved up high, envisioning a scene of a dragon playing with 2 phoenixes. Minister Xiang, I am deeply sorry for the incident at the boxing gym. Please forgive me, and repay the 40 million debt. Su Tianwei apologized. Zhou Hongyan also forced an unnatural smile. Xiang Kangen raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, Miss Su came with sincerity, so I must give her a chance. However, a verbal apology is not enough. Su Tianwei was delighted and quickly said, as long as it is within my ability, feel free to make any demands. He smiled slightly, leaned back, and pointed to his waist, saying, come over and use your mouth to undo my belt. Then he said to Zhou Hongyan, stand next to me and lift up your skirt. What? Su Tianwei's face changed drastically upon hearing this, trembling as she said, Mr. Xiang, this is not acceptable. Zhou Hongyan also stepped back in panic, saying, Mr. Xiang, other conditions are fine, but this one is really not acceptable. Not acceptable? Xiang Kangen furrowed his brow, his voice deep, Miss Su, do you not want this opportunity? Su Tianwei's legs trembled, her voice like a mosquito, I want the opportunity, but this condition is too difficult. Too difficult? You said as long as it's within your ability, is this matter difficult? You two don't even need to do anything, just enjoy it obediently. Xiang Kangen smirked and got up, slowly approaching Su Tianwei, staring at her jade legs. I am very capable, I guarantee you both will be satisfied. Not only could he have 2 beautiful women, but he could also humiliate Qin Shen, which was so exciting to think about. With that in mind, his hand reached the corner of Su Tianwei's skirt and gently lifted it up. Xiang Kangen grinned, but before he could touch the silky cold skin, Su Tianwei instinctively slapped him. Slap! After the slap, the 3 people in the office were all stunned. Xiang Kangen touched his burning face, a hint of coldness passing through his eyes, and raised his hand to slap back fiercely. You bitch! You dared to hit me even when given an opportunity. Su Tianwei was slapped to the sofa by this slap. Seeing this, Xiang Kangen became even more excited and was about to pounce on her forcefully. He had already instructed his subordinates not to come to the second floor upon hearing any noise. He wanted to end it quickly, taking advantage of Xiao Woody not being there to deal with these sisters. No! Sister, run! Zhou Hongyan grabbed towards Kangen, shouting loudly. Oh, there's another little girl, alright, I'll start with you first. Kangen sneered and pounced towards Zhou Hongyan. Before the words fell, the door was violently pushed open, a figure flashed in, grabbed Zhou Hongyan's waist, spun her around, and brought her behind him. Then, taking a step forward, he delivered a heavy kick to Kang Yan's abdomen. Kang Yan's body folded in midair, flying like a shrimp for 5 meters. Immediately, with a bang, he heavily knelt on the ground, his knees sliding on the ground for a few meters before stopping. Which hand? Qin Shen saw the Su Tianwei sisters with tears on their faces, a fierce expression on their faces, quickly approaching Kang Yan and asking, "You brat!" Kang Yan, feeling all twisted and turned from the kick, wanted to curse through gritted teeth. "I'm asking you which hand touched them." Qin Shen didn't give the other party a chance to curse, grabbed his hair and pulled him to the table, took out a coffin nail, and smashed it towards his right hand. Bang! The coffin nail pierced the table directly. Kang Yan's right hand was firmly nailed to the table, blood splattered, and the skin cracked. "Ah! My hand! You bastard, you're finished, your whole family will die." Kang Yan screamed in pain, his whole body convulsing. Su Tianwei was instantly shocked and shouted to Qin Shen, "You've caused a big trouble, I'm not joking, you better run, leave Jiang Bay, run quickly." "Shut up!" Qin Shen roared, and Su Tianwei immediately became obedient, but her face was even more terrified. During the years on the Demon Refining Island, who did he encounter that wasn't tough? Qin Shen didn't even furrow his brows. For him, this kind of thing was like a fly buzzing in front of him, just swat it away. Zhou Hongyan didn't have much reaction at this moment, feeling a strange sense of security rising in her heart. Especially when Qin Shen had just embraced her waist, it felt like a savior, causing a stir in Zhou Hongyan's heart. "Apologize?" Kang Yan chuckled coldly, spitting out blood. "He hit me at the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, not only hitting my face, but also hitting the face of everyone at the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. Even if Jesus came today, he couldn't save him. Kid, if you dare, take me to the hall, watch me skin you alive." He struggled to stand up, looking at Qin Shen as if he was looking at a dead man, his eyes full of malice. Smack! "Oh!" Qin Shen remained calm inside, raised his hand and slapped Kang Yan, knocking 3 of his teeth out. "Alright, I really want to see what happens after hitting the face of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce." After speaking, Qin Shen grabbed one of Kang Yan's legs and pulled hard, dragging Kang Yan down the stairs like a dead dog. Boom! Su Tianwei felt dizzy, scared and unsteady. The Su family compared to the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce was like an ant facing an elephant. Qin Shen had caused such a big trouble at the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, the Su family was completely finished. Zhou Hongyan was equally shocked and frightened. Qin Shen had said several times that he despised the big shots, but no one believed it, which led to ridicule. However, she did see Qin Shen appear at the Zhao Mansion's tight pavilion yesterday. While she was frightened, she also felt a faint sense of anticipation. Just how powerful was Qin Shen's energy? The hall was now full of people, and when they saw Qin Shen dragging Kang Yan, the whole hall exploded. "Oh my! Isn't that Minister Xiang from the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce? He's been beaten into this ghostly appearance. Am I dreaming? Minister Xiang is one of Chairman Zhao's 5 tigers. When he beats others, who dares to touch him? Today, he was beaten at Chairman Zhao's welcoming banquet." The Wanlong Chamber of Commerce was the largest chamber of commerce in Jiang Bay, and Xiao Woody was known for being ruthless. Even the 10 major mansion owners had to give him face. This person dared to beat his tiger at Xiao Woody's welcoming banquet. It was like cursing at the king of hell. Qin Shen, however, did not care at all. He threw Xiang Kang into the ground and sat directly on the empty seat next to him. The people at the table stood up in a commotion, avoiding him like the plague. Qin Shen had hit Minister Xiang, and he would definitely be beaten later. They didn't want their expensive suits to be splattered with blood. At that moment, over 20 bodyguards from the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce also rushed over. Seeing this scene, their faces turned cold. Not far away, Shen Ruwan saw this and shook her head, saying, "It's really unsettling. I should go help." "Miss, Qin Shen has caused such a big trouble, it would be better if he died. Why bother with this matter?" Shan Yuding said coldly. Qin Shen causing trouble at the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce was a big deal for Xiang Kangyan to resolve peacefully. She felt that Shen Ruwan was not worth giving Qin Shen such a big face. Shen Ruwan shook her head and said calmly, "I broke the agreement first, so helping him this time is a compensation." By now, the atmosphere at the scene had become extremely tense. Xiang Kangyan knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach, retching sour water, and his hand wounds were so painful that he almost fainted. Just as he was about to give orders to his subordinates, Shen Ruwan walked over. "Minister Xiang, let's call it a day for today. Consider it a favor owed to the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce by me, Shen Ruwan." Shen Ruwan looked at Qin Shen, who had a cold and indifferent expression, and said coldly, "Does Mr. Shen know him?" Xiang Kangyan was stunned and furrowed his brows slowly. Yes, he's a half acquaintance. Please, Minister Xiang, give me a favor, just this once. Shen Ruwan nodded and said calmly. The scene was in an uproar. Zhou Hongyan raised her eyebrows. Indeed, if Qin Chen knew Shen Ruwan, then his visit to the Zhao mansion could be easily explained. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Although being able to establish a relationship with Shen Ruwan already showed that Qin Chen was powerful, but relying on a woman felt a bit awkward no matter how you looked at it. Xiang Kongan's face looked very unpleasant, and his gaze towards Qin Chen turned colder and colder. Shen Ruwan was the daughter of the wealthy Shen family in the Magic City, a peerless medical expert. Even Xiao Woody had to give her some face. As a minister, he dared not say anything and could only reluctantly say, fine. Since Miss Shen has spoken, I will give you a favor. But just this once. If this kid offends me again, I will make him pay back with interest. Xiang Kongan glared fiercely at Qin Chen and dismissed the bodyguards. This bastard is really lucky. He actually knows Miss Shen, no wonder he's so arrogant. The Shen family in the Magic City has assets of billions, larger than the Zhao family, and Miss Shen is a divine doctor. Minister Xiang will definitely have to give her some face. From what Miss Shen said, she doesn't seem to be very familiar with this kid. I guess she helped him this time, but there won't be a next time. He escaped this time, he won't be so lucky next time. Just wait, Minister Xiang will get his face back. Shen Yuding rolled her eyes at Qin Chen, disgusted, and said, if it weren't for our miss, you would have been beaten to death by the people of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. You should keep a low profile in the future, otherwise, not only will you lose face, but you might also lose your life. Qin Chen couldn't help but smile and didn't bother to respond. Qin Chen, are you stupid? Quickly thank Miss Su and Minister Xiang. Su Tianwei was delighted to see the situation resolved and urged Qin Chen. Qin Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. I didn't ask Shen Ruwan for help. If she insists on helping, why should I thank her? As for Xiang Kongan, that trash, if he's willing to settle, it's his luck. This statement caused another commotion at the scene. Shen Ruwan helped Qin Chen, but instead of being grateful, he found her meddling? This guy was really ungrateful. Qin Chen's attitude left Zhou Hongyan dumbfounded. It seemed that their relationship was not good at all. In that case, how did Qin Chen enter the Zhao mansion and dare to hit Xiang Kongan? She couldn't understand. Miss Shen, did you see that? Your good intentions have been treated as donkey liver and lungs. Xiang Kongan's anger flared up again, and he raged. Shen Ruwan furrowed her brows deeply. I don't know life and death. Shen Yuding's eyes turned cold as she reprimanded, you must be afraid of not knowing Zhao Huizhang's strength, that's why you dare to speak so arrogantly. In this area of Jiang Bay, when Zhao Huizhang sneezes, it rains. Even our young lady has to give him some face. You are underestimating him, are you trying to reincarnate early? Rain? Does Zhao Matzi want to be the Dragon King? Qin Chen couldn't help but sneer. Matzi? Xiang Kongan couldn't hold back anymore and said to Shen Ruwan, Miss Shen, this kid hit me. I'll let it go for your sake. But the way he talks about Zhao Huizhang, I can't do anything about it. You'll have to ask him yourself when Zhao Huizhang comes. The crowd also looked regretful, shaking their heads constantly. Xiao Woody was acting arrogantly, and there were few people in Jiang Bay who could control him. This young man dared to mock him as a grasshopper. Looking at it this way, Miss Shen couldn't even save him. The Su group will also face a disaster. Just as the people in the hall were whispering, a cry rang out. Chairman Zhao is here. The crowd's expressions tensed, and they immediately surged towards the hall like a tide. On the tar road not far away, vehicles were making way. Dozens of black luxury cars lined up like a dragon, rushing towards the Emperor Tian Hotel like a dark cloud pressing down on the city. The noise and cheers in front of the building grew louder, as if they were about to tear the sky apart. As the first Rolls-Royce slowly stopped in front of the building, the scene suddenly fell silent. The entire Emperor Tian Hotel and the surrounding 10 miles fell into a dead silence, as if a gag order had been issued and not a sound could be heard. Over 50 black-clad bodyguards got out of the cars first and quickly stood next to the Rolls-Royce. Qin Chen, leave, get out of Jiang Bay, and never come back. Su Tianwei was completely desperate, whispering to Qin Chen with fear. The incident was indeed caused by Qin Chen, but it was ultimately because he saved her. Qin Chen was just a small figure, and in front of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, he would only end up in pieces. If the Su family used all their strength, they might be able to withstand the pressure and get a chance to survive. The outcome of doing so might be very tragic, but it was better than letting Qin Chen lose his life here. Zhou Hongyan's expression also showed a hint of seriousness. She looked nervously at Qin Chen and took a deep breath. Qin Chen was still calm and composed, as if nothing had happened. When it came to Xiao Woody, his expression was extremely disdainful. Could it be that he wasn't afraid of Xiao Woody? Zhou Hongyan became even more curious about Qin Shen's identity and calmed her mind to continue watching the situation unfold. Escape? Can he escape? Not only this kid, but your Su family will also be finished. Xiang Kong'an's face was full of ferocity, as if he wanted to devour Qin Shen alive, glaring at him fiercely. Then he walked quickly towards the hall and soon arrived next to the Rolls-Royce. He opened the rear door and leaned in to say a few words. In a moment, a deep voice full of killing intent sounded neither fast nor slow. Someone dared to cause trouble in the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce? And called me a grasshopper? I was released from prison today, and he's causing trouble here, obviously not giving me face. Forget about Shen Ruwan, even the Heavenly King himself can't save him today. For so many years, no one has dared to disrespect me like this. I want to see who the big shot is inside. Xiang Kong'an nodded repeatedly and stepped aside. A shiny black leather shoe stepped out first, firmly landing on the ground. With a thud, it was as if a heavy hammer made everyone's heart skip a beat. It's over, completely over. Su Tianwei looked back at Qin Shen, closed her eyes, and let the tears fall. Qin Shen casually picked up some melon seeds from the table and started munching on them. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. Xiao Woody got out of the car, with a big backcombed hairstyle, wearing black sunglasses, and a bright blue suit draped over him. A bodyguard handed him a cigar, and then held up a parasol for him. The other bodyguards quickly stood behind Xiao Woody. The momentum of dozens of people suddenly rose, as if a huge invisible Buddha's hand descended from the sky, causing everyone's heartbeats to accelerate, their faces pale, and they dared not even breathe. Click! The cigar was lit, and smoke rose. Xiao Woody held the cigar between his fingers, enjoying it as he used his thumb to scratch his ear. At the same time, the eyes hidden behind sunglasses and smoke narrowed, scanning the guests who were bowing their heads. 5 years have passed, and I bet many people don't even know my name, Zhao. For so many years, besides the one who just got out of prison, no one else has dared to hit my face like this. At this moment, Wu Tianda also got out of the back seat and looked towards the Emperor Tian Hotel, a look of surprise on his face. I can't figure it out. Doesn't that idiot know about Brother Zhao's reputation in Jiang Bay? Is he from out of town? Then, his chubby face was instantly covered with anger. Brother Zhao, no matter where he's from, daring to cause trouble today is not just hitting your face, it's also hitting my face, Wu. Even if Miss Shen stands up for him, this matter cannot be overlooked. Xiao Woody was released from prison, and Wu Tianda, as his brother, personally went to the airport to welcome him. The two had a pleasant conversation on the way back, agreeing to deepen their cooperation and having high hopes for the future. The Wu and Zhao families were already strong, and this strong alliance would undoubtedly stand tall in Jiang Bay, unshakable by anyone. They hadn't even gotten out of the car when someone caused trouble. If the troublemakers were not severely punished, where would they put the face of their two families? Brother Wu, rest assured, no matter who the other party is, they will have to kneel before me in Jiang Bay. Xiao Woody snorted coldly and strode towards the Emperor Tian Hotel. Alright, today, Brother Zhao has just been released from prison, it's not appropriate to shed blood. Let me teach that troublemaker a lesson for you. After speaking, Wu Tianda turned and went back to the car. There was a baseball bat in the Rolls-Royce's trunk, and Wu Tianda was going to use it to teach the troublemaker a lesson. Whoosh! The crowd immediately made way. Xiao Woody was like a black dragon, with a disdainful attitude, entering the lobby amidst the greetings of the crowd. It seems that Xiao Woody is not planning to give up easily. Shen Ruwan's brow furrowed with seriousness. A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Xiao Woody was being aggressive, and Shen Ruwan was not absolutely sure she could control him. Miss Shen is right, Qin Shen, I'll cover for you. Take this opportunity to escape from the back door. Su Tianwei stepped forward, facing Xiao Woody. President Zhao, our sisters came to ask Minister Xiang for the 40 million owed to us. He tried to take advantage of us under the guise of his position. So my husband hit him, it wasn't intentional trouble from us, you. Xiao Woody raised his hand slightly, interrupting Su Tianwei's explanation, frowning, who's right and who's wrong, does it matter? Su Tianwei was suddenly stunned. Xiao Woody took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of fierce and murderous eyes, staring down at Su Tianwei, exuding an endless pressure, and sneered, the one who hit me is in the wrong. Do you think I need to hear your explanation? I don't care at all. With that, Su Tianwei staggered back 2 steps, her eyes filled with despair. It's been 5 years, President Zhao is still as domineering as ever. We can never match this kind of dominance in our lifetime. The little Su family president still wants to reason with President Zhao, just one look from him, even if President Zhao loses. Exactly. Even if it was Minister Xian's fault, so what? Insulting you, Su Tianwei, is showing you respect. President Zhao acts decisively, seeks revenge for any wrong, especially protective of his own. This time, the Su family is finished, just wait. Not only will the companies under them go bankrupt, but everyone in the Su family will be driven out of Jiang Bay, never to rise again. Xiao Woody's words did not surprise the crowd. They believed that this kind of response was in line with the demeanor of the leader of the Wanlong Business Association. Su Tianwei listened to the discussions of the crowd, feeling her vision darken, and her body fell back. At that moment, Qin Shen swiftly came to Su Tianwei's side, wrapping his arm around her waist to support her body. Then he gave Xiao Woody a playful smile and lazily said, "Xiao Grasshopper, they say you are the Dragon King of Jiang Bay. It's too hot today, how about some rain?" Boom! The moment Xiao Woody's eyes met Qin Shen's, it felt like thunder striking him. The smoke he had inhaled went down the wrong way due to excitement, causing him to cough violently. The cigar slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. His legs went weak, almost making him kneel. At this moment, Wu Tianda also got hold of a baseball bat. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the hall, he saw Qin Shen standing in front of Xiao Woody. He frowned, looking puzzled, and said, "How did he get here?" The bodyguard beside him was confused and said, "Boss Wu, that person is causing trouble. This kid is too arrogant. Whether you know him or not, I guess you won't be able to save him. Xiao Hui will probably smash his brain out." Boom! Wu Tianda's mind went blank. Clang! The baseball bat slipped from his hand, and Wu Tianda quickly got into his Rolls-Royce and locked the door. Trembling, he took out his phone and dialed Xiao Woody. On the other side, "Qin Shen, you bastard." Shen Ruwan was so angry hearing Qin Shen talk to Xiao Woody like that, she almost spat blood. If she had known that Qin Shen was so ungrateful, she wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter. Now that she had promised to help Qin Shen, she had to step forward and say, "President Zhao, he is an old friend of mine. Please give me some face." Xiao Woody's head was buzzing, filled with scenes of him bowing to Qin Shen in prison. He couldn't focus on what Shen Ruwan was saying. Just as he was about to raise his hand to stop her, his phone rang. "As I shoot out like a dragon, shaking the world, breaking through the sky with a smile." Xiao Woody answered the call, and on the other end, he heard Wu Tianda's trembling voice. "Quick, run." "Got it." Xiao Woody put his phone in his pocket, feeling a chill rising from the soles of his feet to the top of his head, cursing inwardly, "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've already encountered it, how am I supposed to run?" The person in front of him had healed Jiang Tiansui's back injury, developed the 9 Dragons body refining technique to help the Dragon Cavalry Army advance 300 miles into enemy territory, and was known as the Dark King who led Xia country to victory in border wars. In prison, he had tens of thousands of followers, known as the Night Demon Lord of the European Shura Temple. Everyone had to call him boss. The warlord of the Wakala country in Africa, with an army of 300,000, was captured only when the special forces of 8 countries joined forces. At over 60 years old, he can only call himself a servant in front of Qin Shen. The leader of the largest power in the Southeast Asian Golden Triangle, with a private army of 100,000, had been fighting against the government army for over 10 years before being captured and sent to prison. To please Qin Shen, he had been washing clothes for 2 years. In the end, Qin Shen found the clothes not clean enough, shouted in anger, and scared him into a serious illness. A master-level general from the Snow Country, unwilling to submit, challenged Qin Shen and was defeated in one move, hanging from a beam for 3 days and nights. After being let down, he cried and begged to be Qin Shen's disciple, only to be rejected in the end. Those notorious figures all had to lower their heads in front of Qin Shen, fearing to provoke his displeasure and be tortured mercilessly. Xiao Woody, just a small leader of the Jiang Bay Chamber of Commerce, was nothing in comparison. "Oh my god, is he trying to get me killed?" Xiao Woody muttered softly, feeling pain in every bone of his body. "Mother! In all my life, this is the first time I've seen someone dare to talk to President Zhao like this. Look, President Zhao is trembling with anger, his face turning pale. Just wait, if President Zhao doesn't tear him apart, I'll kneel down and bark like a dog." Yes, a few years ago, someone just talked back to President Zhao, and President Zhao directly chopped off his 2 arms without saying a word. This guy is so arrogant, he won't survive. The Su family will be doomed too. Who is President Zhao? A country bumpkin dares to talk to him like this. If President Zhao doesn't spare his life, I'll call him my father. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Xiang'an felt delighted and shouted at Qin Shen, "You bastard! President Zhao is here and you're still acting tough. Just wait, I'll skin you alive later. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and kneel down to kowtow to President Zhao. Maybe he will spare your life, otherwise." Smack! Xiao Woody swung his round arm and slapped Kong'an's face. Kong'an spun in place 5 times. Before he could steady himself, he received a kick, and his body flew out like a ball, sliding 3 meters on the ground before stopping. Xiao Woody, still full of resentment, jumped up and kicked Kong'an's head again. Bang! Kong'an's head hit the table leg hard, and blood gushed out instantly. Stupid fool. Useless. Idiot. A dog who causes more trouble than he's worth. When I was in prison, you were supposed to do your job. What were you doing? Bullying the weak, acting arrogantly, tarnishing the reputation of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. Just now in the car, you said Miss Su was seducing you? She is one of the top 3 beauties in Jiang Bay. Would she be interested in a pockmarked, short, and ugly guy like you? Someone, drag this trash out, break his legs, cut off his tongue, and let him soak in the cesspool for a week. Ah! Kang Yan's brain exploded, and he knelt in fear, continuously kowtowing. President, I was wrong, please give me a chance, I won't dare to do it again next time. The whole scene was in an uproar. They've gone mad. Everyone's eyes almost popped out. What's going on? That person just now. Now. Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Tianwei stood there as if struck by lightning, unable to believe everything that was happening before her eyes. My company is here to benefit the community, not to bully the weak. This scum relies on a bit of power to make things difficult for others, tarnishing the reputation of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. Today, I will deal with you and rectify this crooked trend. Xiao Woody's clothes were soaked with cold sweat, his heart pounding wildly. After kicking Kang Yan a few more times and scolding him with righteousness, he glanced at Qin Shen. Seeing the cold smile disappear from Qin Shen's face, Xiao Woody breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Get rid of this scum quickly. Xiao Woody impatiently waved his hand, leaving everyone stunned, and smiled at Su Tianwei. General Su, I apologize for the inconvenience. There must have been a misunderstanding. On behalf of the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, I sincerely apologize to you. Everyone was dumbfounded to hear Xiao Woody say this. The usually domineering and unreasonable President Zhao, how did he become so upright? Zhou Hongyan, seeing this scene, trembled with excitement 3 times. Since Xiao Woody entered, she had been observing. Xiao Woody's attitude changed from being arrogant when he got off the car to being shocked, then scared, and finally turned into deep fear. And all this reversal started from the moment Xiao Woody locked eyes with Qin Shen. Qin Shen suppressed the arrogant Xiao Woody. Heavens! Sister hit the jackpot. Su Tianwei was stunned for a moment, then squeezed out a smile and said, President Zhao is too kind. We also made mistakes in this matter. Xiao Woody waved his hand repeatedly, smiling, oh, no. We owe your group 40 million, so it's normal for you to come over. That scum bullied you over this matter, he deserves to die. General Su, rest assured, the 40 million debt will be transferred to your group's account immediately. Su Tianwei was pleasantly surprised and quickly said, thank you, President Zhao. Xiao Woody nodded, coughed twice, and said to everyone, Zhao is feeling unwell today, so the reception is cancelled. Please go back. Then he awkwardly smiled at Su Tianwei, General Su, as long as you're satisfied, I need to go home and take my medicine. I'll leave first. Xiao Woody swiftly got into the Rolls-Royce and drove away. He didn't know how much Qin Shen had been provoked, afraid of being stopped by Qin Shen, hanging him like the Snow Country general in prison, exposed to the sun for 3 days, not daring to stay for a moment, cursing loudly to urge the driver to leave. After the Rolls-Royce drove out of the street, Xiao Woody finally felt a little relieved, complaining to Wu Tianda, he came to the Emperor Tian Hotel, why didn't you inform me? How would I know that the old man was coming? If I knew he was coming, would I let that dog Xiang Kang Yan be so presumptuous? Wu Tianda wiped his sweat and cursed. Xiao Woody spat outside the window, feeling depressed. This is troublesome. I wanted to invite him to dinner, but I guess I'll wait until he calms down. Xiang Kang Yan, that scoundrel ruined my good fortune. Today, I must skin him alive. Wu Tianda also nodded. The boss asked me to find out the news the day before yesterday. There should be some progress now. I'll ask quickly, so I can make amends for my mistakes. After Xiao Woody left, the guests dispersed. Shang Yuding finally came to her senses, excitedly saying, Miss, I thought Xiao Woody might not give you face, but after you revealed your identity, he backed down. Humph. Acting all tough at first, but wilted when he saw you. Xiao Woody knows what's important. If he had offended you and the Shen family and the Qingma ghost doctor, he wouldn't have an easy time. Shen Ruwan said indifferently, Xiao Woody is a sensible person, he knows what's important. He will give me, Shen Ruwan, face. Qin Shen chuckled, truly not understanding where the confidence of these two master and servant came from. What are you laughing at? Shang Yuding glared fiercely at Qin Shen, angrily saying, if the miss hadn't intervened, you would have been in big trouble. Not being grateful is one thing, but laughing? Have you no shame? Xiaoya, that's enough. Shen Ruwan coldly stopped her. I said I would help him twice, whether he is grateful or not is his business. I have a clear conscience. Let's go. Qin Shen shrugged, indifferent. Listen, you only have one chance. Shang Yuding looked at Qin Shen disdainfully, sneering, I hope you cherish your worthless life and don't waste it recklessly. After saying that, with a look of disdain towards Qin Shen, she left the Emperor Tian Hotel with Shen Ruwan. Just as the master and servant left, Zhang Peng arrived at the Emperor Tian Hotel in a hurry. Su Tianwei was standing at the entrance of the lobby, staring in the direction where Xiao Woody had disappeared. Wei Wei, I heard there was trouble here, did they give you a hard time? Zhang Peng approached, panting heavily. It's okay, it's all in the past. Su Tianwei came to her senses and gave Zhang Peng a smile. They wouldn't dare do anything to you, but if they did, I wouldn't let them off. Zhang Peng snorted coldly. Su Tianwei's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, Zhang, can you say hello to Chairman Zhao and ask him to let us go? Zhang Peng was puzzled by Su Tianwei's words, but since she thought so, he just went along with it, smiling and nodding. I see. That's why Chairman Zhao suddenly changed his attitude, it was because you called him. Su Tianwei exclaimed happily. When Xiao Woody entered the lobby, he was rude and didn't listen to Su Tianwei's explanation, but after receiving the phone call, his attitude immediately changed. Not only did he beat Xian Kangen, he also apologized to himself and immediately repaid the 40 million debt. It turned out that it was all thanks to Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng laughed and nodded, calling Chairman Zhao was just a small effort. I just said a few words to him, asking him to quickly repay the Su family's money. It's nothing. After hearing this, Su Tianwei suddenly calmed down, furrowing her brows. It seemed that the Zhang family's influence couldn't even suppress Xiao Woody. With Xiao Woody's net worth of hundreds of billions and the Zhang family being a second-tier wealthy family, how could they make him give face like that? A look of doubt appeared on Su Tianwei's face, but in an instant, she understood. Shang, you must have paid a great price to persuade Xiao Woody. Did you tell him about the news of going public and sold him a lot of shares? Su Tianwei exclaimed. Zhang Peng was confused again, not knowing what was going on, so he could only smile awkwardly. Su Tianwei sighed and said, you sacrificed such a big benefit for the Zhang family for me, I don't know how to repay you. Zhang Peng cleared his throat and laughed. Wei Wei, what's the point of talking about gratitude between us? Just knowing my feelings for you is enough. The conversation between the two made Qin Shen, who was about to leave, understand clearly. Zhou Hongyan also followed, frowning involuntarily. She had been observing and confirmed that Xiao Woody's attitude changed only after seeing Qin Shen, not because of Shen Ruwan or Zhang Peng. Both sides misunderstood. Idiot. Qin Shen glanced at Zhang Peng and turned to leave. Zhang Peng's face darkened, and he turned and shouted, who are you cursing at? A useless waste pretending to be something, almost causing trouble for Wei Wei. Su Tianwei was also angry and coldly questioned Qin Shen, you didn't help at all, causing trouble everywhere. Zhang Xiao has been busy helping, and you not only didn't thank him but also cursed at him. Do you have any conscience? Su Tianwei had a slightly positive view of him because of Qin Shen saving her, but after hearing Qin Shen's attitude towards his benefactor, she immediately felt disgusted. Qin Shen coldly smiled and turned to leave. Zhang Xiao, don't bother with that lunatic, he's been stupid in prison, doesn't understand any manners. Su Tianwei said irritably. Zhang Peng smiled generously, of course, I won't lower myself to the level of a country bumpkin. Right. Wei Wei, we've received the money owed by Wanlong Business Association, hurry up and buy the stocks. After all, the listing is just around the corner. Okay, let's go transfer the money now. Su Tianwei nodded. Zhang Peng was ecstatic and headed to the parking lot. Sis, I think today's incident may not be related to Zhang Peng. Xiao Woody is afraid of your brother-in-law. Zhou Hongyan grabbed Su Tianwei and whispered. Su Tianwei chuckled, Yen, I'm sure Qin Shen has fed you a love potion. A labor reform prisoner who has been in jail for 10 years, Zhao Chairman is afraid of him. He wouldn't even bother to look at him. You're still young, don't be misled by Qin Shen. Zhou Hongyan watched Su Tianwei's departing figure, feeling a ripple in her heart. Xiao Woody saw the change in the faces of the people. If they weren't big shots, what were they? Unfortunately, the Su family didn't notice at all, and they were not willing to investigate further. Because, for them, it wasn't worth wasting any energy on Qin Shen. Sis, if you say that, then I won't be polite. Zhou Hongyan walked quickly towards the parking lot. In the parking lot, just as Qin Shen opened the car door, Wu Tianda sent a message. Boss, I have the results of the investigation you asked for. The news of that big battle was spread by Li Xiangrong. He is from the Longmen group, the eldest son of the Li family in Jiang Bay. Li Xiangrong. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes suddenly, a storm of frost brewing in his eyes under his sharp eyebrows. Just as he was about to get into the car, Zhou Hongyan approached. How do you know people from the Zhao family? What's your relationship with Shen Ruwan? Why is Xiao Woody afraid when he sees you? Qin Shen said impatiently, what's it to you? Zhou Hongyan directly sat in the passenger seat. Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal. Why are you treating me to a meal? Qin Shen asked coldly, puzzled. Zhou Hongyan smiled. Thank you for saving me from Xiang Kangen. I'm not going. Qin Chen refused directly. He had to go find Li Shangron, treat Zhao Lingfei's illness, and also deal with Lin Beishan's daughter. No time. Not going? Then I'll call you a rogue. No one believes you except me. Zhou Hongyan acted like a spoiled child. Annoyed, Qin Chen had no choice but to agree. The two went to Peninsula Hotel. After sitting down, Zhou Hongyan got straight to the point. I believe the loan and what just happened are all because of you. The matter of Jiang Pharmaceutical's 1 billion deficit should also be true. Qin Chen said coldly, since you believe it, then advise Wei Wei to withdraw her investment quickly. Jiang Pharmaceutical will collapse sooner or later. I have advised her, but Wei Wei doesn't listen. She even suspects that I like you. She shifted her buttocks and leaned towards Qin Chen. The legs clad in silk stockings intertwined, the chest was snowy white, and the fragrance of a young girl filled the air, causing Qin Chen to move away. Wei Wei doesn't believe it, so I can only advise Uncle Su. After all, once it collapses, the Su family will definitely go bankrupt. Zhou Hongyan nodded, blinking her eyes. Brother-in-law, do you like my sister? Qin Chen said lightly, the Su family has been kind to me, and Wei Wei was very good to me when we were young. Agreeing to marry was just to fulfill my mother's last wish. Quietly protecting the Su family for a while, when this fate ends, I will naturally leave. Qin Chen and his mother lived in Jiang Bay for 18 years, and Su Zhenghe took good care of them. Su Tianwei was very kind to him when they were young. That's also why Zhang Peng repeatedly took credit, and Qin Chen didn't want to investigate the matter further. Qin Chen didn't want to ruin the already fragile bond of affection. I have no feelings for my sister. Zhou Hongyan hugged Qin Chen's arm and smiled sweetly. Then, what do you think of me? Qin Chen's arm touched the snowy white chest in front of him, feeling like sinking into a soft cotton, warm and smooth. Not much. Qin Chen withdrew his arm and changed the subject. Have you heard of Lin Qingwan? The demon refining island is a place where the strong prey on the weak. Before being taken in as a disciple by the crazy old man, Qin Chen was often bullied and almost died once, but was saved by Lin Badian. When he was released from prison, Lin Badian asked him to take care of Lin Qingwan, so it was time to learn about the Lin family's situation. Do you like her? Zhou Hongyan glanced at Qin Chen and said, you have good taste, knowing the #1 beauty in Jiang Bay, Lin Qingwan. But that was in the past. Everything changed after Lin Badian killed his wife and went to prison. Lin Qingwan struggled for a few years, but the Lin family eventually went bankrupt. Now they owe tens of millions in debt, and her face is ruined. Ruined face? Bankrupt? Which companies divided the Lin Group? Qin Chen frowned. The Shujia in Jiling, the Longmen Group in Zhonghai, and the Shen family in Modu, all are large companies with a market value of over 100 billion. The Shen family in Modu? Qin Chen narrowed his eyes and sneered, Shen Ruwan? It's really a clash of fate, encountering her no matter what you do. Well, it's time to crush that woman's spirit. Just then, there was a commotion in front of the Peninsula Hotel. A middle-aged man in Zhongshan suit walked into the lobby, holding walnuts and wearing 1,000-layered shoes. A dozen strong men in black suits with tattooed arms surrounded him, making him the center of attention. It was clear that he was a big shot. Everyone in the lobby stood up respectfully and greeted him. Oh my god, Sueo actually came. Zhou Hongyan exclaimed. Why are you still sitting there? Get up quickly. Sueo is Zhaofu's godson, you must not offend him. Zhou Hongyan bent down to pull Qin Chen up, revealing a bit too much due to her black lace bra being too big. The pair of huge double peaks were half exposed, with a deep cleavage in between, creating a magnificent sight. Indeed, he is a big shot. Qin Chen glanced at Zhou Hongyan's neckline, muttered something under his breath, and reluctantly stood up. Everyone, eat and drink well, no need to be restrained. Su Ao's words were indifferent and emotionless. Despite this, everyone smiled and nodded along. It was only after they went upstairs that Su Ao's imposing aura disappeared. Zhou Hongyan breathed a sigh of relief and said, I never expected to meet Su Ao here, and even greeted him. It's such an honor. What does that person do? He seems quite arrogant. Qin Chen asked casually. He is the owner of Peninsula Hotel, with a lot of power, rumored to be Zhao Fu's godson. I heard that a director from the city caused trouble at Peninsula Hotel, and he slapped him a few times so hard that he didn't even dare to fart. No one in Jiang Bay dares to provoke him. Qin Chen sneered. Who does he think he is, just a small fry? Oh, isn't this Yen Yen? No wonder you didn't come out after a few invitations, turns out you have a man now. A smug young man walked over. His gaze fell on Qin Chen, showing a hint of coldness. Li Mingwei, what are you doing here? Zhou Hongyan's face darkened. The young man is the young master of the Li family in Jiang Bay, and they met at a banquet. Of course, to have a meal. Li Minghui's gaze still on Qin Shen, smilingly asked, "Where did this brother come from?" "Li Xiao, he is the ex-convict who got married to Su Tianwei," Qin Shen. Wu Xiao behind Li Minghui sneered. Wu Xiao also joined the fighting club the day before yesterday and knew Qin Shen's identity. A parasite who lives off women and dares to cheat. Li Minghui's gaze turned cold. Su Tianwei is one of the top 3 beauties in Jiang Bay. Zhou Hongyan even surpasses her. Both sisters are taken by Qin Shen? Damn, he's really lucky. I just invited him for a meal. What nonsense are you talking about? Zhou Hongyan said angrily. Invite him for a meal? Li Minghui laughed heartily. Yen, you really lowered your status, didn't you? Is an ex-convict full of bad luck worthy of your treat? Even a beggar on the street is better than this kind of person. Qin Shen frowned, looking at Zhou Hongyan. Why are all your friends such trash? Li Minghui's face suddenly changed. Don't think that being the son-in-law of the Su family makes me afraid to touch you. Even if this trash dies, the Su family will only lose a burden. Wu Xiao chimed in, "You scum, do you know about Longmen Group, one of the top 10 companies in Longjiang province? With a market value of several hundred billion, and backed by the first force in the south, the 8 Extremities Gate. And Li Xiao is the cousin of Longmen's senior executive Li Xiangrong, and also the son of the wealthy Li family. It's just a matter of a word to get rid of you. Yen, control your dog, or Li Xiao won't mind killing it." "Li Xiangrong is your cousin?" Qin Shen's face turned cold. "That's right. Are you scared now?" Li Minghui smirked. "Let him come over and see me," Qin Shen said. "What? Shocking words. He actually asked the people from Longmen to come and see him." "Qin Shen, what are you going to do?" Zhou Hongyan, who realized the situation, became anxious. This guy wouldn't want to make a big deal out of a few taunts from Li Minghui and even have to deal with Li Xiangrong. "What did you say?" Li Minghui sensed Qin Shen's intention and immediately became furious. Qin Shen's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Make Li Xiangrong come to see me within 10 minutes. Brother-in-law, this is not the place to cause trouble. And they are from Longmen, we can't afford to provoke them. Apologize quickly and leave," Zhou Hongyan said fearfully. Longmen Group has a market value of hundreds of billions, backed by the 8 Extremities Gate, and together with the Shen family in Modu and the Su family in Jinling, they swallowed up the Lin family's industry in Jiang Bay. It shows how strong the other party is. Qin Shen was a bit impatient. The head of the 8 Extremities Gate, Chen Jinnan, is just a dog I raised. What is Longmen? What? Li Minghui was shocked. "You dare to disrespect Chief Chen, you won't live even if you have 10 lives. Peninsula Hotel cannot cause trouble, kid. If you have the guts, come out with me, I'll spare your life." Qin Shen thought for a moment and said lightly, "What I said just now was indeed a bit inappropriate." Wu Xiao laughed. "You scum were so arrogant just now, why do you want to explain now? It's too late." Li Minghui snorted coldly, disdainfully said, "A man's words must be honored. Kneel down and kowtow a few times obediently, and I'll spare your miserable life." Qin Shen shook his head indifferently and said, "What I mean is that Chen Jinnan doesn't even have the qualifications to be my dog. At most, he can be considered a worm." Boom! Li Minghui's eyes widened, and his whole body bristled. Zhou Hongyan's face changed again and again, feeling a chill in her heart. This guy Qin Shen is too outspoken. It's one thing to offend Longmen, but to dare to insult the head of the 8 Extremities Gate? The guests in the hall were in an uproar. It's better to provoke the King of Hell than to provoke Longmen. Provoking them is no different from seeking death. This guy is too arrogant. If it weren't for the fact that the Peninsula Hotel can't cause trouble, Li Xiao would have slapped him long ago. He knows that Li Xiao dares not touch him here, so he's so arrogant. Just watch, he'll be dead once he leaves the store. Wu Xiao also looked disdainful and scolded. "Kid, don't think that having a strong fist means you can disregard everything. In this society, it's all about connections. Li Xiao has 1,000 ways to kill you." Zhou Hongyan panicked. "Li Xiao, Qin Shen won't speak. Just take it as a joke, don't argue with him." "Joke?" Li Minghui coldly snorted. "Today, not only will he be disabled, but you won't be spared either. I pursued you for a year, didn't even give me a good face, and had a good time with a stinky ex-convict. Are you trying to humiliate me? You shameless bitch, pretending to be innocent. Tonight, I'll take you to a hotel and CK you to death." Listening to Li Minghui's vicious insults, Zhou Hongyan's tears flowed. Li Minghui is the young master of the billion-dollar Li family, and his cousin is a high-ranking member of the Longmen Group, able to easily destroy the Zhou and Su families. She couldn't afford to provoke him, so she could only endure the insults. "All right." Qin Shen slowly stood up. Wu Xiao sneered, knowing that Li Xiao is serious. "You're finally scared. Then why were you so arrogant just now? You piece of sh*t. Li Minghui's arrogance was also rampant, mocking, "Your reaction is a bit slow, huh? Only when I tell you the consequences of offending the Longmen group, do you know to back down? Now come out with me and kneel down to apologize, and I might spare half your life. Bang! Without saying a word, Qin Chen fiercely punched Wu Xiao. Immediately, Wu Xiao's face collapsed, blood gushing out, and he fainted instantly. Before everyone could react, a cold light flashed again. Qin Chen pressed Li Minghui's right hand on the table, picked up a steel fork, and ruthlessly stabbed it into his hand, nailing it to the table. Blood flowed like a river. Ah! It hurts! Ah! The screams echoed throughout the restaurant. Qin Chen stared directly into Li Minghui's eyes, his expression icy as he said, "Can Li Shangrong come over now?" Silence filled the surroundings. Li Minghui cried in pain, his screams echoing. "Oh my god! Qin Chen, what have you done?" Zhou Hongyan's face turned pale, her whole body trembling. Li Minghui is a member of the Longmen group. If Qin Chen disables Li Minghui's hand, the Su family will inevitably be implicated. Most importantly, this is not the place to cause trouble. Shouldn't have invited Qin Chen for dinner, he's just a troublemaker. How lively! A voice tinged with coldness came. Su Ao, holding a walnut, descended from the second floor with a young woman in his arms. The girl was tall and charming, wearing a white cheongsam with the hem open to her waist, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. The black lace around her waist was faintly visible amidst the whiteness. She hung onto Su Ao's arm, exuding the arrogance of a king's woman. Behind them were a dozen bodyguards. Among them was a tiger-striped burly man with a fierce face. The big man was over 6 feet tall, wearing a tight black tank top that showed off his bulging muscles on his bare arms. Walking like a moving tank, he was intimidating. An overwhelming sense of oppression filled the hall. The guests in the hall saw this scene and their faces changed repeatedly. That kid caused trouble at the Peninsula Hotel and beat Li Xiao like that. This is going to be interesting. Offending 2 major forces at once, he's done for. Tomorrow, get ready to eat dirt. Remember 3 years ago, a rich young man in Jinling flirted with a waitress here, and Mr. Su directly broke his leg. He is still lying in bed now. The other party dare not even fart, and his father personally came to apologize. The diners looked at Qin Chen with gloating eyes, thinking he was doomed. First of all, he was the first to act, which had already violated the rules of Su Ao's hotel. Secondly, he hit someone from the Longmen group, the son of the Li family, and even made a bloody hole in the person's hand. If he doesn't leave half alive here today and let Zhou Hongyan take care of Li Minghui comfortably, he might die here. Li Minghui endured the severe pain and said to Su Ao, "Mr. Su, my cousin is Li Shangrong of the Longmen group. He had dinner with you the day before yesterday. You must." Su Ao frowned, raised his hand to interrupt, and said, "Who are you to cause trouble here?" The Cheongsam woman chuckled lightly, touched Su Ao's chest, looked at Li Minghui like a fool, and said, "People who want to have dinner with Mr. Su every day can line up to the next street corner from here, daring to get close to Mr. Su just for a meal. How funny. Even if it's someone who often meets Mr. Su, if they cause trouble here, they won't get any face. Right, Mr. Su?" Li Minghui was taken aback and smiled awkwardly. Su Ao pinched the Cheongsam woman's fair thigh hard, squinted his eyes, and said, "I'm busy, speak up, who acted first?" Qin Chen sat in his seat without looking up. "Are you too scared to speak? You dog." Li Minghui thought Qin Chen was scared, turned to Su Ao and said, "Mr. Su, he acted first, everyone in the hall can testify." The diners in the hall nodded in agreement. The Cheongsam woman saw that Qin Chen was wearing cheap clothes and had calluses on his hands. A hint of disappointment flashed across her face. She thought the person who hit someone must be a prominent figure in Jiang Bay. She didn't expect him to be a poor guy. How boring. Su Ao looked at Li Minghui's injured hand and said calmly, "Since he acted first, let him disable himself and leave." Li Minghui's face stiffened, then he said politely, "I'll follow Mr. Su's decision." Qin Chen disabled his own right hand with a steel fork. He had to make sure he couldn't get out of bed for the rest of his life. Su Ao believed in tit for tat. Li Minghui was a bit unhappy, but Su Ao's background was too strong for him to resist. Su Ao nodded slightly and said to Qin Chen, "Young man, you acted first. Even if you have a point, you are still at a disadvantage. Disable yourself and leave here. I won't hold it against you for causing trouble in the hotel. However, the Peninsula Hotel no longer welcomes you, so make your move." Su Ao spoke as if issuing a royal decree from a high position, but no one found it strange. Mr. Su is still magnanimous, he blames the action, not the person. No wonder everyone respects him so much. Of course. Technically, he should be grateful to Mr. Su for coming, otherwise it wouldn't be as simple as disabling one hand. Li Xiao would have taken half his life. He probably already feels grateful to Mr. Su, so hurry up and make your move. Don't delay Mr. Su's business. Su Ao saw Qin Shen unmoved and said calmly, "Do you have any objections to my decision, young man? You can go out and inquire about the consequences of causing trouble in my hotel. I'm being very lenient by letting you disable yourself. If you're unwilling, then I'll have to follow the hotel rules." The crowd nodded in agreement. If this kid refused, Mr. Su would definitely follow the rules of the Peninsula Hotel. By then, Qin Shen's punishment would be more severe than just losing a hand. He obviously didn't know how ruthless Su Ao could be. Li Minghui saw that Qin Shen remained indifferent and couldn't help but get angry, pointing at Qin Shen and shouting, "You dog! Mr. Su is here, and you don't even lift your eyelids. Are you paralyzed or deaf?" "Nonsense!" Qin Shen suddenly stood up and kicked out. Bang! In the stunned silence of the crowd, Li Minghui flew 7 or 8 meters in the air and crashed to the ground. Qin Shen took a step forward, facing Su Ao with endless coldness. "What are you? I will do as I please." The hall fell into dead silence, some even dropped their chopsticks in fear. Does this guy know what he's saying? Su is someone who can chat and laugh with the city's top figures. Even the crippled Jiling young master only flirted with his waitress, never seen anyone confront Su like this. Insulting Su like this is not as simple as being disabled, it's a death sentence. Su Ao clearly did not expect such arrogant words from the other party, his originally gloomy face now completely frosty. "Clear the room." A dull voice squeezed out from Su Ao's teeth. The guests scattered. Over a dozen bodyguards quickly surrounded Qin Shen. The Cheongsam woman knew Su Ao was angry, so she quickly removed her hand from Su Ao's chest and stood aside. She was one of Su Ao's many admirers, following him for 3 years, witnessing many grand occasions where others spoke respectfully and dared not offend. But this man in front of her, only a few years older, causing trouble at the Peninsula Hotel, not apologizing to Su Ao and even insulting him? From her understanding of Su Ao, Qin Shen might have a hard time leaving alive. "It's over." Zhou Hongyan's face turned pale with fear. She knew things had spiraled out of control. This guy can't go a day without causing trouble. Can't he see that even the Longmen group wants to give Su Ao some face? Talking back to Su Ao, is he asking for death? Qin Shen calmly sat down and continued eating foie gras as if nothing had happened. Li Minghui struggled to stand up, feeling a salty taste in his mouth. He touched it and saw blood, instantly furious and murderous. But he knew Su Ao was furious and dared not speak under his anger. Su Ao stared fiercely at Qin Shen, his face turning pale and then red. He was a prominent figure in Jiang Bay, not just in the business world, even the city officials treated him like a brother. And yet this young man in front of him dared to challenge him? But Su Ao, being a big shot, managed to contain his anger, pulled out a chair and sat across from Qin Shen, calmly asking, "Which family do you belong to, young man? You're not even worthy to sit and talk to me," Qin Shen said coldly. "If you want to continue in Jiang Bay, then stay out of my way. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way." "Oh my! Don't drag us down with you, bro." Zhou Hongyan was on the verge of tears. Qin Shen was clearly a madman. Su Ao was a big shot in both legal and illegal businesses. He owned over a dozen star-rated hotels in Jiang Bay like the Peninsula Hotel. He had shares in most bars, KTVs, nightclubs in Jiang Bay, as well as other illicit businesses. A big shot like him could easily crush the Su family with a word. And considering he had already offended Li Minghui from Longmen, the Su family was in for trouble. Indeed, after hearing this, Su Ao clenched his right hand, crushing a walnut into powder, and said to Qin Shen word by word, "I've been clean for the past 5 years, focusing on legitimate businesses. It seems I'll have to break that streak today." The Cheongsam woman shivered. She had never seen Su Ao this angry before. But thinking about it, it made sense. Qin Shen had repeatedly slapped Su Ao in front of so many people, the Jiang Bay tycoon couldn't bear it. "Black Wolf, kill him for me." Su Ao roared in anger. The tiger-striped man took a step forward, a chilling killing intent emanating from him. His fist whistled towards Qin Shen. If that punch landed, even a buffalo would break a few ribs. Qin Shen kicked out fiercely, striking first and sending the black wolf flying through the air. In the bewildered eyes of the crowd, the black wolf's body moved through the air for 7 or 8 meters before crashing to the ground. "Black wolf? Black wolf!" Su Ao's face changed slightly. There was no response from the other party. This was his ace fighter, who had served as a captain in the Dragon Cavalry Army and was not just boasting when he said he could take on 10 opponents at once. Knocked out with just one punch? Good. Very good. Su Ao's facial muscles twitched involuntarily, filled with anger. He felt that his dignity as the boss had been challenged. He only wanted to retaliate at all costs. However, before Su Ao could speak, a large hand was placed on his shoulder. Qin Shen stood beside him, pointing at Zhou Hongyan and said calmly, "Let her leave, I will play with you slowly." Let her go? Su Ao smiled insincerely. You caused such a big trouble here, and now you want to leave? Do you think I will let her go and then find a way to escape? Stop dreaming. Do you believe that with just one phone call, all the roads out of Jiang Bay will be blocked? Today, not only you will die, but everyone related to you will be finished. Alright. Qin Shen's heart was filled with killing intent. Just as he was about to kill Su Ao on the spot, the phone rang. Zhao Tongfu? Qin Shen thought for a moment and answered the call. After all, killing Su Ao would only take a moment, no rush. Is this Mr. Qin? I am Zhao Tongfu. Where do you live? I will come to pick you up. A respectful voice came through the earpiece. I'm not at home, Qin Shen said lightly. Oh, do you have other matters to attend to now? Zhao Tongfu asked cautiously, afraid of upsetting Qin Shen. I'm in the new district, nothing major, just a little trouble. Qin Shen glanced at Su Ao and said calmly. Su Ao remained calm, watching Qin Shen make the call with interest, showing no intention of stopping him. Trouble? Can you tell me about it? Zhao Tongfu asked eagerly. To be honest, the Zhao family has some influence in Jiang Bay. It's nothing major, just had a conflict with someone named Su Ao at the Peninsula Hotel. Qin Shen patiently explained, seeing the other party being so respectful. Su Ao. There was a surprised voice from the other end. Peninsula Hotel, right? Mr. Qin, please wait a moment, I'll be there in 10 minutes. Right. You tell Su Ao to wait, and beg you to go easy on him, I'll be there soon. Qin Shen hung up the phone, looking puzzled. According to Zhao Tongfu, did he know this Su Ao? Su Ao saw Qin Shen frown and said smugly, Are you trying to call someone, but they refused after hearing my name? Then you keep calling, I'll wait, bring all your connections, let's see which deity dares to stand up for you. Qin Shen said indifferently, he said to wait for you, he'll be here in 20 minutes. Let me wait? Su Ao pointed at himself, laughing incredulously, things are getting more interesting. 20 minutes, right. Alright. I want to see who else in Jiang Bay dares to challenge you. Su Ao finished speaking, lit a cigarette, squinted at Qin Shen, and started smoking. Just a mere ant, do I need someone else to challenge you? Qin Shen said indifferently. The Cheongsam woman shook her head, feeling sorry for Qin Shen. You are too ignorant, you have no idea who Suye's backer is. Since you've stirred up such a big mess, I might as well tell you. Suyi is Zhao Fu's adopted son. Zhao Fu? Qin Shen was slightly stunned. He remembered. When the steward at Zhao Mansion reported that Zhao Fu's adopted son was coming, he seemed to have mentioned the name Su Ao. When Su Ao entered the hotel just now, Zhou Hongyan also mentioned the rumor that Su Ao was Zhao Fu's adopted son, but he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, there was no need to delve into uncertain matters. Now, he roughly understood what was going on. Su Ao was involved in black market industries and dared not publicly claim any connection to the Zhao family. The Cheongsam woman raised her voice, triumphant, yes. Suye's biological father and Zhao Lao were sworn brothers. They fought together during the self-defense war, fighting in the north and south. Master Su's biological father was shot and killed when he was 3 years old. Zhao Laoyi raised him. Now he knows who he has offended. The Cheongsam woman lightly pinched Su Ao's shoulder and coldly said, Laoyi lives a secluded life, and the Zhao family is low-key. You may not know the status of the Zhao family in Jiang Bay. If you are interested, you can go see on Laoya's birthday and you will understand what it means to have distinguished guests and extraordinary gatherings. On that day, several streets around the Zhao mansion will be closed, the mayor, military generals, and provincial officials will come to congratulate. A grand feast with 100 tables, the heads of the top 10 wealthy families in Jiang Bay can only sit in the second seat. The Zhao family is the strongest wealthy family in Jiang Bay. After hearing this, Su Ao smiled and gave a firm pat on the Cheongsam woman's hip, causing her to blush shyly. Qin Shen nodded and said lightly, I was planning to send you away, but since you are Zhao Laoya's adopted son, out of respect for the Zhao family who treats me as an honored guest, I will give him face. What did you say? Su Ao suddenly sat up straight. Zhou Hongyan quickly said, Mr. Su, Qin Shen is indeed a guest of the Zhao family. He was even invited to dine at Tingqiao Pavilion. Today, there was a misunderstanding because of the chaos at the Dragon King Temple. People didn't recognize each other. Invited him to dine at Tingqiao Pavilion? Su Ao was taken aback, then laughed heartily. You two are really good at acting. Knowing that I am Zhao Laoya's adopted son, you actually tried to establish a relationship with the Zhao family in order to escape. Tingqiao Pavilion is where the most distinguished guests of the Zhao family are entertained, and even he is not qualified to go there. This kid is only in his 20s, what qualifications does he have? Qin Shen shook his head indifferently. Zhao Laoyi, who is so humble, has actually raised such a fool, which is truly unfortunate for the family. Su Ao narrowed his eyes and said, I have been in the world for half of my life, I have seen many clowns like you. Continue to cheer, let's see how long you can keep jumping. As soon as he finished speaking, an Audi A6 with military plates stopped in front of the building. Sueo turned to look and saw a familiar figure getting out of the car and striding towards the hall with a commanding presence. Zhao Tongfu was dressed in military uniform, his face stern like a fierce dragon overturning the sea, and he forcefully pushed open the door. The hall fell silent instantly. Some people have a presence that can make everyone breathless as soon as they appear. Without a doubt, Zhao Tongfu was such a person. The Cheongsam woman's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. She took 2 steps back and kept a 3-step distance from Sueo. She dared not be frivolous in front of Colonel Zhao. Half a year ago, Colonel Zhao came to find Sueo and saw that he was surrounded by women, so he scolded Sueo harshly. Sueo dared not get angry with Zhao Tongfu, so after the others left, he took out his anger on those women, breaking their ribs. The Cheongsam woman did not want to invite trouble. My big brother carries a gun with him. Let's see if you are faster with your hands or if his gun is faster. Sueo's eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. You are courting death by provoking a gun. Li Minghui, seeing Zhao Tongfu coming in, couldn't help but find it amusing and said, "Didn't they say that the Zhao family treats you as an honored guest? Colonel Zhao is here, have the guts to say it again." Qin Chen remained expressionless and took a sip of red wine. Seizing the opportunity while he was drinking, Sueo suddenly stood up and ran to Zhao Tongfu, saying coldly, "Big brother, this kid caused trouble in my hotel and even wanted to kill me. Please go upstairs and wait for a moment, I will deal with him and then we can talk." Smack! A crisp sound. Sueo received a solid slap on his face. "You troublemaker!" Zhao Tongfu exploded in anger, pointing at Sueo and scolding, "Mr. Qin cured Laoya's illness and promised to treat my daughter. The Zhao family owes Mr. Qin a debt of gratitude that can never be repaid. Who gave you the audacity to be so disrespectful to Mr. Qin? Laoyi treated you like his own, how have you repaid him in the past 10 years? Taking advantage of the Zhao family's reputation to deceive and swindle everywhere, and finally becoming a billionaire chairman, I have accepted all of this. Why are you treating the benefactor of the Xiao family like this? Do you want to anger the old master to death?" Boom! Everyone was struck as if by lightning, staring in shock. Qin Chen is truly an honored guest of the Xiao mansion. How? How is this possible? Li Minghui gasped, a chill running from his feet to his head. He is actually a friend of the old master? This is trouble. The woman in Cheongsam shivered, filled with fear. Sueo covered his face in disbelief and said, "This young man cured the old master's illness? How is that possible?" Zhao Tongfu was furious upon hearing this, slapped Sueo again, and roared, "I came all the way here, do you think I'm playing a trick on you? Also, the old master always respectfully calls him Mr. What were you just calling him? Sueo, listen carefully. The old master has raised you for over 40 years, he has done everything he could for you. From now on, your life and death have nothing to do with the Zhao family." Boom! 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 Sueo felt as if several thunderbolts had struck him, and he knelt in front of Qin Chen with a thud. "I didn't know that Mr. Qin was the old master's lifesaver. I was confused, I was wrong. Please don't hold it against me, Mr. Qin." Sueo had been in Jiang Bay for decades, building a billion-dollar business on the foundation of the Zhao family, but also making many enemies. If he lost the support of the Zhao family, he would surely be torn apart by his enemies. Everyone present was stunned. The big shot who called the shots in Jiang Bay actually knelt to a young man with no reputation? Qin Chen really cured the old general's illness. Zhou Hongyan was so excited she almost jumped up. Zhao Fu's illness had been a hidden ailment for decades, countless doctors had failed to cure it, and even Shen Ruwan's intervention had been unsuccessful. And now Qin Chen had cured it? My goodness! This is incredible! Sister, oh sister, you said if I liked Qin Chen, you would give him to me. No turning back now. Mr. Qin, how do you suggest we resolve this matter? Zhao Tongfu asked cautiously. Besides being disappointed in Sueo, he also had a sense of protection. After all, there had been 30 or 40 years of nurturing. If he really wanted to harm Sueo, he could have done so without consulting Qin Chen and just crippled him. Qin Chen obviously understood his intentions and said after some thought, since he is Zhao Fu's adopted son, and his biological father participated in the defense of the country, let's leave it at that. Sueo hadn't offended him much. He was just a cocky troublemaker who had ended up injuring his top general. Qin Chen turned to the silent Sueo and said, "Su, let's leave it at that. Of course, if you are not satisfied, you can come find me at any time." I dare not, I dare not." Sueo was sweating profusely, bowing repeatedly. Zhao Tongfu gave Sueo a cold look, then turned to Qin Chen politely and said, "Mr. Qin, shall we go inside?" Qin Chen had originally intended to find Li Shangrong, but since Zhao Tongfu had come to escort him and had also agreed to treat the illness, he had to nod in agreement. Let Li Xiangron live a little longer. After the two left, Su Ao finally breathed a sigh of relief and sat down heavily on a chair. How is this possible? Qin Shen is just a repeat offender. How could he have cured Zhao's old master's illness? Li Minghui refused to believe it. He had been beaten by Qin Shen 3 times, covered in injuries, filled with resentment and hatred, and decided to go outside the Zhao mansion to find out the truth. Peninsula Hotel parking lot. Brother-in-law, wait for me. Zhou Hongyan wanted to follow him to the Zhao mansion. You go home. Qin Shen coldly closed the car door. You. Zhou Hongyan stomped her foot in anger. She was a flower of Jinling after all, and the men chasing after her could form a reinforced company, including sons of businessmen and officials. How could Qin Shen, this old straight man, dare to treat me like this? Qin Shen arrived at the Zhao mansion. The people of the Zhao family were in a frenzy. The concubine had another attack half an hour ago, with fever all over, trembling, and frivolous movements. Miss Shen's medicine used to work after a nap. This time it's not working at all, and symptoms like convulsions, night sweats, purple lips, and trembling all over have appeared, and everyone started sighing and lamenting. What taboos are there at this point? An old woman stomped her foot in urgency, came to Qin Shen and continued, Mr. Qin, Ling Fei's illness this time is more severe than before. Symptoms like foul language, tearing clothes, and touching the body randomly have appeared. She has experienced climax reactions 3 times already. The Zhao family all shook their heads. Zhao Lingfei is only 20 years old, hasn't even had a boyfriend, and has contracted this rare and shameful disease, which is truly a disgrace for the Zhao family. Zhao Fu sat on the sofa, tears streaming down his face. Fei used to be very quiet, but since she got this illness, she has become even more silent and has attempted suicide several times. If Mr. Qin can cure her, the Zhao family will be willing to do anything to repay your kindness. This disease is too rare. There are no more than 10 cases worldwide. In Europe, there is a patient who experiences over 50 climaxes in a day, which is a huge mental and physical shock for the patient and the family. What about the medication? Qin Shen asked calmly. Zhao Tongfu quickly handed over the medicine bottle. Qin Shen poured out a crushed pill, sniffed it, and shook his head, saying, Huang Bai, oyster shell, dragon bone, ink dry lotus, Chinese yam, buplurum. These are just nourishing yin and reducing fire medicines. They can suppress but not eradicate the disease. Long-term use will lead to drug resistance, cause more frequent outbreaks, and worsen symptoms, harming the body. Zhao Fu hurriedly asked, Mr. Qin, are you confident? Let's go up and take a look. Qin Shen said as he headed upstairs. Just then, a loud voice came from the courtyard. Zhao Lao, I heard that Fei's condition has worsened again. I called Yung back from the capital to take a look. A middle-aged man in his 50s walked in with great strides and a commanding presence. Behind him was a young girl with a voluptuous figure, delicate hands, and a cold and elegant demeanor walking into the hall. Mayor Feng? This. Zhao Fu looked somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at Qin Shen, hesitated for 2 seconds, and then went to greet him. Feng Mingyuan is the mayor of Jiang Bay City, and his daughter is Dr. Feng Yung from the Capital Medical University. Even though the Zhao family is a prominent military family, they still have to show respect to the mayor. Feng Mingyuan laughed heartily. Yung and Fei have been playmates since childhood. I heard she has this illness and I'm very worried. We have developed an injection using botulinum toxin that can cure this disease. Feng Ying smiled and said, Grandpa Zhao, Ling Fei's illness is called persistent sexual arousal syndrome, caused by abnormalities in the pelvic blood vessels and brain nerves. We have developed an injection using botulinum toxin that can cure this disease. The Zhao family was shocked to hear this. The Capital Medical University is one of the top 3 medical institutions in Xia country and has deep cooperation with the best medical school in Europe, the Karolinska Institute. It is home to many medical experts who have tackled many difficult diseases. However, Qin Shen shook his head and said, Zhao Ling Fei's illness is different from what you described. She suffers from systemic functional disorders, with excessive internal heat leading to nerve sensitivity. To eradicate it, we must first eliminate the internal heat in the heart. Your injection not only cannot cure her but will also damage the brain. Feng Mingyuan frowned upon hearing this. Zhao Tongfu smiled awkwardly and introduced, Mayor Feng, this is the divine Dr. Qin Shen I invited. A divine doctor? Him? Feng Mingyuan looked at Qin Shen and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. How could such a young man be a divine doctor? Colonel Zhao, you haven't fallen for a charlatan from the martial world, have you? Zhao Tongfu shook his head with a smile. Master Qin cured the old master's illness. How could he be a charlatan? Feng Ying frowned and blurted out, Uncle Zhao, the treatment process involves a recovery phase. Some medicines may cause adverse reactions in the body, but they will gradually ease. You won't finish Miss Shen's treatment and then think her condition hasn't improved and come back to him, right? Or did he deceive you by taking advantage of the situation? Xiao Fu and his son were stunned after hearing this. Feng Yuanyuan's situation was similar to what happened on Phoenix Mountain. Impossible. Xiao Fu pondered for a moment and denied his thoughts. Feng Mingyuan smiled faintly and said, "Old general, there are endless tricks in this world, and it's hard to guard against them. Treating an illness is not child's play. There are many cases of quack doctors causing death. You need to be vigilant. If you don't believe me, I can easily find out the truth." Feng Mingyuan looked at Qin Shen and sneered, "Young man, which university did you graduate from and who was your mentor?" Even Shen Ruwan, the disciple of the green hemp ghost doctor, couldn't do it. How could this unknown young man do it? He didn't believe it. "I know many famous doctors. Tell me the name of your school and mentor, maybe I know them." Feng Mingying looked at Qin Shen with a smile that was not a smile, clearly warning him. "Don't play tricks, you can't fool me." Qin Shen calmly said, "I didn't go to university, all my skills were taught by the crazy old man in prison. I don't know his full name, just his surname is Wuan. When he graduated from high school, Wei Lan passed away, and he was sent to the Devil's Island prison after causing trouble at the Qin family, missing the opportunity to go to university. All his skills were learned from the crazy old man. The old man didn't like to talk about his past, and no one knew his full name. Everyone only knew his surname was Wuan. After Qin Shen entered Devil's Island, he became his disciple, teaching him martial arts, medical skills, and feng shui. 5 years later, they had a competition, and Qin Shen, the student, surpassed the master and won against the crazy old man. The crazy old man was very happy and left to travel the world when his sentence was over. "Never been to university? Been to prison? And your master is a madman." Everyone was stunned. Xiao Fu and his son frowned tightly. They never expected Qin Shen's past to be so shameful. "Old general, did you hear that?" Feng Mingyuan sneered. "He didn't even go to university, he's been to prison. Can someone like this cure illnesses? You've definitely encountered a fraudster." Feng Mingying shook her head and said, "Grandpa Zhao, how many good people are there in prison? His master may be a quack doctor who was imprisoned for causing someone's death. Or maybe he's not even a quack doctor, just a con artist from the rivers and lakes. Can he learn anything good from such a person? You are all confused. How dare you entrust your family's lives to a con artist who has been in prison?" The Zhao family fell silent. Was the incident on Phoenix Mountain really a coincidence? Qin Shen coldly smiled and said calmly, "Even in the court, there are mediocre people, and in the countryside, there are hidden experts. Judging by one's background only shows your ignorance and naivety. How dare you?" Feng Mingyuan was furious. "I don't know how you deceived the Zhao family, but now that I've found out, I won't allow you to continue deceiving them. Please leave immediately, or I'll send you back to prison." Qin Shen turned to Zhao Fu and asked, "Old man, do you also think the same?" Zhao Fu coughed lightly and said, "Mr. Qin, why not try the injections brought by Dr. Feng first?" He had lived for over 70 years and had seen a lot. Even if Qin Shen's background was questionable, it wasn't enough to completely deny him. In this world, there might be hidden great talents. Feng Mingyuan said unkindly, "Old Zhao, this man is just a street rat. You don't need to be polite to him. Fortunately, we came over, otherwise Fei Fei would be in danger. And you might have been cheated out of a large sum of money." Setting aside the treatment, wherever Feng Mingyuan went, people greeted him with smiles. Unlike this man who looked arrogant, despising everything like the god of war in the north. A scum who has been in prison, what qualifications does he have to hold his head high in front of the city lord, showing a cold face to others? Shouldn't he bow his head and speak in a trembling voice? Feng Mingying glanced at Qin Shen and said to Zhao Fu, "Grandpa Zhao, rest assured, I will cure Fei Fei's illness." Feng Mingyuan said with some pride, "Grandpa Zhao, Ying has just been nominated for the Xia Country Medical Science and Technology Award. Her ability is beyond doubt, so rest assured." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd was in an uproar. Nominated for the Medical Science and Technology Award? Heavens! That is the highest award in our Xia Country medical community. If selected, it may lead to becoming an academician after accumulating several years of experience. Dr. Feng is so young, the future is limitless. Dr. Feng has the ability, she can definitely cure Fei Fei, the Zhao family believes in her strength. Exactly. Dr. Feng is definitely better than some quacks. It's a good thing the city lord came, otherwise the Zhao family would have been deceived by charlatans. Feng Mingying enjoyed the flattery of the crowd, looking at Qin Shen with even more disdain. A despicable person, still pretending to be someone, really doesn't know where a stinking swindler gets his self-confidence from. Xin Shen came and went as he pleased, indifferently saying, "Fine, this is your choice, I don't care." After the patient is injected with the medicine, if they experience delirium, convulsions, and more promiscuous behavior, "I hope you don't bother me again." Since the Xiao family didn't trust him despite his reluctance, he might as well leave. Feng Yingying coldly snorted, sarcastically saying, "Grandpa Xiao, can't you see? When the deception doesn't work, he starts scaring people." Feng Mingyuan, seeing Qin Shen's indifference, became furious. "Kid, I despise your lack of skills and your reliance on cheating in society. Get out of the Xiao family quickly, or I'll have someone come and arrest you immediately." Qin Shen gave a cold smile, then left without looking back. "Grandpa Xiao, it's your kindness that gave the swindler an opportunity. These days, there are all kinds of tricks. If you're not careful, you really can't find any flaws. Be more vigilant," Feng Mingyuan said with a smile. Zhao Fu smiled awkwardly. "I was confused. Please Dr. Feng, go upstairs to treat Fei Fei." Feng Yingying nodded to the crowd and walked up the stairs. The hysterical screams upstairs were ignored, filled with foul language. Soon, the screams abruptly stopped. The crowd faintly heard Zhao Lingfei and Feng Yingying talking, their tone and content sounding very normal. "Hey! Fei Fei will be back to normal after one injection. The disease that even Dr. Shen couldn't cure was actually cured by Dr. Feng. It's truly miraculous. I told you, Dr. Yingying, a distinguished doctor of medicine, must have no problem with the medicine she researched. That Qin guy is lucky he's not here, otherwise he would lose face and have to hide in shame. That person is just a clown seeking attention, why even mention him? It's bad luck." The Zhao family was overjoyed. The worries of the Zhao family father and son were relieved, and they were even more grateful to the Feng family. Mayor Feng asked Yingying to come back to treat Fei Fei. "He cares. Your son likes Fei Fei. When she's better, I'll make the decision for them to get engaged." Feng Mingyuan was overjoyed. "Oh, it's our good fortune from past lives for the Feng family to marry such a good child as Fei Fei. Don't worry, when Fei Fei marries over, I will definitely treat her like a daughter." Zhao Fu's words were in line with his intentions. Grandpa Zhao had a wide network of contacts, knowing many officials in the province, and his students and subordinates were spread across several provinces, which was extremely beneficial for Feng Mingyuan's career development. Kinship is false, but connections are real. Zhao Fu nodded with a smile, apparently very satisfied with the Feng family. However, upstairs was not quiet for 5 minutes before screams, moans, and sounds of clothes tearing could be heard. "Yingying, don't leave, let me touch you, or you touch me. It's so uncomfortable. My head hurts so much, it's going to split open, ah." Accompanied by Zhao Lingfei's foul language, Feng Yingying screamed and ran downstairs. "The medication is useless, Fei Fei is experiencing severe convulsions, it should be brain damage, going crazy." Feng Yingying's clothes were disheveled, all the buttons burst open, exposing half of her upper body, bouncing wildly with the rhythm of going downstairs. In the chaos, the white and lace shimmered, and there was a scene of spring on the stairs. Even the pink D-shaped bra was torn in half. Feng Yingying's delicate hands couldn't stop those two huge balls, tears of urgency streaming down. She looked extremely disheveled. Normally, Feng Yingying's revealing figure and fair skin would surely attract countless men's admiration. But in this scene, no one wanted to look at her for a second longer. Because what she said when she went downstairs was enough to make everyone's heart sink to the bottom. The injection failed, full-body convulsions, brain damage, going crazy. Zhao Tongfu's vision darkened, almost fainting. "Mr. Xin guessed it all." Zhao Fu sat down on the ground, his mind blank. It took a long time before he realized something, pounding the ground and shouting, "Hurry, go get Mr. Xin, hurry." The Zhao family reacted, all running towards the main gate. Feng Mingyuan took off his suit and draped it over Feng Yingying, looking at her tear-stained face, feeling a chill down his spine. The injection failed, and it damaged Zhao Lingfei's brain. The marriage alliance is over. With this sudden event, not to mention getting closer through Zhao's connections, it would be lucky if they didn't investigate the responsibility. Zhao Tongfu was obsessed with his daughter. Zhao Fu cherished his granddaughter like a pearl in his palm, and his own daughter turned Zhao Lingfei into a vegetable. Whoever this happened to would not let it go. Thinking of this, Feng Yuanming's eyes turned dark. 20 minutes ago, Qin Shen left the Zhao mansion gate. "You brat, you better not show up near the Zhao mansion in the future, or you won't have a good ending." The steward chased Qin Shen out, standing on the steps of the main gate, cursing loudly. "What's the point of learning anything at such a young age, pretending to be a divine doctor in the Jianghu, and even deceiving your way into the Zhao mansion? Shameless! I really want to punch your dog head." Qin Shen couldn't be bothered. With a cold face, he got into the car and drove away. He still had to find Lin Beishan's daughter, too lazy to argue with the Zhao family. What happened? A red Ferrari suddenly stopped at the entrance of the Zhao mansion. Shen Ruwan rolled down the car window and asked the Xiao Mansion steward. "Oh, Dr. Shen." The steward instantly became polite, explaining, "That kid pretended to be a divine doctor and cheated money from the Xiao Mansion, but after being exposed by the city's chief, he ran away. Oh, and he also took credit for curing your old master. I just scolded him harshly on your behalf." "What? He dared to take credit for my lady's work. How shameless!" Chang Yuding said angrily. "Xin Shen does nothing but cause trouble, he should spend a lifetime in prison." "Miss, you better stay away from him, this kind of trash will bite you even if you show him kindness." Shen Ruwan shook her head. "Xin Shen has become like this, I also bear some responsibility. Going to the prison to break off the engagement probably upset him. He understood the gap between us, knowing that he could never catch up with me no matter how hard he tried, so he gave up." Chang Yuding said irritably. "He still lacks self-awareness in the end. You shine like the stars in the sky, while he is as insignificant as an ant. He can never reach your shadow no matter how hard he tries. He can't understand this and chooses to fall into decadence, blaming others. The place he lives in must be covered with your photos, curled up in a corner crying with snot running down his face every day." Shen Ruwan is the daughter of the Shen family, a disciple of the Qingma ghost doctor, and the #1 healer in the southern region. Wherever she goes, she is surrounded by admirers, like a fairy in the sky. Even giving Qin Shen a few glances is considered his good fortune from his past life. He is not content and wants to marry Shen Ruwan. It's simply a dream. Shen Ruwan sighed. "After helping him one more time, our fate will be completely over. Even if he kneels down and begs, I won't help him anymore. I'll go to the Su family tomorrow and have a talk. Let the Su family take care of it properly, otherwise he will have to go in." As Ferrari just left, there were curses coming from the flower bed outside the Zhao residence. "Qin Shen is indeed a liar. Damn it, I'll come to peel your skin off after I finish checking at the hospital." Li Minghui got into the car and drove towards the hospital. The steward saw Zhao Tongfu rushing over as he sent Shen Ruwan away. "Where is Mr. Qin?" Zhao Tongfu ran out of the courtyard and didn't find Qin Shen's figure. "Gone, he's gone." The steward felt puzzled. Zhao Tongfu's heart skipped a beat, quickly took out his phone and dialed. Sweat kept falling on the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. "Did you get through?" Zhao Fu walked over quickly. Zhao Tongfu, sweating profusely, with dull eyes said, "He blocked me. I'll go to the Su family to find Mr. Qin." Zhao Fu sighed, waved his hand and said, "It's useless, this person has a strange temper, even if he comes today, he won't agree. We can only wait for him to calm down. I've really misjudged." The Zhao residence was filled with sorrow. Feng Yuanming looked embarrassed, stepped forward to comfort Mr. Zhao. "Don't worry, I'll go back and figure something out, take care of yourself." After speaking, he took Feng Yingying and got into the car. "Dad, no one can guarantee 100% success in treating illnesses, why feel so guilty? Besides, even if Qin Shen pointed out the side effects of the medicine, it doesn't mean he can cure Fei." Feng Yingying remained stubborn. "Guilty?" Feng Yuanming suddenly got angry, shouted, "This is a major medical accident. Do you know how big the impact will be if it gets out? Your research projects will all be stopped, medical technology award nominations will be revoked, and even your doctoral degree won't be saved. If the Zhao family investigates deeply, I, as the mayor, will also be implicated." With Feng Yuanming's words, Feng Yingying finally realized the seriousness of the situation and felt a sense of panic. However, she still didn't trust Qin Shen and wanted to find a way to save herself. Qin Shen left the Zhao residence and drove towards the Li family. "Even if I die, I won't give you the formula for dragon bone pill. If you dare, come over, we can all die together." A woman stood outside the railing of the Longjiang Bridge, looking at a group of yellow-haired men holding sticks around, full of murderous intent. She wore a mask, a pink long dress, tall figure. Her towering chest was unparalleled, her dark eyes showed determination, without a hint of fear. A bald man with a scarred face stood smoking next to a van, looking disdainful. "Lin Qingwan, stop pretending, hand over the formula quickly, otherwise I'll dig up your mother's grave. You've lost your company, what's the use of keeping the prescription? Hand it over quickly." Our boss said, "As long as you hand over the formula, we'll help you pay off your debts, where else can you find such a good deal? You idiots still don't want to. Stop talking to her, let's go together." "I don't believe she dares to do anything." "Lin Qingwan?" Qin Shen took out the photo given by Lin Badian and looked at the woman, frowning. "This woman, isn't she Lin Baishan's daughter? My Lin Group's 5 listed companies have a combined annual profit of over 100 billion. The Shujia and Jinling, in collusion with the Longmen Group, used despicable means to divide the Lin Group, leaving me with debts of several million. Now they're forcing me to hand over the formula, pretending to be good people to help me repay those millions. Have they no shame? I'm already a worthless life, come on, I'll kill one for each of you. Lin Qingwan looked proud, with a cold smile as if ready to die. Qin Shen raised his eyebrows. This woman's character is really tough. Swish! The cigarette butt cut through the night sky, falling like a shooting star into the river. Scarface spat out the last puff of smoke, shook his head and took a few steps forward, his face full of disdain. Lin Badian killed your mother and was locked up in prison, causing a split within the Lin family. You have no ability to save yourself, so you blame others for being despicable? Lin Qingwan, you are just a waste, just like your father, without a prosperous fate. Listen to me, hand over the formula and marry a young master. With that, Scarface patted his head, smirked and said, oh, I forgot. You have scars on your face, rich people won't look at you. His subordinates burst into laughter. Boss, I don't mind, if the rich don't want her, I can reluctantly take her in. This woman has a pretty mouth, she will definitely serve well at night. I don't care, turn off the lights and do the same. President Lin, come with me. I'll make you happy 8 times in one night, huh? Whether you have a face or not doesn't matter. This woman is also top-notch below the neck. Splash some essential oil on her, a chest massage will be heavenly, and these legs, I can play with them for 3 years. The conversation turned extremely vulgar, and Lin Qingwan's strong face showed a hint of anger. Her father killed her mother and went to prison, while the relatives schemed against each other and colluded with the Su family to sell out the family's interests. She exhausted all her efforts but still couldn't save the company from ruin, ending up with a broken family and loss of lives. Now, wanting to revive the Lin family with the Dragon Bone Pill formula, the Su family relentlessly pursued her, subjecting her to humiliation by the thugs. Lin Qingwan, strong as she was still just a woman. Looking around, there was no one she could rely on, feeling deep despair. However, after a moment, Lin Qingwan smirked, coldly saying, a bunch of cowards who only dare to curse but not come forward. If you have the guts, come over here. Let's die together, so I can go down to find my mother. Her pretty face twisted, her beautiful eyes filled with a frosty storm, a fierce and disdainful expression. Damn bitch! The crowd was provoked, grabbing iron rods and approaching. I'll chop off one of your arms, see if you can still smile. As a thug spoke, he had already come to Lin Qingwan's side, raising his knife to strike. Just then, a group of men bullying a woman, trash. A stone flew out of Qin Shen's hand, hitting the thug's wrist heavily. The thug, in pain, involuntarily let go, and the knife fell to the ground. Lin Qingwan's eyes turned bloodshot, she grabbed the knife and swiftly chopped at the thug's arm. Ah! The thug's arm bones were exposed, blood gushing out. The crowd was shocked, but quickly reacted, their faces becoming more intense with killing intent. Want to be a hero? Scarface looked at Qin Shen approaching, his face darkening. Short-lived ghost, if you find out who I'm associated with, you'll regret what you just said. I advise you to mind your own business, get lost quickly, or else, I'll make your family suffer. They were not ordinary thugs, backed by the Shujia and Jinling. Even if there were casualties, they could handle it, naturally having the confidence to say such things. You stupid idiot, do you know who we are? If we tell you, you'll be scared to death. We are from the Shujia in Jinling. You've watched too many martial arts movies, thinking you're a hero saving a beauty? Have you seen how many of us there are? We can easily beat you up and throw you in the river to feed the fish. No need to all come at once, I alone can smash his dog head. Make him kneel down and call me daddy. Over a dozen thugs snarled, brandishing sticks and barking like mad dogs. Qin Shen glanced at the thugs indifferently, shook his head and said, the Shujia is worth billions, but the quality of the dogs they raise is too low, don't you think they're losing value? What the hell are you saying? Scarface instantly turned ferocious. Qin Shen looked at the scarred face jumping up and down, shrugged helplessly, still a sick dog, even deaf in the ears. I don't want to dirty my hands, get lost quickly. Tell the Shujia to return the Lin group, or else I'll break their family head's legs. Sick dog, break the Shujia family head's legs? Scarface was stunned. The Su family was the #1 powerhouse in Jinling, with assets in the billions, a vast network of connections, and acquaintances with several provincial leaders. This kind of figure, like a god in Scarface's eyes, was deemed worthless by the person in front of him. Could it be that he was nobody? Lin Qingwan also furrowed her brows slightly, looking towards Qin Shen, her face filled with confusion. May I ask, what is your name, brother? Scarface asked. Qin Shen ignored him, looked at Lin Qingwan, and said with a smile, I am a friend of your father in prison. He asked me to come help you get the company back. Come down from there, I'll help you. He wanted to help Lin Qingwan down, but the other party turned away as if hearing the name of an enemy, coldly saying, I have no father. Thank you for your help, you can leave now. A prison mate of Lin Badian? Scarface burst into laughter. Where did this god come from? Turns out he's just trash from prison. Even a wife killer has friends in prison, how refreshing. I see you two are of the same kind, did you go in for being a thug? The thugs laughed alone. I thought that scumbag Lin Badian was dead, how is he still alive? What's the point of such a person living? I would have headbutted a wall long ago. Isn't it said that wife killers are the most despised? Did he become a gay in there for the big shots, turning into a bottom? Tisk tsk, that might really be the case. Didn't expect the mighty Lin Badian to become a male prostitute. Why don't you follow your dad and become a chicken? I'll support you then. Ha ha. Lin Xingwan remained expressionless, as if everyone was mocking someone else, looking indifferently at the river. I don't want anything to do with Lin Badian. Tell him that no matter how he tries to make amends, he can never go back to how things were. I hate him. I will never forgive him. Lin Badian killed his wife and went to prison. She hated Lin Badian, not understanding why her father did this. In the quiet of the night, she once thought of letting it all go. But the Lin group was her mother's life's work. She couldn't bear to. After half a year of depression, Lin Xingwan rallied, trying to save the Lin family, for her mother, for herself. But she failed completely. Beyond redemption. Half a lifetime wasted, too afraid to even cry. Life is disappointing, but ultimately powerless. Despite giving it her all, she ended up in ruins. Lin Xingwan wiped away her tears fiercely, stubbornly refusing to look back. Scarface staggered over to Qin Shen, sneering, I don't care what your relationship is with Lin Badian, he still has some old subordinates in Jiang Bay who may want you to join forces with them to help the Lin family. But you should know, you are facing the #1 powerhouse in Jinling, as well as the Shen family in the Magic City and the Longmen group. His old subordinates are no match for them at all. Lin Xingwan shook her head as well. Lin Badian did have some loyal old subordinates, but they were insignificant in the face of powerful enemies, unable to make a difference. Relying on them to confront the Su family would be like hitting a rock with an egg, a fool's dream. However, old subordinates? Qin Shen sneered, his eyes cold, why rely on others to suppress the Su family? I alone am enough. Forget about the Su family, even with the Shen family and the Longmen group, they are nothing but chickens and dogs in front of me. Qin Shen looked proud, as if it was a trivial matter, no different from killing a chicken. I alone am enough, chickens and dogs. The others were first stunned, then burst into laughter. Is this idiot from the Dayun Society? Does he even know what he's saying? You're so awesome. Why did you end up in prison? It's hilarious. I guess Lin Badian painted him a big picture, promised him a large sum of money after success, or a high position in the company. That's why he lured him over to unite the old subordinates to counterattack the Su family. A dozen people want to overthrow a dynasty. Lin Badian is brainless, and you kid are even more foolish. We don't want to waste words with someone like you who has never seen the world. Go back home and find out what the Su family is all about. Lin Xingwan also frowned fiercely. She thought Lin Badian would reflect well in prison and live through his failed life. She didn't expect him to be so overconfident, deceiving others to come and die. Lin Xingwan was extremely disappointed in her father. Looks like I was wrong. Qin Shen shook his head, his eyes full of regret. Everyone was stunned, then burst into laughter. This bastard reacts so slowly. We analyzed it for so long before he realized he was fooled by Lin Badian. Damn it! Lin Badian is at least a hero in Jiang Bay, letting such an idiot come over and embarrass himself. Could it be that he's desperate? This idiot came to Jiang Bay full of confidence, thinking he could achieve something great, but after hearing the truth, he's depressed. It's really hilarious, haha. You know you've been deceived, so leave quickly. Lin Xingwan said coldly, don't believe anything Lin Badian says in the future, he's just a cold-blooded bastard. The Lin family is finished, no one can save them. She looked disdainfully at Qin Shen, with a bitter smile on her lips. With a casual look, standing as if strolling, careless like a ruffian, without a hint of authority. If he really had the ability, would he be driving a broken Volkswagen without a single bodyguard by his side? Lin Badian made such a person come and embarrass Lin Xingwan. Qin Shen remained motionless. Scarface's face was full of coldness, saying, I don't want to waste time on a fool like you. If you want to help Lin Xingwan, persuade her to hand over the formula honestly. Otherwise, I'll dig up Lin Baishan's ancestors' graves and then deal with Lin Xingwan. And all the women in your family. Smack! A loud sound. Scarface was slapped into the air. Qin Shen kicked him again. Bang! Scarface shot out like a stone. He flew 6 meters, landed and slid 3 meters before stopping. Wow! Scarface's liver and intestines were torn apart, his stomach churning. He knelt on the ground, convulsing, blood and stomach acid gushing from his mouth. Damn! He dares to hit Brother Dao. This bastard knows he's been fooled and is trying to blame us. Even if the gods come today, they can't save him. He's finished, the whole family will be wiped out. Just wait, tonight you'll be buried alive. The thugs tightened their grip on their clubs, each with a murderous look in their eyes. Qin Shen, however, just sneered, coldly saying, "By wrong, I thought you wild dogs could understand human language and I was planning to give you a chance to live. Since you still want to make noise like a crow, then I'll take back that chance and send you on your way." Lin Xingwan didn't expect Qin Shen to resort to violence, and couldn't help but be surprised. They are from the Su family, ruthless and merciless, their people either die or get maimed. "I understand your intentions. Hurry and run, the farther the better. This person is too reckless, having developed a violent temper in prison. But this is Jiang Bay, where the Su family can easily dispose of someone without anyone noticing, just like slaughtering chickens and sheep." She didn't want Lin Baishan's people to get involved in her affairs, and she certainly didn't want them to lose their lives for nothing. Run? Where does he think he can run to? Scarface clutched his stomach, grimacing in pain, roaring, "Kid, give me your name, I'll kill your whole family." Threaten his family? Boom! Qin Shen's killing intent exploded, his eyes shooting icy coldness, stepping towards Scarface. Scarface shuddered and shouted to his men, "What are you waiting for? Beat him to death with your clubs, attack." The men looked at each other, then rushed forward with knives and short sticks. "Fool!" Lin Xingwan saw this situation, slowly closed her eyes with resentment and said, "Lin Badian, you are just a useless bastard, causing trouble for others in the North Jiang while you sow the seeds yourself. It's a waste of being a human." She never had a good impression of Lin Badian, and now she was even more disappointed in him. At the same time, she sweated for this ignorant man. A few days ago, Scarface came to her door, forcing her to hand over the dragon bone pill formula, threatening to cut off her hands and feet if she didn't comply. An old servant of Lin Badian brought people to help, but Scarface broke his arm and fought to protect Lin Xingwan to escape the scene. Today, Scarface came with anger, and this man in front of him was provoking death. The outcome would definitely be worse than that old servant. Worse than ants. Qin Shen snorted coldly, suddenly moved, and rushed into the crowd like a phantom in the air. His punches and kicks were powerful enough to break mountains, even with only 30% of his strength. Hitting someone would either kill or maim them. As for machetes and steel pipes, under his extraordinary speed, not even a hair could touch him. Front chop, back lean, diagonal kick. Blood splattered like rain, cries echoed to the sky. In less than a minute, within a radius of over 20 meters, there were people lying on the ground groaning. They held their hands or feet, screaming in agony. The scene was like a hellish battlefield, blood flowing everywhere. One person, under Qin Shen's impact, hung on a 7 to 8 meter high iron cable, his chest sunken in. There were also 2 people with shattered bones all over. Even if sent to the hospital, they would be useless. He's completely unscathed. The cries of agony came. Lin Xingwan suddenly opened her eyes wide, staring at Qin Shen, who stood proudly with his hands behind his back, looking as if he had seen a ghost. This ordinary man, fooled by Lin Badian to the North Jiang labor camp, turned out to be a master? He single-handedly took on over a dozen big men with weapons, and still won in the end. Not only was he unharmed, but even his breathing remained calm. In the incredulous and terrified eyes of the crowd, Qin Shen calmly walked to Scarface's side, stepped on his face, and asked in a deep voice, "Who did you say you were going to kill?" The whole place fell silent. Scarface glanced sideways at Qin Shen, his face full of horror. "I'm working for the Su family. If you kill me, you'll be causing trouble for the Su family, and they will definitely chase you to the ends of the earth." "Oh?" Qin Shen raised an eyebrow slightly, coldly saying, "I really want to see how the Su family will chase me to the ends of the earth if I kill you." With that, he slowly raised his right foot, ready to stomp down, and Scarface's brain would surely spill on the ground. "Stop!" Lin Xingwan loudly intervened. "He's from Gu Kang's side, and the Su family acquired the Kayuan pharmaceutical under the Lin family. Gu Kang is a manager who can talk to the Su family head. If you kill him, Gu Kang will use the Su family's connections to chase you to the ends of the earth. You don't have to go that far. I don't want to owe you any favors." Indeed, a little nobody. Qin Shen was somewhat disappointed. After all, Scarface was not even worth the hair of the Su family. "Then I'll kill this trash first, let Gu Kang come find me, so I don't have to look for him," Qin Shen said, his right foot about to stomp down fiercely. "Let go of Brother Dao, or I'll kill her." The wounded thug suddenly grabbed Lin Xingwan's neck, pointing the knife at her heart. "Ha ha, well done." Scarface's face lit up, ordering, "Get Lin Xingwan off the railing. If this person acts, kill Lin Xingwan immediately." The limping henchman held Lin Xingwan's neck and was about to step over the railing. However, the bleeding thug was severely weakened. As he tried to step over the railing with Lin Xingwan, his foot slipped, and they both fell into the river. Bang! A huge splash of water rose, and the two immediately disappeared. Qin Shen leaped into the river. The Longjiang River was over 10 meters deep, with murky water and hidden currents below, making it a life-threatening situation for anyone who fell in. Especially for someone like Lin Xingwan, who was not accustomed to water, it was undoubtedly a death sentence. Qin Shen dived deep, unable to open his eyes, and had to rely on his hands to feel around. Before long, he felt an arm floating to the surface, kicked it straight to the bottom with his lame hand, and dived back into the water. Time passed by second, Qin Shen swam like a fish. Suddenly, his hand touched a soft arm, grabbed it and pulled it up. He swam to the river bank at the fastest speed and laid Lin Xingwan flat on the ground. Qin Shen removed her mask, his brows furrowed deeply. This woman was slender, with the right curves in the right places. Standing over 1.7 meters tall, delicate hands, a face like goose fat, lips like cherry blossoms, and eyebrows like ink paintings. In terms of figure and facial features, she was enough to outshine many top models and celebrities, a rare beauty. She truly deserved the title of the most beautiful woman in Jiang Bay. However, a winding and sinister scar extended from the corner of Lin Xingwan's mouth to the lobes of her ears, like a flaw on white jade. Judging by the knife skills, it seems intentional. A coldness flashed across Qin Shen's face as he murmured, "How much hatred must one have to commit such a heinous act?" Women care about their appearance, especially women of Lin Xingwan's age who would go to great lengths to remove even a pimple from their face. What the killer did was more unbearable than letting her die. Lin Xingwan had inhaled a lot of water and had fallen into a coma. Qin Shen, without hesitation, placed his hands on her chest and began pressing. However, each time he pressed, the force was mostly offset by the two round mounds in front of her chest. He had to increase the pressure and decided to perform artificial respiration. Just as he was about to lean down for mouth-to-mouth, Lin Xingwan spat out some water. Slowly opening her beautiful eyes, she saw Qin Shen's mouth approaching and furrowed her brows, reflexively raising her right hand. "What are you doing?" Snap! Qin Shen grabbed her delicate hand, frowning. "I'm saving you." "Saving me?" Lin Xingwan raised her eyebrows, asking, "Do you need to use so much force to save me? I have also saved people before, and pressing the chest definitely doesn't require that much force. Also, don't you plan to remove your hand?" Qin Shen then realized that his hand was still stuck in Lin Xingwan's chest and quickly withdrew it, saying, "Look at your own condition, it's as big as a rugby ball. You're wearing a cup size too small, squeezing so tightly that there's no room. How else can I get the water out of your body without using force?" Qin Shen was a bit angry. If he couldn't get gratitude for saving someone, being wrongly accused was even worse. Who could he reason with? Lin Xingwan blushed, knowing she was in the wrong, and stopped arguing. She stood up slowly and said coldly, "You've beaten up the Su family's men like this. They won't let it go easily. Leave Jiang Bay quickly. Tell Lin Badian that the Lin family is finished. This is heaven's retribution for him. Don't do such futile things anymore." Qin Shen frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and said, "Okay, I'll take you back and then leave." Lin Xingwan nodded in agreement. The two drove towards Fengyuan community. Silence filled the journey. It was midsummer. Lin Xingwan was wearing a pink long dress, her wet clothes clinging to her body, revealing her black bra. The two huge spheres in front of her chest bounced violently as the car passed over bumps. Qin Shen, a hot-blooded man, had never seen such an arousing scene, and even with strong self-control, he couldn't help but glance a few more times. Seeing Qin Shen glance at her, Lin Xingwan moved her body away cautiously. "My name is Qin Shen." Qin Shen took out a small bottle from his pocket and said, "This scar removal medicine works very well. Crush it and apply it to the scar, and it will heal in a few days." This was a small Peiyuan pill specially refined for the war god Jiang Tiansui's injuries in prison. It gathered the essence of the sea and was highly effective for burns, scalds, and detoxification. A tycoon from the snow country once spent 60 million to buy it, but he ignored it. If Lin Badian hadn't saved Qin Shen's life, he would never have given Lin Xingwan such a valuable item. Lin Xingwan looked at the simple medicine bottle with a hint of caution in her eyes. Qin Shen took out a small Peiyuandan and swallowed it, saying, "It's not fake medicine, let alone a sedative. You can rest assured to take it." "Thank you." Lin Xingwan still didn't believe it, but afraid of hurting Qin Shen's face, she reluctantly accepted it. She had spent millions of dollars on scar treatment. Both Chinese and Western methods had been tried but had no effect. What kind of miracle drug could a convict who came out of prison have? The small Peiyuandan was probably made according to a folk prescription, with no safety guarantee. The two soon arrived at Fengyuan community. "Can I use the restroom?" Qin Shen asked. He had wanted to urinate when he saved Lin Xingwan, and now he couldn't hold it any longer. Lin Xingwan frowned and said, "Hurry up and leave after you're done." Qin Shen had beaten the scar-faced group so badly, they would definitely not let it go. They might already be on their way to Fengyuan community, so she had to quickly retrieve her things and leave Jiang Bay. Thinking of this, a touch of sadness flashed in Lin Xingwan's eyes. Who could have expected that after 10 years of anxiety, despite Lin Xingwan's countless efforts, the Lin family, the proud first family of Jiang Bay, would ultimately end up in ruins, fleeing Jiang Bay in embarrassment. Even if she was unwilling, what else could she do? They entered the house. Qin Shen quickly went to the restroom, and the sound of water splashing was heard. He felt refreshed all over, and his body shook, knocking over the wooden basin filled with clothes next to him. He had to bend down to pick it up, and soon picked up 2 pieces, until the third piece of black lace panties caught his eye. The lace was as delicate as a cicada's wings, with beautiful flower embroidery on the double-layer mesh in the front, subtly sexy and elegant. The soft and delicate mesh in the back had only a thin waistband, with the widest part of the panties only as wide as 3 fingers held together, and the bottom was only as wide as 1 finger. Feeling the silky surface of the panties and looking at the exquisite patterns, Qin Shen was stunned. Qin Shen had been in prison since he was 18, a rough man who had never seen this style before. A simple piece of cloth that was so small it didn't even show when held in his hand, and when unfolded, it couldn't even cover half of his palm. The fabric is smooth, but isn't it uncomfortable being so thin? Qin Shen couldn't figure it out. Lin Xingwan was tidying up her clothes when she heard the sound of the wooden basin falling to the ground and came to the bathroom door. As she stood at the door, her face instantly turned red. Qin Shen, with his back to Lin Xingwan, was holding the panties in one hand and looking at them, while his other hand was in front of him doing something. Suddenly, because of the relief after urinating, he shivered comfortably. This guy actually, with my panties. Boom! Lin Xingwan's mind went blank. She quickly turned around and leaned against the wall, her heart pounding, her face blushing with shame. So embarrassing. Ha! Are you also in a hurry to pee? Qin Shen walked out of the bathroom, saw Lin Xingwan blushing, thought she couldn't hold it either, and stepped aside. Lin Xingwan didn't say anything, glared at Qin Shen, went into the bathroom, closed the door, and threw the panties directly into the trash can. How could he be like this? Could it be because of that small Peiyuandan? Lin Xingwan suspected that there was something wrong with the medicine. Qin Shen had taken one in the car, and couldn't wait to get home, and went crazy with her panties. If he had taken it, would he also? The more Lin Xingwan thought about it, the more nauseous she felt, and she threw the small Peiyuandan into the trash can. Just as she walked out of the bathroom, she heard someone knocking on the door. Lin Wanqing looked through the peephole and saw a familiar face, so she opened the door. Xingwan, I've heard about what happened at Longjiang Bridge just now, are you okay? A man with glasses, dressed in a suit, walked in, looking nervous. There were also 2 strong men following him. One was burly, with muscles like a tiger, his arms exposed, with veins bulging like dragons, looking very intimidating. The other was shorter, with a rope wrapped around his hands, agile in stature, and sharp-eyed like an eagle. I'm fine. Lin Xingwan introduced the 2 men. This is Qin Shen, a former cellmate of Lin Badian. He just saved me. He was a close minister of the Lin family, the son of the Gao family, Gao Jinsheng. He has helped me a lot over the years. Gao Jinsheng glanced at Qin Shen, seeing him as just a young man, not paying much attention to him. He then turned to Lin Xingwan and said, Scarface has been defeated, his master Gukong will not give up easily, he will definitely come back. But rest assured, I have hired 2 experts at a high price, they will protect your safety. Pointing to the burly man beside him, he said, this is Fu Lei, a retired warrior from the Dragon Cavalry Army, very powerful. Pointing to the man with a grass rope tied around his arm, he said, this is Lu Biao, a master of Muay Thai, equally capable. Fu Lei smiled calmly and said, Miss Lin, rest assured, with me and Ah Biao here, there will be no problems. Lin Xingwan nodded at the 2 of them, then smiled at Gao Jinsheng. Young Master Gao is thoughtful. Gao Jinsheng waved his hand and smiled, Xingwan, you are too polite. The Gao family owes a debt of gratitude to Aunt Shui, and will protect your safety to the end. I brought them here and delayed some time, otherwise Scarface would have been scared to death on Longjiang Bridge, and you wouldn't have fallen into the river. Humph. A bunch of hooligans, not to mention Fu Lei, Lu Biao could easily make them run away in fear with just one hand. He then looked at Qin Shen and whispered to Lin Xingwan, however, this guy's background is unclear. Who knows what his intentions are in approaching you? After all, he's a former convict, you should stay away from him. Lin Xingwan couldn't help but glance at Qin Shen and shook her head, he shouldn't be a bad person. Although he does things differently from others, and even did that thing in the bathroom, the fact that he jumped into the river to save her should mean he doesn't have bad intentions. Gao Jinsheng coldly snorted and said nothing more. Since you have someone protecting you today, I'll go back. Qin Shen was about to go find Li Shangrong and turn to leave. However, at that moment, the door suddenly burst open with a bang. A man with a dark face walked in, followed by an old man with a withered face. The old man looked sickly, his eyes narrowed to slits, as if he had just emerged from the grave, devoid of any vitality. Block the door, no one is allowed in or out. The dark-faced man glanced around the room, and his eyes met Gao Jinxing's without a trace. Both of them had a slight smile at the corners of their mouths, which quickly disappeared. Qin Shen, with keen observation skills, furrowed his brows slightly. Whoosh! Dozens of black-clothed men with sticks appeared, surrounding the entrance and blocking any escape. A sense of killing intent filled the room. Gu Kong! Lin Xingwan's face turned cold. Gu Kong was the manager of Kaiyuan Pharmaceutical under the Su family, and had made great contributions to the Su family by defeating the Lin family. Scarface squeezed in, his gaze falling on Qin Shen, his face instantly darkening as he sneered, "Damn! This bastard is here too! You little bastard! Manager Gu is here now, let's see if you dare to be arrogant! Boss, it's this little bastard who hit me!" As Scarface spoke, everyone's gaze immediately focused on Qin Shen. The old man with the withered face slowly opened his eyes halfway, then expressionlessly narrowed them into slits again, as if Qin Shen didn't even deserve a proper look from him. Gu Kang's gaze focused on Qin Shen, a coldness flashing across his face, then he looked at Fu Lei and Lu Biao, raising an eyebrow. Who are these two? They are the experts I hired for Lin Xingwan. Gao Jinsheng stood in front of Lin Xingwan, speaking coldly. Oh? Gu Kong was slightly surprised, his gaze returning to Lin Xingwan, and he sneered, Miss Lin is quite capable, finding 2 experts in less than an hour. This is good. I don't want to keep coming to you for the formula, and you don't want to be constantly on guard. I happen to have brought an expert. Let's have a little test. Whoever wins, the dragon bone pill formula will be given to them. How about it? Of course, for the sake of fairness, let's record it as evidence, so no one can play tricks. After he finished speaking, one of his men took out a phone and opened the camera function. Lin Xingwan looked at the old man, frowned slightly, and did not speak. Xingwan, I think it's possible. Gao Jinxing turned to Lin Xingwan and said, that old man is in his 60s, looking like he's on his last legs. And the 2 I brought are in their prime. Fu Lei, a retired captain from the Dragon Cavalry Special Forces, excels in grappling in close combat. Once in the southern border jungles, he single-handedly took down an enemy Special Forces squad. Lu Biao, a master of Muay Thai, trained under the Muay Thai master Yapple, runner-up in the WKN World Champion Tournament. Either of them can win. After Gao Jinsheng finished speaking, he nodded to Fu Lei and Lu Biao. Lu Biao took a step forward, his momentum rising, causing Lin Xingwan to be surprised, even feeling the floor vibrating. Fu Lei even elbowed the wall, causing the wall to crack and the red bricks inside to shatter, falling to the ground with a crash, along with the photo albums on the wall. Lin Xingwan was surprised again, with much less hesitation on her face. Gao Jinsheng saw Lin Xingwan's expression, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, glanced at Gu Kong, then discreetly avoided eye contact. Qin Shen's eyes turned cold instantly. The old man was clearly hiding his strength, and from his aura, his strength was far above Fu Lei and Lu Biao. Even though Gao Jinsheng was not skilled in martial arts, he didn't hesitate to persuade Lin Xingwan to agree after Gu Kong proposed the challenge, continuously highlighting how strong Fu Lei and Lu Biao were, and exchanging glances with Gu Kong several times. Do you want to keep the formula? Qin Shen turned to Lin Xingwan and asked. Of course, Lin Xingwan nodded. Good. I'll help you. Qin Shen took a step forward, facing the old man directly. When Qin Shen said this, everyone on both sides was stunned. It seems like this brother is very confident in winning this match? Gu Kong raised an eyebrow. You think that by defeating my men on Longjiang Bridge, you have the capital to challenge our people? Scar sneered. Qin Shen ignored Scar and pointed to Pan Zhong, expressionless. If the person you send is him, I can take on 10 of them, and only use 3/10 of my strength. Gu Kang's eyes couldn't help but turn cold. This guy was too arrogant. Lin Xingwan's eyebrows also furrowed suddenly. In fact, the formula for the dragon bone pill was the lifeblood of the Lin family, and all decisions regarding it had to be taken seriously, so she was still hesitating. Qin Shen's words completely offended the other party, and this battle had to be fought even if it wasn't. Fu Lei and Lu Biao also smiled coldly, full of disdain, apparently not wanting to deal with Qin Shen's nonsense. A person who came out of prison and thought he was invincible after fighting black boxing for a few years inside. Miss Lin, since this young man has said so, shall we have a little competition? Gu Kong looked at Qin Shen and smiled. Lin Xingwan gave Qin Shen a cold glance and said, okay. The group went to an open space. Miss Lin is a businesswoman, knowing the importance of trust. Once you agree, you can't go back on your word. Gu Kong glanced at his men who were recording, a hint of cunning in his eyes. Lin Xingwan said coldly, let's begin. As soon as she finished speaking, Pan Zhong's eyes suddenly opened wide, and his gaze shot out like lightning. His whole body crackled like firecrackers. His originally won. 6-meter body suddenly swelled to 1.75 meters, and his energy burst open. Internal energy? Lu Biao's originally calm expression instantly turned to shock. Fu Lei felt a strong sense of danger from the old man and became serious. Qin Shen, on the other hand, showed no expression on his face. Martial arts are divided into external strength, internal energy, transforming energy, and innate energy. Fu Lei and Lu Biao could only be considered skilled martial artists, still at the level of external strength. Pan Zhong is a master of internal martial arts, with a small achievement in internal strength, far surpassing Fu Lei and Lu Biao. But in Qin Shen's eyes, Pan Zhong is no different from a 1-month-old kitten, just a kick to death. Scarface saw Qin Shen silent, smirking triumphantly. "See, scared, that little bastard is so scared he can't even speak. I'm afraid your whole body is weak now, you can't even use the strength to take a shit." Pan Zhong finally glanced at Qin Shen and said lightly, "It's not surprising that he has this performance after being shocked by my strength." Gu Kong smirked, "Master Pan's tolerance is amazing, not to be seen with ants, this is the demeanor of a master." After that, he and Gao Jinxing's eyes met again, and they smiled without a trace. This is the trap they set, hiding Pan Zhong's strength to lure Lin Qingwan. Gao Jinxing did not tell Fu Lei and Biao the details, also to play the game to the fullest. "Master? He's worthy too." Qin Shen chuckled, shaking his head. "If this kind of person is a master, then my dog at home is a grandmaster." Everyone sneered. "Ignorance is fearless. You've been in prison for too long, you don't know the reputation of Master Pan, that's why you dare to say such nonsense. When I knock your head into your stomach, you'll know how to cry." "I don't understand what Lin Batian is thinking, letting this guy help Lin Qingwan." Lin Qingwan's face also darkened, coldly saying, "Qin Shen, stop talking nonsense." Pan Zhong snorted lightly and said to Lin Qingwan, "I don't want to waste words here, let your 3 helpers come at me together." Having been in the martial arts world for decades, Pan Zhong has seen many arrogant people like Qin Shen and no longer bothers with such arrogant children. Lin Qingwan turned to Fu Lei and asked, "Are you sure? Miss Lin, there is a world of difference between external strength and internal strength. Biao and I are only external strength. Pan Zhong has already reached the level of internal strength. The two of us together are afraid we can't beat him." Fu Lei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Biao also sighed, seemingly losing the confidence he had just now. They thought Pan Zhong was at most a master of external strength, but they didn't expect him to be a master of internal strength after his momentum burst out. In this case, the result is the same whether they compare or not. "What?" Lin Qingwan's expression changed drastically. The two of them are obviously experts who can take on 10 opponents alone. A punch can make a hole in the wall, but they were scared off after seeing the old man release his internal strength externally? Is Pan Zhong that strong? Ha ha. Gu Kong laughed heartily. "This is the art of war without fighting." Old Pan just stretched lazily and scared the two of them like this. "Manager Gu, you flatter us. They are just external strength martial artists, not worth mentioning in the eyes of our internal strength martial artists." Pan Zhong waved his hand indifferently and smiled lightly. "It's like the young man who defeated Scarface's men on the bridge. You may feel some skill, but in my eyes, it's just the beginning." Scarface and the others showed respect. No wonder Pan Zhong ignored Qin Shen. He was afraid of lowering his status and didn't bother with such people. Gu Kong came to Lin Qingwan's side and said with a smile, "Miss Lin, they have all admitted defeat, you don't need to struggle anymore. Bring the formula." Lin Qingwan clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. She never expected that the dragon bone pill would be handed over in this way. The last hope of the Lin family's rise was shattered. "Qingwan, I'm sorry, I thought." Gao Jinsheng looked apologetic. "It's okay, this is my choice. If the heavens want the Lin family to perish, human effort is futile." Lin Qingwan's mind went blank, her lips almost bitten through. "You're too early to be complacent, I haven't started yet." Qin Shen reached out to stop Lin Qingwan, scanned the scene, and said coldly. This statement caused a burst of laughter from the crowd. "You still want to compete with Master Pan? Are you blind or deaf? Didn't you see 2 experts directly admit defeat? You're really overestimating yourself. Daring to get involved in everything, what an idiot. Master Pan is afraid of dirtying his hands and doesn't bother to compare with trash like you." Lin Qingwan shook her head and said to Gu Kongdao, "I will give you the formula, but please spare Qin Shen." "Miss Lin, there is no provision in our bet to spare his life." Gu Kong clearly did not want to let Qin Shen go. Pan Zhong squinted at Qin Shen and said calmly, "Manager Gu, if needed, I can help you deal with him." Scarface swaggered over to Qin Shen, sneering arrogantly, "You, little trash, there are many ways to die. If you choose to kneel down and apologize, I can give you a quick death." Qin Shen frowned and rubbed his forehead. This jumping clown escaped death because of Lin Qingwan. Tonight, he must die. "Why so quiet, feeling nervous. Scarface mocked as Qin Shen remained silent. Aren't you supposed to be bold in your words? Try being more arrogant. You dog, kneel down. Scarface raised the iron rod and smashed it towards Qin Shen's knee. Lin Xingwan couldn't help but look at Qin Shen with guilt in her eyes. After all, he ended up in this situation because he was trying to save her. With Pan Zhong present, Qin Shen had no way out, and she couldn't help in any way. However, at the moment the iron rod swung, Qin Shen's face suddenly darkened, and he raised his hand to slap Scarface back. Smack! Scarface's face took a solid slap, sending him flying into the air. Qin Shen grabbed the iron rod and swung it at Scarface like playing baseball. Bang! Blood mist rose. Scarface's face flew more than 10 meters in the air, splattering blood flowers on the wall 7 to 8 meters away, and then heavily fell to the ground, turning into a pile of flesh. The whole place fell silent. Qin Shen didn't even look at Scarface. He threw the iron rod on the ground and looked at Gukong and the others expressionlessly, saying, "Here's the deal, I'll stand still, and you all attack me together. If I take a step, I lose." Qin Shen stood proudly with his hands behind his back, overlooking Pan Zhong like a master of the universe, as if he were looking at an ant. "You insolent brat!" Pan Zhong's eyes flashed with coldness, feeling murderous. From the beginning until now, Qin Shen had been all talk. Pan Zhong thought he had a problem in his head and didn't want to lower himself to his level because of his master status. But this kid kept pushing it. "Killing a fool like you is beneath my status, but you have insulted me repeatedly today, so I have to break my vow." Pan Zhong began to gather his strength, intending to turn Qin Shen into a mist of blood with one punch. "Qin Shen, you better run. Staying here will only lead to death." Lin Xingwan was getting a headache. She thought Qin Shen was backing down, but she didn't expect him to suddenly attack Scarface, smashing him into a mist of blood with a stick. This man was too reckless, too ignorant of his own mortality. Seeing Qin Shen provoking like this, Gukong exploded in anger and said to Pan Zhong, "Master Pan, this beast has insulted me repeatedly. Please spare his life, just break his legs. I want to make him suffer slowly." "All right." Pan Zhong nodded and approached Qin Shen. "I have to say, you have great strength, but in front of me, you are as fragile as a clay pot. I hope you can withstand a few moves." He circulated his energy several times, and his spirit had reached its peak. With just one punch, Qin Shen would be reduced to a pile of flesh. Qin Shen couldn't be bothered to respond. He waved his hand for Pan Zhong to make his move. Does this kid even know martial arts? Facing a master like Pan Zhong, he looks careless, with a loose stance. He's practically seeking death. Fu Lei said coldly. Pan Zhong had achieved a small level of internal strength, capable of shattering an adult skull with one palm and breaking a wooden stick the size of a bowl with a leg sweep. In a fight between masters, even if the opponent's abilities were inferior, one must be fully alert. Facing a formidable enemy, Qin Shen was shaking his head and swaying like a drunk, not even bothering to open his eyes fully, purely seeking his own demise. This match could only end in a one-sided massacre. Gao Jinsheng glanced at Qin Shen and said to Lin Xingwan, "That guy will definitely have his brains splattered all over the place later, his eyeballs will be shattered, and the scene will be very tragic. You better not watch, so you won't have nightmares at night. It's unlucky to be touched by that guy's blood. Let's go get the prescription in the house. Don't worry, even if the dragon bone pill formula loses to Gukong, the Gao family will still ensure you a worry-free life." Lin Xingwan bit her lip fiercely and turned away in a difficult decision. "Staying here is useless, Qin Shen. Good luck to you. Watch closely." Pan Zhong sneered and made the first move. He moved like a dragon, with a winding pace and extremely fast speed. When he reached Qin Shen, Pan Zhong shouted loudly and executed a fierce side-spinning kick. His right foot kicked out, drawing an arc in the air, creating a fierce gust of wind. With the momentum and twisting force of his waist, he attacked like a dragon's tail. Master Pan is almost 70 years old, yet he can still perform such flexible movements. His physical fitness is better than that of a man in his 20s, truly admirable. Who would have thought? I never expected Master Pan to use this move. The power is terrifying. One kick will definitely shatter bones. Look, that kid still hasn't moved. He must be scared by Master Pan's movements. He must be regretting his arrogance now, but it's too late. Gukong and the others were excited, with smug expressions on their faces. I wonder how that kid will handle this move. He probably has no way to defend against it. Fu Lei shook his head. He speculated that if it were him, he would have to quickly retreat to avoid the attack. But in doing so, he would have to face Pan Zhong's subsequent relentless onslaught. As the saying goes, if you defend for too long, you will lose. Once you make a mistake, there is no turning back. Unexpectedly, Qin Shen smiled faintly and made his move when Pan Zhong's kick was 3 inches away from him. He raised one hand and easily blocked Pan Zhong's powerful kick. Then, He clenched his left hand into a fist and struck out like lightning. This punch seemed casual, but its power was like a cannonball with a diameter of 10 centimeters. It made a roaring sound as it tore through the air, smashing any obstacles in its path into pieces. Pan Zhong tried to cross his hands in defense, but Qin Shen's punch was too fast and powerful, almost like a landslide. Pan Zhong hadn't fully prepared to block the attack when a tremendous force broke through his hands and slammed into his chest. Bang! Pan Zhong's body was like being hit by a speeding train, flying back 4 to 5 meters. After crashing to the ground, he rolled uncontrollably for 3 to 4 meters before coming to a stop. Cough, cough. Pan Zhong lay on the ground, coughing violently with his left hand on the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. He tried to get up to continue the fight, but found that he had no strength in his body, and his chest was in excruciating pain. The whole scene fell silent. How is this possible? Gu Kang's hand trembled, and the cigarette he had just lit fell from his mouth. He stared in shock at Pan Zhong, whose mouth was bleeding, his face turning from blue to purple. No one had expected that Qin Shen, who had always been looked down upon, would defeat Pan Zhong so easily. Not far away. Mom, I lost the formula, I'm sorry. Lin Qingwan left in defeat, filled with endless regret. She bit her lip, eyes full of unwillingness, blaming the unfairness of fate. Suddenly, she noticed that the noisy surroundings had become silent, followed by Gu Kang's astonished voice. Almost at the same time, the smile on Gao Jinxing's face froze. Looking at Qin Shen standing proudly in the field, his brows furrowed suddenly, followed by a cold expression and a murderous look in his eyes. He actually defeated Pan Zhong. Lin Qingwan's dim eyes suddenly lit up, a look of shock appearing on her face. The darkness and despair in her heart disappeared completely. Pan Zhong is too weak, so I only used 3 points of strength, otherwise he wouldn't have just broken a few bones so easily, but turned into a blood mist. Qin Shen scanned Gu Kang and the others, saying lightly, I've finished speaking, anyone else have a problem? Qin Shen's body was still limp, as if he had just lifted his foot to crush an ant, unable to muster any energy. Impossible. Gu Kang's eyes were filled with despair, still refusing to believe. I definitely let Master Pan hold back. He didn't use his full strength, that's why you had an opportunity. Yes. Manager Gu let Master Pan break your 2 legs. He was afraid of killing you with 1 punch, didn't dare to use his full strength, so you luckily won. Master Pan was careless, if there's another match, he will definitely end up dead. The followers all chimed in, finding excuses for the failure. But at this moment, Lin Qingwan spoke up, Manager Gu, the fact is that Master Pan lost the match, no matter how you explain it. Please fulfill the previous bet, and don't bring up the matter of the Dragon Bone Pill formula again. Gu Kang was speechless. He thought he could easily obtain the formula, but Qin Shen took advantage of the situation. He chuckled, squinted at Lin Qingwan, and said, Miss Lin, you should know that what I set my sights on will eventually come back to me. Those who have offended me will also pay the price. We have a long way to go. After saying this, Gu Kang gave Qin Shen a cold look and left with his men. Thank you, Lin Qingwan smiled faintly at Qin Shen. However, Qin Shen ignored her and went straight to Gao Jinsheng, raising his hand and slapping him, leaving him in a sorry state. The Gao family should not interfere in the Lin family's affairs in the future, or else there will be destruction. Lin Qingwan was taken aback, frowning. Qin Shen, what do you mean? What do I mean? Qin Shen stared into Gao Jinsheng's eyes, coldly snorted, the Gao family has benefited from the Lin family, not helping the Lin family is one thing, but teaming up with Gu Kang to deceive you for the formula, why shouldn't I retaliate? Gao Jinsheng's face darkened, then he retorted, I don't understand what you're saying. Instead, you inexplicably appeared here to help Qingwan. Who knows what other intentions you have? In my opinion, you just want to sow discord between me and Qingwan, and take the opportunity to deceive her of the formula. Lin Qingwan also frowned, shaking her head at Qin Shen, I don't believe what you're saying. Gao Jinsheng had known her since childhood, and the Gao family had been greatly helped by Xuan Yan, growing from a middle-class family to a small wealthy family worth billions. Just a few days ago, the head of the Gao family had his arm broken trying to save her. How could he betray her? Instead, after Gao Jinsheng's reminder, the mysterious origin of Qin Shen made his intentions somewhat unclear. The Dragon Bone Pill helped the Lin family rise, becoming famous in more than 10 provinces in the southern region, with countless families eyeing it, and the Su family was just one of them. What if Qin Shen was from another family? The formula of the Dragon Bone Pill is worthless to me. Qin Shen saw Lin Qingwan looking somewhat wary, indifferently saying, if I want, I can formulate it in minutes, and its effects are 10 times stronger than the Dragon Bone Pill. Worthless? Gao Jinsheng chuckled, saying to Lin Qingwan, you see, this guy's scheme has been exposed, now he's talking nonsense, making excuses. The dragon bone pill condenses 100 years of medical expertise from the Shui family, developed after tens of thousands of experiments. It is highly effective for bone diseases like rheumatism, avascular necrosis of the femoral head, and gout. You say you can formulate it in minutes? Aren't you afraid of slipping your tongue? Lin Qingwan also shook her head. The Lin family used to be just an ordinary pharmaceutical company, with a market value of less than 3 billion. Xuanyan brought the dragon bone pill with her, and in just 10 years, she turned the Lin family from a second-tier wealthy family into the number one in Jiang Bay. If the Lin family hadn't encountered any problems and had developed to this day, they would definitely be one of the top 10 families in Longjiang province. All of this was thanks to the dragon bone pill, and it was also the reason why the Su family spared no effort to try to seize it. Such a powerful elixir, and Qin Chen actually said he could formulate it in minutes? Xinguan, in the future, you should be more cautious and not interact with people of unknown origin. Gao Jinsheng looked at Qin Chen with resentment, took out a small box from his pocket, and said with a smile, I had someone bring a bottle of golden wound ointment from abroad, it works wonders on scars, try it. Lin Xingwan's eyes lit up, she took it and said, the annual production of this medicine is extremely low, it's hard to come by, and you actually managed to buy it. You must have spent a lot of money, right? Gao Jinsheng smiled, but before he could speak, Qin Chen raised his hand and interrupted, saying, your face was injured by a poison knife. This ointment will not only be ineffective on your scars, but it will tighten your skin even more. It may even affect the surrounding nerves, causing facial paralysis. Lin Xingwan's face turned cold, she said to Qin Chen, I appreciate your help, but please also respect Gao Jinsheng. After that, she turned to Gao Jinsheng and nodded, saying, Jinsheng, I'll accept the gift, thank you. Xingwan, you're being too polite. Gao Jinsheng waved his hand and said lightly, the Lin family has been benefactors to the Gao family. We have no complaints no matter how much we spend on you. Aren't you in debt of 70 million? My father will gather the money soon and help you repay it. Lin Xingwan was slightly surprised and said, the Gao family really doesn't need to help me like this. I'll come to thank the Gao family another day. Xingwan, this is only right. The Gao family just wants to repay kindness, so you don't need to feel burdened. Seeing Gao Jinsheng's serious expression, Qin Chen coldly smiled and said, the Gao family has many tricks, whether it's a feigned injury or a timely help. Aren't you afraid of divine retribution? Shut up. Gao Jinsheng's face changed drastically, he said angrily, I have known Xingwan since childhood, we have been indebted to Aunt Shui for over 10 years, how could we deceive her? Just because you helped Lin Xingwan win the competition, doesn't mean you can sow discord between me and Xingwan. Shut up? Qin Chen's face suddenly turned cold, with a hint of icy in his eyes, he said, even when Lin Badian saved my life, he had to kneel down and beg when he asked me to take care of Lin Xingwan. You're just a dog of the Lin family. Why do you think you can boss me around? Lin Badian saved your life? Who are you? Why did he save you? Lin Xingwan was shocked. How could a cold-blooded murderer who killed his wife possibly save someone he didn't know? You don't need to know about my past. Qin Chen said coldly, just know that I will help you regain all your businesses. He glanced coldly at Gao Jinsheng, narrowed his eyes slightly, and left the Fengyuan community. He's really a piece of trash coming to whitewash Lin Badian. Gao Jinsheng's face suddenly turned cold, gritted his teeth and said, back when Aunt Shui controlled the Lin family, Lin Badian killed her to seize power, now he wants to make amends, it's too late. That kid does have some skills, but he's delusional if he thinks he can stand up against the Zus, Shuns, and Longmen, it's simply overestimating his abilities. Xuanyan helped the rise of the Lin family, Lin Badian was unwilling to be under a woman's control, for the so-called dignity of a man, he pushed his wife off the building. This cowardly act made Lin Xingwan feel ashamed, she hadn't visited him in prison for 10 years. She only hoped that Lin Badian would rot in jail. She didn't want any help from him. Moreover, the downfall of the Lin family was already a foregone conclusion. Unless there was a miracle, reviving the Lin family was nothing but a pipe dream. Qin Chen may have some skills, but what's the use? Can he conquer his enemies with just his fists? The Zus have many experts, and behind the Su family is the forbidden 8 extremities gate. The Shins have the divine physician Shen Ruwan, who has accumulated countless connections over the years by treating the powerful. The other side is like an elephant, if Qin Chen, this ant, dares to bite it, he'll be crushed in an instant. Lin Xingwan bid farewell to Gao Jinsheng and returned to her room, locking the door and going to the bathroom to freshen up. Xiao Peiyuan quietly stayed in the trash can, but she didn't even glance at it, she applied the golden wound ointment and went to sleep with exhaustion. Qin Chen checked the time and saw that it was already 1 a.m. So he had to return to Jinghua Ming Mansion first. When he woke up early in the morning, he was about to go to Longmen Group to find Li Shangrong. Li Daiqin called. Qin Shen, you bastard, Li Minghui came to your house, and even hit Yen Yen. threatening that if I don't see you before noon, he will bring Li Xiangrong over to kill my whole family. Don't think about hiding, hurry up and come over to explain what's going on. Li Xiangrong? I was just about to go find you, and you actually came to my door. Qin Shen hung up the phone and got into the car directly. Why is there a strange smell in the car? His gaze fell on the passenger seat. There lay a jade pendant quietly, white as sheep fat, carved with dragons and phoenixes. A continuous stream of evil energy rose from it. It should be something of Lin Qingwan's. Qin Shen picked up the jade pendant and studied it for a while, his brow suddenly furrowed. It's actually a bone jade made from dead bones. From the evil energy, the owner of the bone should be someone who died violently, with strong resentment. Why would Lin Qingwan wear such a thing? Take the time to go ask. Qin Shen arrived at the Su family. Second brother, I don't care who you choose as a son-in-law, a beggar on the street, or someone begging for food, even a convict is fine, but don't let him cause trouble everywhere. Look at how much trouble Qin Shen has caused. He hit Xiang Kongan of Wanlong Business Association twice, and Zhang Peng helped settle it twice. In just one day, he hit Li Minghui again. He is the cousin of Li Xiangrong from Longmen Group. The Su family can't afford to offend him. In the living room, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Su Zhang and was full of anger was standing and talking non-stop. Big brother, don't be in a hurry. Getting angry won't solve the problem. Have a cup of tea first. Let's sit down and discuss together. Su Zhan looked helpless, extinguished the cigarette in his hand, and stood up to pull his older brother Su Yuqing to sit down. Discuss? What's there to discuss? Su Wenjing suddenly shook off his hand, his face full of gloom. When that bastard comes, quickly tie him up and send him to Li Minghui's place to apologize. If they want to kill or torture him, let them do it. Just don't involve the Su family. Su Tianwei's eyes were red from crying, looking at the tightly closed bedroom door of Zhou Hongyan, her face full of fear. An hour ago, Li Minghui, covered in injuries, came to the Su family, slapped Zhou Hongyan twice, and said many filthy words. He threatened that if he didn't see Qin Shen by dusk, he would force himself on Zhou Hongyan at home. The Su family kindly inquired about the reason, only to find out that Qin Shen had caused another big trouble. Zhou Hongyan had been a cherished daughter since childhood, and had never suffered such humiliation. She ran back to her bedroom crying, refusing to open the door no matter who called. She must have been traumatized. Li Daiqin was even more furious, almost losing her temper. If Qin Shen is handed over to Li Minghui, his life will be in danger. Su Zhang sat on the sofa, smoking one cigarette after another, looking dejected. Big brother, Qin Shen is Weilan's son. I promised to take care of him well, so I can't send him over. Let's think of other ways to solve the problem. I promise to educate Qin Shen well in the future, okay? How to educate him? Su Wenjing's daughter, Su Yufei, sneered, don't forget, Qin Shen not only hit Li Minghui, but also deceived the Zhao family. What kind of family is the Zhao family? 2 generals. The capital city has to give them some face. He dared to deceive the Zhao family. Is there any hope for him to be taught well? He should be beaten to death by Li Minghui, to prevent him from causing trouble everywhere. Su Zhang kept shaking his head and sighing, his hair falling off in distress. Uncle Su, Li Minghui is just a pest. When he comes, I'll crush him with one hand. Qin Shen came in with a serious face, glanced around the room, and said lightly, pest? Li Daiqin saw Qin Shen appear, and the thunder in her body exploded instantly. She pointed at Qin Shen and cursed, the Li family background is not bad, and my cousin is a senior executive of the Dragon Gate Group. With just 1 foot, he can crush you to death. I think you are the disgusting bug, a bug that disgusts people everywhere in the room. After saying that, tears flowed out, and she cried to Su Zhang, I told you not to marry Weiwei to this waste, but you didn't believe me. Now it's good, the Su family is implicated. We helped them mother and son for more than 10 years, this ungrateful person only wants to harm us. One moment provoking the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce, one moment provoking the Dragon Gate Group, I think he won't stop until he brings down the sky. Old Su, Zheng Peng is away on a business trip and can't help. If we don't push Qin Shen out today, the Su family will be finished too. With a wow, Li Daiqin burst into tears. Su Tianwei also covered her face with both hands, her shoulders shaking constantly, tears flowing down. Marrying Qin Shen was already unlucky enough, and just as her career was starting to improve, Qin Shen caused such a big trouble. If you have no ability, can't you just stay at home and live off others? Either jealous of Zhang Peng's abilities or causing trouble everywhere outside. The Su family will bury themselves for a bastard? Ridiculous. Second brother, if you have a conscience, tie him up quickly, or stab this disaster to death. The Su family doesn't want anything to do with him. Li Xiangrong kills without blinking, often wiping out entire families, inhumane. Oh God, what should we do? Qin Shen, if you have a conscience, just jump from upstairs. If you die, Li Shangrong might still leave us a way out. All the relatives of the Su family were furious, demanding that Qin Shen commit suicide to apologize, while also being extremely afraid. Li Shangrong, that's a demon, specifically doing dirty work for the Chen family of Shanghai, even wiping out entire families. It is said that in his collection room, there are even 2 human skull caps made into gold-plated wine vessels. I will handle this matter, so you don't need to be so agitated. Don't mention Li Shangrong, even the boss of the Dragon Gate Group would have to kneel when he comes. Qin Shen's face darkened, and he glanced indifferently at everyone. Li Daiqin was furious, her temper exploding like a nuclear bomb, pointing at Qin Shen's nose and cursing loudly. You handle it? What do you have to handle it with? You are just a waste who can't make it outside, licking your face to become the son-in-law. You are not even as good as Li Shangrong's little toe, let alone his boss. Do you know how badly Li Minghui scolded? From childhood to adulthood, Yan Yan not only suffered beatings, but also never heard a harsh word. Li Minghui even beat her face swollen. How can I explain to her mother? Su Wenjiang and his daughter were also furious, gritting their teeth. The president of the Dragon Gate Group has to kneel when he comes? Even a stinky ex-convict has become the son-in-law of the Su family. How can he be compared to others? Do you think you are the god of war in the north? Don't mention Qin Shen anymore. This is because of me. When Li Minghui comes, I will leave with him, and I won't involve the Su family. The bedroom door was suddenly opened. Zhou Hongyan stood at the door with tears in her eyes. Her cheeks were swollen, her shoulders shaking from crying, and she was choked up when speaking. Li Daiqin went up to hold Zhou Hongyan and comforted her. Yan Yan, Li Minghui may cause trouble for you. As long as you talk nicely, he won't make things difficult for you. Blame Qin Shen for being blind and not knowing his own weight. All responsibility lies with Qin Shen. Zhou Hongyan shook her head and said to Qin Shen, you go outside and hide first. I will apologize to Li Minghui properly. He shouldn't make things difficult for me. If it really doesn't work, I will call the young master of the Jinling Lu family and agree to his proposal. Let the Lu family come forward to settle this matter. This can't be done. Su Zhenghan quickly stopped her. The young master of the Lu family is a rare scum. If you marry him, your life will be over. Xiao Jiang, you and the Su family go out and hide first. I'll stay here to deal with them. At most I'll take a beating. It's okay. He said here with a bitter smile, prepared for the worst. Uncle Su, there's no need for this. Qin Shen shook his head and said to Zhou Hongyan, one person does the deed, one person takes responsibility. Rest assured, not only will I make him kneel down and apologize, but I will also make him wish he were dead. At the same time, at the Longjiang Group's Jiang Bay branch, in a luxurious office. Brother, at noon I went to the Su family to get someone. Qin Shen wasn't there, he must have run away. Li Minghui had a swollen nose and bruises on his face, with bandages on his hands. Li Shangrong, with a fair complexion and elegant appearance, sat on the CEO chair, signing some company documents. Without lifting his head, he coldly said, don't worry, even if he ran away, I will bring him back. Someone who can beat my Li family and still live carefree hasn't been born yet. Li Shangrong had been the general manager of the Longmen Jiang Bay branch for more than 10 years, accumulating a lot of connections. Especially in the matter of the Shen family and Su family's acquisition of the Lin family group, he had helped a lot. Longmen Group's CEO, Chen Huijin, trusted Li Shangrong greatly and entrusted him with all matters concerning Jiang Bay. With the support of the Longmen Group, Li Shangrong could cover the sky with one hand, and no one dared to underestimate him. Now, his cousin had been beaten in Jiang Bay. If Li Shangrong didn't fiercely regain his face, how could he live up to the reputation he had built over the years? A subordinate waiting for the documents to be signed flattered, who doesn't know that General Li is the red man of our Chen family master. If the Su family son-in-law dares to bully your brother, we must skin him alive. Look at how Li Xiao was beaten, his right eye is so swollen he can't even open it, it's heartbreaking to see. As he said this, his body pressed down to the lowest, his voice filled with flattery. Like an old eunuch serving the emperor, cautious and meticulous. Despite Li Shangrong's fair complexion, elegant appearance, and usual seriousness, he exuded an aura of self-control and authority. Those familiar with him knew how terrifying Li Shangrong could be. Anyone who offended him would disappear the next day. Some said that those who offended Li Shangrong had their tendons cut and were thrown into the Longjiang River. Others said that Li Shangrong kept 4 wolves, and those who offended him were chopped up and fed to the wolves. This was also the reason why Chen Huijin, the CEO of Longmen Group, relied on Li Shangrong. Decisive in his actions, ruthless in his heart, and ready to take lives at any moment. He was like a living Yama. Li Shangrong slowly raised his head, glanced at Li Minghui, and coldly said, you must have done something to provoke him, there's nothing to pity about. If you weren't the only son of your third uncle, I wouldn't even bother with your life. Since the Su family son-in-law dared to hit you, then he must endure my wrath. He sneered, but I hope his bones are tough. I don't want him to see me and be scared stiff, unable to even speak. That would be boring. Li Xiangrong's voice was icy, a cold and sharp curve forming at the corner of his mouth, giving off a chilling sense of murderous intent. Brother Rong, you're right. Li Minghui's mouth twitched, speaking respectfully as he probed, Brother Rong, it's almost time, shall we go? Li Xiangrong nodded and stood up, saying, let's go stretch our muscles. Downstairs, a dozen burly men in black stood side by side. When they saw Li Xiangrong coming out, they all bent 90 degrees, and as Li Xiangrong walked past, they all surrounded him and escorted his car towards the Su family. Before long, the group arrived at the Su family. Li Xiangrong stepped on the gas pedal, and the Hummer car crashed into the gate. Boom! The over-a-ton heavy gate flew into the courtyard, and the 3-meter-high courtyard wall collapsed in a large area. In the swirling dust, Li Xiangrong narrowed his eyes, took a step inside. In an instant, a wave of killing intent swept over the place. In the courtyard, the big yellow dog wanted to bark wildly for a few times, but when it saw the murderous face of Li Xiangrong, it tucked its tail and hurried into the kennel. Li. General Li, I have already captured your cousin Qin Chen. Whether he lives or dies is up to you. Please be generous and do not involve the Su family. Su Wenjiang saw Li Xiangrong coming in, quickly bent over and ran over, saying with a smile, Qin Chen is your person. How can you distance yourself when something happens? Family members should face difficulties together. Li Xiangrong coldly smiled and walked slowly towards the house. He didn't need to mobilize the headquarters power for this small Su family, his own connections could easily crush them. Facing difficulties together, Li Daiqin's brain buzzed and she collapsed on the ground. The Su family members also knelt down on the ground, trembling. Li Xiangrong was planning to bury the Su family along with him. Thinking of the terrifying rumors about Li Xiangrong before, the Su family members were sweating profusely, their whole bodies soaked. Qin Chen's gaze fell on Li Xiangrong, his brows furrowed. This cousin of Li Minghui had no internal strength, just a person who relied on the arrogance of the Dragon Gate group. How could he be related to that big battle? Qin Chen, you are so arrogant, let's see how confident you are now. Li Minghui followed in, seeing Qin Chen frowning deeply, thinking he was scared, he smirked, how should I deal with you? How about this, you kneel and kowtow to me 3 times. Then, let me think. Li Minghui pulled a chair and sat down, pointing at Su Tianwei, take off your clothes, crawl over like a dog, and then sit on my lap. If you serve me well and enjoy it, I will spare the Su family. If you play tricks, there will be consequences, I will even let go of your husband. And Zhou Hongyan, you will be like Su Tianwei, today I want a double dragon in Phoenix. Boom! Qin Chen suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Minghui's neck, lifting him up, staring at him like a hawk, cold air shooting out of his eyes. You! Cough! Li Minghui's heart pounded, veins bulging on his neck, his face turning purple. Quickly let go of my cousin, otherwise the Su family will be in a pool of blood. Li Xiangrong's killing intent surged, not expecting Qin Chen to dare to act in this situation. He quickly stopped the bodyguards who were about to rush up. He knew Qin Chen would really kill. Qin Chen, you are crazy. Quickly let go of young Master Li, you are pushing the Su family into the abyss. Young Master Li is about to suffocate, release him quickly, someone will die soon. Beast! What sin did I commit to have Qin Chen as a nemesis? Qin Chen ignored the anger of the Su family members, holding Li Minghui, he turned to Li Xiangrong, saying coldly, 10 years ago, in the southern suburbs of Jiang Bay, who was behind the assassination of my mother Wei Lan? His voice was like a bell, carrying a vast killing intent, as if thunder from the heavens struck down heavily. 10 years ago? Southern suburbs of Jiang Bay? Wei Lan! Li Xiangrong's face was covered with fear when he heard Qin Chen's words. This kid was the son of that woman in white. In fear, Li Xiangrong's mind was filled with scenes of hundreds of grandmasters fighting Wei Lan. Mountains crumbled. Sun and moon lost their light. The world lost its color. Hundreds of grandmasters fell, Wei Lan escaped with heavy injuries, and shortly after, countless black-clothed people appeared to clean up the scene. Some grandmasters who were still alive were all slaughtered, their bodies taken away, leaving the scene spotless. Over 100 bodies. All martial arts grandmasters. There was no news afterwards. It shows how terrifying the power behind it was. Li Xiangrong's face changed constantly, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat poured down like rain. Su Zhenghao also looked at Qin Chen in shock, his eyes surging with immense waves, and his heart suddenly tightened. Like hearing a forbidden secret, his face turned as white as paper. How could this kid know about that day? Get out! All the Su family members, get out! Li Xiangrong shouted angrily, causing the Su family members to tremble with fear. Alright, General Li, we're leaving now. Su Wenjiang was the first to react, dragging his daughter Su Yufei and running out of the Su family. Others followed and ran towards the door. Weiwei's mother, you take them away first, I'll stay and talk to Qin Shen. Su Zhenghe wanted to stay. Second brother, do you want to die? Let Qin Shen bear the consequences of his actions. Leave. Su Tianwei's third uncle roared, grabbing Su Zhenghe's arm along with Li Daiqin, and dragging him towards the door. I'm not leaving, let me go. Let me go. Xiaoqin, your mother is already dead, please don't dwell on the past anymore, okay? I beg you. Su Zhenghe struggled hard but was still carried out of the courtyard. In no time, only Qin Shen and Li Xiangrong's people were left in the room. I don't know what you're talking about, put my brother down. Li Xiangrong pretended to be calm, but waves of fear continued to wash over him, making him tremble with fear. That was an absolute taboo, even mentioning half a word would lead to death. Cannot admit it. Absolutely cannot say it. I only told my father about this, who leaked the information. Who? Not saying? Then I'll kill him. Qin Shen slammed Li Minghui heavily to the ground. Bang! The sound of a broken spine echoed. Ah! My waist! My legs are numb! The screams echoed. Li Xiangrong's eyes widened, his cheeks clenched due to gritted teeth, his muscles tightly tensed. Qin Shen, I'll give you one last chance, let Li Minghui go, and I can overlook the past. Compared to the grudge between his cousin and Qin Shen, Li Xiangrong was more afraid of the events from 10 years ago being revealed. He just wanted to leave with Li Minghui now. Still not saying? Qin Shen's eyes instantly turned cold, and he ruthlessly stomped on Li Minghui's left arm. Crack! A crisp sound. Ah! Li Minghui, still in pain from his waist, felt his shoulder blade shatter. Release Li Minghui, let him go. Li Xiangrong roared loudly, trembling uncontrollably. Cannot say it. Absolutely cannot say it. Even if Li Minghui dies, he cannot admit being at the scene. If revealed, the Li family will be destroyed. Still not saying? Qin Shen was about to stomp on Li Minghui's right arm. I'll say it, I know about that day, please don't hit me anymore, sob. Li Minghui cried with tears streaming down his face. His nose was bubbling with snot. What? Shut up. Li Xiangrong's body was covered in sweat, finally realizing who leaked the information. Li Minghui was also present when he told his father about this matter. He must have overheard it behind the door. Li Minghui, don't speak nonsense, that incident never happened. This foul-mouthed dog wants to destroy the Li family. I'll give you 3 seconds. Qin Shen's voice was icy. Li Minghui trembled visibly and stuttered. Cousin was not involved, he just watched from afar. They were chasing your mother for a ring, he knows nothing else. A ring? Qin Shen frowned. Li Xiangrong had no internal strength, let alone being a grandmaster. If he had been involved in this matter, with his mother's strength at the level of a national king, he would have been turned into a mist of blood long ago. Thud! Li Xiangrong could no longer control himself and knelt on the ground. Don't say it, Li Minghui, you're trying to destroy the Li family. Brother, if I don't say it today, I'll die. Li Minghui, with a sobbing voice, turned to Qin Shen and said, it's the Heaven's Punishment Ring. Hundreds of grandmasters surrounded your mother for the Heaven's Punishment Ring. Your mother was already injured at the beginning of the Great Battle, and a man named Lei Tianhu picked up the lost Heaven's Punishment Ring and secretly ran away before the final battle. Lei Tianhu? Qin Shen narrowed his eyes, a burst of killing intent exploded in his eyes, endless coldness spreading out. We only know this much, spare us, spare us. Li Minghui lay on the ground wailing. Li Minghui had become a complete waste. His spine was broken, unable to feel his bladder or bowels. At this moment, tears streamed down Li Minghui's face. Eating, sleeping, drinking water, going to the bathroom, even the women he relied on for survival, the hostess of the club, third-tier minor celebrities, college girls. He couldn't touch any of them. Life is worse than death. Li Minghui now only regrets, endless regrets. Regretting provoking Qin Shen, this villain. Ha ha. Li Xiangrong burst into laughter at this moment. Lei Tianhu was from the Lei family in the imperial capital, ranked third in the underground world of Xia country, not only possessing supreme power, but also a grandmaster himself. Even the head of the Chen family of the Dragon Gate group has to bow to him. Even if you know he took the ring, so what, can you get it back? This matter can only rot in your stomach, there's nothing you can do. If this matter reaches the ears of the relevant people, not only will the Li family be finished, the Su family will also be destroyed. That battle is a curse, not knowing is fine, but once you know, you will have to bear it for a lifetime, living forever in fear. Li Xiangrong regretted appearing at the scene. Regretted telling anyone about that matter. Grandmaster? Just an ant. I want to avenge my mother, let's see who dares to stop me. Qin Shen's eyes were full of killing intent, kicking Li Minghui in front of Li Xiangrong. Who dares to stop me? Li Shangron's eyes were full of killing intent, coldly shouting, "Since you know this secret, I won't let you go." Li Shangron only wanted to teach Qin Shen a lesson when he came, but after Li Minghui told Qin Shen about that big battle, these things became unimportant. He now only wanted to kill Qin Shen to keep this secret. "Attack with me, kill him." Li Shangron waved his hand, and the bodyguards rushed forward. Bang! 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 Qin Shen was like a phantom in the air, striking flesh with every punch. In less than a minute, there were groaning people from the entrance to the courtyard. Li Shangron was dumbfounded. Qin Shen grabbed his neck with one hand, his eyes filled with killing intent. "Since you don't cherish your life, then I will send you off." Like an ant, a punch could turn him into a mist of blood. "Stop!" A sharp breath came in. Shen doctor." Li Shangron's bewildered subordinates were surprised to see the newcomer. Shen Ruwan was dressed in a brown suit, wearing a white shirt inside, her hair piled up high, her cold and proud face frowned slightly, glancing around the room. She saw Qin Shen being driven out of the Zhao mansion, not wanting him to fall. She came to talk to the Su family and discipline them. She didn't expect to see this scene as soon as she entered the courtyard. The Su family also followed in. They were eager to know how this matter would be resolved in the end, so they didn't go far after leaving the courtyard. "This matter ends here." Shen Ruwan looked at Qin Shen coldly and said, "You let go too." High and mighty like a queen, her words were as commanding as ordering a commoner. "Dr. Shen came to help us. The Su family is saved." Li Daiqin jumped up excitedly. Qin Shen did not let go. A hint of disgust flashed in his eyes. Wherever he went, he would encounter this woman, like a plaster that couldn't be shaken off. Woo! Cough! Li Shangron opened his mouth wide, his face twisted in pain, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes staring like copper bells, his pale skin turning red. Shen Ruwan frowned. With a commanding tone, she said to Qin Shen, "Didn't you hear me? This man is really funny, without the ability yet stubborn like a mule. He would be overjoyed if I came to help him, but for the sake of his pitiful self-esteem, he won't immediately comply when I say let go. He will definitely insist for a while, maintaining his last bit of stubbornness. A useless person, that's all the temper he has." I said let go for the second time, and he definitely let go of Li Shangron. However, Qin Shen gave her a cold glance and said coldly, "Who do you think you are? Let go, and I will let go? Forget about this matter, just forget about it? What do you think you are?" Boom! Everyone exploded. "Is this kid crazy?" Su Wenjiang could hardly believe his ears, his eyes widened. Shen Ruwan came to help the Su family. Qin Shen not only did not appreciate it, but also dared to speak to her like this. "Qin Shen, are you crazy?" Li Daiqin ran to Qin Shen, angrily scolding, "You caused such a big disaster. If Miss Shen hadn't come, the Su family would have been finished. Your worthless life wouldn't be spared either. You bastard, let go, then kneel down and thank Shen Ruwan." Everyone also felt that Qin Shen was ungrateful. He shed tears without being moved, swearing to repay Shen Ruwan's kindness by being a cow or a horse, and then came up with this. Su Zhangyan pleaded, "Child, let go, Uncle Su is begging you. Don't make trouble." "Okay, Uncle Su, I'll spare his life." After thinking for a moment, Qin Shen punched out. Boom! Li Shangron flew directly 5 meters away, heavily hitting the courtyard, breaking 4 ribs, and blood gushing from his mouth. "You!" Li Daiqin pointed at Qin Shen, almost spitting blood in anger. Shen Ruwan frowned deeply, a hint of anger flashing across her icy face. Qin Shen didn't care, staring at Li Shangron and said, "You are alive, all thanks to Uncle Su's grace. I broke 4 of your ribs, damaged your lungs, and took away 10 years of your life as punishment." Li Shangron, with eyes like fish and a form like a clay doll, was short-lived, and now with 10 years of life taken away, he didn't have much time left. Li Shangron struggled to stand up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said fiercely, "Miss Shen, he crippled my cousin and now wants my life. This matter cannot be let go. I must kill him." The events of 10 years ago were taboo, and he dared not reveal the real reason for killing Qin Shen. Shen Ruwan frowned, coldly said, "Li Minghui has committed many evils and has a cruel personality, he deserves this fate. As his brother, you also have a responsibility to assist in his wrongdoing." Li Shangron sneered, "Even if Li Minghui deserves it, it's not up to someone surnamed Qin to teach a lesson. I will report to the headquarters and have Master Chen send someone to handle this matter." "Chen Huaixian?" Shen Ruwan couldn't help but smile, her gaze cold. "I cured Chen Huaixian's illness, and the Shen and Chen families have been close for generations. To put it nicely, you are the general manager of the Longmen branch, a trusted aide of Master Chen. To put it bluntly, you are just a dog. What qualifications do you have to defy my words?" Li Shangron was stunned, his fierce expression disappearing. He had been blinded by anger just now, but now he realized his offense and reluctantly closed his mouth. You are talented, efficient, and a rare subordinate, but what Xia country lacks the least is talent. You need to recognize your identity and not be arrogant because of favoritism. After all, replacing you or making you disappear is just a matter of my word. This matter ends here, and there should be no thoughts of revenge. Shen Ruwan spoke calmly, but with endless dominance, making people bow their heads in submission, not daring to have any rebellious thoughts. This is her charm, and also the part that Su Tianwei admires. There are countless heroes in the world, but in front of me, I still need to lower my head. This is Shen Ruwan. Alright, I'll give you face today. However, if he provokes me again next time, the Li family will fight to the death even if the net breaks. Qin Shen, I hope you control your mouth. If a word of today's events is leaked, I will kill you. Li Xiangrong reluctantly put down harsh words, glared fiercely at Qin Shen, waved his hand and left the Su family with his people. The events of 10 years ago were an absolute taboo. Li Xiangrong was afraid that if Qin Shen took it seriously, the Li family would inevitably be overturned. Killing Qin Shen now was the best solution. But the Li family couldn't afford to provoke Shen Ruwan, so they could only swallow their pride. Next time, if there was a next time, he would definitely take care of him himself. Everyone thought that Li Xiangrong was unhappy with Shen Ruwan's intervention, and felt embarrassed in the Su family, warning Qin Shen not to speak out of turn. They did not know Li Xiangrong's true intentions. Miss Shen has helped the Su family so much, you are our benefactor. Su Zhenghe was overjoyed and thanked Shen Ruwan with a bow. Yes. Thanks to Miss Shen's intervention, otherwise the Su family would have been finished. Miss Shen, please don't hesitate to come forward, the Su family will shine. Can we take a photo with you for future generations to admire? Yes. Miss Shen has helped us so much, the Su family must find the best restaurant to thank you. Shen Ruwan was like a fairy in the sky, unattainable. She did not hesitate to come forward, and the Su family wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to curry favor. Even having a meal was a capital for showing off, which would greatly help the Su family expand their connections. Shen Ruwan waved her hand to refuse, and looked calmly at Qin Shen, saying, "This is the second time I have helped you. After this incident, we are even. I hope there will be no more involvement between us. Take care of yourself." Qin Shen was displeased, and didn't want to bother with her at all. He had never seen such an arrogant woman, asking her to stay away from him, yet she kept coming to annoy him. Was she out of her mind? After hearing this, everyone was surprised and looked at Qin Shen one after another. It's been over 20 years, some things should be said. Qin Shen is actually the young master of the Qin family in Modu. Just. Su Zhenghe coughed lightly and explained Qin Shen's background and relationship with Shen Ruwan. The crowd listened indifferently. Whether Qin Shen was the son of Qin Yunhai or had an engagement with Shen Ruwan, it was all in the past. He was just a discarded son of the Qin family now. A waste who had used up Shen Ruwan's favor this time. Let's see if he dares to be arrogant in the future. Shen Ruwan saw that Qin Shen was indifferent, and lightly smiled in her heart. After the breakup, Qin Shen always wants to embarrass me in retaliation. But why would I care about such childish behavior? The stars do not care about the thoughts of ants, let alone have any intersection. Glancing at the time, Shen Ruwan said to Su Zhenghe, "I have some business to attend to at the company, so I won't stay long. I just came to tell you that Qin Shen often goes to the wealthy area of Wangyue Mountain, and even deceived the Zhao family. You should take care of it." Everyone was shocked and angry after hearing this. Going to Wangyue Mountain every day? Oh my god. That's the most expensive villa area in Jiang Bay, inhabited by the wealthy and famous. What is he doing there? What else can he do? Steal things. Deceive the Zhao family, go to Wangyue Mountain to steal things. He's done for. No hope. See, this waste won't last long. The Su family will be in trouble sooner or later. Quickly cut ties with him. Stealing things? Qin Shen's face turned cold, and he asked back, "I live in the Jinghua mansion at the foot of Wangyue Mountain. Why can't I stroll around there? If I want to, I can buy the entire Wangyue Mountain. Why would I need to steal?" After Qin Shen finished speaking, everyone was stunned, and then they became unsettled. Jinghua mansion? Isn't that the house of the war god Zheng Tiansui? Worth over 3 billion, Qin Shen says it's his? The cheapest villa in Wangyue Mountain costs 3 million, with over 20 buildings adding up to at least 100 billion. Do you think it's worthless? Everyone looked at Qin Shen like he was a fool, their eyes full of disbelief. Shen Ruwan sneered, "Qin Shen, it's okay if you have no ability, others will respect you if you work hard. Since your bad intentions have been exposed, just change for the better. What's the use of making up such absurd excuses? It will only make people look down on you more." She felt that Qin Shen's behavior was unreasonable. In order to cover up his thieving behavior, he actually claimed that Zheng Tiansui's prestigious mansion was his own. Miss Shen is right. Li Daiqin smiled awkwardly, staring at Qin Shen and said, "We are not materialistic people. It doesn't matter if we've been in prison. As long as we work hard, no one will criticize us. And what about you? Just want to steal and take advantage without working hard, like mud that can't support a wall. Wei Wei is really unlucky to be associated with you for 8 lifetimes. Su Tianwei sighed upon hearing this, feeling utterly disappointed in Qin Chen. She pitted herself incessantly. Her overall conditions were so good, her looks and figure could rank in the top 5 in Jiang Bay, but now she was married to a convict. The sense of injustice in her heart was self-evident. She stared blankly at Shen Ruwan, then clenched her fists tightly, shouting in her heart, "One day, I will become like you. Will you accept the trash you look down upon? I will work even harder to become like you, and make Qin Chen leave in shame." Su Yufei sneered, "Second uncle, have you finally seen clearly now? Qin Chen is just a fraud and a thief. Can you correct someone so rotten?" Su Wenjing's face darkened. "Second brother, I don't care how your son-in-law is, but I hope you keep him on a tight leash and prevent him from causing trouble everywhere. If he brings trouble to the Su family, I will never let you off the hook. If this waste were my son-in-law, I would have reported him to the police and had him locked up long ago. I don't know why you are defending him so much." Zhou Hongyan was deeply shocked. Qin Chen already lived in a 3 billion mansion, yet the Su family still wanted to distance themselves from him. They were all short-sighted, and they would regret it in the future. Qin Chen just picked up some bad habits in prison. Let's not say too much. I believe he can change. Su Zhenghe sighed lightly, and said to Qin Chen with a serious tone, "Xiao Jiang, a person may lack abilities, but must never give in to decadence. You were lucky this time to have Miss Shen speak up for you, but next time may not be so fortunate. You must adjust your mindset and not disappoint your mother." Qin Chen nodded and said, "Uncle Su, I will heed your words. I have never let my mother down. Her words are always in my heart, and I will never forget them." Shen Ruwan looked deeply at Qin Chen and said indifferently, "I am breaking off the engagement not because I look down on you, but because of the class disparity. We wouldn't be happy together. Considering our past engagement, I came to advise you. Since you are still stubborn, then I have nothing more to say. Take care of yourself." With that, she left. Su Zhenghe escorted Qin Chen to the gate. After Shen Ruwan left, Qin Chen spoke up, "Uncle Su, how much do you know about the major battle 10 years ago?" Li Minghui's information was too limited. Apart from the Heaven's Punishment Ring, he knew nothing about the mastermind behind it and his mother's identity. Su Zhenghe had known his mother for many years, so he should know more than anyone else. "What did Li Shangrong just tell you?" Su Zhenghe's heart skipped a beat, nervously asking. Qin Chen nodded and said, "I have already learned some clues about the enemies of my mother. If you know any clues, please tell me truthfully." It has always been the Qin family chasing after your mother. Don't you know?" Su Zhenghe said. Qin Chen saw Su Zhenghe's eyes flicker, a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, and he said seriously, "In addition to the Qin family, there is another force chasing after my mother, and their power is significant. 10 years ago, they sent out over 100 masters to chase after my mother. Because of that major battle, my mother was seriously injured and passed away the next day. I have learned from Li Minghui that the emperor's capital Lei Tianhu was involved in the assassination. I will avenge my mother." Su Zhenghe became anxious upon hearing this. "Child, what revenge are you talking about? What is Lei Tianhu's identity?" "He is from the Lei family in the capital, ranked 3rd in the underground world of Xia country, killing without blinking an eye, with hundreds of lives on his hands. There are 4 martial arts masters by his side, even the king of Jiang Bay, Xiao Woody, would avoid him. His identity is terrifying enough, yet he still has to obey the mastermind behind the scenes. You can imagine how taboo this matter is. How will you seek revenge? Just die with that thought. Never mention it again." "Alright, I won't mention it." Qin Chen, fearing for Su Zheng's safety, stopped discussing the topic and turned to enter the Su family villa. After his mother took him to Jiang Bay to avoid implicating the Su family, they moved to the other end of the city. Even when they visited occasionally, they would leave immediately after dinner. To ensure the safety of the Su family, his mother kept all matters secret from Su Zheng. "I'll investigate slowly on my own." Su Zheng saw Qin Chen enter the house, took out his phone, found a number, and stared at it for a while before dialing. The call connected. Su Zheng's hand trembled slightly as he spoke softly. "He knows about the big battle 10 years ago and wants to investigate, but I stopped him." There was a few seconds of dead silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a low, icy voice. "The things behind that big battle are too terrifying. I don't need to say more. Keep an eye on him." The voice was deep like a dragon's roar, with a hint of displeasure. Su Zheng couldn't help but shiver and quickly said, "Don't worry, he's obedient, he'll listen to me, nothing will happen. Moreover, for our common goal, I've even married off my daughter. What else do you have to worry about?" I called mainly to ask, is she Is she okay? There was immediately a hint of anger in the voice on the other end of the phone. What did we agree on before? Don't ask about her at all. Focus on your own matters, or you might see her again. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Understood. I understand. Su Zhang was scared stiff, nodding repeatedly. He respectfully hung up the phone and returned to the villa. When the Su family saw Su Zhang come in, they started clamoring again. If Miss Shen hadn't helped this time, the Su family would have been in ruins. Qin Chen will cause trouble in the future. The Su family must cut ties with him. This guy can't stay. Second son, cut ties with him quickly, so as not to implicate the Su family again. Causing trouble everywhere, this guy is a troublemaker, a disaster. Su Zhang waved his hand and said, ultimately, this matter is Li Minghui's fault, and Miss Shen helped us resolve it. Qin acted against Li Minghui to protect the safety of the Su family. Apart from being too violent, I don't think he's fundamentally wrong. I won't drive him away. Li Daiqin rolled her eyes and looked at Qin Chen with disdain. Miss Shen doesn't easily give people opportunities. If you had helped Wei Wei even once, she wouldn't be so exhausted from those two projects. You didn't help Wei Wei at all, it was all wasted. The Su family members were speechless. Shen Ruwan had her own company and countless connections. Just giving a project would be enough for the Su family to live well for several years. They all criticized Qin Chen for causing trouble, saying he was a troublemaker incarnate, and even the best luck couldn't keep him. Enough! Su Zhang interrupted them and said, relying on others is only temporary, one must be strong themselves. Moreover, the Su family is on the right track now. Zhang Peng is applying for listing at the Provincial Securities Regulatory Bureau, and it will be approved in less than 2 days. Once Jiang Pharmaceutical goes public, the Su family can make a profit, and our difficulties will be resolved. You know that's good. Li Daiqin sneered sarcastically. Zhang Peng is such a good kid. He has always liked Wei Wei. Even though he knows our daughter married Qin Chen, he still treats her the same, giving the Su family 2 billion in shares. Relatives also followed suit, subscribing to shares and praising Wei Wei's capabilities. The old man said that if this deal goes through, Wei Wei's position as CEO will be secure, and no one can take it away. After Li Daiqin finished speaking, he glanced smugly at Su Wenzheng and his daughter, implying something without saying it. Su Tianwei nodded confidently and said, this is just the first step of the Su family's rise. I have found several companies with great potential. After Jiang Pharmaceutical goes public and recovers some funds, I will invest in them. Within 3 years, I will increase the Su family's profits tenfold. She passionately explained her plan, unable to hide her excitement on her face, her gaze falling on Qin Chen. With the help of Jiang Pharmaceutical, the Su family under her leadership will soon become a well-known wealthy family in Jiang Bay, and Qin Chen will be even more unworthy of her. Qin Chen, however, shook his head and calmly said, Uncle Su, I think Zhang Peng's business trip is not to the Provincial Securities Regulatory Bureau, but to prepare to sell off assets and run away. The Zhang family will definitely collapse within 3 days, so withdraw your investment quickly. Qin Chen heard from Zhao Fu and the Zhao family that Zhang Peng and his son went to Australia to gamble and lost billions. The new drug on the market has serious side effects, although the issue has been temporarily suppressed with money. But the new drug has been on the market for 2 months, and there will definitely be more victims in the future. Once it completely collapses, the Zhang family will only have bankruptcy as an option. Zhang Peng is definitely selling off assets in secret, preparing to take the money and run. Are you done yet? Li Daiqin asked angrily. Can't you bear to see the Su family doing well for a day? Old Su has told you, Wei Wei and Zhang Peng only have a business relationship, nothing more. Why do you keep bothering Zhang Peng all the time? If you can't help the Su family, at least don't stop others from helping. Do you have no shame? Su Tianwei also said coldly, I told you not to interfere in company affairs, but it goes in one ear and out the other, right? If it weren't for Zhang helping, you would have died long ago. If you want to prove you're better than Zhang, then work hard. You're always trying to sow discord. Su Zhang slapped the table and said, let's not bring this up again. Xiao Zhang, you have too much free time. I'll find you a job. How about working as a business analyst at the Su Group? It's easy work, and you can earn 8,000 yuan a month. Qin Chen shook his head and said, no need, I have other ideas. Other ideas? Still stealing things? Su Yufei sneered, second uncle, he married Su Tianwei just to freeload, how could he go to work? Besides, how can working bring in money faster than stealing? Su Wenzheng said with a dark expression, second brother, he thinks the position you gave him is too low. Li Daiqin snorted, thinks the position is too low? Wants to be in a high position? A labor reform convict who spent 10 years in prison should be grateful just to have food. Su Tianwei found it amusing. Qin Chen was too ungrateful, never understanding his position. Without a college education or any experience, How could he possibly become a high-level executive? Arrogant, impatient, always wanting something for nothing, wasting his life. Su Zhang shook his head and said, Xiao Jiang, what I mean is, you should start at the bottom and work your way up. If you show outstanding ability, there may be opportunities for advancement. Don't be arrogant, stay grounded. Qin Chen said, Uncle Su, you misunderstood. After dealing with some matters, I plan to start a pharmaceutical company. He planned to assist Lin Xingwan in starting a pharmaceutical company to counter the Shen, Su, and Longmen groups through capital operations. Start a company? The Su family was taken aback. Ha! Can't stop boasting. Su Yufei almost laughed to death, saying to Su Wenjiang, Dad, I don't want to argue here anymore, let's go. Su Wenjiang nodded and said to Su Zhang, second brother, no matter what your son-in-law does, remember my words. If he harms the interests of the Su family again, I will make the old man remove Su Tianwei from her position and strip your family of dividends. Humph. Still opening a company, if he can afford to open a company, I would be the richest person in the world. Su Wenjiang and his daughter left the Su family disdainfully. Li Daiqin looked at Qin Chen and said coldly, Do you know how much money it takes to start a pharmaceutical company? At least 15 million. You can't even find 3 copper coins on your whole body. What are you thinking? Zhou Hongyan pulled Su Tianwei and whispered, Sister, don't worry about other things for now. Your brother-in-law's words are right. Quickly withdraw the investment from Zhang Pharmaceutical. Su Tianwei impatiently pulled her hand away and said to Qin Chen, Don't be ungrateful, I will do as my father arranges. Stop dreaming those unrealistic dreams. The higher the goal you set, the more painful it will be when you can't achieve it. Zhou Hongyan pouted and rolled her eyes in anger. She realized it herself, her sister and Qin Chen are destined to be apart. Since that's the case, she won't be polite either. You better not regret it later. Su Zhengha agreed with Su Tianwei's words and nodded, Xiao Jiang, you are already grown up, you can't waste time. Think about this matter carefully, give me an answer in a couple of days. Okay. Qin Chen smiled and left the Su family after bidding farewell. I'll see off my brother-in-law. Zhou Hongyan ran downstairs in a hurry. Su Tianwei shook her head. Yen Yen is too naive, she believes everything Qin Chen says and has become a little fangirl, she's just too young. Fortunately, she lives in the Su family, otherwise she might be fooled into the mountains one day and have to smile while counting money for others. What a silly and sweet girl. Qin Chen left the Su family and called Wu Tianda. Help me find out where Lei Tianhu in the capital lives. Lei Tianhu? I will be holding a celebrity endorsement signing ceremony at Jiang Bay International Hotel tomorrow, he will be there. Boss, why do you need to find him? After saying this, Wu Tianda suddenly realized he said something wrong. He was scared and quickly said, Boss, I spoke out of turn, I'm sorry. Why does the king of the underworld need to explain to you? An ant dares to question the heavens, I really have a big mouth. Qin Chen's face turned cold. Lei Tianhu also participated in that big battle, and he's coming to your banquet? Boom! Wu Tianda felt like he was struck by lightning 9 times, and quickly explained, It's a misunderstanding. I only have a business relationship with him, I have no idea about his connection to that big battle. If I knew, I wouldn't dare to contact him even if I had 10 times the courage. Boss, you have to believe me, I really didn't know. Alright, Qin Chen said lightly, since he's coming to Jiang Bay, then I don't need to go to the capital. Don't leak any information, I will kill him tomorrow. Qin Chen hung up the phone after speaking. Brother-in-law, can I go see where you live? Zhou Hongyan ran over. She wanted to verify if Qin Chen's words were true. It would be crazy if he really lived in Jinghuamingdi. What's there to see in a broken house? Qin Chen frowned. Zhou Hongyan was speechless and pitifully said, I'm not feeling well, I just want to relax a bit. Alright, I have some medicine there, I'll help you apply it to reduce swelling quickly. Qin Chen looked at her still swollen cheeks. After all, she was implicated in the trouble he caused, and he also planned to investigate the case of Lin Beishan's murdered wife, so he agreed. The two soon arrived at the foot of Wangyue Mountain. Zhou Hongyan wanted to buy milk tea to bring up, so Qin Chen parked and waited. His phone rang. The call was from Zhao Xingye, the president of Tianqing Bank. Qin Chen hung up directly, and the other party sent a text message. Mr. Qin, all the mistakes are the fault of the Zhao family. Please help the Zhao family for the sake of Feifei's suffering. I will go to Wangyue Mountain to apologize to you now, okay? Qin Chen impatiently blocked the number and took out the bone jade to study. The bone jade was crystal clear, burned at high temperatures to ash, and then mixed with some substances to make it. It looks no different from ordinary jade to the naked eye. But Qin Chen had learned physiognomy from the crazy old man and could see the black energy that ordinary people couldn't see. This bone jade is made from the bones of a deceased person with strong resentment. Wearing it often will affect the mind and also bring bad luck to a person. How could Lin Qingwan have such a thing? Qin Chen frowned, looking puzzled. Qin Chen? A sexy woman walked over. Wearing black sunglasses, tight jeans, long legs, a pink low-cut striped knit short-sleeved shirt, and snow-white jade arms. There was also a man in a suit and leather shoes by her side. Yu Hui? Qin Chen was slightly stunned. Xiao Hui, who is he? The man asked. Yu Hui introduced them to each other. Qin Chen is my high school classmate. This is my boyfriend, Lu Hao, the manager of Tianqin Bank. Qin Chen nodded lightly. Qin Chen? Oh, I remember now. He slapped his head, looked at Qin Chen, and laughed heartily. Isn't he the kid who split his pants on the first day of military training in high school? Yu Hui smiled and coughed softly. Lu Hao, he is my classmate. Don't talk nonsense. Talk nonsense? Lu Hao raised an eyebrow. Isn't what you said a true story? And in the year of our high school graduation, you rejected Qin Chen's confession, isn't that true? Lu Hao glanced at Qin Chen's Volkswagen La Vida. Brother, are you doing ride-hailing now? How come you don't even have that much insight? Wanyuan Mountain is a wealthy area. They have dedicated drivers. You won't get many rides here. Qin Chen said calmly. You misunderstood. I'm just waiting for a friend. Come on. Lu Hao sneered. Brother, are you too embarrassed to admit it in front of the person you like? That's not right. Yu Hui is the school flower of your school. Such women have clear goals for the future. They know what kind of person they want to marry. You are so poor, according to what Yu Hui said. You used to live under a bridge, bought cheap clothes. How could she be your girlfriend? It's normal for her to reject you. Qin Chen frowned slightly. It seems that Yu Hui has turned her past into a joke and told it all to Lu Hao. When talking about me, maybe they all laughed their heads off. I never thought that my pain would be seen as a joke by others. Yu Hui also smiled and said, Qin Chen, what did you do after high school graduation? Why didn't you go to college? I didn't want to. Qin Chen didn't want to engage with the two of them, and replied without looking up. This action was seen as a sign of inferiority by Yu Hui, who shook her head and said, How could you have such thoughts? You are so poor, going to college is the only chance to change your fate. Why didn't you go? Qin Chen's eyes were indifferent, and he said impatiently, Is there anything else? If not, you can leave. I want to be alone for a while. Lu Hao shook his head and smiled at Yu Hui. He might still like you, that's why he's jealous of you being with me. He might not have gone to college because of the blow you gave him. Blow? He can't figure out his own position. It has nothing to do with me. Yu Hui said to Qin Chen, I rejected you because you couldn't give me the life I wanted. We are not from the same world. We can't be together. Look forward, don't dwell in the pain of my rejection. You are not ugly, make money well, and you can still marry an ordinary-looking girl. Qin Chen's face turned cold. He tilted his head and said, What's wrong with you women, always saying we are not from the same world? Are we not all from the same planet? He was indeed unhappy for a while after being rejected, but he quickly got over it. It's not like he had a deeply memorable love affair, and felt heartbroken after breaking up. He just liked her. Confessing to Yu Hui was just to avoid regrets. He wasn't so fragile as to give up on himself for a woman. Isn't that right? Yu Hui was taken aback after hearing this, and asked back, I'm so beautiful, I should marry a man like Lu Hao who earns $1 million a year. You can't even save a few thousand in a year. How can you match me? Lu Hao patted Yu Huifeng's plump buttocks and provocatively said, Brother, whether you admit it or not, only men like me have the ability to make beautiful women bow their heads. People like you living at the bottom level are only worthy of what we leave behind. Qin Chen sneered and asked, Are you a donkey? Do you need to show off your wealth to gain mating rights? What are you laughing at? Lu Hao's face turned cold. In this society, either you have wealth or power in your hands, otherwise you can only have what we leave behind. I can crush you with one hand, and Yu Hui will naturally be with me. Qin Chen was amused by Lu Hao and shook his head, saying, I just find it funny that a small manager dares to prance around in front of me. Small manager? Yu Hui's face changed. Who do you think you are? Lu Hao is the manager of Tianqin Bank, and Zhao Xingye, the president, likes him very much. He earns more in a year than you do in half a lifetime, so what qualifications do you have to look down on him? You're so poor that you have to take Didi, and you still look down on Lu Hao. Who gave you the courage? I'm afraid you still haven't married a wife. Qin Chen, who are they? Zhou Hongyan ran over with 2 cups of milk tea, grabbed Qin Chen's arm, and handed him the milk tea with a straw inserted. Let's go. Drink more upstairs. Qin Chen pulled his hand out of Zhou Hongyan's embrace, gesturing for her to get in the car. Are you his girlfriend? Yu Hui, shocked by Zhou Hongyan's intimacy, grabbed the car door. This girl was extremely beautiful, with delicate and smooth skin, soft jade-like arms, and elegant and slender legs. She was like a masterpiece of creation, flawless in every way, making even Yu Hui jealous. Lu Hao was staring at Zhou Hongyan, his eyes fixed on her. If Yu Hui was the moon, Zhou Hongyan was the sun at noon, and the two were incomparable. Zhou Hongyan's conditions were superior in every aspect. Seeing her attentiveness being ignored by Qin Shan, Zhou Hongyan felt a bit frustrated and said, "I would like to be his girlfriend, but he doesn't want to." This statement shattered their beliefs even further. They thought that with Qin Shan's family background, it would be difficult for him to find a wife. They never expected such a beautiful girl to throw herself at him, and he didn't even look at her. Yu Hui said to Zhou Hongyan, "Sister, don't be deceived by men's sweet words. In this world, money is the key. With your great conditions, it's not worth wasting time on Qin Shan." Zhou Hongyan was stunned by this and looked at Yu Hui strangely, realizing that they didn't have a good relationship with Qin Shan. "Are you crazy? What does it have to do with you who I want to be with? It's you who's off the right path and built a wall for yourself. Alright, let's go," Qin Shan urged, finding Zhou Hongyan's conversation with them boring. "You have no idea what you're missing." Zhou Hongyan turned to get in the car. "You're too deeply poisoned." Lu Hao admired, "With such conditions, you can still make beautiful girls fall for you. I have to say, your classmate is really good at picking up girls." Yu Hui sneered, "What's the use of being strong? After getting married, you'll run away after 2 years of poverty, ending up single." As soon as she finished speaking, a Mercedes-Benz G-Class stopped abruptly on the side. Zhao Xingye, the president of Tianqing Bank, got out of the car and ran over to Qin Shan, tears streaming down his face, saying, "Mr. Qin, Feifei's illness is getting worse, she's gone mad. The old man doesn't care about anything now, and my brother has taken a long leave to take care of her day and night." "Mr. Qin, it was indeed a mistake on the Zhao family's part last time, suspecting your abilities based on the false information from Feng's daughter. Please give us a chance to make amends. The Zhao family is willing to offer 1 billion as a token of gratitude." President Zhao. Lu Hao watched this scene in shock, unable to believe the treatment received by a poor Didi driver. President Zhao bowed 90 degrees, pleading with tears in his eyes. Yu Hui also looked incredulous. Standing blankly in place, her mind was completely empty. "I knew my brother-in-law couldn't be a scammer." Zhou Hongyan smiled, feeling more and more amused by the naivety of the Su family. Xiao Woody was as honest as a little rabbit in front of him, needing to deceive the Zhao family? Annoying? Not interested. Qin Shan remained indifferent, never once looking at Zhao Xingye. He had made the consequences clear to the Zhao family at the Zhao mansion, and they had made their choice, so they had to bear the consequences of their actions. Boom! Despair filled Zhao Xingye's eyes. "Mr. Qin, all the mistakes are the fault of the Zhao family. Please, for the sake of Lingfei suffering from illness, help the Zhao family. Zhao Xingye is begging you here." Thump! Zhao Xingye knelt heavily on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Zhao Lingfei was the old man's precious pearl, his eldest son's heart. If she went crazy for the rest of her life, the old man would surely worry day and night, and before long, he would pass away. His eldest son would also be devastated and retire. If that happened, the Zhao family would be ruined. 1 billion reward, do anything. President Zhao has said this much, and he still hasn't agreed. Lu Hao sat on the ground, looking incredulous. This was no ordinary toad, but a dragon and phoenix among men. Yu Hui's goosebumps rose from her feet to her head. A 1 billion reward. Money that an ordinary person wouldn't earn in 8 lifetimes, and Qin Shan refused without hesitation. His words were harsh and impatient, as if scolding others, but Zhao Xingye not only didn't get angry, he knelt down. Zhou Hongyan whispered, "Qin Shan, President Zhao has pleaded this much, please give him some face and take a look." The Zhao family was the most powerful family in Jiang Bay, and if they were so humble, it would be disrespectful not to agree. "What does the life and death of the Zhao family have to do with me? Why should I give face to the Zhao family?" Qin Shan's eyes were cold. "If it weren't for Zhao Fu's participation in the defense war, I wouldn't have saved his life. Leave here, don't bother me." Qin Shan left straight away. "Hey, you!" Zhou Hongyan stomped her foot in anger, and Qin Shan turned coldly. "If you don't want to go up, then take a taxi back to the Su family." I'll go. Zhou Hongyan suddenly lost her temper. Seeing this, Lu Hao quickly helped Zhao Xingye up and said with a smile, "President Zhao, I think Qin Shan is just a fame seeker. Don't worry, I know a few famous doctors, we can arrange something another day." "Shut up!" Zhao Xingye slapped him angrily. "Who do you think you are, disrespecting Mr. Qin like that? Even Shen Ruwan couldn't cure her. What famous doctors do you know?" After scolding Lu Hao, he turned to Zhou Hongyan and pleaded, "Miss, can you help me persuade Mr. Qin again? As long as he takes action, you will also be a benefactor of the Zhao family, please." "Heavens! President Zhao is actually begging me." Zhou Hongyan was so shocked she almost fainted, quickly comforting him, "President Zhao, he just has a bad temper, don't worry, I'll talk to him later." The three of them talked, but Yu Hui didn't hear a word, her eyes fixed on Qin Chen the whole time. It wasn't until Qin Chen walked into the Wangyue Mountain Villa complex that Yu Hui was shocked, her eyes full of amazement. Qin Chen lives in Wangyue Mountain? Zhou Hongyan said irritably, I really don't understand what qualifications you two have to mock him. Have you seen the Jinghua mansion on the mountaintop? He lives there. What? Qin Chen lives in the Jinghua mansion. Over 30 billion. Yu Hui's eyes nearly popped out. She had always thought Qin Chen was a clown, but now she realized she was the joke. If she had agreed to be Qin Chen's girlfriend back then, wouldn't she be? Lu Hao, did you just disrespect Mr. Qin? Zhao Xingye heard Zhou Hongyan's words, his gaze fell on the two of them, his face was icy, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Zhao. Manager Zhao, it's all a misunderstanding, we thought. Smack. The sound of a slap echoed. Lu Hao was beaten up badly. Zhao Xingye exploded in anger, cursing loudly, why was Mr. Qin so angry? It turns out you scum, provoked him. You looked down on Mr. Qin, didn't you? Then I'll demote you to a commoner. Go to the bank immediately to process your resignation. Don't worry. I will inform all major banks, and no one will dare to hire you. After saying that, his gaze fell on Yu Hui. Oh, you were involved too. Yes, that's right. Very good. Since you look down on others like dogs, I'll grant your wish. From now on, no industry will hire you. Even if the God of Heaven comes to plead for you, you won't find a job in this lifetime, not even as a street sweeper. That's what I say. After saying this, Zhao Xingye got into his Mercedes-Benz G-Class and drove away. Thump. No. Please don't. Lu Hao's eyes went black, and he knelt directly towards the disappearing Mercedes, crying out with a pleading tone, Manager Zhao, I was wrong. Can't I just apologize to Mr. Qin? Please give me a chance, I'll kneel here and wait for him. Apologize to him, beg him to see a doctor, sob. Lu Hao's eyes were full of despair. He had used connections to get into Tianxin Bank, starting as an ordinary employee, and finally becoming a manager with $1 million salary. He bought a large flat, pursued Yu Hui, and was content with his life. Now, with just one word from Zhao Xingye, he lost everything, and even a regular job became a luxury. Yu Hui was even more devastated, not because she couldn't find a job, but because she offended the Zhao family, the top wealthy family in Jiang Bay. Unable to find a job, she could still marry into a wealthy family with her beauty and live a worry-free life. But having offended the Zhao family, which wealthy person would dare to take her in? Yu Hui was at a loss. If she hadn't offended Qin Chen just now, the outcome would have been completely different. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. Oh my god. Brother-in-law, you really live in Jinghuamingdi. As Qin Chen opened the door of the mountain villa, Zhou Hongyan stood at the door, looking at the palace-like Jinghuamingdi, too shocked to move. The Moonview Mountain Villas, the top wealthy area in Jiang Bay, a place only the super-rich and top dignitaries could live in. And the Jinghuamingdi on the mountaintop, valued at 3 billion, was said to have been bought by the war god Jiang Tianshui, but now Qin Chen was its owner. Brother-in-law, what's your relationship with Jiang Tianshui? Zhou Hongyan blinked her eyes and asked. I cured his back injury. Qin Chen opened the villa door, kicked off his shoes casually, and walked in. He placed the milk tea on the table and said lightly, I'll take a shower first, and then I'll ask you some questions later. Just as Qin Chen turned around, he heard Zhou Hongyan scream. Oh my god, brother-in-law, are you crazy? Zhou Hongyan stood in the kitchen, her big eyes wide open, exclaiming in shock. Isn't this Jinsho tea King Xiang's Wooking? 350,000 per caddy. You actually used it to make tea eggs. I can't believe it. Half of the 20-year-old Mao Tai, and you threw it in the trash? Oh my god. A blue and white porcelain bottle from the Ming Dynasty. I saw on the news that a similar one was sold for 3 million, and you're using it as a trash can? Qin Chen remained calm. What's wrong with using it? Isn't it strange? There are drinks in the fridge. Take whatever you want, don't be surprised. After speaking, he went upstairs. After taking a shower and changing into comfortable shorts, Qin Chen came downstairs wearing slippers. In the cloakroom, he found Zhou Hongyan. Why are there women's clothes here? Brother-in-law, are you hiding my sister here? Qin Chen glanced at the wardrobe, red long dress, cheongsam, chiffon blouse, cashmere coat, as well as one-piece swimsuits and various styles of underwear. There was a style of underwear that turned out to be the same as the one in Lin Qingwan's home, with only a few strings. I really didn't notice there was a dressing room here. Qin Chen was also stunned. The Jinghua mansion has 5 floors above ground, thousands of square meters of indoor space, 18 guest rooms, 12 bathrooms, and 2 underground floors. It's just a place to live. He came back straight to the master bedroom. No time, no interest in touring the villa. Zhou Hongyan looked at those half-hollow underwear, somewhat disappointed. I always thought that Jiang Tianshui, the god of war, was a righteous gentleman, but I didn't expect him to be a big pervert too. Qin Shen frowned. The god of war is also immortal, why can't he like it? Zhou Hongyan raised an eyebrow, picked up a black lace-edged bra and held it in front of her, smirked. Does brother-in-law like it when girls dress like this? Don't like it. Qin Shen raised an eyebrow. Zhou Hongyan chuckled. Brother-in-law, your mouth is tough, but your body is honest. Her tender green hand pointed at Qin Shen, covered her mouth shyly, and her eyes smiled like crescent moons. Qin Shen looked down and said lightly, you misunderstood, I have no thoughts about you. Is this your usual state? This is my usual state, is it so rare? Qin Shen saw Zhou Hongyan's surprised mouth wide open, her big eyes staring round. Alright. Zhou Hongyan shivered, feeling a storm in her heart. It seems difficult to conquer this guy. What if he rejects me? Will I be unable to get out of bed for 3 days? Qin Shen sat on the sofa, took out a photo, and fell into contemplation. He thought it was only the Qin family chasing his mother. He didn't expect there were several forces, and through some information, these people had backgrounds that reached the sky, with terrifying power. What surprised him the most was how terrifying his mother's combat power was, fighting alone against 100 grandmasters. But she was usually just like an ordinary woman. She must be afraid of exposure and dare not easily reveal her true strength. Mom, who is trying to kill you? Qin Shen muttered to himself. It would be great if he knew his mother's identity, but she never mentioned anything about her family, leaving Qin Shen in the dark. Mom, rest assured, none of those involved in this matter will escape. Lei Tianhu, tomorrow I will take you down. Qin Shen's eyes revealed a murderous intent. Brother-in-law, is the woman in the photo your mother? She's so beautiful. Zhou Hongyan sat beside Qin Shen, surprised. The woman in the photo was stunning, somewhat resembling Qin Shen, exuding a heroic spirit between her brows. Qin Shen nodded, put the photo into his arms, and said lightly, how much do you know about the case of Lin Badian killing his wife? It seems that it was to fight for control of the company, deliberately pushing his wife off the 4th floor. Zhou Hongyan thought for a moment. Qin Shen asked, who was the witness? There was only the butler as a witness, but Lin Badian committed suicide after being imprisoned. Zhou Hongyan said. Qin Shen was full of suspicion, only the butler saw the whole thing, and he still committed suicide in the end? Xuanyan was killed, Lin Badian was imprisoned. The Su, Shen, and Longmen groups besieged the 5 companies under the Lin family and eventually completed the acquisition. And Lin Qingwan's bone jade. Qin Shen spent 10 years with Lin Badian in prison, and no matter how he looked at it, he didn't seem like the kind of person who would kill his wife for control. Now he was even more suspicious. Zhou Hongyan asked, you don't want to clear Lin Baishan's name, do you? Don't forget, the Su, Shen, and Longmen all want Lin Badian to die in prison. Helping him would put yourself in a dangerous situation. Qin Shen's face was as calm as water, and he said lightly, Lin Badian saved my life. If I find someone framing him, I will definitely clear his name. None of the people involved in this matter will get away with it. Qin Shen had suffered all kinds of bullying when he first entered prison, and if it weren't for Lin Badian sacrificing himself to save him, he would have died long ago. Zhou Hongyan couldn't help but feel a headache. Helping Lin Qingwan meant offending the Su family, Longmen, and Shen family. These 3 behemoths with a market value exceeding 1 trillion, with extensive connections and unfathomable energy, can Qin Shen alone provoke? They are not like Xiao Woody, who only frolics in the north of the river. The combined energy of the 3 families is comparable to a noble family. Even if Qin Shen can handle characters like Xiao Woody, what are the chances of winning against the 3 families? Moreover, the other side also has a monster like Shen Ruwan, a rare genius in Xiagua for 100 years. Hiss. It seems that picking up the leftovers of the elder sister is not an easy task. At this time, the phone rang. Su Tianwei sent a text message. Wow! Wu Tianda's group has signed a new spokesperson, the popular traffic star Wu Han. There will be a banquet at the Jiang Bay International Hotel tomorrow, and the Su family has also obtained a quota. Lin Qingwan's name is also on the list. Will you go? Wu Han is a rising traffic star in recent years, with over 100 million fans on social media. Zhou Hongyan and Su Tianwei are both his diehard fans. Whenever Wu Han releases a new album, the two will spend tens of thousands of dollars to support their idol. Qin Shen nodded. Lei Tianhu will be there, so of course he will go. Ding ding. The doorbell rang. Zhou Hongyan got up and went to the door. No need to look, it must be Shen Ruwan. I can smell her Tiffany perfume even from a mile away. Qin Shen has no good feelings toward Shen Ruwan. If this woman can invite him to a tea house to sit down and peacefully annul the marriage, they can still be friends. After all, he is not a petty person, and he has no feelings for Shen Ruwan, so annul the marriage, no big deal. Who would have thought that this woman, with her inexplicable confidence and arrogance like an iceberg, is really annoying? It really is Shen Ruwan. Zhou Hongyan whispered, should we open the door? In the door monitor, Shen Ruwan was holding a bottle of Romaine Conti worth 300,000. Wearing a low-cut red dress, a string of deep green gemstone pendant on her fair neck, hair piled up high with jade hairpins inserted, and a delicately carved facial features on her oval face. Coupled with her inherent icy temperament and tall figure, she looked untouchable. Qin Shen didn't care, whatever. Oh! Zhou Hongyan grabbed the door handle and twisted it down. The door unlocked. The door opened a crack, and Zhou Hongyan wanted to open it, but suddenly felt something was wrong and closed the door again. Let's not open the door, in case there's a misunderstanding between us. Shen Ruwan outside the door was stunned. She clearly saw the door open a crack, but why did it close again? After a moment of thought, she smiled and said, General Jiang Tiansui, I just came to thank you for saving my life, nothing else. If you're worried about being misunderstood as a man and a woman alone, I'll come back during the day. This bottle of wine is placed at the door, please accept it. She placed the red wine on the doorstep and left in big strides. General Jiang Tiansui may be interested in me and want to invite me in for a few drinks, but seeing that it's late, I'm afraid of misunderstandings by others, so I closed the door again. Shen Ruwan left the Jinghua mansion with a faint smile. Brother-in-law, what should we do with this wine? I heard it's worth tens of thousands. Let's return it. Zhou Hongyan brought the bottle of Romaine Conti wine into the house. Return it? Qin Shen opened it directly. Such a pretentious woman like Shen Ruwan, who annoys me every day. It's already good enough not to hang her up and beat her. What's wrong with having a drink with her? Zhou Hongyan was struck by lightning and stood there dumbfounded. People like Shen Ruwan, who are like prodigies, are like dazzling stars in the sky to themselves, can only look up to them. In Qin Shen's mouth, she is worthless. In the few times they have interacted, Qin Shen has never shown Shen Ruwan a good face, and even wanted to hang her up and beat her? This is too exaggerated, too unbelievable. Qin Shen took a sip and didn't drink anymore, while Zhou Hongyan drank 2 cups and soon felt tipsy. It's getting late, you've finished your visit, let's go. Don't forget to close the door. Qin Shen was tired and wanted to go upstairs after issuing the order to dismiss the guests. Ha! Zhou Hongyan was so angry that she rolled her eyes straight, feeling that this guy was too straightforward, actually driving people away? Hey! What do you mean? It's so late, and there's no place nearby. Are you asking me to go back by myself? Zhou Hongyan put her hands on her hips, angrily said. Do you want me to send you? Forget it, there are plenty of rooms here, just pick one to stay for the night. Is there any unpacked pajamas in the wardrobe? Use them yourself. Qin Shen went to his bedroom without looking back. Hey! Zhou Hongyan wanted to know more about Qin Shen, but he ignored her, so she had to suppress her doubts and went to the guest room. Lying on the soft big bed, her mind was spinning, looking at the luxurious surroundings in front of her like a dream. She could hardly sleep all night. Oh no! It's past 10, the banquet is about to start. The next day, Zhou Hongyan woke up, checked the time, and immediately jumped out of bed, heading straight to the bathroom, bumping into Qin Shen who had just finished washing up. Qin was very unhappy, about to turn around, but raised his eyebrows instead. Zhou Hongyan was wearing a semi-transparent satin and silk deep V-neck camisole nightgown, the lace hem covering the base of her thighs perfectly. A pair of snow-white smooth jade legs exposed in the air, like the most perfect masterpiece in the world. Most importantly, she wasn't wearing a bra. The deep V-neck revealed a pair of full and round breasts, with the hidden parts faintly visible under the thin satin. Her slender waist was gripped gently, and the black underwear under the white nightgown was even more impactful. Oops. I was half asleep, thought I was at home. How embarrassing. Zhou Hongyan also noticed the anomaly at this time, blushing instantly and hurriedly retreated into the room. No wonder you're so shameless, turns out you don't wear a bra to sleep. Qin Shen chuckled. After Zhou Hongyan changed her clothes, the two left Wangyue Mountain. Awkward silence all the way. However, when they passed by the Jiang pharmaceutical factory area, Qin Shen stopped the car for a moment. No wonder there have been so many things happening in the Jiang family recently. Turns out there's a problem with the feng shui of the factory area. Jiang pharmaceutical factory belongs to the Jiang family, with a square terrain, open front and back, no obstructions, a smooth path, and a prosperous future. The mountains behind are surrounded with a dragon and tiger atmosphere. However, from the perspective of feng shui, the dragon is an old dragon, and the tiger is a sick tiger. The mountain's energy has already dried up. By using the 9-dragon formation to enhance the energy, this place can prosper for 50 years. It's a pity that the Jiang family didn't think about this. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the Jiang Bay International Hotel. Su Tianwei was anxiously waiting outside, and when she saw Qin Shen coming with Zhou Hongyan, Her pretty face turned cold instantly. Are you here so late to wait for Qin Shen? Zhou Hongyan was stunned, glanced at Qin Shen, and nodded. Don't embarrass me when we go in. Su Tianwei gave Qin Shen a cold look, handed the invitation to the doorman, and walked in without looking back. Su Tianwei was afraid that Qin Shen would speak without restraint, so she deliberately didn't let him come, but he still came. Have you never had a meal in 8 lifetimes? You come when you're called? Zhou Hongyan was speechless. Sister, can't you be nicer to Qin Shen? Maybe he can help the Su family soar. Just him? Su Tianwei looked disdainful, displeased. It's good enough if he doesn't cause trouble for me. Expecting him to help the Su family soar is like begging for food. Don't speak up for him in the future. The three entered the hotel. Because of Wu Weihan, besides the heads of wealthy families, many young men and women also came, dressed brightly, holding wine glasses and chatting very enthusiastically. Su Tianwei envied them a bit. They are not much younger than us, but they are already CEOs of companies worth tens of billions. I don't know when I will bring the Su family to that level. Zhou Hongyan looked at Su Tianwei with emotion, couldn't help but smile inwardly. Isn't this typical of holding a gold brick and envying others for holding a tin plate? Xiao Woody's net worth exceeds 50 billion, and when he saw Qin Shen, it was like a mouse seeing a cat. If Su Tianwei could face Qin Shen squarely and listen to some of his opinions more, even the Su family, with a net worth of tens of billions, could become a top-tier family. Just as he was thinking, the elevator door opened, and a fierce aura instantly filled the hall. Whoosh! Over a dozen uniformly dressed bodyguards filed out, quickly standing on both sides of the elevator, their eyes scanning the room like lightning. The commotion ceased, and everyone looked over. Click! A leather shoe stepped out of the elevator and onto the ground, revealing a tall figure. With a chiseled face and sharp features, his eyes gleamed brightly, making it impossible to look directly at him. He exuded a kingly aura, standing like a towering mountain, suppressing everyone in the room, making it hard to breathe, even causing suffocation. His aura was fully unleashed, imposing without anger, the pressure descending like Mount Tai. Those who approached turned pale, breathing rapidly. Boom! The tiger of the imperial capital, Lei Tianhu, the king of the underground world in the Northern Territory. How did he come to Jiang Bay? Upon recognizing Lei Tianhu, everyone held their breath, trembling, their faces turning pale. Su Tianwei also took a deep breath, looking at Lei Tianhu with awe, his hair standing on end. This is the ruthless demon king who kills without blinking an eye. Even Xiao Woody can only be his little brother. Upon hearing this name, Qin Shen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a murderous intent surged within him. Zhou Hongyan was even more shocked. She clearly remembered that Lei Tianhu was the one who took Qin Shen's mother's heaven's punishment ring. A bad premonition struck. Lei Tianhu stepped out of the elevator, followed by 4 people. They were Lei Tianhu's servants. All were quasi-grandmasters in martial arts. Their aura was second only to Lei Tianhu, exploding and sweeping everything in their path. Greetings, Mr. Lei. Everyone bowed respectfully, as if they were in the presence of a deity. Even the heads of the top 10 families in Jiang Bay would bow before Lei Tianhu. Lei Tianhu made no response, walking past everyone with his bodyguards and servants, heading towards the hall. After the manager of the Jiang Bay International Hotel saw off the group, he was surrounded by the crowd in the hall. Manager Niu, why did Lei Tianhu come to Jiang Bay? And he doesn't look good, could he be here to kill someone? Manager Niu shook his head. Mr. Lei has some cooperation with Mr. Wu. He just came over for a formality. They stayed in the VIP room on the 3rd floor for half an hour, but they didn't see Mr. Wu in person. They left in anger, staying in Jiang Bay for one night before returning to the imperial capital. The crowd became even more puzzled after hearing this. Mr. Wu Tianda is several levels higher than Lei Tianhu, and they have a cooperative relationship. Not personally welcoming him is one thing, but leaving him aside without meeting him at all? Where is Lei Tianhu staying tonight? Qin Chen asked. Why do you ask? Trying to curry favor? Where did this brat come from? Not very capable but so arrogant, trying to get close to Lei Tianhu? Ridiculous. You're not even qualified to meet the top 10 families, what's the point of asking where he's staying? A clown with delusions of grandeur. Listening to the mockery, Qin Chen sneered, curry favor? I just want to kill him. As soon as these words were spoken, the room fell silent, followed by an unprecedented burst of laughter, as everyone regarded Qin Chen as a mentally deranged lunatic. Lei Tianhu is a grandmaster in martial arts, capable of releasing his aura externally, killing without a trace. A grandmaster like a dragon, capable of founding a sect and dominating a region alone. This young man is only 30 years old, yet he wants to kill him. Isn't he crazy? Mr. Lei is staying at the 9 Dragons Mountain Villa, go and kill him. Manager Niu joked and then left. Qin Chen, what do you mean? It seems like Lei Tianhu didn't provoke you. Zhou Hongyan and Su Tianwei almost simultaneously expressed their astonishment.
Qin Shan replied calmly, Lei Tianhu participated in the operation to hunt down my mother 10 years ago. I want to use him to start the path of revenge.
Sister-in-law, are you kidding me? Zhou Hongyan was going crazy.
Lei Tianhu is not someone like Li Shangron. He is a famous bandit leader in Xia country, a hero in the underground world. And Qin Shan has not yet shown master-level strength. Qin Shan sneered, just a mere ant, I will send him off after dark. Zhou Hongyan's face turned green. Qin Shan really wants to avenge his mother.
It's a death sentence for sure. Su Tianwei, however, disdainfully said, Yen, he's just showing off to get attention, why bother with him? Zhou Hongyan became a little fan, isn't it all because of Qin Shan's boasting?
She has seen many men like this, who deceive young girls who have just entered society with their sweet talk.
Seeking popularity. Mediocre man. Strong in words. Su Tianwei felt more and more disgusted, obviously not believing Qin Shan's words. But Zhou Hongyan wanted to say something, but suddenly saw a familiar figure. Huh?
Why is Zhang Peng here too?
Didn't Qin Shan say he ran away? How did he disappear for a few days and then return to Jiang Bay? Why can't he be here? Su Tianwei glanced at Qin Shan and sneered, if Zhang Xiao doesn't come, how can we embarrass someone? He said he ran away, but isn't he standing there in a suit and tie chatting happily? With that, she quickly walked towards Zhang Peng.
Zhang Xiao, you're back from your business trip. When Su Tianwei approached, Zhang Peng's eyes flashed with panic, and he smiled, yes.
Finally settled things, we'll be going public in a couple of days.
Su Tianwei nodded. Seeing Zhang Peng's tired face, she asked with concern, Zhang Xiao, you must have been working hard these past few days, everything will be worth it after going public.
Zhang Peng smiled perfunctorily, yes, Wei, don't worry, I still have business to discuss, shall we chat later? Business?
Qin Shan walked over, coldly saying, Zhang Xiao's business is to sell off his assets cheaply, preparing to run away, right?
Nonsense. Zhang Peng's face darkened, displeased, what's it to you? Get lost. Su Tianwei's face also darkened, Qin Shan, have you had enough? Can't you feel at ease without wishing Zhang Xiao well for a day? If you keep blabbering, leave here immediately. No ability, yet staring at Zhang Peng like a fly. Disgusting.
I really don't know what my father saw in him, refusing to let me divorce. After Zhang Pharmaceutical goes public and earns billions in profits for the Su family, I will let my grandfather decide and divorce this marriage.
Wu Han is here. A voice rang out, causing a commotion in the hall. Wow, so handsome. He's even more handsome in person than on TV. I really like him. My Han loves working out, he looks good in anything, he's like a walking clothes hanger. Coupled with his handsome face, even the ancient Pan and can't compare. Wu Han is the hottest star in recent years, with over 1 billion fans, he can earn 1 billion yuan for a movie, he's simply too popular. Amidst the noise, a tall and handsome man walked into the hall, dressed in hip-hop style clothing, with light purple hair, big earrings, and a cold expression. Su Tianwei and Zhou Hongyan also ran over.
Qin Shan stared into Zhang Peng's eyes and said, this is your last chance, return all of the Su family's money, or else you'll regret it.
With that, he left.
His face was icy, and the eyes under his sword-like eyebrows seemed to have a frost storm, freezing Zhang Peng's soul, making him shiver involuntarily. But he quickly reacted, sneering, just a useless waste, a trash who only knows how to talk.
Who are you scaring? I won't return the Su family's money, what can you do to me? After tonight, I'll go to the snow country, with hundreds of millions in cash, buy a villa to keep a dozen foreign girls, and live a worry-free life forever. What are you mumbling about? Where's the contract? A voice sounded from behind. Gao Jinsheng walked over. Zhang Peng hurriedly greeted him and said excitedly, Gao Xiao, do you really have a way to get me to the snow country?
Zhang's family went to the provincial capital a few days ago, wanting to leave Xia country by plane. When they arrived at the airport, they found out that the Zhang family was on the list of restricted from leaving the country, which made them extremely anxious. It was at that time that Gao Jinsheng contacted him. He promised that as long as Zhang Pharmaceutical was transferred to Lin Qingwan, he would help Zhang's family leave Xia country. Gao Jinsheng patted Zhang Peng on the shoulder and nodded lightly, as long as you help me set up a trap to deceive the formula from Lin Qingwan, the Su family will send a private plane to help you sneak out of the country. Gao Xiao, our two families have a good relationship, you can't deceive me.
Zhang Peng confirmed again. Gao Jinsheng said confidently, rest assured, my second uncle has such a good relationship with your father, how could the Gao family deceive you? As long as you help me deceive the formula, I will send you out of the country tonight. Gao Jinsheng's second uncle had a good relationship with Zhang Peng's father. He went to Australia at the beginning of the year to gamble and knew about the recent difficulties of the Zhang family.
After the failure of deceiving the formula during the martial arts competition, Gao Jinsheng thought of the Jiang family.
Sorry for being late. Lin Xingwan walked towards Gao Jinsheng.
Wearing a red dress and a black mask, she looked a bit tired. The day before yesterday, after applying the golden ointment, Lin Xingwan felt some pain at the scar. She thought it was a normal reaction and didn't worry too much, but the pain at the scar became stronger last night, making it difficult for her to fall asleep until the early morning.
It's okay, we just arrived too.
Gao Jinsheng smiled and took out a check, saying, Xingwan, your debts are about to be overdue, right?
This is 70 million yuan that the Gao family helped you raise. Hurry up and pay off all your debts.
Lin Xingwan took the check and smiled. Thank you, I will find a way to pay it back.
Xingwan, you are too polite.
Gao Jinsheng waved his hand and said firmly, without Aunt Shui, there would be no Gao family today.
Don't mention 70 million, even if the Gao family goes bankrupt for you, we won't frown.
After that, he introduced to Zhang Peng, this is the son of Zhang Pharmaceutical Group, Zhang Peng.
Haven't you always wanted to make a comeback with the Dragon Bone Pill? The Gao family has fully acquired Zhang Pharmaceutical. As long as you sign on the equity transfer, Zhang Pharmaceutical will be yours.
Before the words fell, Zhang Peng took out a stack of contracts from his bag. Lin Xingwan was quite surprised. Zhang Pharmaceutical is a high-quality enterprise in Jiang Bay, with good development status.
Why would you want to sell it?
Zhang Pharmaceutical is not large in scale, with a market value of only about 500 million yuan. It has also subcontracted several drugs for the Lin Group in the past. The annual profit is around 70 million yuan, and it has been rated as a high-quality enterprise in Jiang Bay for 5 consecutive years. Lin Xingwan was very puzzled.
Ahem.
Zhang Peng coughed awkwardly and said, President Lin, we have cooperated before, so I won't hide it from you. At the beginning of the year, my father and I went to Australia to gamble and lost 200 million yuan, breaking the capital chain. In addition, after the Su family, Shen family, and Longmen Group acquired your group, they took back several subcontracted drugs, and Zhang Pharmaceutical's research and development encountered a bottleneck. Considering all aspects, Zhang Pharmaceutical can only be sold as it is difficult to support on its own. But I believe that with your Dragon Bone Pill, it will surely shine again. Zhang Peng pretended to be helpless, with no waves in his heart. Anyway, he had cheated Su Tianwei out of 200 million yuan and the employees out of another 200 million yuan. It was enough to live comfortably in the snow country for a lifetime. As for the mess of Zhang Pharmaceutical, whoever wanted it could have it.
After the company was transferred to Lin Xingwan, let the Su family ask her for money.
Lin Xingwan was shocked to hear this, feeling sorry for the Zhang family. Zhang's business was doing so well, but the father and son didn't work hard to elevate the family. Instead they went to Australia to gamble and lost 2 billion yuan in one go.
It was really inappropriate. If I can regain the 5 subsidiaries of the Lin Group, I will give the Gao family 20% of the shares.
Lin Xingwan signed on the contract and thanked Gao Jinsheng.
A hint of cunning flashed in Gao Jinsheng's eyes as he smiled and said, Xingwan, the Gao family will help you unconditionally, never seeking anything in return, so you don't need to be polite. We have known each other since we were young, and you know my thoughts. As long as I can make you happy, I have no problem going through fire and water for you. I also graduated in medicine, just hoping to be a research and development supervisor at Zhang Pharmaceutical, to accompany you in making a comeback, and I don't want any shares. Give me the Dragon Bone Pill, and I will immediately hire several medical doctors in the capital. Let's refine the Dragon Bone Pill to make its medicinal effects stronger. I believe that before long, the Lin family will definitely rise.
Lin Xingwan was slightly stunned.
The Dragon Bone Pill was the Lin family's heirloom and the guarantee for making a comeback.
She still had some concerns about handing it over to Gao Jinsheng. At this moment, she fell silent, her mind in turmoil. On the other side, a group of people surrounded Wu Yihan for autographs and photos, with Zhou Hongyan and Su Tianwei among them.
However, Wu Yihan seemed to ignore the two of them, no matter how they greeted him.
After sitting down in the backstage lounge, his mouth curved into a smile.
Interested in those two girls? His agent walked over with a smirk. This was Wu Yihan's usual trick. Whenever he met a girl he liked in a city, he would deliberately ignore them during autographs. Then, he would invite female fans to the lounge under the pretext of signing autographs and take them to a hotel based on their admiration for him. The agent had been with Wu Yihan for 5 or 6 years and knew his thoughts, so he smiled and left. So annoying. Wu Yihan actually ignored us. Su Tianwei pouted, looking disappointed. Maybe he's tired from the long journey. Su Tianwei was also annoyed. They had worked so hard to get close, but before they could take out their autograph book, the other party had returned to the rest area. Xin Shen, who hadn't eaten breakfast, sat down at the long table and started eating immediately upon seeing the delicious food.
Seeing the two looking downcast, he walked over with a plate and said lightly, "He's just a celebrity, no need to be like this.
If you want an autograph, I'll ask their boss, Ren Kongming, for you."
Ren Kongming was the boss of Hua Entertainment International. Because he had played around with too many female celebrities, he developed a problem with his genitals. After seeing many doctors without improvement, he finally went to Lianmoto to seek help from Qin Shen. He knelt outside the prison for 3 days and nights, and Qin Shen reluctantly helped him.
Su Tianwei was stunned to hear this and suddenly became angry. "Do you know what kind of company Hua Entertainment International is? It's a giant in the entertainment industry in Xia country. Don't even think about meeting Ren Kongming, you can't even enter their headquarters. You show off wherever you go. You'll meet your match sooner or later and shut your mouth. If you don't believe me, forget it."
Qin Shen shrugged indifferently, picked up his plate, and returned to the long table to eat by himself.
"You're insatiable, like a starving ghost." Su Tianwei glared fiercely at Qin Shen. Zhou Hongyan also felt that Qin Shen was being a bit too arrogant. Hua Entertainment International was the largest entertainment company in Xia country, with a market value of several billion. It had 20 popular artists under its banner, and half of the recently aired TV dramas were produced by their company. They also owned 7 or 8 television stations. As the head of Hua Entertainment International, Ren Kongming was elusive and had a military background. Qin Shen had some abilities, but Zhou Hongyan doubted that he could establish a relationship with Ren Kongming. Why is Zhang Pang getting involved with Gao Jinsheng?
Qin Shen tasted the food leisurely, and his gaze fell on Lin Xingwan.
He turned to Su Tianwei and said, "Zhang Pang and Gao Jinsheng are definitely plotting something. Let's go and take a look."
With that, Qin Shen took Su Tianwei's hand.
"Qin Shen, are you ever going to stop?" Su Tianwei angrily shook off his hand and said, "Stop being suspicious. They are discussing business. Why are you going over there? Don't provoke Zhang Pang anymore, okay? I'm begging you, please." Su Tianwei was so angry she was almost in tears.
"I really don't understand why Qin Shen is so petty, always trying to discuss Zhang Pang."
Zhou Hongyan also thinks there is a problem with Zhang Pang and advised, "Sis, I think." "Shut up." Su Tianwei pointed to the door and scolded, "If you two say one more word about Zhang Pang, leave here immediately."
Zhou Hongyan shrank her neck and dared not speak. Not far away, Lin Xingwan was still struggling. Longbu pill was her only advantage, the guarantee of the Lin family's resurgence. Although Lin Xingwan has known Gao Jinsheng since childhood and is Xuan Yan's godson, he is still an outsider, and it feels somewhat inappropriate to give him the formula. However, after the Lin family went bankrupt, the Gao family spared no effort to help, raising 70 million to help her repay debts and investing to buy Jiang pharmaceutical for her. The head of the Gao family was injured by the scarred man to save himself.
Good.
Lin Xingwan took out the formula and handed it over, looking at Gao Jinsheng meaningfully. "You know my character, a drop of kindness will be repaid with a gushing spring, revenge is also included for me. I hope you can protect the formula and not let it fall into the hands of others."
Gao Jinsheng's heart trembled.
Lin Xingwan's character was as tough as steel bars, and she had used extreme methods to deal with several senior executives who betrayed the Lin family. In the face of internal family struggles, she was also ruthless, ordering someone to break the leg of her uncle. She even placed an urn in the office, intending to live or die with the company. Facing the pressure from $3 trillion capital families, Lin Xingwan had been holding on for 8 years. She had exhausted all her efforts to prevent the collapse of the building, but gained the reputation of an iron lady. This woman indeed seeks revenge for any wrong, not to be trifled with. However, Lin Xingwan was now just a phoenix without wings, nothing to fear.
"Xingwan, the Gao family will never betray the Lin family, you can always trust me."
Gao Jinsheng left the hall with Zhang Pang. Not far away, a chubby man walked over to Su Tianwei and smiled. "Miss, Ihan was a bit tired just now, so I let him go back to the rest area."
"But Ihan doesn't want to disappoint his fans, he wants to invite you to the rest area to sign autographs." "Okay. Yen, wait, I'll have Ihan sign one for you too." Su Tianwei could not contain her excitement and followed the manager to the backstage. Wu Ihan was reading a magazine.
His finely crafted face, handsome, delicate nose, and lips as pink as cherry blossoms, with a dazzling diamond earring on his right ear. His fair skin was very tenderly maintained, and if he grew his hair long, his appearance could rival that of 80% of women.
Ihan, hello." Su Tianwei greeted nervously, bowing slightly.
Wu Ihan smiled mischievously, put down the magazine, and pointed to the seat beside him, saying, "Come, sit."
Without much thought, Su Tianwei sat down.
The manager gently closed the door.
Wu Ihan asked while signing, "How long have you liked me?" "I've liked you since your debut, I follow your albums and TV dramas, my sister also likes you a lot," Su Tianwei said shyly. Wu Han nodded and said, your sister? The cute big-eyed girl just now, she's quite pretty, but I prefer someone like you. He handed over the autograph. After hearing this, Su Tianwei felt strange. As she reached out to receive the autograph, Wu Han's hand lightly touched her. An electric current passed from her hand to her brain, making her whole face turn red. Wu Han's lips curved into a smile as he leaned towards Su Tianwei's ear and seductively said, I like you, do you want to be my girlfriend? Boom! Su Tianwei's body trembled, her mind went blank. The two were close, and Su Tianwei could even hear the other's heartbeat, feeling the anticipation of the other's next move. Han, don't. I already have a husband. Su Tianwei moved her body away, her heart pounding like a deer. She was wearing a light green long dress today, with a slender waist that could be held with one hand. Because of a cut in the front of her chest as she lowered her head, a black bra was visible, revealing 1/3 of her plump and snow-white chest, round and peach-like in the summer. Wu Han glanced over and felt a sudden warmth in his lower abdomen, whispering again, it's okay. He gently lifted Su Tianwei's pretty face, slowly turned it around. As his lips approached, his other hand also reached for Su Tianwei's bra. After Su Tianwei followed her agent to the VIP room, Xin Chen quickly walked towards Lin Qingwan. Why did Gao Jinsheng bring Zhang Peng over? Lin Qingwan said lightly, it's nothing. Xin Chen frowned, if you want me to help you, you must tell me everything. Lin Qingwan's cold and proud gaze showed no emotional fluctuations as she retorted, when did I say I needed your help? No need. Thank you. Qin Shen, seeing the woman's cold and proud attitude, couldn't help but have the idea of hanging her and Shen Ruwan together and beating them fiercely. Forget it, ants like Zhang Pang and Gao Jinsheng can't stir up any waves. Qin Shen took out a bone jade from his pocket and handed it over. It's yours, it was left in my car last time. This thing is made from the bones of a dead person, wearing it will affect your luck. It's best to throw it away. Lin Qingwan took the bone jade and said in disbelief, this was a gift from Gao Jinsheng's mother to my mother. They have known each other for decades, how could they give my mother something evil? The Gao family? Qin Shen furrowed his brows, one must be cautious, even blood brothers can turn against each other for profit, let alone friends. Think carefully, did your mother have any issues after wearing this jade pendant? Have you experienced dizziness frequently from prolonged contact with the bone jade? Lin Qingwan furrowed her brows. Qin Shen was right. Xuanyan often talked to herself and was easily agitated after wearing the jade pendant. After her mother's death, Lin Qingwan kept the bone jade as a memento. Although she didn't wear it, she often took it out to reminisce, and since then she had experienced dizziness. Lin Qingwan thought for a moment and shook her head, it's impossible. My mother was often busy until late at night, maybe she had mental issues due to fatigue. I'm the same, after my mother's death, I often stayed at the company for half a month. During the most difficult times, I only slept for 3 hours a day, it should be due to excessive fatigue. When Xuanyan was alive, the Lin group was on the rise. When Lin Qingwan took charge, the Lin family's business began to decline. Both periods were very tiring. Lin Qingwan believed that the issues arose due to work reasons. Qin Shen was about to explain when Su Tianwei ran out from backstage. Her hair was messy, tears were on her face, and she had lost one of her high heels. Su Tianwei, crying, ran towards Zhou Hongyan with tears in her eyes. Wu Han came out, with the agent carrying a high heel behind him. Sister, what's wrong with you? Lin Qingwan ran over in panic and quickly embraced her. Before Su Tianwei could speak, the agent viciously smashed the high heel on Su Tianwei and shouted loudly, everyone come and see the disgusting face of this woman. She went to the backstage for an autograph. Han wanted to rest after signing, but this woman refused to leave and wanted to take advantage of him. Han politely refused, but this woman tried to force a kiss on him and even tried to undress to seduce him. I tried to pull her away and advise her kindly, but she refused and threatened Han that if he didn't agree, she would ruin his reputation. We can't let this go, let her do as she pleases, justice will prevail. I just can't understand why such a beautiful girl is so promiscuous. After all the polite talk, she still threw herself at Han like a chicken. Upon hearing the agent's words, the crowd looked at Su Tianwei with expressions of disgust. Especially Wu Han's fans, their anger instantly rising. No, it's not like that, the villains, filed the complaint first. Su Tianwei quickly shook her head, I didn't. It was him trying to bully me. The manager is talking nonsense, he's talking nonsense. No one believed Su Tianwei's defense, and they all spoke up for Wu Han. It's okay to like idols, but you have to be rational. This bitch is really embarrassing us women. Oh, isn't this Su Tianwei, the president of the Su group? I always thought she was very innocent, didn't expect her to be so promiscuous deep down. Su group? Never heard of it. Is it a chicken farm? Can't resist pouncing on handsome men, so damn shameless. Where is her family? I'll go support them. Screw her. Su Tianwei kept shaking her head, crying and trembling, too distressed to speak.
Zhou Hongyan didn't believe the manager's words. She held Su Tianwei's shoulder and comforted her. Sis, tell me what really happened.
Wu Yihan. Su Tianwei cried as she spoke. The manager invited me backstage for an autograph, and Wu Yihan tried to force a kiss. I struggled hard, kicked him hard, and then ran out. The manager shrugged, pretending to be helpless. See, this woman failed to kiss Yihan, and now she's tarnishing Yihan's reputation. His counterattack fueled everyone's anger to the peak. Damn it! This woman is not only thirsty, but also malicious. Stay away from the Su family in the future, don't collaborate with them, or they'll ruin you. Wu Yihan is so handsome, hasn't he seen all kinds of women? So many wealthy heiresses to choose from, but he puts effort into trash like you? Want to climb the social ladder, but don't even look at your own conditions. What's the use of just being pretty? From a small family, still want to marry a superstar from Xia country? Not even worthy to be their maid. Cheap whore. Wu Yihan couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand in resignation. She was too fond of me to act so irrationally. Let's not talk about her anymore. He then said to Su Tianwei, thank you for your enthusiasm, but you're really not my type, and right now I just want to focus on my career. Releasing more albums and movies to repay my fans' love, that's what I plan to do in the coming years. In fact, there are many things in this world worth loving besides me. I hope you live well in the future, and don't be so irrational anymore. He would hook up with several girls in each city he visited. Some willingly, some reluctantly, some refused and were forced. Even if forced, those girls dared not speak up. He had many brainless fans, coupled with the image of a sunny big boy he had cultivated over the years. Even if something happened, the blame wouldn't fall on him. So, Wu Yihan was not worried at all. The fans defended him without hesitation. Listen, our idol is so magnanimous. That bitch keeps throwing dirt on her, yet Yihan still stands up for her. He's truly too kind. No, we can't let this woman off. We are prominent figures in Jiang Bay. Her causing distress to Yihan is a slap in our face. I suggest a joint boycott of the Su family. Yes, it's Yihan's first time in Jiang Bay. If this incident gets out, how will fans from other places see us? Su Tianwei must be made to suffer. Su Tianwei was at a loss for words, shaking her head vigorously. It's not true. Things didn't happen like that. He was trying to bully me. Yen, you have to believe me. Sis, I believe you. Zhou Hongyan comforted her, then turned to Wu Yihan. My sister would never do such a thing. It must be you who has no shame. As your fan, I feel ashamed. From today, I'm no longer your fan, and you must apologize to my sister. Su Tianwei had her own bottom line in relationships. She would never mess around. Zhou Hongyan firmly believed that Wu Yihan had mistreated Su Tianwei. Humph. If it's not true, then it's not. Yihan's fans exceed 1 billion, we don't need you. You two dogs protecting each other are not worthy to be fans of Yihan. You are just barking trash. Disgusting. Let Yihan apologize to a scum? Are you out of your mind? Trash that defames Yihan. I wish you all to die in the deepest pits of hell. The scene was completely chaotic, with a strong desire to devour Su Tianwei alive, and even scolding Zhou Hongyan together. Xin Shen saw this scene, his face full of frost, saying, I really can't understand, just a dead bastard, only fit to be a prison bitch. How can there be so many brainless fans? Are soldiers who defend their country not handsome? Are you worthy to worship someone like Wu Yihan who can't even carry a gun? Dead bastard? He actually called Wu Yihan a dead bastard? And said we are brainless fans. Xin Shen's disdainful words were like poking a hornet's nest, causing an instant explosion on the scene. Who the hell is this kid? How dare he come in shorts? Who knows? He was sitting next to me just now eating a whole plate of foie gras. I was wondering whose starving ghost he is. An actor in a movie can earn $1 billion. What qualifications do you have to look down on him? I think you're just jealous of how handsome Yihan is. How dare you speak ill of our Yihan? Do you know how hard he works? You know nothing. Zhou Hongyan knew that Xin Shen was about to start bullying mode, so she quickly stepped forward to pull him back. Brother-in-law, this is a banquet specially prepared by the richest man in Wu to welcome Wu Yihan. Please don't cause trouble. And Wu Yihan has many fans, it's better not to provoke them. It's easy to provoke the king of hell, but hard to deal with the little ghosts. Wu Yihan's fans are all over the country. If today's events spread, Xin Shen and the Su family will definitely be attacked online. Hard work? What a joke. Xin Shen ignored them, sneering, a dead bastard cuts his finger, and you brainless fools will feel sorry for him for half a day. While parents are sweating outside, you don't even care about them. A group of twisted value worms, only knowing how to bite like mad dogs. Xin Shen looked at Wu Yihan with cold eyes.
I believe Wei Wei wouldn't provoke you on her own. Kneel down and apologize to my wife, quit the entertainment industry by disabling one hand, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll break all your limbs. Zhou Hongyan's heart skipped a beat. Knowing Qin Shen, he was about to stir up trouble again today. The manager laughed heartily after hearing Qin Shen's words. Where did this character come from? Turns out to be a cheap woman's husband. She cuckolded you, and you still defend her. Is it a habit? Treating this trash as a treasure, really embarrassing for a man. The manager thought Qin Shen was arrogant when he spoke, thinking he was someone important. When he found out he was Su Tianwei's husband, he breathed a sigh of relief and showed a look of disdain. A small family not worth mentioning. You've come this far, and you want to disable one of Yihan's hands. Try touching a hair on his head? A son-in-law from a third-rate family, dressed like he's scrubbing in a bathhouse, acting like he's the king of the world. Who do you think you are? The fans at the scene saw Qin Shen's disgraceful identity and showed a look of disdain and disgust on their faces. Wu Yihan's face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, "You started with personal insults. I refrained from arguing with you due to my status. But you are becoming more and more unreasonable. This matter cannot be easily resolved. You and Su Tianwei must apologize to me." "Yes, we support that. You have been patient enough. There's no need to let these two clowns continue to be arrogant. Taking advantage of Yihan and not leaving, wanting more. Are you trying to use Yihan's fame to boost the Su family's popularity? This man has a problem in his head, daring to threaten guests at an event hosted by the richest man in Wu, afraid that the Su family won't die?" Su Tianwei's eyes were teary, feeling extremely wronged. Clearly, it was Wu Yihan bullying her, but the fans didn't care about the truth and blamed her. Do they really have to apologize to protect the Su family? But if you do that, you will lose your innocence. Several years have passed, Mr. Wu still hasn't changed a bit. A voice filled with disgust rang out. Lin Qingwan walked over, staring coldly at Wu Yihan. "Back then, you used the same tricks to bully my secretary. Luckily, I intervened in time, otherwise she would have become one of the many women you played with. It was also because of this incident that I cancelled our cooperation. I originally planned to make this matter public. You knelt down and begged, crying with snot bubbles, and I softened my heart and let you go. I thought you would learn your lesson and be honest, but after 5 years, not only have you not changed, but you have become more and more unscrupulous, riding on your rising fame." The scene fell silent, everyone was stunned. 5 years ago, Wu Yihan became famous all over the country with a TV series. Lin Group wanted to sign Wu Yihan as their spokesperson, spending a lot of money to create a buzz, causing a sensation. However, not long after, Lin Group cancelled their cooperation with Wu Yihan. There were various rumors in the north, but no one knew the real reason. Today, Lin Qingwan appeared and spoke out, shocking everyone. Could it be true that Wu Yihan slept around? The scene fell silent. Wu Yihan remained calm, smiling. "General Lin, back then we had a disagreement in our cooperation. I voluntarily cancelled the cooperation. How can you still hold a grudge until now and splash dirty water on me today? Isn't that too petty?" After he finished speaking, he signaled to his agent, who then left and began to explain to everyone. 5 years ago, I went to Lin Group for a signing ceremony, and I was received by General Lin's secretary, Shanya. That girl came to me in distress, saying that Lin Qingwan often scolded her for trivial matters, even physically abused her a few times, and wanted to switch to my studio. I thought it was not right to poach, so I advised General Lin to treat Shanya better, but General Lin found fault with my interference and even slapped Shanya in front of me. I felt that with a boss like General Lin, the company couldn't be that good, and combined with some unresolved details in our cooperation, I voluntarily rejected the signing. His words caused another twist in the situation. So that's how it is. I knew Yihan wasn't that kind of person. He has been diligent for the past 5 years, never had a scandal. How could such a sunny young man do such a despicable thing? Lin Qingwan was indeed domineering before. I had several business dealings with her, and my impression was that she was cold and ruthless, not treating her subordinates well. Lin Qingwan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wu Yihan's acting skills had improved a lot, using the means to turn black into white flawlessly, and she had underestimated him. Thinking of this, she loudly addressed the crowd. "You are all prominent figures in the north. Many of you have worked with me before. You know what kind of person I am, Lin Qingwan. Please speak a fair word. Don't let scum like Wu Yihan continue to harm other girls." The wealthy homeowners at the scene fell silent. Most of them had worked with Lin Qingwan before. She was cold and arrogant, not very compassionate, extremely strong-willed, but indeed had a good character. Lin Qingwan's words had a certain credibility. "Lin Qingwan, you are really good at twisting the truth." A woman walked quickly into the hall with her agent. "I am Shanya, Lin Qingwan's former secretary. Wu Yihan is right, Lin Qingwan is a tyrant, often insulting my personality, either hitting or scolding me. A cold light flashed in Lin Xingwan's eyes. She used to like Shanya very much, wanted to nurture her well, gave her a salary and benefits equivalent to a manager, and even paid for her to buy a house in the north. At that time, the two of them called each other sisters after work. But this woman turned out to be a backstabber. After Lin Group was acquired, she actually threw herself into the arms of the person who had insulted her, and helped the other person smear her name. Lin Xingwan was very disappointed. Wu Weihan's mouth corner revealed a touch of pride. 5 years ago, after making a mistake, he had always remembered Dan Yana. Later, the Lin family went bankrupt, and tempted by money, Dan Yana quickly fell into Wu Weihan's arms. After 2 years of training, she finally became a toy for Wu Weihan, willing to cooperate in any position at his beck and call. Lin Xingwan looked at Dan Yana and said disappointedly, "People aim high. I failed, so it's understandable for you to switch to another company. But why are you so stubborn, insisting on working at Wu Weihan's company? Women should not only be independent but also have a sense of shame. I helped you so much in the past, and this is how you treat me? Don't you feel guilty? Guilty?" Dan Yana sneered to show off in front of Wu Weihan. "For a tyrant like you, not only do I not feel guilty, I feel great. After your face was scratched, I partied at the bar for 3 days. Do you think I felt guilty? Didn't you treat me like a sister? Sister is not happy today. Come on, let me see your scar and have some fun." Dan Yana pulled off Lin Xingwan's mask and ripped off the gauze on her face fiercely. Xin Chen frowned deeply. Lin Xingwan's scar was even more severe than when they last met. The scar, like a dried centipede, snaked from the corner of her mouth up to below her ear. The surrounding skin was tightly drawn together, looking grotesque and terrifying like a mummy. Some timid girls, seeing this scene, screamed in fear. Dan Yana was also stunned, then with a sense of revenge, she sarcastically said, "Oh, why is it more severe now? Sister, you really have no taboos." Pretending to be concerned, she took out a mirror and placed it in front of Lin Xingwan. "Your face is so messed up, how dare you show your face? Tisk tsk, strong women are indeed different. If it were me, I would have hanged myself from the ceiling beam long ago. What's the point of dragging on like this?" Lin Xingwan did not expect Dan Yana to embarrass her like this, and with a pang of pain, she glanced at the mirror, her heart skipping a beat. The scar not only did not shrink but had grown larger than before. Indeed, as Qin Shen had said, the golden scar ointment had serious side effects. Wu Weihan raised an eyebrow, a smirk of revenge on his lips. "Miss Lin, your scar is too severe. Hurry and see a doctor, it could be troublesome if it rots to the bone. I happen to know a few famous doctors, I can introduce you. Look how good Ihan is." Dan Yana also insincerely echoed, "You've damaged his reputation so much, and he's not even angry, he even wants to help you find a doctor. But those famous doctors charge quite a lot, can you afford it? Why not kneel down and beg me for some money?" After hearing her words, Lin Xingwan calmly put on her mask, and her whole demeanor returned to being cold and arrogant. Then, smack! "Bitch!" Lin Xingwan slapped fiercely. This slap was really strong, causing Dan Yana to stagger 5 steps before stopping. Dan Yana covered her face, incredulously saying, "How dare you hit me? You bitch dare to hit me. Ah!" Dan Yana screamed, picked up the knife used to cut the steak on the table, and rushed towards Lin Xingwan. Lin Xingwan, without fear, picked up an iron plate and fiercely hit Dan Yana's temple. Bang! The sound of a gong rang out. Dan Yana stumbled a few meters away, then sat on the ground. Her head was buzzing, feeling dazed. The scene fell silent, then erupted in an uproar. "Bitch, I'm going to kill you." Dan Yana felt an unprecedented sense of shame, picked up the knife and stood up again. "That's enough." Wu Weihan's mouth twitched involuntarily, coldly stopping Dan Yana, and said to Lin Xingwan, "She was wrong to expose the scar, but you didn't have to be so heavy-handed. I don't want to continue this anymore. You all can leave. I hope everyone won't cause trouble for them anymore. Let's end this matter here. Thank you all for being here, Ihan." Wu Weihan saw that the situation was about to escalate and wanted to get out of it. Anyway, he had already proven his innocence and hadn't lost anything. Letting them go could also show generosity and harvest some goodwill from fans. "Ihan, people like this should be held accountable, thrown into prison for a few years to relieve their anger. You are too kind. Our idol has suffered so much injustice, he will definitely not come to Jiang Bay in the future. Su Tianwei and Lin Xingwan, these two scum, have disgraced the people of Jiang Bay. We didn't choose the wrong star, Ihan is the idol we should learn from. Not only handsome, but also so kind and generous. When Ihan releases a new album, we must support him." Wu Ihan felt happy after hearing this. "I've done so many dirty things, and these brainless people like me even more? Damn, that feels good." He felt delighted. The only regret was not being able to touch Su Tianwei harshly. Those white breasts, snow-white thighs, truly top-notch. I haven't even touched them yet, and this woman kicked me. It's okay, the person I set my eyes on has never slipped away. Su Tianwei, you wait. I will definitely get you in bed and do you hard. Wu Yihan turned to go back to the dressing room when a dark voice suddenly sounded. Did I let you go?
Qin Shen's eyes narrowed slightly, a cold light flashing in his pitch-black eyes. You son of a b***tch. The manager exploded in anger, pointing at Qin Shen and cursing. Yihan has already forgiven you, and you're still clinging on. Do you have sh**t in your head? The people on the scene couldn't contain their anger and vented at Qin Shen. Are you a one-track mind? Hey, big brother, it's a fact that you got cheated on. If you still think it's someone else's fault, then you deserve to be cheated on for a lifetime. This trash wants to freeload off Su Tianwei, but can only shout impotently here. Damn it, I can't stand it anymore. I want to unite other families to boycott the Su family, a third-rate family that dares to go against the heavens. Su Tianwei pulled Qin Shen aside and said angrily, what are you doing? Wu Yihan has already let go of us, don't stir up trouble, okay? The situation was originally out of control, and Lin Qingwan came over to speak for her. Wu Yihan didn't want things to get out of hand, this was already the best outcome. Qin Shen, a clueless fool, insisted on pouring gasoline on the dying flames, so infuriating. The manager sneered after hearing this, shaking his fat head and coming to Qin Shen's side, mocking, kid, your wife has spoken, why don't you obediently go home and drink milk? Stop showing off your courage, it's useless. He whispered in Qin Shen's ear, let me tell you the truth, Yihan just wanted to force himself on your wife, but what can you do to us? You're just a piece of trash who isn't even worthy of being Yihan's shoe carrier. It's your honor that he took a liking to your wife. Oh, getting angry now, huh? What? Want to hit me? Go ahead, try it. Hee, you dare not. You have no idea of the terrifying consequences after you provoke me. Su Tianwei stood next to Qin Shen and shook her head nervously upon hearing these words. Obviously, she didn't want things to escalate. But who was Qin Shen? He didn't care who the other party was, he took a step forward and landed a big slap right on the manager's face. Come on, tell me, what are the terrifying consequences? Qin Shen's slap sent the manager flying. The nearly 200 pounds of massive body flipped in the air, landing heavily on the table. Blood splattered, and he fainted instantly. At the banquet hosted by Wu's richest man, Wu Yihan, a popular rising star who had just reached a series of cooperation agreements with the Wu family group, his manager was slapped to the ground by Qin Shen. This slap was like thunder on a clear day. Apart from the manager's groans, there was no other sound at the scene. Some wine glasses fell to the ground, some tongues flashed, and more people were dumbfounded, looking incredulous. Su Tianwei's heart thumped, almost going crazy. Stirring up trouble again, this guy is causing trouble again. Zhou Hongyan also felt helpless, shaking her head as she looked at the angry Wu Yihan. It seems that this current hottest male star will not escape a beating later. Lin Qingwan saw the scene in front of her and was slightly surprised. This Qin Shen really dares to provoke anyone wherever he goes. His physical strength is indeed good, but in this world, it's all about connections. Qin Shen is in big trouble this time. He actually really started a fight? This is like peeing on the face of the king of hell, purely seeking death. Wu is going to pick up President Zhao, and when he comes over, this guy will probably be finished. Daring to hit Wu Yihan's manager is like hitting Wu Yihan's face. Even if his temper is good, he cannot tolerate it. Even if Wu Shoufu doesn't deal with him, Hua Entertainment International will not let him off. The crowd slowly came back to their senses, speaking angrily with disdain, treating Qin Shen as if he were already dead. A son-in-law from the Su family, openly slapping the manager of a Xia country superstar in public. How audacious is that? He has no idea what terrifying consequences he will face. Wu Yihan's handsome face flushed with anger, his emotions rising as he said, I don't even plan to pursue this, and you still persist. Do you really think I have a good temper and can be bullied at will? A dead mother **********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈ Crack! With the sound of bones breaking, the fat-eared manager let out a pig-like scream, waking up from fainting. You! Wu Yihan's eyebrows raised, speechless with anger. Qin Shen raised an eyebrow, sneered, indeed a mother ****************************** getting angry like a woman pointing fingers at me. Let me demonstrate to you what it means to be angry. With that, amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, he crushed the manager's other ankle. Boom! The scene exploded. Madman! This guy is definitely a madman. He's doomed today, he definitely won't survive. Oh my, the son-in-law that the Su family has brought in is not just a son-in-law, he's a jinx, a disaster. Bullying recklessly just because Wu Yihan has a good temper, he's just not willing to argue with you. If he really gets serious, you'll be crushed to pieces. The crowd was furious, speaking out for Wu Yihan. Some female fans even clenched their fists, gnashing their teeth at Qin Shen. Su Tianwei was shocked by Qin Shen's violent behavior, and suddenly pulled his sleeve and shouted, "The matter was already over, why are you causing trouble again? Do they really have to destroy the Su family to feel at ease?" She was at her wit's end, but Qin Shen retorted, "They insulted you, forced you to apologize to them, and then wanted to sweep it under the rug. How can there be such a logic in this world?" Su Tianwei shook her head and said, "But you don't have to deal with them, I'll take this loss, just run away quickly." Qin Shen ignored her, stepping on the manager's chest, and said coldly, "Tell me the truth. What really happened backstage just now?" The manager, in pain, gritted his teeth and cursed, "What happened? Didn't I tell you already? Your woman was on top of Yihan, kissing him forcefully, acting like a prostitute." The more. Crack. Another bone-breaking sound rang out. My hand. The manager's right hand wrist was broken. Qin Shen stood next to the manager, expressionless, and said, "I'll ask you again, what really happened?" After that, he stomped on the manager's elbow. The manager was in so much pain that he almost passed out, looking at his arm, which was now a mess of flesh, and howled, "Stop hitting me, I'll tell you." Su Tianwei was right just now, it was Wu Yihan who wanted to sleep with her. The celebrities at the scene immediately shook their heads. Information obtained under duress is not reliable. It's meaningless. To get the desired outcome, you're so rough, isn't this forcing a confession under duress? There's no way to salvage the situation, the Su family is about to have a big funeral, get ready for a feast. Wu Yihan said with a low voice, "This is a forced confession, it won't change anything. It's you who beat up my agent like this, you can't leave here today." After that, Wu Yihan said to Shanya, "Go upstairs and bring down Wu Zon's daughter. Today we will also resolve the matter of Lin Qingwan hitting you." Shanya nodded, glared fiercely at Lin Qingwan, and went upstairs. Wu Xini is the daughter of the richest man, spoiled since childhood. Although she's a girl, you have to step back when you hear her name. She's like a demon. If the richest man Wu was here, there's a chance to reason with this kid. Miss Wu won't. It's time for this guy to be unlucky, today is the end. Most importantly, Miss Wu is also a fan of Wu Yihan. This guy is bullying her idol here, isn't it unacceptable? Wu Xini is a die-hard fan of Wu Yihan, the president of the Jiang Bay Fan Support Club. Every year, she spends no less than $1 million supporting Wu Yihan. Wu Tianda signed with Wu Yihan, largely due to Wu Xini's request. Qin Shen called Wu Yihan son of a bitch for half a day, that alone is enough to make him die 8 times. Now, he has also beaten the idol's agent. If Wu Xini doesn't skin him today, it won't end well. Wu Yihan listened to the discussions of the crowd, a cold smile appeared on his lips. He looked at Qin Shen triumphantly, "Did you hear that? After all this time, the fans still believe in me. Do you regret it now? It's too late. Today, I will show you who the real son of a bitch is." Qin Shen said indifferently, "Whether your fans believe it or not, it doesn't affect me. Because, if I say you're guilty, then you're guilty." After speaking, he grabbed Wu Yihan's long hair, held down his head, and fiercely smashed it against the table. Wu Yihan, a megastar ranking top 3 in popularity among fans in Xia country. A red celebrity supported by Hua Entertainment International. Soon to be a signed collaborator of Wu Tianda. He was grabbed by Qin Shen, his hair held down, and his head ruthlessly smashed against the table. This scene was like a bolt from the blue, causing everyone's eyes to black out and their heads to buzz. Zhou Hongyan's mouth twisted fiercely. Wu Yihan is a man that millions of girls in Xia country dream of marrying. A single Weibo post from him can attract millions of likes. Even a cold can make millions of brain-dead fans worry and lose sleep. But now, he was beaten by Qin Shen. It's too crazy. While she was shocked, she couldn't help but shake her head at Su Tianwei. Qin Shen dared to go against Hua Entertainment International and billions of fans for Su Tianwei. Whether he was reckless or confident, just this gesture alone would move any girl for a lifetime. Su Tianwei was in the midst of it all, unaware, which was truly speechless. Damn it! This kid actually dares. Yihan, my Yihan, you trash, how dare you hit him? I'm so heartbroken, it hurts me. I want Qin Shen dead, I want him dead. If he dares to hit my idol, don't even think about running away. Even if he runs to the ends of the earth, I will hire someone to kill him. The fans on the scene were hysterical. Some girls were crying because they felt sorry for Wu Yihan. Lin Qingwan took a deep breath. Qin Shen is either crazy or truly skilled. But no matter what, openly daring to go against millions of fans is indeed courageous. Especially Qin Shen's statement, "I believe you're guilty, so you are guilty," was full of dominance and endless pressure.
After hearing this, Lin Qingwan felt a sense of dominance, and in her mind echoed Qin Shen's words from a few days ago. If it weren't for Lin Badian, your life and death have nothing to do with me. Even though Lin Badian saved my life, he had to kneel down and beg me to take care of Lin Qingwan. You, a dog from the Lin family, why do you think you can boss me around? Does this person really have extraordinary abilities? During her control of the Lin group, she had contact with countless big shots and knew that the aura of those in power cannot be faked. The pressure emitted by Qin Shen in that moment was like a dragon rising in the river, stirring up winds and waves that could overshadow any big shot Lin Qingwan had ever seen. However, this feeling was fleeting, and Lin Qingwan couldn't be sure if Qin Shen was truly strong or just pretending. Wu Yihan's long messy lavender hair was like chicken feathers, her face smashed into the plate, with ketchup and nosebleed mixed together, looking extremely disheveled, her heart burning with anger. Wherever she went, she was surrounded by crowds, like an emperor on tour. Female fans wanted to kneel down and worship her, while male fans took her photos for plastic surgery. Once, at an event, a well-known host publicly knelt down to kiss her hand. There were even countless girls with billions in wealth confessing their admiration for her. It could be said that she was the emperor of her fans, the darling of the capital, and the dream marriage partner of wealthy families. Enjoying the worship of millions, there were even people willing to worship her as an ancestor even when she went to the bathroom. But now, she was beaten up by a son-in-law who came to her door? How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? Wu Yihan covered her swollen cheek, roaring in disbelief. I will ruin your reputation, I will make the Su family go bankrupt. Anyone associated with you will suffer misfortune because of your offense, chaos will reign. Qin Shen shook his head upon hearing these words. He couldn't understand how an actress, a woman without any trace of masculinity, could feel superior. Qin Shen looked at the female fans who were furious, expressionless, and said, "Are you heartbroken? I'm curious, will you be this sad when your father dies?" Before the words fell, he raised his hand and slapped Wu Yihan hard across the face. Smack! Ketchup splattered everywhere as Wu Yihan was slapped and flew through the air, somersaulting 3 times before landing heavily on the dining table. Soy sauce, salad dressing, and sesame oil covered Wu Yihan's body. Her cool hip-hop outfit was stained all over, blood gushing from her mouth and nose. The fans went crazy. They all collapsed. Some were crying uncontrollably, some were holding their heads and kneeling. Seeing their idol in such a miserable state, they cried as if they had lost their parents. This moment was like doomsday for them. Their hearts ached unbearably, cries filled the air, and hatred reached its peak. It's over. Su Tianwei's head exploded with a bang as she slumped in her chair. In the entertainment industry, the Wu Group, and the fans of Wu Yihan among the celebrities present. If just one of them was singled out, the Su family would be in big trouble. Miss Wu is here. Someone shouted, and everyone turned to look. A proud girl like a peacock walked over. She wore a bright red evening gown, crystal high heels, and a sparkling diamond necklace around her neck, exuding an unparalleled aura. Oh my God! Miss Wu's presence is so strong. She truly deserves to be the daughter of the richest man, naturally exuding dignity. Miss Wu has finally arrived. You must deal with this guy properly. It's best to break his limbs and make him wish he were dead. Remember last year? Someone insulted Wu Yihan's mother, and Miss Wu slapped him so hard that his mouth was shattered and even his tongue was pulled out. The guy surnamed Qin not only insulted Wu Yihan's mother but also hit him. His fate is probably even worse. How could this happen? Danya saw Wu Yihan being beaten up like a pig's head, almost going crazy, kneeling beside her crying out, "Yihan, how did you get hurt like this, sob? Miss Wu is here. She will definitely make the person who hit you have no place to be buried." Wu Yihan was helped up by the female fans, weakly pointing at Qin Shen, blood oozing from her mouth, saying, he, boom. Wu Xinyi looked sharply at Qin Shen, her eyes filled with murderous intent, her silver teeth clenched tightly together, and she sternly commanded, "Kneel down." She was a die-hard fan of Wu Yihan, adoring him to the extreme. The room was filled with everything about Wu Yihan, including albums, celebrity posters, and memorabilia. Wu Yihan had traveled a long way, but in order to let his idol rest more, he refrained from disturbing him too much. He hurried upstairs to prepare a surprise for his idol, planning to present a carefully designed gift during the signing ceremony. Little did he expect that Yihan would be beaten to a pulp. She couldn't accept it. Danya saw Qin Shen unmoved and couldn't contain her anger. "Are you stupid, or do you not even know who Miss Wu is? Kneel down for me." Qin Shen turned to Lin Qingwan and coldly said, "Your strength was right just now, but you didn't grasp the technique and angle well. I'll demonstrate it for you now, watch closely, I'll only teach it once." Before Danya could understand what was happening, she felt a slap hard across her face. Smack! The sound of the slap echoed. Danya's body flew to the right like a stone shot out, flying straight 6 meters and hitting Wu Han, fainting.
See that? Hit where you aim, that's the highest level of face slapping.
After saying this to Lin Qingwan, Qin Shen sat down calmly, then squinted at Wu Xini and said, "Even your father wouldn't dare speak to me like that. Why do you think you can avenge that bastard?"
"I don't want to argue with you, have your father come over and speak while kneeling?" Qin Shen wiped his hands with a tissue, speaking nonchalantly.
The scene froze as if someone had pressed the pause button.
Then, damn. This guy is too arrogant. Madman. Lunatic. Idiot. This guy is definitely mentally abnormal, it's confirmed. This kid doesn't want to live.
I've lived this long and never seen anyone dare to speak to Miss Wu like this.
Make the Wu family's richest man kneel down to speak? Who does he think he is? The king of the north? Qin Shen's words shocked everyone. Shouldn't the plot be that when Qin Shen sees the Wu family's daughter coming, he kneels down to exonerate himself? Even if he's bold, he should have a bit of awe.
This person is calm and composed, showing no panic, even a bit bored, hoping Wu Tianda would come over.
Wu Xini's pretty face tightened, furrowing her brows, then angrily said, "You bastard, what did you say?" Qin Shen stood up slowly.
Su Tianwei was terrified and quickly held Qin Shen, saying, "Miss Wu, Qin Shen was wrong to hit someone, but it was all instigated by Wu Han.
He wanted to bully me. We had a scuffle in the corridor."
"You are hosting a banquet here, you are familiar with the hotel manager.
If there are cameras in the corridor, checking the surveillance should reveal everything." Su Tianwei remembered the surveillance and begged Wu Xini to confront the hotel manager. "Are you fucking stupid? The backstage is a private rest area specially arranged for VIP guests. How could there be cameras? It's too late now, still trying to explain this. Even if Han wanted to mess with you, it's your luck. What the hell are you trying to justify?" "Exactly. We don't even have a chance to sleep with Han, and you're still pretending to be innocent, pretending to be naive."
Wu Xini was also very domineering, coldly saying, "There are no cameras there. Even if there were, if it's found that Han did bully you, so what?
Han bullying you is a favor to you. He is my idol, a VIP of the Wu group. What's wrong with him bullying you? Don't say he bullied you. Even if he and his manager gang raped you, you should be grateful, kneel down and thank him for his favor."
"I'll say it again, you and that man kneel down, apologize to Han first, then I'll break your limbs, otherwise you die."
Su Tianwei looked incredulous.
She never expected that the dignified Miss Wu would say such things. Zhou Hongyan was also greatly shocked. "I didn't expect Wu Xini to be so spoiled to this extent, unable to distinguish right from wrong, acting arrogantly, and also a brain-dead fan of Wu Han."
Su Tianwei was bullied by Wu Han, and all she could see were the well-dressed celebrities from Jiang Bay. Surprisingly, no one spoke up for her, everyone stood on the side of the beasts. Does it mean that people from small families deserve to be bullied?
Qin Shen said coldly, looking at the current situation, "Miss Wu intends to support Wu Han to the end. I made Wu Han like this, you should be angry and heartbroken, right?" Wu Xini raised her head slightly and arrogantly said, "You know I'm very angry now. I'll give you one last chance, kneel down and apologize, I won't say it a fourth time."
"Okay."
Qin Shen slowly walked towards Wu Han.
He, still scared, calmed down, regretted, despaired. "Why didn't you do it earlier, you bastard?"
Han, when he kneels down, make sure to kick him hard a few times, and get your face back.
Even the most arrogant person is afraid of death, why bother? Han let you go just now, you should have left then. What about now? You have to be carried out. Su Tianwei looked desperate, following Qin Shen to stand in front of Wu Han.
"Miss Su, your husband hit me, he should pay for his mistakes.
As for you, just apologize."
Wu Han flashed a smile at Wu Xini and said, "Xini, don't hit women, just deal with her husband, forget about Su Tianwei."
He hadn't even slept with Su Tianwei yet, he couldn't bear to see a beauty get hurt. After dealing with Qin Shen, he must get closer to Su Tianwei. Willing or not, he will force it. She probably won't dare to expose it after this incident.
Wu Xini nodded and smiled, "It's my fault that things turned out like this today. As long as you're happy, everything will be done according to your wishes."
Lin Qingwan's eyes flashed with disappointment when she saw this scene.
Now it seems that Qin Shen has shown courage a few times, but in the face of power, he still bowed his head. Lin Qingwan shook her head, knowing what would happen next. Qin Shen would kneel down and apologize, Wu Xini would wave her hand, and the bodyguards would drag Qin Shen outside and beat him with sticks, breaking his limbs and leaving him disabled for life. The powerful triumphed, Wu Han continued to roam freely, continuing to harm other girls. Fans were ecstatic, the villain Qin Shen was finally going to bow down. Just a third-rate small family, among us, any one of us could easily defeat the Su family. No matter how strong you are, under our sun, you will eventually turn into a stinking puddle. You can't beat us. We, the The fans from Jiang Bay have finally regained face for our idol, making this thug bow his head.
Kneel down. My time is precious. I don't have time to waste on garbage like you.
Wu Xini looked coldly at Qin Chen and said in an unquestionable tone. At this moment, she was like a queen, her orders were like decrees, and with a raise of her hand, she could take a life. Wu Yihan narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly, "You brought this upon yourself, don't blame others, I hope you in the future."
Smack! Bang! Poochie!
Wu Yihan's right cheek stung. Before he could react, his head was slammed hard on the table. Then, a cold knife was inserted into his right hand, and then pulled out. Blood splattered. The sharp screams were as delicate as a woman's. Wu Yihan, who had 100 million fans, disregarded his demeanor and rolled on the ground while clutching his injured hand.
After doing all this, Qin Chen frowned and said to Wu Xini in a silent room, "You didn't even finish elementary school? Can't read people's expressions, can't understand what's being said?" When I said okay, I meant since you all feel sorry for this trash Wu Yihan, I'll make you feel sorry for him even more. Qin Chen used thunderous methods, first slapping Wu Yihan, causing blood to splatter. Then he grabbed his head and slammed it hard on the table. Finally, press his right hand and pick up the steak knife to pierce the palm. This scene caught everyone by surprise, even Zhou Hongyan couldn't help but shiver.
She felt cold all over, as if in an ice cellar. She thought Qin Chen would at most slap him, express his position, but didn't expect it to be so harsh, directly piercing Wu Yihan's hand.
This guy really likes to stab other people's hands.
Su Tianwei saw this scene, scared her heart almost burst, a pair of stunning faces full of horror.
Wu Yihan was beaten by Qin Chen again. 3 times. Each time more severe than the last. First, a slap to the ground. Then a slap that somersaulted 3 times in the air, heavily hitting the long table. Now, slap, throw, stab, all in one go. The delicate Wu Yihan was tortured beyond recognition, losing all his charm. Qin Chen, you are too much. She regretted it now.
If she had chosen to endure the bullying by Wu Yihan in the VIP lounge without saying anything, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. She would have suffered a little grievance at most. Qin Chen wouldn't have done these irrational things, nor would he have implicated the Su family. When Wu Xini asked them to kneel down and apologize, Qin Chen could have grabbed Wu Yihan and used him as a hostage to escape from the hotel. This might have implicated the Su family, but at least it would have saved Qin Chen's life. She didn't like Qin Chen, but she didn't wish for his death.
Su Tianwei's tears flowed down.
Lin Qingwan also raised her eyebrows suddenly.
"Ah, how could you treat my idol like this? Sob, my idol, my Yihan, I feel so heartbroken, so sad." "Qin, why would you do this? Why?"
"Sob, Yihan's beautiful hand, how could you bear to treat him like this? I don't want to live."
"Madman.
You are a complete madman. If you dare to do this, you will face our wrath. If you can live to see tomorrow, all our fans will be against you."
These gorgeously dressed celebrities from Jiang Bay were completely enraged.
Especially those daughters of wealthy families. Their eyes were red, their delicate faces turned fierce. They covered their chests, unable to breathe from the heartache. Some of them slapped themselves uncontrollably because of the overwhelming sadness. Wu Yihan was their idol. They would feel heartache for days even if he just cut his finger, and they would leave comforting messages online every day.
Today, suffering such an unjust disaster in Jiang Bay, how could people not feel heartbroken and desperate? It's almost more unbearable than killing them.
As the #1 fan in Jiang Bay, Wu Xini erupted with unprecedented rage. "Qin Chen,
don't even think about suicide. I will torture you to death bit by bit. I will cut a piece of flesh from you every day until you bleed to death. I will turn you into a human pig, put you in a jar for maggots to gnaw on. You will die in despair and regret." Slap. A slap silenced Wu Xini's voice. "Nonsense. You're like a fly." Qin Chen felt annoyed and impatient, slapped her again. "What's wrong with hitting you? Come on, let your father come and kill me. I can't wait."
After slapping her for the second time, Qin Chen sat down with a disdainful look on his face. Wu Xini was in a mess, her cheeks swollen like steamed buns, bleeding gums, and even her false eyelashes fell off.
Hiss. The onlookers were once again shocked, all of them gasping in cold air.
Wu Xini had been treated as a precious gem since she was a child. Wu Tianda was always attentive to her, holding her in his hands for fear of dropping her, and putting her in his mouth for fear of melting.
She relied on being the daughter of the richest man, acting arrogantly in Jiang Bay, no less spoiled than the children of wealthy families, who wouldn't greet her with a smile. And Qin Chen was just a son-in-law from a third-rate family. According to his status, he should have knelt and spoken to Wu Xini, afraid of offending her and being crushed under her foot. Now, he actually dared to slap Wu Xini in public? And it was 2 slaps in a row. Who would have thought that Xiao was popular young actor, the daughter of Wu, would be messed up by the people from a third-tier wealthy family like this? Everyone couldn't help but feel scalp tingling. Is Mr. Qin going crazy? So aggressive, biting whoever he catches, not caring at all about Wu Yihan and Wu Xini? Xin Shan, on the other hand, was calm as if nothing happened, turning to Su Tianwei and saying, "Did you see that? Don't bother with these brainless people, it's useless. This kind of trash should be greeted with a big slap in the face. Look at me, I never waste words on them. On this point, Lin Qingwan is better than you." Su Tianwei rolled her eyes and almost fainted from anger. "You're awesome, you're aloof, you're great, enough already. Let's see how you end up later. Just enjoying the moment, the whole family will end up in a funeral home. You're finished. If I don't say I want you dead, the Wu family won't let you go. You hit the daughter of Wu's richest man, only death awaits you." Wu Yihan's forehead was sweating from pain, covering his hand and roaring in anger. Now there's no need to say anything. If the Su family doesn't go bankrupt and the whole family becomes beggars, the Wu family won't let it go. And that crazy Mr. Qin, you can jump around all you want. Wait until Wu's richest man and chairman Zhao come, you'll have nowhere to cry. While they haven't arrived yet, quickly call home, contact the coffin shop, get a few good coffins. The Su family will be ruined because of you. In their eyes, Qin Shen was no different from committing a massacre. There was only one way to go, no room for redemption at all. Not even Jesus could save him. I fucking have to. Wu Xini covered her face and screamed. "Look at you, just shouting, quickly call your dad." Qin Shen was a bit speechless. After so many things, he was a bit tired, feeling very bored. He got up and slapped Wu Xini to the ground, impatiently saying, "Have you forgotten the pain of those 2 slaps just now, still babbling on?" Wu Xini's heart couldn't help but shudder. But suddenly, she saw 2 familiar figures appearing in the parking lot, walking towards the lobby talking and laughing. "Dad! Uncle Zhao!" Wu Xini couldn't help but shout. The lobby was shocked, all eyes turned towards the lobby entrance. Wu Tianda and Xiao Woody were here. Mr. Wu and Chairman Zhao were here. When everyone looked towards the entrance, their breaths were involuntarily held, and the lobby fell silent. Wu Tianda, a man known as a Confucian businessman by the people of Jiang Bay. The impression he gives is friendly, smiling at everyone, without any airs. But that's just the image he has created. The Lin family went bankrupt, the Wu family's wealth skyrocketed to become the #1 in Jiang Bay, with assets exceeding 50 billion. The business world is treacherous, with hidden currents surging. Wu Tianda could become the richest man in Jiang Bay. Just thinking about it shows that this person is not simple. This middle-aged man of only 50, although he has not committed murder or arson, things like breaking people's hands and feet behind the scenes happen frequently. He just hides it well, smiling with a hidden blade, concealing his sharpness, and not showing his true emotions on his face. Often, such people are the most terrifying. Especially, he is particularly protective of his daughter, treating Wu Xini as a precious treasure, feeling heartbroken even if she cries a few times and can't eat. Xiao Woody is even more so. There is a violent blood flowing in his bones. When angry, even passing dogs would be slapped by him. Those who provoke him would at least have their hands and feet broken. He does things in a high-profile manner, even holding a grand feast with 300 tables when he gets out of prison. Drums and gongs, firecrackers sounding, no one in Jiang Bay dares to disrespect him. I never ask about right or wrong, as long as I think you're wrong, then you're wrong. When Xiao Woody said this, the people of Jiang Bay labeled him as domineering and overbearing. No one dared to defy him, no one dared to question him. When these 2 people come together, wherever they go, there is only oppression. Even the top 10 wealthy families in Jiang Bay have to bow their heads. Don't be fooled by Mr. Wu's easygoing demeanor. You haven't seen it before. The head of the Chen family, one of the top 10 wealthy families last year, was slapped by him for some business matters. The Su family is a tiny family, but Mr. Wu, the richest man, can make everything disappear with just a raise of his eyebrow. It's a decisive blow, time to end this clown's life. When these 2 stand together, even Shen Ruwan would have to give them some face. I reckon that kid surnamed Qin, under the endless power of these 2, would only end up rolling in fear, kneeling down to meet his death. The appearance of Xiao Woody and Wu Tianda directly pushed the tense atmosphere of the banquet to a climax. When Wu Xini saw the 2 of them in the parking lot and ran to the entrance of the hall, she tearfully complained, "Dad, Uncle Zhao, I was attacked by a lunatic." Sob. Wu Tianda saw the bloody handprint on his daughter's face and his mind exploded. What's going on? Who dares to hit the daughter of Wu Tianda? Doesn't he know who you are? To avoid contact with Lei Tianhu, he specifically went to the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce for a while, and immediately came over after Lei Tianhu left. How did things go wrong in such a short time? Most importantly, no one dares to touch his daughter in Jiang Bay. Xiao Woody's brows furrowed deeply when he saw Wu Xini's pitiful state.
The raging emotions in his blood were ignited, and his face, which had just been full of smiles, instantly turned icy.
He had a good relationship with Wu Tianda and even recognized Wu Xini as his goddaughter. If someone dared to hit her in Jiang Bay, wouldn't that be rubbing our faces in the dirt?
Damn it, I was still feeling aggrieved about the incident a few days ago, and now someone dares to provoke me again.
I really don't know how to write the word death. Senny, don't cry.
Uncle Xiao will deal with him clearly.
I won't spare anyone related to him.
Family, relatives, friends, teachers, all will suffer, not even the dogs at home will be spared, and the eggs laid by the hens will be scattered. Xiao Woody's eyes were spitting fire, and his violent aura surged out.
Wu Tianda's heart was twisted like a knife, gritting his teeth. Even my precious daughter, whom I can't bear to scold, was slapped by someone? Even if that scumbag is a deity, I will make sure he leaves a layer of skin behind. Daughter, rest assured, I will make him pay back tenfold for how he treated you. If I can't do that, I am unworthy of being a father.
The anger of the two was ignited, like two fire-breathing dragons. They strode into the banquet hall.
Do you see what a hero is? This is a hero. The domineering aura that overlooks everything, saying that if he touches one family member, he will kill the whole family.
We can't even reach their heights in 8 lifetimes.
With Mr.
Wu and President Zhao standing together, a stomp of their feet would shake the heavens in Jiang Bay.
Not to mention a small Su family, we are all ants in front of them. With President Zhao and Mr. Wu here, even the immortals would have to stay far away. Just wait, this kid will definitely be sacrificed, and the Su family will disappear overnight. The elite of Jiang Bay felt the overwhelming pressure from the two, secretly shocked, with expressions of respect and envy on their faces.
Especially Wu Yihan's female fans, who were all smiles, excited to the extreme.
Wu Yihan was also the same. The anger he had suppressed for so long finally dissipated, replaced by anticipation. He had already imagined Qin Chen being skinned and tortured, and Su Tianwei lying obediently in her own bed to protect the Su family. Wu Yihan went forward with his hands covered. Mr. Wu, here's what happened.
A fan named Su Tianwei came to the backstage rest area claiming she wanted an autograph, but when she saw me, she pounced on me and tried to force a kiss. After I refused, she got angry and falsely accused me of bullying her, and her husband believed Su Tianwei's story that I attacked her. Miss Wu came down to help and was also hit by her husband.
Look at my hand, and my managers. Nonsense. Lin Qingwan walked up and interrupted, saying, it was Wu Yihan who humiliated Su Tianwei, shamelessly turning black into white.
Because he did the same thing at the Lin Group 5 years ago. He humiliated my secretary, Shanya.
Unfortunately, Shanya was bribed and helped him fabricate evidence. She even falsely accused me of frequently scolding and hitting her.
Your daughter is also biased towards him, using extremely vulgar language, which led to Qin Shen slapping her a few times.
Mr.
Wu, President Zhao, before the Lin Group went bankrupt, I had deep cooperation with both of your families. You know my character, so please open your eyes and don't be deceived. Lin Qingwan felt it necessary to help explain, considering that Qin Shen had helped her before. However, Wu Tianda and Xiao Woody were not in the mood to listen to these things. When they heard the name Su Tianwei, their brains were already exploding. Goosebumps rose from their feet to their heads, and their hair stood on end. The two mighty dragons instantly turned into small earthworms, wearing bitter melon faces, looking as wilted as fish left out in the sun for 10 days.
Su Tianwei, her husband is the king of the underworld. Damn it!
Did they not check the almanac before leaving the house, and now they're in deep trouble? Xiao Woody replayed the events of the day he was released from prison in his mind like a movie.
Goosebumps kept forming layer after layer. The events at the Dragon Business Association gave him nightmares all night. The next day, he fell ill.
The doctor said it was due to shock-induced deficiency of qi in blood, bile reflux, and the onset of heart-pacing disorders. Fortunately, he was in good health, received intravenous fluids for 3 days, took quick-acting heart pills for a few days, and recovered. Xiao Woody thought of inviting Qin Shen for a meal once he calmed down.
Little did he know that less than a week later, he would be in trouble again. Wu Tianda was no exception.
That day, he was ready to use a baseball bat to teach Qin Shen a lesson.
Wu Tianda pulled Xiao Woody aside, leaned in close to his ear, and asked in a trembling voice, "Did I just curse that bastard?"
His voice was shaky, with a hint of tears. Xiao Woody's hair stood on end when he heard this. He nodded slightly and whispered, "Yes, you even said you wanted to leave him with a layer of skin."
Did I just call him a son of a bitch?
Wu Tianda tried to control his trembling hand as he also nodded slightly and whispered, "Yes, you even said you wanted to shake up all the eggs in his house."
Boom!
Thunder roared in their minds, and their eyes widened. They both instinctively glanced in the distance. Qin Shen was sitting there, watching them with slightly narrowed eyes, exuding a chilling aura.
Wu Tianda, damn it, Xiao Woody, Mother Bear. Is this guy trying to get us killed? Lin Qingwan was confused. What were these two doing? Why were they whispering to each other? I think I heard something about leaving a layer of skin and shaking up the eggs. They are discussing how to deal with this little bastard. Look at how angry Mr. Wu and President Zhao are, trembling all over, their faces pale with anger. Of course. A third-rate family aunt, who not only signed with the Wu family's contracted artist but also slapped Miss Wu, how could they not be angry? Today is like poking the sky, kid, get ready for the wrath of thunder. I hope you don't wet your pants later. The elite of Jiang Bay held their wine glasses, awaiting the impending beating. Female fans were also ecstatic, anticipating the upcoming revelry. Brother Wu, how do you think we should handle this? Xiao Woody asked. Before Wu Tianda could speak, Wu Xini spoke up. I think he should kneel down and cut off his own hands as an apology to me and Yihan. Yes. And the Su family, they must be destroyed, disappear from Jiang Bay. The men reduced to beggars, the women turned into prostitutes. Especially Su Tianwei, she must be gang-raped by 10 men, and it must be done in front of Qin Shen. Boom! Wu Tianda's heart exploded in an instant. This girl wants me dead, she wants the Wu family to collapse overnight. Wu Tianda swung his arm in a circle, delivering a powerful slap. Smack! This slap was full force, aiming to knock out Wu Xini to prevent her from speaking recklessly again. The effect was indeed good. Wu Xini flew out at an angle, crashing heavily to the ground. The wind lifted her skirt, covering her face and revealing black safety shorts and a pair of slender legs. I raised you for 20 years, teaching you manners and etiquette every day. Do you take my words as a joke? Miss Lin Qingwan used to be the CEO of the Lin Group and had deep cooperation with our family. If you don't believe what she says, then who will you believe? Your uncle Zhao and I often visit CEO Lin's office. CEO Lin always has Danya by her side to discuss cooperation with us. What does that imply? Isn't it to groom her? Danya calls us sisters and even held CEO Lin's hand when she escorted us downstairs. How friendly. Eyes don't lie. If CEO Lin scolded her often, would she smile so sweetly? Xiao Woody quickly nodded in agreement. I agree with General Wu. CEO Lin definitely wouldn't scold Danya. This woman must have been bribed by Wu Yihan. Furthermore, Miss Su Tianwei is as pure as a mountain spring. How could she actively seduce other men? The scene fell silent. Some stretched their necks, eyes wide open. Some had their mouths agape, almost touching their throats. Some grabbed their hair, trying to convince themselves that it wasn't a dream. Lin Qingwan felt inexplicably moved. She hadn't expected to fall to such a low point, but Wu Tianda and Xiao Woody didn't kick her when she was down, proving her innocence. Su Tianwei stiffened, taking a long breath. She felt relieved. General Wu, what? What do you mean? Wu Yihan looked at Wu Tianda in shock, bewildered. What do I mean? Wu Tianda coldly snorted and announced loudly to the crowd, the Wu Group does not sign tainted artists. Effective immediately, the Wu Group terminates all cooperation with Mr. Wu Yihan. At the same time, an internal investigation team will be established to thoroughly investigate the incident of Wu Yihan insulting Miss Su Tianwei. Once sufficient evidence is found, we will pursue legal action. Furthermore, as the executive vice president, Su Xini has abused her power, shown bias, and damaged the company's image of fairness and integrity. Effective immediately, she is relieved of all duties within the group. Rest assured, Su Xini will be indefinitely confined to her home until she fully understands what propriety and integrity mean before making other plans. Today's farce may have shocked you all, so please don't let it affect your mood. Eat and drink as you please. Don't be restrained. Wu Tianda's words were like dropping a bomb in the room. The whole place erupted. General Wu, you. Wu Yihan looked at Wu Tianda in shock, not expecting this outcome. Escort them out. Wu Tianda shouted in disgust, waving his hand. The bodyguards rushed forward and escorted Wu Yihan and the others out. Qin Shen, just wait. This isn't over. I will bring people from Hua Entertainment International here. I will personally crush you. Wu Yihan, full of defiance, gritted his teeth and roared. Qin Shen remained unfazed. Xiao Woody smiled bitterly after hearing this. Hua Entertainment International was indeed powerful, with a market value of several billion, surpassing even 10 dragon business associations. But even their boss would have to kneel and speak respectfully to the king of the underworld. Aren't you just sending them to their doom by inviting them over? Miss Su. Wu Tianda quickly approached Su Tianwei, apologizing, I'm sorry for the confusion caused by the lack of judgment of my daughter. But rest assured, we will give you a satisfactory explanation. Please don't be angry. Su Tianwei was pleasantly surprised, nodding repeatedly, General Wu, you are too kind. I should be thanking you. Wu Tianda smiled and said, "Alright. I need to take my daughter home for a scolding, so I won't keep you company." With that, he and Xiao Woody quickly walked towards the door. "Did I let you go?" A deep voice, like thunder, sounded from behind. Qin Chen slowly stood up. "Did I let you go?" This sentence from Qin Chen was like a bolt from the blue, scaring Wu Zhao almost to death on the spot. "Qin Chen, what do you want to do?" Shen Ruwan's eyebrows were raised in anger, pleading, "I beg you, stop causing trouble, okay? Please." She was bullied by Wu Yihan, and Lin Qingwan came to help but was rebuked by Danya. Qin Chen ignored everything and almost beat Wu Yihan to death, even slapped Wu Xini twice. If it weren't for Wu Tianda believing in Lin Qingwan, they would definitely crawl out today, and the Su family would also be implicated. The current result is already a blessing from the ancestors. Qin Chen was relentless and still unsatisfied with this result. "Isn't this asking for too much? He is the richest man in Jiang Bay, we are just a third-tier small family. You hit the daughter of General Wu, him not pursuing it is already a great favor. What else do you want? Do you have to push things to the extreme, and make the Su family accompany you to the grave?" "General Wu, President Zhao, please don't bother," Lin Qingwan said, turning around, only to find that Xiao Woody and Wu Tianda had long disappeared. She sighed, "You see, they think that reasoning with you is lowering their status, they don't care about you at all. Take care of yourself. I really have nothing to say to you." She was almost driven to madness by Qin Chen and left the Jiang Bay International Hotel without stopping for a moment. At a street corner not far away, "Lao Zhao, wait for me." Wu Tianda, with a fat body and a protruding belly, leaned against the wall panting heavily, shouting loudly. 10 meters ahead, Xiao Woody, who was running for his life, stopped after looking around a few times, nervously asking, "They didn't catch up, did they?" "No, they didn't," Wu Tianda confirmed, and the two richest men in Jiang Bay sat on the ground, panting heavily. After Su Tianwei spoke, the two of them ran away. Just based on a few words from Wu Xini, if they fell into the hands of the underworld today, they would have to suffer greatly. They didn't have the courage to face Qin Chen's anger directly. "We can only wait for him to calm down, and then go to apologize. The boss told me yesterday that he wanted to kill Lei Tianhu. He might do it tonight, should we follow along? What's the point, can we small fries participate in this kind of thing? Lock the doors and windows and go to sleep. Watch, Jiang Bay will explode tomorrow." Qin Chen was stunned. Those two actually ran away? Zhou Hongyan almost burst out laughing. Since Xiao Woody and Wu Tianda appeared, her gaze had not left the two men. The two big shots in Jiang Bay were stunned by Qin Chen. Especially when Qin Chen asked them to stay, they didn't even dare to turn their heads back, and took advantage of Su Tianwei speaking to sprint 100 meters away. "Feeling proud? Happy? Let me tell you, this matter is not over. Didn't you hear what Yihan said? He will bring people from Huayu International over, wait to die. The scale of Huayu International is 10 times that of the Wu Group. I want to see how you can turn the tables against this behemoth. General Wu believes that Lin Qingwan has fooled you. Don't be too pleased, if General Wu doesn't find out anything, then be prepared to face our wrath." Yihan's fans left after leaving harsh words. They thought General Wu would beat Qin Chen half to death, but after hearing the whole story, General Wu surprisingly believed Lin Qingwan's words. He terminated the contract with Yihan for the sake of the company's reputation. Zhou Hongyan worried, "Brother-in-law, what are you going to do next?" Yihan did indeed mention retaliation. Huayu International is worth several hundred billion, and the combined value of Wanlong Chamber of Commerce and the Wu Group is not even 1/3 of theirs. The boss Ren Kongming is elusive. Among the people she knows, only Shen Ruwan can match him. But the opportunity given by others, Qin Chen has already used up, and said that there will be no more involvement with Qin Chen in the future. Also, Qin Chen said he wanted to kill Lei Tianhu. She always felt he was not joking. This guy has some skills, but he wouldn't dare to kill Lei Tianhu, right? Headache. Qin Chen sneered and didn't bother to answer, then turned and went to Lin Qingwan. "Jinchuan ointment doesn't work." Lin Qingwan came back from her daze and nodded. After Wu Tianda announced the termination of Wu Yihan's contract, she fell into contemplation. She always felt something was strange about this matter, but she didn't know where the problem lay. Wu Tianda is crazy about favoring women. Even though Wu Xini speaks without restraint, it's not like he would slap her away. Could it be that Wu Xini has been acting recklessly for the past few years, and Wu Tianda is completely disappointed in her? After glancing at her scars, Qin Chen said lightly, "Let's use my little Peiyuandan. Pure herbs have no side effects, give it a try. Even if it doesn't work, it won't cause any harm. Leave a contact information, you can contact me anytime if you have any problems." Lin Qingwan and Qin Chen exchanged contact information and left. When Gao Jincheng brought the Jinchuan ointment,
Qin Shen reminded her that not listening led to more severe scars, so she decided to try the little Peiyuandan. However, she didn't have high hopes for the little Peiyuandan either, so she decided to give it a try. Zhou Hongyan didn't return home all night, and if she didn't go back, Li Daiqin would definitely complain. After advising Qin Shen not to go find Lei Tianhu, she left. Qin Shen didn't even bother to respond, and after eating and drinking his fill, he staggered out of the hall. Hey, isn't this Qin the swindler? The consumption at Jiang Bay International Hotel is not low. It seems like you've swindled quite a bit of money since you were released from prison. Feng Yingying walked over, coldly assessing Qin Shen. There was a man in his 50s following behind her. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, carrying a medical kit, and exuding a faint herbal scent, he was Feng Yingying's master, Lu Changhai. After Feng Yingying's failure, she invited him to come and treat Zhao Lingfei. When she went over this morning, the Zhao family closed their doors and refused to let anyone in. Feng Yingying felt very embarrassed, and after inquiring, she learned that the Zhao family offered a reward of 1 billion to ask Qin Shen for help but was rejected, and they were trying to find a way to get Qin Shen to help. The Zhao family offered a reward of 1 billion for you to treat the illness, and you refused? Afraid you can't cure Zhao Lingfei's illness, so you didn't dare to accept and solidified your reputation as a swindler, right? Feng Yingying smirked. Qin Shen had no good feelings towards this woman, didn't even bother to look at her, and turned to leave. Looks like I guessed right. Feng Yingying blocked Qin Shen's path and coldly said, 1 billion is enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for 8 lifetimes. Even a wealthy family with a net worth of billions would take a second look. You, a lowlife who just got out of prison, rejected it without even thinking? It shows that you are a charlatan who doesn't understand medicine. 1 billion, so what? Qin Shen smiled disdainfully and said, if I wanted it, countless people would be clamoring to give it to me, and begging me to accept it. As the dignified king of the underworld, would he be interested in such a small amount of money? The 6 elders of the Imperial Central Hub asked him to be the vassal of Xiliao, control the 300,000 Xiliao army, be appointed as the king of Xiliao, and the general of the heavenly strategy. The general of the southern border dragon cavalry, Yi Jiannan, came with a marriage proposal and a dowry to ask for his daughter's hand in marriage. Several top-tier clan leaders crossed mountains and rivers to go to Demon Refining Island, promising to offer billions in cash as long as Qin Shen was willing to be their offering. Qin Shen rejected all of these. He just wanted to live a carefree life after being released from prison, repay Su Zheng's kindness, help Lin Beishan's daughter reclaim the company, and then wait for Wang Yanjun's birthday to humiliate the Wang family and the Qin family. Besides, if he really needed money, he could quickly produce a few paintings overnight and sell them for tens of millions on the market. The Zhao family didn't believe in him and joined the Feng family in mocking him, so why bother with them? A phone call? Countless people? Begging you to accept? Feng Yingying seemed to hear a huge joke and sneered, hey, wake up, big brother. How can you start dreaming in broad daylight? When Lu Zhanghua heard Qin Shen's words, he also laughed and said, Yingying, you may have misunderstood. This young man is talking about Zimbabwean currency, not our Xia country's money. The Zimbabwean currency has depreciated severely. In their country, 1 billion can only buy a box of matches. With just one phone call, maybe someone will actually bring him several trucks of this waste paper. Feng Yingying sneered, it's too much trouble to use trucks. If you want 1 billion, just call the funeral supplies store. You can write 10 billion on just one paper money. You can have as much as you want. Her face turned cold, with a threatening tone, she said, I don't have time to chat with you. You must come with me to the Zhao mansion and admit in front of everyone that you are a fraud. The Zhao mansion blindly believed in Qin Shen and had been waiting for him to cure Zhao Lingfei. She had gone to great lengths to invite her teacher over, but was turned away, feeling ashamed and humiliated. She believed Qin Shen was the cause of all this. What if I don't go? Qin Shen's eyes turned frosty, asking indifferently, not go? Feng Yingying seemed to have expected Qin Shen's refusal and didn't get too angry, sneering, I am a Ph.D. from the Imperial Capital Medical University and also the daughter of the city's mayor. You are from the Su family, right? I heard you are a son-in-law who married into the family. At this point, her voice paused, her expression more disdainful. The Su family seems to be a third-tier family, with a Su investment group under its umbrella. You must be dealing with various procedures at the city government office frequently. If I give a shout-out to various government agencies, asking them to take care of the Su family, what do you think they will do? Her voice carried a strong threat. Qin Shen's face darkened involuntarily, and he said coldly, do you know what consequences this will bring? Consequences? Feng Yingying was stunned for a moment, then sneered, you want to know the consequences, right? Fine. I'll tell you. After speaking, she approached a sanitation worker and asked with a smile, Auntie, what's your name?
The old woman sweeping the floor replied, "My name is Tao Ailian, miss, do you need something?" Feng Yingying waved her hand, dialed the number of the sanitation bureau, turned on the speakerphone, and said into the phone, "Is Director Son of the Sanitation Bureau there? I am Feng Yingying. There is a sanitation worker named Tao Ailian on Shenghua Road. I don't like her, so I want her to be fired immediately." "Okay, Miss Feng, I will dismiss her right away," came a fawning voice from the other end. Boom! The old woman was shocked, her broom fell, and she asked angrily and puzzled, "Miss, what do you mean by this? Just because you don't like me, you want the director to fire me? This is too much." Feng Yingying, after hearing this, stopped a patrol car, identified herself, and pointed at the old woman, saying to the patrol officer, "This old woman hit me, lock her up for 2 months. Don't worry, Miss Feng, I'll arrest her right away." The patrol officer got out of the car and directly detained the old woman. The old woman was so scared that tears fell, and she hurriedly explained, "I didn't hit her, I didn't even touch her. Miss, I was wrong, please spare me, I'll kowtow to you, is that not enough? Please, my husband is bedridden, my 2 sons are unfilial, and we rely on this job to make a living." Sob. Feng Yingying remained indifferent, crossing her arms as if watching ants. The old woman was taken away in the car, and Feng Yingying, after all this, came to Qin Shen and said triumphantly, "Did you see that? I made the old lady lose her job, and she did. That old thing just retorted me, and I had her taken away. This is the consequence. To me, you and her are no different, just insignificant ants. I will handle you as I see fit." Qin Shen's face darkened, and frost gathered in his eyes. "What? Still not convinced?" Feng Yingying sneered coldly, saying, "Fine. Let me demonstrate again." After speaking, she stood at the entrance of Jiang Bay International Hotel and shouted, "My name is Feng Yingying, let your manager come to see me immediately." The manager ran out and, seeing the daughter of the city's mayor, immediately nodded and bowed. Feng Yingying looked up at the sky, coldly saying, "You just received a guest I dislike, I am very angry, close the hotel for 3 days immediately." The manager was stunned, nodded quickly, and returned to the lobby. Before long, all the guests left. Among them were some prominent figures in Jiang Bay, who were originally full of complaints but immediately fell silent upon seeing Feng Yingying. "No wonder it's Miss Feng, who dared to make you angry. I'll help you teach them a lesson. Who doesn't know that Miss Feng is the mayor's daughter? How dare anyone provoke you? Miss Xiao, when are you free? Let me treat you to a meal." Everyone put on a smiling face and greeted her. "See that? What I say goes. Everyone must give me face. If you don't come with me to the Zhao family, the Su family will end up like Jiang Bay International Hotel. I decide when it opens, and it will only open at that time. If anyone dares to object, the Su family will not only never do business, but also end up in jail." Feng Yingying, with a smug look, walked slowly to Qin Shen's side and said word by word, "I'm asking you, go or not?" She was like a noble queen, raising her proud head, full of disdain. Qin Shen smiled coldly and indifferently said, "All right, since you want face so much, I'll give you face. Just afraid that when I want this face back, you'll have to kneel down and return it to me." "Kneel down and return it?" Feng Yingying was stunned, chuckled, and said, "Whether you return it or not, what face can a son-in-law from a third-rate family give me? You can only obey unconditionally." After saying that, she turned to Lu Zhanghua and asked, "Teacher, shall we go after dinner?" "No need." Lu Zhanghua waved his hand, "Curing Zhao Lingfei's illness will only take a moment, it won't delay." He gave Qin Shen a cold glance and walked straight to the car. A swindler from the rivers and lakes got too deep into his role and really thought of himself as a character. Feng Yingying is the daughter of the mayor, I have to give her some face. This guy has no respect at all, full of disdain, with a cold and arrogant demeanor, just like a prince. What are you? Just a newly released ex-convict. A son-in-law from a third-rate family. Who gave you the courage? Lu Zhanghua was already full of anger. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He is a senior professor at the Imperial Capital Academy of Traditional Chinese Medicine, an expert in internal medicine, and has cured countless difficult and miscellaneous diseases. He has reversed 3 cases of mid-stage cancer with Chinese medicine and acupuncture, causing a sensation at one time. Wherever he goes, he is welcomed and treated as an honored guest. Today, because of this swindler, he was actually shut out in the small Jiang Bay. How could he not be angry? Don't you Zhao family think I'm not as good as Qin Shen? I'll prove it to you. I'll slap all of you in the face hard. The 3 of them soon arrived at the Zhao mansion. Mayor Feng Yuanming received a call from his daughter and also rushed over. Zhao Fu led Qin Shen into the living room and quickly asked the servants to prepare tea. Feng Yingying, seeing this scene, felt jealous and said with a frown, "Old man, you don't need to be so polite. Qin Shen came over just to tell you that he can't cure Zhao Lingfei's illness." Everyone was stunned.
Zhao Fu didn't believe it and said, Mr.
Qin, you really can't cure my granddaughter's illness? The eldest son, Zhao Tongfu, looked dim.
Other members of the Zhao family also gathered around, looking very anxious.
Qin Shen shook his head and remained silent.
Fo Mingying smiled and said, don't ask anymore, he was caught in the act of fraud by me, he has no face to speak anymore. The second son, Zhao Xingye, shook his head and said in disbelief, Mr.
Qin lives in Wangyue Mountain. How could someone who can afford to live there be a fraudster? Moreover, Wu Tiande is also very respectful in front of Mr. Qin. The Zhao family nodded in agreement with the second son's judgment. This is his cleverness. Fo Mingying explained, if you want to cheat big money, you must package it well. If you don't rent a villa to live in and don't show a mysterious appearance, how can you deceive the high-class families?
The rental for Wangyue Mountain Villa is over 2 million a year. Deceiving you for tens of millions is enough to live for decades. Old man, both you and Wu Tiande have been deceived by illusions. After hearing this, everyone looked puzzled.
Seeing Qin Shen not refuting, they became even more doubtful.
Old man, Qin Shen's poison is too deep among you.
Fo Mingying shook her head and sighed. Think about it, if Qin Shen really has the ability, why doesn't he accept the 1 billion reward from manager Zhao? Because he's afraid of being exposed.
This guy knows how to avoid risks, he dares not cause trouble at the Zhao mansion. It shows he is very clever.
After this explanation, the people looked more suspicious. Fo Mingying's words made some sense. That is a 1 billion reward. If Qin Shen has that ability, why doesn't he take it?
Seeing the Zhao family silent, Fo Mingying knew they were already wavering about Qin Shen, so she said to Zhao Fu, Old man, this is Professor Lu Zhanghua, my doctoral supervisor, and also the heir of the Red Dragon Pan Mountain Needle.
As long as he takes action, Feifei's illness can definitely be cured.
Lu Zhanghua proudly said, that's right. I only mastered the 12 needle techniques of the Red Dragon Pan Mountain Needle before. After 2 years of seclusion, I have comprehended the remaining 6 needle techniques of the Red Dragon Pan Mountain Needle. Now, for me, curing Miss Xiao's illness is just a matter of minutes.
Qin Shen was stunned to hear this.
The Red Dragon Pan Mountain Needle only has 17 needle techniques, and only he knows them.
Where did Lu Zhanghua comprehend the 18 needle techniques from? Obviously, he has gone astray. If he uses randomly concocted needle techniques to treat the illness, it would be strange if Zhao Lingfei doesn't die.
These days, Zhao Fu has been hoping for Qin Shen to take action, but he also can't cure it.
He could only nod and say, then I'll trouble Professor Lu. Lu Zhanghua was very displeased with Zhao Fu's attitude. The Zhao family shouldn't be surprised. Why do they look half dead? It seems that they are too deeply poisoned by Qin Shen. Thinking of this, Lu Zhanghua couldn't wait to show off his skills. This day was too frustrating. He came to the Zhao mansion in high spirits in the morning, but ended up being completely shut out, which made him very angry, as he had been holding back his anger for a long time. After curing Zhao Lingfei's illness, the Zhao family will surely treat me like a god. By then, I will definitely leave without a trace, and give the Zhao family a good slap in the face. When the Zhao family comes after me with a 1 billion reward, I will reluctantly accept it. This way, I will get the reward and still maintain my dignity. Isn't it beautiful? The group went upstairs. I see through your tricks, are you very angry? Fo Mingying looked at Qin Shen, smugly saying, I ruined your plan, do you really want to beat me up? Hee, unfortunately, you can only hate me in your heart.
But, you are performing well at the moment, worthy of praise. Keep it up. When you go up later, just watch quietly, don't speak out of turn. If you dare to disturb the teacher treating the illness, I guarantee you will spend the rest of your life in prison.
Fo Mingying disliked Qin Shen, not only because she suspected him of being a fraud, she also didn't like his attitude.
This guy speaks indifferently, with a proud look.
A look that says, I'm not interested in arguing with you ants. Who do you think you are? Go Hong, the Qing dynasty ghost doctor? Or the king of the Northern Territory?
You are just a piece of trash who just got out of prison.
You have no right to show off in front of me. The room opened.
Zhao Lingfei was wearing pajamas, in a daze, her limbs securely tied to the bed, her face pale, the bed in disarray, hair scattered on her face.
I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Feifei's illness has become so severe that she could have a sudden outburst at any moment.
She wets the entire bedsheet even after just one sleep, and she is completely exhausted. She is now in a semi-conscious state all day long, tormenting to death.
Zhao Tongfu said with a heartache.
Lu Chonghai waved his hand lightly. Colonel Zhao, don't worry.
This minor illness is nothing to me.
I just need to use the 15th needle technique to open Miss Zhao's Tianmen, release the fire inside her body, and her illness will naturally improve. As he spoke, he inserted the silver needle between Zhao Lingfei's eyebrows. Moving upwards, he inserted a needle every 5 millimeters. Qin Shen saw his technique and furrowed his brows deeply. Lu Changhai was just fooling around. To cure Zhao Lingfei's illness, it is indeed necessary to open the Tianmen. But first, it is necessary to tonify the qi, and then partially open the Tianmen. If the Tianmen is fully opened, for someone like Zhao Lingfei who is severely deficient in qi and blood, not only will the fire not be expelled from the body, but external evil qi will also enter the body, causing even more serious harm to the body. Looking at Lu Changhai's technique now, it seems like he is fully opening the Tianmen. And when did it say that the 15th needle technique of the Red Dragon Coiling Mountain Needle requires the Tianmen to be fully opened? Lu Changhai comprehended this in 2 years and came up with such a thing? Absolutely useless. Nonsense. The Zhao family is disrespectful, but Zhao Lingfei is not at fault. If Lu Changhai continues like this, he will only push Zhao Lingfei to the brink of death. Qin Shen felt it necessary to intervene. Just as he was about to speak, he was harshly stopped by someone. A threatening voice sounded in his ear. Are you trying to seek attention again? It is a critical moment for treatment now, and my teacher needs peace. What are your intentions in speaking now? Intentional? Shut up. Feng Yingying stared at Qin Shen, rebuking him in a low voice. Everyone turned their heads in unison upon hearing Feng Yingying's words, their gazes piercing Qin Shen. Qin Shen shrugged, went downstairs directly, found a corner, and lay down on the sofa playing with his phone. Before long, Zhao Lingfei slowly opened her eyes. Hey! She's awake! A low cry, tears welled up in the eyes of the Zhao family. Fei, how do you feel? Feng Yingying quickly leaned over the bed and asked. Zhao Lingfei forced a smile, nodded, and whispered, I'm fine. The whole room erupted in cheers and jubilation. Professor Lu is truly the heir of the Red Dragon Coiling Mountain Needle. His technique is even more powerful than Shen Ruwan's. I think you are even more skilled than the Qingma ghost doctor. Thanks to Professor Lu this time, otherwise, we really wouldn't know what to do. The Zhao family praised Lu Changhai's medical skills, praising him to the skies. The Feng family father and daughter were even more ecstatic, dancing with joy, happier than if their own family had been saved. Stable, I am one step closer to the position of provincial leader. Feng Yuanming excitedly rubbed his hands, thinking to himself. Lu Changhai suppressed his inner satisfaction, and with a detached attitude, said lightly, as I said, this illness is a piece of cake for me, there is no challenge. If you had let me in this morning, the patient could have been walking out of bed by now. It's a pity that you believe in charlatans and not in me, which is very heartbreaking. Now that Miss Zhao is better than I. After saying that, he straightened his back, folded his hands behind him, and looked a bit proud. Lu Changhai felt it was time to leave. He had already anticipated the next scene. The Zhao family apologized and offered a reward of 1 billion, inviting him to dine at the mansion. However, puff! Zhao Lingfei had just sat up, took a few breaths, and her face suddenly changed. Then she covered her chest, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fainted on the bed again. This scene directly scared everyone out of their wits. Lu Changhai was covered in blood, shocked on the spot. He hurriedly went forward to check and found that Zhao Lingfei's condition was very wrong. The pulse is weaker than last time, almost to the point of being undetectable. He quickly used silver needles to puncture several acupoints, but there was no response. What's going on? Lu Changhai was flustered. The whole room fell silent again. Zhao Lingfei had clearly woken up, so why couldn't she hold on for more than a minute? There was no movement in her chest, only a breath hanging on. Yingying, what's going on? Feng Yuanming's mouth was agape, his heart skipping a beat. Feng Yingying's mind went blank, shaking her head in fear. Miss Zhao's symptoms are confusing. I'll call the dean. Lu Changhai quickly took out his phone and called the dean of the Imperial Medical University, Wu Guozhou. Dean? Feng Yingying reacted from her panic and quickly comforted Zhao Fu. Sir, don't worry, our dean is as famous as the Qingma ghost doctor Wu Guozhou. He must have a way to save Fei. Dean Wu doesn't even need to come, just tell him the symptoms, and he'll know how to save her. Wu Guozhou? Medicine King. Zhao Tongfu's body suddenly shook, the light in his eyes fleeting, shaking his head in disbelief. If he is willing to help, Fei will definitely be saved. But I heard that Wu Medicine King is already semi-retired. Some clan heads have offered billions to see him, but he refuses. Can Professor Lu persuade him? As soon as the words fell, Lu Changhai's phone rang. After a brief introduction, he nodded repeatedly. Oh, okay, I'll start a video call right away. After hanging up the phone, Lu Changhai said to Zhao Fu, Sir, the dean owes my father a favor. He promised to remotely guide me on the treatment methods. We need a TV with a video call function now, in the living room. Everyone hurried downstairs. When the video call connected, a white-haired and youthful-looking old man appeared on the 100-inch TV screen, resembling Zhou Badong. He looked to be in his 80s, with a ruddy complexion, sharp eyes, and a snow-white beard, giving him an air of a fairy. After seeing him, Feng Yingying's eyes welled up with excitement. She had spent 8 years at the Imperial Medical University and had only seen Wu Boizhou once. This old man was too legendary. In the medical field, he was like a god. If he were to give some guidance, ordinary doctors could become renowned physicians. Wu Boizhou was the god in Feng Yingying's heart, the pinnacle she had always aspired to reach. Tell me about the patient's symptoms. Wu Boizhou got straight to the point. With these words, everyone finally felt a sense of relief. Medicine King Wu was ready to take action. With Nan Gehong and Bei Boizhou, these two giants in the medical field, as long as Wu Lao takes action, he can definitely reverse the situation. Don't worry, Fei Fei can still be saved. Wu Lao is the dean of the Imperial Medical University, enjoying national subsidies, and an academician of the Academy of Life Sciences. It is said that a late-stage cancer patient who was on the brink of death was cured by him. After 3 years of Chinese medicine treatment, the cancer disappeared during a hospital checkup. I once suspected that Wu Lao was a deity in human form, too miraculous. His medical skills have surpassed my understanding. I remember reading a news article about a late-stage ALS patient who could only move his eyes, but under his acupuncture treatment, he could walk in 10 days. Feng Yingying nodded, her eyes filled with reverence and excitement, echoing, yes, Medicine King Wu is truly a miracle worker. As long as he takes action, there is no disease that cannot be cured, mark my words. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yingying's words were not exaggerated. Wu Boizhou was regarded as a godlike figure in the hearts of the people. If he wanted to save someone, even the king of hell would have to step aside. However, after listening to Zhao Lingfei's symptoms, Wu Boizhou furrowed his white eyebrows, shook his head, and said, "This illness is incurable. The patient's breath is faint, and coughing up black blood indicates that the meridians are completely blocked. I am also helpless. Prepare for the funeral." Boom! Thunder exploded in everyone's minds. Each one almost fainted. The disease that even the Medicine King Wu Boizhou couldn't cure, isn't it a complete death sentence? The scene was filled with crying. Wu Boizhou frowned slightly and said, "But I do know someone who definitely has a way." "Who?" Zhao Tongfu hurriedly asked. "He is my master." Wu Boizhou thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, "Forget it. I don't even know where he is now, and even if I contact him, he may not necessarily help. That little bastard has a strange personality. I spent a month on Demon Island just to apprentice to him. Offered him 3 billion as an apprentice fee, he refused. Offered my granddaughter, a popular star, to marry him, he refused. Gave him a 36 billion worth private mansion in the imperial capital, still refused. Hey, guess what happened in the end? After he accidentally ate the fried rice I brought, he agreed to take me as his disciple without asking for anything else. You say he's the kind of person who treats money like paper, treats women like nothing, and does everything based on his mood. Even if you find him, what can you do?" Xin Shen was immediately displeased after hearing this. He put his hands in his pockets and walked over, standing in front of the 100-inch TV, squinting his eyes, and said with a smirk, "Old man, who did you just call a little bastard?" Xin Shen originally didn't care about the Zhao family's affairs. He was lying in the corner playing games. When Lu Changhai and Wu Boizhou connected via video, they both just raised their eyebrows slightly. It wasn't until Wu Boizhou called him a little bastard that Xin Shen became unwilling. "How dare you call our dean a?" Lu Changhai was about to get angry when he suddenly noticed something was wrong. In the video, Wu Boizhou suddenly sat up from his chair, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes, and his nervous hands didn't know where to place them. "Am I so heartless in your eyes?" Xin Shen raised an eyebrow and asked. Wu Boizhou quickly replied, "Master. Master, haven't you always taught me to act according to my own will, whether it's in acupuncture or in life? Don't be bound by etiquette, act according to your heart." So, this signal is too poor. Master, I can't hear what you're saying on your end. Click. The video cut off. Even a fool could tell that Wu Boizhou hung up on purpose. The entire living room fell silent. It was as if someone had pressed the pause button on the scene, even the breathing stopped. No one knew how long had passed. How can you be Wu Academician's master? Feng Yingying's worldview collapsed. A son-in-law of a third-rate family, a former convict who had just been released from prison, the ant in his own eyes, turned out to be Wu the Medicine King's master. You should know that Wu Boizhou could chat and laugh with the provincial governor, treating each other as equals. But when he saw Xin Shen, he stood up and his nervous hands trembled. Thinking back to the offense just now, goosebumps exploded from Feng Yingying's feet to the top of her head, then a thunderbolt exploded in her mind, freezing her whole body instantly. "This old man, I'll settle the score with him when I go to the imperial capital."
Qin Shen ignored Feng Yingying, muttering as he returned to his own sofa.
The others were no longer calm. Feng Mingyuan was the first to run over, bending over and smiling. Mr.
Qin, my daughter said you're a fraud, why don't you explain? Look, isn't this a misunderstanding?
Qin Shen tilted his head innocently. I wanted to explain, but your daughter wouldn't let me speak. She said she's the mayor's daughter, and if I don't come to Zhao Mansion to admit I'm a fraud, she won't let the Su family off easily. I was so scared that I couldn't even walk. How could I dare to speak? She's the mayor's daughter, and I'm just a former convict who just got out of prison. How could I afford to provoke her?
Boom!
The whole room's scalp exploded. The Zhao family's faces all darkened.
Feng Yuanming's eyebrows immediately rose.
He looked sharply at Feng Yingying, his eyes bursting with boundless anger, then took a few big steps forward and slapped her.
Pa! The sound of a slap echoed. What did I tell you last time? When you see Mr. Qin, be polite and invite him over nicely. What are you doing? Threatening people to come over, forcing them to admit they are frauds? Where is your upbringing from elementary school? Have you been raised by dogs? You call yourself a doctor, but I think even if you become an academician, you are still a piece of garbage. The words were a bit harsh. Feng Yingying covered her swollen cheek, finding it hard to accept for a moment. Tears streamed down.
Zhao Tongfu quickly ran to Qin Shen's side and respectfully said, Mr.
Qin, Mayor Feng has already reprimanded his daughter.
Since you are here, please show mercy and save my daughter. The Zhao family all gathered around, smiling and blushing.
Mr. Qin, we believed in you from the beginning. It was Feng Yingying who misled us and led us astray. Yes,
everything was fine at first, but who knew Feng Yingying would interfere and confuse us, causing us to apologize.
Mr.
Qin, Feifei is about to die, please save her first.
As long as you can cure Feifei, we will accept any punishment or reward you decide.
Qin Shen did not get up, just shifted his body to a more comfortable position. Seeing this, Zhao Fu did not plead anymore, and coldly said to Feng Yuanming, Mayor Feng, if Mr.
Qin treats her today, Feifei will undoubtedly die.
If anything happens to her, our two families will not only fail to become friends with the Qin family, but we may become lifelong enemies. His voice was light, but each word carried a threat. Even though Feng Yuanming was the mayor, the Zhao family did not fear him. If it weren't for Feng Yuanming and his daughter last time, Zhao Lingfei would have been cured by Qin Shen long ago. They misled and harmed the Zhao family.
Feng Yuanming awkwardly smiled and said to Feng Yingying in a low voice, you heard what Mr. Zhao said.
I don't care how you do it, you must get Mr.
Qin's forgiveness. If Feifei dies, you will definitely go to jail.
Feng Yingying trembled and came to Qin Shen's side, kneeling down with a thud.
I'm sorry, I was wrong.
The pride of the mayor's daughter shattered on the ground, tears the size of beans falling, her inherent arrogance completely gone.
All right, since you care so much about your reputation, I'll give you face. But I'm afraid that when I ask for that face back, you'll have to kneel down and return it to me.
Qin Shen's previous words were like thunder, completely making Feng Yingying lower her noble head.
Out of battery.
Qin Shen stretched lazily and threw his phone on the table.
Zhao Xingye hurriedly went to meet him and charged the phone.
Qin Shen walked past the kneeling Feng Yingying and said to Zhao Fu, Zhao Lingfei's meridians are blocked, I need to needle her whole body, she needs to take off her clothes.
Do you agree?
Zhao Fu was overjoyed and quickly said, Mr.
Qin, as long as you are willing to treat my granddaughter, none of this matters. You can do whatever you want.
Qin Shen nodded, swayed, and went upstairs. The door closed. The sheets had been changed, and the room cleaned. Zhao Lingfei lay on her back, her chest no longer rising and falling. After disinfecting the silver needles, Qin Shen removed her clothes in no time, leaving only her bra and underwear. It must be said that without the torment of illness, Zhao Lingfei's figure could easily rank in the top 5 in Jiang Bay, not inferior to Su Tianwei at her peak. Zhao Lingfei was currently in a state of deficiency in both qi and blood, with blocked meridians. She needed acupuncture on all 12 meridians to stimulate the vitality of each organ and promote the circulation of qi and blood, a process called tonifying qi. Then, partially open the heavenly gate to release excess heat. 12 meridians, a total of 36 needles. 10 minutes later, the silver needles were removed. Zhao Lingfei's body began to awaken, her whole person looking plump and radiant as if inflated, her skin glowing. Her lace-trimmed bra seemed to have risen 3 fingers higher than before, revealing a third of her chest. After tonifying qi, Qin Shen began to partially open the heavenly gate. At this moment, Zhao Lingfei fell ill again.
Under the light,
Zhao Lingfei closed her eyes, her fingers touching her lips, the other hand stroking her neck. In between, those two exposed roundness became even wider, shaking continuously with her trembling body. Suddenly, her body trembled violently, her long legs tightly closed together. Zhao Lingfei's body suddenly tightened, her long legs tightly closed together, her cheeks blushing like a peach. Her whole body flushed, her eyes confused as she looked at Qin Shen. It's so uncomfortable, so itchy. Zhao Lingfei suddenly sat up, her hands suddenly wrapped around Qin Shen's neck, pressing tightly against him, trembling uncontrollably. Qin Shen was preparing to open the Tianmen with a silver needle when he suddenly felt a soft sensation, feeling the sheets slightly damp and warm, and red lips coming towards him.
Once a minute? Qin Shen lightly tapped Zhao Lingfei's forehead.
She immediately fell back on the bed, falling into a deep sleep.
Qin Shen had someone dress Zhao Lingfei, change the sheets.
The crowd gathered around.
Qin Shen inserted the silver needle into Zhao Lingfei's brow and gently twisted it.
With a rhythmic rotation, Zhao Lingfei's eyebrows rose and fell, as if breathing like gills.
The silver needle hummed and trembled. Tiny beads of sweat appeared on Zhao Lingfei's forehead, emitting heat.
The 15th needle technique of the Red Dragon Coiling Mountain Needle is the half-open Tianmen. The technique you have comprehended is rubbish, only causing harm.
Do not use it again in the future.
Qin Shen did not want Lu Zhanghua to harm others again, so he mentioned it.
How do you know our Lu family's Red Dragon Coiling Mountain Needle?
Lu Zhanghua was shocked.
Your Lu family?
Qin Shen said indifferently, the heir of the Red Dragon Coiling Mountain Needle is surnamed Wuan. When did it become your Lu family? 700 years ago, the last head of the Wuan family served as an official in the southern Song dynasty. When the Yuan army invaded Linen, the Wuan family head chose death over surrender and was executed along with 9 generations of his family. The Wuan family mansion was also set ablaze. Only the Wuan family head's grandson survived. Your Lu family ancestor only found half of a medical book in the ruins of the Wuan family. Thinking that the Wuan family had no successors, he falsely claimed that the Red Dragon Coiling Mountain Needle had 18 needle techniques and arrogantly became the heir of the Red Dragon Coiling Mountain Needle. The descendants of the Wuan family did not want to compete with the Lu family, so they changed their names and lived in seclusion. My master's Wuan family is the orthodox one. The Red Dragon Coiling Mountain Needle only has 17 needle techniques. What you have comprehended is useless, do not use it again in the future. Qin Shen spoke calmly, but the impact on Lu Zhanghua was overwhelming. He staggered and leaned against the wall, looking lost. Feng Yingying was also shocked, never expecting such history behind the Red Dragon Coiling Mountain Needle. The Zhao family members were not in the mood to care about these things, all their attention was on Zhao Lingfei. She's awake. The crowd became restless. Zhao Lingfei slowly opened her eyes, a vitality that had not been seen for a long time in her eyes. Zhao Tongfu nervously approached and whispered, Feifei, how do you feel this time?
Dad, Grandpa, I don't feel uncomfortable anymore. I have strength all over my body. You've worked hard all these years.
Zhao Lingfei was slowly helped up, feeling an unprecedented sense of relaxation, tears streaming down her face. The kind of deep-rooted itch that had tormented her to the core was completely gone. Zhao Fu tightly held Zhao Lingfei's hand, tears streaming down his face. You are well all thanks to Mr.
Qin, he is our Zhao family's benefactor.
Feifei, quickly, thank Mr.
Qin.
Zhao Lingfei's tears swirled in her eyes as she knelt on the bed and kowtowed heavily to Qin Shen. The Xiao family cried out in gratitude to Qin Shen.
The most powerful family in Jiang Bay, Xiao Woody, and the city's first family, the Xiao family, who were always polite when they met, now all bowed their heads in gratitude to Qin Shen, a level of respect and politeness never heard of before. Mr. Qin.
Zhao Xingye took out a platinum bank card, handed it over with both hands, and pleaded, there is over 100 million balance in this bank card. The Xiao family has offended you greatly, but you saved Feifei, we should thank you. Of course, this great favor cannot be measured in money, we are just expressing our gratitude.
Please accept it, Mr. Qin. If you have any difficulties in the future, the Xiao family will never refuse.
Qin Shen waved his hand indifferently, saying, I treated Zhao Lingfei just because I was annoyed by Wu Guozhao saying I lacked human feelings, it has nothing to do with others.
Take the money back. This scene shocked everyone once again. Feng Yingying felt her face burning with embarrassment. Over $1 billion?
If I want, there will be people rushing to send it over, begging me to accept it. The words Qin Shen said in the morning were like a slap, harshly hitting Feng Yingying's face. She was convinced, completely convinced. Thinking back to her previous clown-like behavior, she felt childish and ridiculous, utterly ashamed. Yes, the medicine king Wu Guozhao is his disciple, so Qin Shen naturally has no desire for money.
As long as he wishes, those wealthy families will definitely vie to offer money in order to please him. Money is like waste paper to Qin Shen. Without reaching Qin Shen's level of understanding, one would not comprehend such unbelievable words. Now, they all understood. Feng Yuanming watched the scene before him and felt regretful.
Coming to the Zhao residence with ulterior motives, wanting to advance through his daughter curing Zhao Lingfei's illness. Now, all his efforts were in vain, not only ending in embarrassment but also offending a big shot like Qin Chen.
As long as the illness is cured, hurry and rest.
Qin Chen smiled at Zhao Lingfei and turned to leave. The group invited Qin Chen to sit in the living room, then began discussing the matter of Jiang Pharmaceutical.
The Jiang family withdrew all their deposits from Tianqin Bank today. I think they are planning to flee.
Zhao Xingye said in a deep voice.
I heard that the Su family invested 2 billion in Jiang Pharmaceutical? Mr. Qin, you are the son-in-law of the Su family. Why didn't you advise them?
Qin Chen was taken aback and shook his head, saying, I did advise them, but they didn't listen.
The Zhao family fell silent upon hearing this.
The Su family probably made the same mistake as the Zhao family, thinking that Qin Chen, who had been to prison, was not to be trusted and did not believe his words.
The Su family failed to recognize the true dragon. What a pity! While the Zhao family was lamenting, the city mayor Feng Yuanming suddenly frowned and said, the Jiang family bought a mountain in Longyao Bay to grow herbs. The city plans to develop a tourist area there. The land in Longyao Bay will soon increase tenfold. Zhang fleeing, Su taking over, this move is not a loss. When Jiang bought Longyao Bay, it only cost 30 million. If the provincial plan is approved, that land will be worth at least 30 billion. Su family will make a huge profit. Mayor Feng Mingyuan said as he thought. Longyao Bay covers an area of over 10,000 acres. It is barren land in the north of the river.
In ancient times, it was a gathering place for bandits, with weeds covering the mountains and rarely any human presence.
There is a 1,000-year-old ancient temple there. The city plans to renovate it.
Using the ancient temple as a selling point, they plan to expand the wetland park and cultural area around it, gaining support from the province. The mountain bought by the Jiang family is right next to Longyao Bay. It will definitely become a hotspot for real estate development in the future, increasing in value several times. The province is currently intensively studying it, and it is believed that the development plan for Longyao Bay will be approved in less than a month.
The Su family is truly fortunate.
Qin Chen nodded. The Jiang father and son lost 2 billion gambling in Australia. Their financial chain had problems. The new product was rushed to market without undergoing the third round of testing, causing serious side effects in 5 patients. The Jiang family spent a lot of money to suppress it. However, the new drug has been on the market for over a month, with a high volume of 100,000 pills distributed across 7 provinces in the southern region.
If the product's issues are made public, the Jiang family father and son will definitely go to jail, and the reputation of Jiang Pharmaceutical will plummet.
The Jiang family decided to take a bold move, fleeing with money before the full extent of the scandal was revealed. If the Jiang family can survive this crisis and sincerely apologize and recall the product, even if the pharmaceutical company goes under, they can make a fortune with the land in Longyao Bay.
Unfortunately, people's hearts are treacherous. The Jiang family only thinks about making money and running away, missing the opportunity to make easy money. After Qin Chen left the Zhao family, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Who would have thought that the province would be so generous, building a 10,000-acre scenic area in the barren land of Longyao Bay? It's a mixed blessing, and the Su family also benefited from the misfortune. Grandpa, where is Mr. Qin?
Zhao Lingfei walked out from upstairs, smiling and asking. At this time, she changed into a cute cartoon t-shirt and snow-white cropped pants. Graceful and elegant, with clear and bright eyes shining like stars, exuding an elegant and graceful light.
With delicate hands and a slender waist, her temperament is naturally elegant. Fei, Mr. Qin has already left. Zhao Fu, seeing his granddaughter able to come downstairs, admired Qin Chen's medical skills even more.
Zhao Lingfei's expression became somewhat lonely after hearing this, her face blushing as she said, I thought you would invite him for dinner so I could thank him personally.
Mr. Qin comes and goes as he pleases, we can't keep him here. Zhao Fu couldn't help but smile bitterly. But I promise you, we'll book the Fish Dragon Villa in a few days and invite Mr. Qin over. You can thank him in person then, okay? Zhao Lingfei nodded and went back upstairs.
The second son smiled and said to Zhao Tongfu, Big brother, I think Fei has some interest in Mr.
Qin. But it's a pity that Mr. Qin is married, otherwise they would really make a good match. Zhao Tongfu nodded and said, Fei has been tormented by illness for 5 years, wanting to escape from suffering every day. Mr.
Qin is like a god descending to earth, curing her illness in no time.
In addition to Mr. Qin's good looks and inherent arrogance, it's natural for Fei to like him. As long as Fei wants to marry him, they can get married even if he's already married.
It's not a difficult thing. Zhao Fu nodded in agreement with the eldest son's words.
Feng Yuanming felt very uncomfortable after hearing this, with mixed feelings in his heart.
Looking at the situation, it seems unlikely that the two families will be able to form a marriage alliance. He awkwardly smiled, said a few kind words, and bid farewell. After the father and daughter left the Zhao residence, Feng Yuanming sighed to the sky, Ying, saving Zhao Lingfei is also saving the Feng family. We should also make friends with such a person.
The Zhao family as well. We interfered and almost caused Zhao Lingfei to lose her life. The old man must be very angry. Find an opportunity to invite the Zhao family for a meal and apologize. Feng Ying absent-mindedly nodded.
Her brain was still buzzing, unable to believe how things had turned out.
Qin Chen is actually Wu Guozhao's master? A man under 30, just released from prison, is the dean of the Imperial Capital Medical University and the master of the medicine king Wu Guozhao?
This disparity in status has overturned Feng Ying's worldview, leaving her profoundly shocked.
This person is like a divine dragon in the sky. If I can get his guidance, my medical skills will definitely have a qualitative breakthrough. In terms of family background and appearance, I am not inferior to Fei Fei. If she wants to marry Qin Chen, I will also have to perform well.
She couldn't help but straighten her body, revealing her curvaceous figure.
Qin Chen drove towards the Zhoulong mountain villa.
On the way, he received a message from Zhou Hongyan.
Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Have you eaten? Do you want to go to the bar?
Qin Chen didn't reply. Just as he was about to turn off his phone, he received a friend verification message from a high school QQ group. This group was very old, formed the year they graduated from high school, and Qin Chen had never posted a message in it. The friend's name was Dream Love. Qin Chen opened the space, found that he had permission, became curious, and accepted the friend verification. Just as he accepted, the other party sent a message.
Qin Chen, I'm Yu Hui. I have broken up with Lu Hao. Can I invite you to dinner?
A hint of disgust flashed in Qin Chen's eyes. Just as he was about to block her, the other party sent over a dozen photos. Glancing at them, he almost had a nosebleed. In the photo, Yu Hui is wearing swimsuits of various colors, with straight and slender legs of 1.3 meters, and skin as white as milk. The bra and panties are very small, with a few strings connecting a piece of fabric, only covering the intimate areas. The two round bulges exposed halfway, plump and fair, with a deep bottomless groove in the middle. The whole person is like a ripe peach, exuding a seductive charm. Some of the photos are very exaggerated, doing various difficult yoga poses, with secret parts half hidden.
I actually quite like you, but I just graduated from high school. I want to finish college before dating, so I rejected you. For 4 years in college, I have been inquiring about your news, never forgetting you. You have always been in my heart. You are my true love. Qin Chen decisively blocked Yu Hui. Kowloon Mountain Villa. Lei Tianhu's property in Jiang Bay has not been lived in for 10 years.
However, with dedicated servants taking care of it, everything is in order. People in Jiang Bay know that this is Lei Tianhu's property, and the villa and even the entire Kowloon Mountain have become restricted areas. Even though Lei Tianhu has not come for 10 years, no one dares to step in. Today, with Lei Tianhu's presence, Kowloon Mountain and the surrounding dozens of miles are eerily quiet, filled with a sense of danger. Even the birds and beasts in the mountain stream are lying low, not daring to make a sound. The king of the underground world in the north, a ruthless killer with hundreds of lives on his hands, is killing intent enough to freeze everything around him. The four servants are also terrifyingly powerful, reaching the peak, joining forces without fearing masters. Over the years, they have thwarted hundreds of assassination attempts against Lei Tianhu, killing any elite opponents. With Lei Tianhu himself being a master, no one dares to make a move against him. Moreover, today, hundreds of martial arts experts have followed, all elite fighters. With these safeguards, the area within 10 meters of Lei Tianhu is a restricted zone, not even a mosquito can fly in. Today, Kowloon Mountain is filled with a solemn atmosphere. At this moment, Lei Tianhu is sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigar, his eyes slightly narrowed, listening to the discussions of the four servants. Master, you have come to Jiang Bay in person. Wu Tianda did not pick you up, did not entertain you, and did not even meet you, which is very unusual. We have many enemies. Could it be that he has received some information and is afraid of getting too close to us and causing trouble? When things are abnormal, there must be demons, especially here in Jiang Bay. 10 years ago, the servants stopped discussing here abruptly, as if they were talking about an absolute taboo, with a look of horror in their eyes. Lei Tianhu's hand trembled when he heard this, a look of fear flashed across his face, and he pretended to be calm. Hundreds of masters are dead. That woman also died from serious injuries the next day. The secrets of the master battle have long been buried with them in the earth. Moreover, I escaped before the great battle. No one in the world knows that I am connected to that incident. You are too sensitive. Wu Tianda has become the richest man in Jiang Bay, and brother Xiao Woody has also been released from prison. He thinks that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, so he doesn't take me seriously. Little do they know, in the face of absolute power, they are just ants. One servant shook his head. Master, for the sake of your safety, we must be cautious. According to the information from our subordinates, after we left the Jiang Bay International Hotel, a young man once said he wanted to kill you. Here is his photo. After speaking, he respectfully handed over the phone. Lei Tianhu looked at the photo, frowned slightly. Specific information. Master, this person is called Qin Chen. He just came out of a 10-year prison sentence, and now he is the son-in-law of a third-tier powerhouse in Jiang Bay. What? Lei Tianhu laughed after hearing this. This person is not yet 30 years old, and has been in prison for 10 years. Do you think he is related to that great battle? Just a fool who overestimates his abilities, wanting to avenge his family, that's all. Let him come, I'll send him off. The four servants smiled, feeling a bit paranoid. The forces behind that great battle were formidable. If they were truly discovered, they would definitely send out experts. How could they be looking for a young kid? After Lei Tianhu finished speaking, he returned the phone to the servant and glanced casually, suddenly feeling something was amiss. This young man bore some resemblance to that woman, especially in the eyes. But after a moment, he calmed down. He estimated that the woman's strength was too terrifying, her influence too profound, casting her shadow on everyone. Lei Tianhu rose slowly, sneering, as long as it has nothing to do with that great battle, I fear no enemies. He could reign underground in the north, with thousands of subordinates, numerous experts, and 4 quasi-grandmaster servants. Naturally, he had the confidence to say this. Which strong pursuer who had chased him for years hadn't become a ghost under his blade? No one dared to provoke him in the imperial capital, let alone in the small Jiang Bay. Enemies were just stepping stones to enhance his reputation. Has Wu Tianda not arrived yet? Lei Tianhu's voice carried a murderous intent, sweeping through every corner of the hall. He was the king of the underground in the north, a member of the Lei family in the imperial capital, a martial arts grandmaster. Each title was worthy of respect. Yet Wu Tianda had not shown his face. Lei Tianhu was displeased and had already sent word for him to come and face his punishment. No! It's been 2 hours since we notified him, but he still hasn't come. Lei Tianhu's face darkened, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Should I give him a chance? Fine. Very well. Then cut off one of his hands to let him know the consequences of disrespecting me. Inform everyone to gather at the Wu family. In recent years, he had been acting like a businessman. It seemed everyone had forgotten that he was the king of the underground in the north, a ruthless executioner who didn't blink an eye. Just because he wore a suit didn't mean he had put down his butcher's knife for good. He wanted to use Wu Tianda to show the world that he, Lei Tianhu, was still as bloodthirsty as ever. Tonight, he would show the entire Jiang Bay how terrifying he was and the dire consequences of disrespecting him. He was still the king of the North Underground. Still the notorious leader whose name could stop a child from crying at night. Kill! 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 In the manner, the voices of hundreds of martial arts experts were like thunder, shaking the earth. The entire Jiulong mountain was filled with a murderous intent. Lei Tianhu, today I come to take your life. A voice as loud as a bell rang outside the manor, a vast and overwhelming pressure spreading throughout Jiulong mountain in an instant. Boom! The entire estate was shattered by this terrifying aura, collapsing like a withered tree. As the dust settled, the entire Jiulong mountain had turned into ruins. Lei Tianhu and his 4 servants looked out, seeing that their hundreds of subordinates had turned into blood mist, completely obliterated. A man stood in the courtyard, his gaze sharp, standing tall and firm like a deity between heaven and earth. His momentum was like Mount Tai pressing down, his killing intent like 1,000 arrows shooting at once. How is this possible? He's not just an ordinary young man seeking revenge. Who is he really? Lei Tianhu was filled with fear, and his 4 servants were trembling uncontrollably. This young man was truly invincible. How did he do it? Just his aura alone could turn people into blood mist. Those were 300 martial arts experts. Comparable to a special forces unit of several thousand, they were entities that even their 4 servants couldn't shake. This was insane. Too terrifying. And he was not even 30 years old. He was most likely a grandmaster. In the prime of his 20s, a grandmaster who could be counted on one hand in the Xia kingdom. Even the 10 town kings of the north at that age weren't as terrifying. Lei Tianhu and the others were completely shocked. Lei Tianhu, 10 years ago, you participated in the pursuit of my mother and stole her heaven's punishment ring. Today, my path of revenge starts with you. Qin Shen took a step forward, his earth-shattering momentum surging. Bang! A servant closest to Qin Shen turned into a blood mist. Bang! Another step forward, the second servant turned into a blood mist. Bang! The third servant. Bang! The fourth turned into a sky full of blood mist falling down, and Qin Shen had already arrived in front of Lei Tianhu. In an instant, all 4 quasi-grandmasters were killed. What? This is impossible.
Lei Tianhu was even more horrified, trembling all over like a sieve. Even the quasi-grandmasters couldn't resist? Instantly turned into a blood mist. This power is earth-shattering. Even a grandmaster couldn't do it. Could it be the supreme? The level of the 10 great heavenly kings of the Northern Territory. But he looks so young. Even the youngest supreme is 40 years old, how could he? Hiss. Lei Tianhu took a cold breath, his legs trembling uncontrollably, his mind in shock. Right. What did he just say? The revenge road from 10 years ago? He is the child of that woman. Sure enough, the mother is supreme, and the son is not inferior, even stronger. Thump! Lei Tianhu couldn't control himself anymore, kneeling in front of Qin Shen, his liver and gallbladder splitting. Supreme, spare me, I have nothing to do with that battle 10 years ago, I ran away before the battle even started. Do you want the ring? Here you go. Lei Tianhu took out a small box from his chest and respectfully handed it over. Opening the box revealed a flat ring with a large blood-red gemstone embedded on it. Qin Shen quickly examined it and found nothing unusual except for the super-rare gemstone. Putting away the ring, Qin Shen's face darkened again, staring at Lei Tianhu firmly. Who was the mastermind behind that battle? Boom! Hearing Qin Shen's words, Lei Tianhu quickly shook his head. I don't know, the grandmasters in that battle came from all over. I followed a grandmaster who received orders to go there, and I asked about the mastermind, but he remained silent and even scolded me. After arriving in Jiang Bay, I saw your mother's extraordinary strength and had second thoughts. I picked up this ring while escaping. I had no idea who your mother was, let alone which force was chasing her. Really don't know? Qin Shen's face changed again and again. His majestic momentum made Lei Tianhu bleed from his 7 orifices. Lei Tianhu kept kowtowing. I really don't know. Spare me. The other party's power is too terrifying. My grandmaster friend said that the mastermind behind that battle had 10 supremes under him. You can't beat them, so it's better not to inquire. And I really don't know. 10 supremes? Qin Shen sneered, just ants. Although you didn't participate in the pursuit of my mother, just having the thought is a capital offense. After Qin Shen finished speaking, he slapped Lei Tianhu. Lei Tianhu seemed to be hit by a speeding truck. The whole person flew out. Boom! Lei Tianhu shot out like a cannonball, breaking the garden rockery, leaving a human-shaped gap, and then flew out 100 meters, crashing heavily onto a huge rock. Crack! Lei Tianhu's body turned into a pile of broken meat like an egg. Mom, who was really trying to kill you? A hint of disappointment flashed in Qin Shen's eyes as he left Jiulong Mountain. He thought that by using Lei Tianhu as a clue, he could slowly investigate the mastermind behind it, but he turned out to be just a peripheral figure. And apart from the invaluable Heaven's Punishment Ring, there was nothing particularly special about it. Everything was at a standstill. He could only start from another direction. At this moment, Qin Shen thought of Su Zhang. Thinking back to Su Zhang's performance yesterday, he faintly felt that he knew some inside information, definitely not completely clueless. Mom, rest assured, I will find out the mastermind behind this, and I won't let anyone involved in this matter go. In just a few minutes, Lei Tianhu and his men were completely wiped out. The anomaly on Jiulong Mountain also caused panic among nearby residents, thinking that there had been an explosion on Jiulong Mountain. Several daring individuals risked their lives to come over, but after seeing the scene of devastation, they were so scared that they ran down the mountain with their pants and urine flowing. In an instant, the news of Lei Tianhu's destruction spread. The whole city was shocked. The heads of the Zhao family, Wu family, Feng family, and the top 10 wealthy families in the North River almost simultaneously received the news and sent their men to investigate. After seeing the gruesome photos from the scene, everyone was shocked. Houses collapsed, blood flowed like a river. The entire manor was leveled, as if a level 10 storm had swept through, leaving nothing behind. The underground king of the North River died, his body and bones vanished. He was a grandmaster. He had 4 quasi-grandmaster servants and 300 martial arts experts by his side. In an instant, hundreds of people were wiped out, even hundreds of acres of the manor were leveled to the ground. Are they still human? The more people thought about it, the more they felt it was an explosion. After all, the scene was too devastating, clearly not something done by human hands. Shen Ruwan, who practiced both medicine and martial arts and was also at the quasi-grandmaster level, was shocked for half an hour after seeing the photos, shaking his head with trembling hands. The scene was definitely the work of supreme-level power. Such people only exist in myths. I never thought they would appear in the North River. If even one of those people were to guide me, I could directly enter the realm of Grandmaster. Unfortunately, although I am a once-in-a-century genius, I am not qualified to meet them. Who did Lei Tianhu provoke, not even leaving a complete body? Inside the Wu family manor. Lao Zhao, are you sure this wasn't an explosion? Wu Tianda looked at the photos, unable to believe it. He suspected that Qin Shen used explosives to level Lei Tianhu's manor. After all, the scene was too devastating, clearly beyond human capability. Xiao Woody smiled. Lao Wu, when have I ever lied to you? Isn't the scene terrifying? It's no different from an 8th level earthquake. But what you don't know is that the boss held back, otherwise the scene would have been 10 times more devastating. Boom! Wu Tianda collapsed directly on the sofa. What? Even the gods are no match for this. Wu Tianda's whole body was covered in goosebumps, his eyes filled with unshakable shock. Xiao Woody looked at him with awe. After Lin Batian was imprisoned, my position in the North River was unshakable. I was complacent and looked down on everyone. But after entering the Devil's Island prison, I realized how insignificant I was. In the eyes of those big shots, I was not even worth mentioning. I thought those warlord leaders and the supreme guards on the island were terrifying enough. It wasn't until I saw the boss that I realized how ridiculous I was. Don't be fooled by his usual carefree appearance. That's because the boss is suppressing his internal energy, otherwise we ants wouldn't be able to withstand his pressure. The news quickly reached the capital city of the Lei family. They've gone mad. All the heads of the Lei family branches have gone mad. Their eyes were all focused on the North River. This city, which was considered inferior to even a small town in the eyes of the Lei family, had become a nightmare for the Lei family today. Inside a deep mansion covering thousands of acres. What? It's confirmed that a supreme power was involved at the scene? Heavens! Who did Lei Tianhu provoke to have a supreme being kill him? And even leveled the 9 Dragons Mountain Manor. Although Lei Tianhu has committed many wrongdoings, he is still family. If the Lei family does not avenge him, our reputation will be ruined. We also have several supreme friends in the Lei family. Let's ask them to take action. Noisy, clamorous. The heads of the 9 branches of the Lei family argued endlessly. Some believed that Lei Tianhu's death was not worth lamenting. Some believed it was a provocation against the Lei family. Some believed it was time to establish the reputation of the Lei family, by gathering the strength of all the Lei family branches to kill the supreme being, using this incident to make the name of the Lei family resound throughout the land of Xia. After a long time, a stern and extremely authoritative voice came from the position of the head of the Lei family in the hall. This matter ends here. Immediately announce to the outside world that it was caused by a gas explosion, and make sure to coordinate with all aspects in the North River, closing the case with a gas leak. Go and do it now. The head of the 9 major branches was greatly puzzled, but no one dared to disobey the patriarch's words, so they had to contact each other to do their respective jobs. After the heads of the 9 major branches left, the hands of the elders in the hall suddenly trembled, with a look of fear and dread in their eyes. Tianhu, it's not that Grandpa doesn't want to avenge you, it's just that I dare not. Only he and the Lei family knew about Lei Tianhu picking up the Heaven's punishment ring, suspecting that this incident was related to 10 years ago. If it involved the forces of that great battle, or if it caused a big commotion and let the other party know, it would be a problem for the Lei family to protect themselves, let alone avenge Lei Tianhu. They could only suppress this matter. Su family. What? Lei Tianhu died at Jiulong Mountain in Jiang Bay? Su Zhangyan was looking at his phone, and a piece of explosive news appeared in the old friend group. At the same time, Su Tianwei and Zhou Hongyan's phones were ringing nonstop. News about the destruction of Lei Tianhu and others flooded the group. Some busybodies even posted photos of the scene, showing the thousands of acres of estate turned into ruins, with bloodstains everywhere. Looking at this news, everyone was shocked with their mouths wide open. They had heard with their own ears yesterday that Qin Shen wanted to kill Lei Tianhu, especially Su Tianwei and Zhou Hongyan, who had heard it twice. Was it Qin Shen who killed him? But what happened at the scene? It was completely flattened. Did Qin Shen throw a bomb? Just as Su Zhang was about to call Qin Shen, Su Tianwei's voice rang out. The news said it was caused by a gas leak leading to a pipeline explosion. Su Zhang relaxed his brows upon hearing this. I knew it, evildoers will have their retribution. The heavens want to take Lei Tianhu's life, no one can stop it. But it's too coincidental. Zhou Hongyan furrowed her brows. She felt that something was off, but couldn't figure out why. The next day, Qin Shen received a call from Xiao Woody, inviting him to have a meal at his newly opened club. Qin Shen agreed to relax a bit. After hanging up, Li Daiqin's call came in. When he answered, he heard a roar from the other end of the phone. Qin Shen, you won't stop until you destroy the Su family, right? What happened at the banquet yesterday? Who let you hit Wu Yihan? Qin Shen frowned. He bullied Wei Wei. Why can't I hit him? Li Daiqin shouted, are you out of your mind? Can't you talk things out with others? Why resort to violence? Now look, Hua Entertainment International is here. The queen of Hua Entertainment, Kai Qingxia. She's been popular for 30 years, starred in over a dozen Hollywood movies, a big shot.
I heard she's the mistress of Hua Entertainment's boss Ren Kongming, and has endorsement deals with the top 10 families in Jiang Bay. They sent a message, asking you and Wei Wei to apologize, or else the Chen family will destroy the Su family. Wei Wei has already gone to the Purple Wisteria residence at Emperor Heaven Hotel. You can't run away. Have some conscience, remember the care old Su gave you, go apologize to them.
Let me tell you, if anything happens to Wei Wei.
Qin Shen was annoyed by Li Daiqin's voice, so he hung up the phone abruptly and drove to the Purple Wisteria residence.
At the same time, Emperor Heaven Hotel. In front of the building. Mayor, Director Zhao. The hotel owner shook hands with Feng Mingyuan and others, feeling awkward. Mayor, you've come at a bad time. The Purple Wisteria residence has been booked by Kai Qingxia of Hua Entertainment International. How about I arrange for you to stay at the Listening Pine residence? Feng Yuanming furrowed his brows. Brother Zhao, how about we change to another place? Feng Yingying had tricked Zhao Lingfei twice, causing the relationship between the Feng and Zhao families to reach a freezing point. Feng Yuanming happened to run into Zhao Xingye while shopping, so he wanted to invite him to dinner to ease the relationship between the two families. Zhao Xingye nodded and said with a smile, Mayor Feng, let's not be so formal, the Listening Pine residence is also good. I quite like that star, she's good at martial arts movies. I'll go to the Purple Wisteria residence to meet her later. Purple Wisteria residence. 2 bodyguards wearing sunglasses stood outside the door. The private room of 80 square meters is luxuriously decorated and exudes a noble style. It is equipped with a resting area, dining room, and restroom. Seated around the round table are 1 man and 5 women, each movement exuding elegance and nobility. The host, a woman in her 50s, looks as well preserved as a woman in her 30s. At this moment, she delicately stirs the bird's nest kanji with a spoon in her hand, her face devoid of any expression, exuding an air of nobility that overshadows the entire room. She is the queen of the entertainment industry, Kai Qingxia.
Having appeared in over 20 TV dramas and hundreds of films, she has won numerous awards and has fans worldwide, holding a significant position in the Xia country's film industry.
Her portrayal of the character Wu Zetian has left a deep impression on audiences.
In reality, Kai Qingxia is also a queen in her personal life, not only commanding authority in the entertainment industry but also having many friends in official circles.
Having been in the spotlight for over 30 years, Kai Qingxia's influence and connections far surpass those of Wu Yihan.
On the sofa next to the round table, Su Tianwei lowers her head nervously, fidgeting with her fingers like a frightened rabbit, waiting for the verdict.
Have you thought it through? Wu Yihan asks in a deep voice. His right hand is wrapped in bandages, his face bruised, his eyes filled with anger. Can we compromise? Su Tianwei pleads, I beg Mr. Wu to drop the investigation. Can we pretend this never happened? By the time you recover from your injuries, the heat of the matter will have died down. After the incident, reports surfaced online. Wu Yihan's trip to Jiang Bay ends in a slap.
This news spread like wildfire, sparking various speculations. Wu Yihan's fans rallied to his defense, crowdfunding to manipulate public opinion, and the tide quickly turned in his favor.
However, many still remain skeptical, believing that Wu Yihan had mistreated Su Tianwei.
Some dug up Wu Yihan's past misdeeds before he became famous, trying to prove his questionable character. The two sides engaged in a war of words, exacerbated by Wu Yihan's silence, making the situation even more confusing and chaotic.
This indirectly affected the entertainment industry. As the undisputed queen of the entertainment industry, Wu Yihan was also responsible for nurturing his own talents. In order to appease the public's anger, Kai Qingxia led 6 A-list stars from the entertainment industry to Jiang Bay. Through the influence of the local Chen family, they sought to pressure Su Tianwei into issuing a statement admitting that she had seduced Wu Yihan. Su Tianwei was caught in a dilemma.
Issuing a statement would tarnish her reputation forever, making it impossible for her to continue as the CEO of the Su Group. But not issuing a statement would spell disaster for the Su family.
Pretend it never happened? Wu Yihan points to his bandaged hand and roars, do I look like nothing happened to me now?
The other stars sneered at Su Tianwei's words.
Miss Su, you speak as if it's no big deal. Do you know how much this incident has affected Yihan? If things go wrong, his acting career could be over. We didn't call you here to negotiate, but to tell you what to do. It's that simple. As the CEO of a small company, what right do you have to make demands of us?
Wu Yihan sneered, if you had swallowed your pride, it wouldn't have come to this.
It's your own fault for being so foolish. You should consider it an honor to be with me, yet you pretend to be innocent, crying as if you've lost your parents. Who are you trying to fool? I've been with hundreds of girls, and as soon as I beckon, they come crawling like bitches. Afterwards, they boast about it, feeling grateful. Unlike Su Tianwei, who cries before anything even happens, acting as if I've taken her virginity.
A female star raises her glass, giving Su Tianwei a disdainful look. By sleeping with Ihan, you could gain access to his vast resources.
This opportunity is something others can only dream of. Why don't you take it? What a fool. Other female stars chime in. Ihan is so handsome, and the entertainment industry is grooming him. With a bright future ahead, isn't a man like him worth your sacrifice? Sleeping with fans is a privilege, something other fans can only dream of. You're so cheap for not taking advantage of it. You like Wu Ihan, so what's wrong with letting the person you like have some fun? The stars of Hua Entertainment took off their idol disguises and used extremely insulting words to trample on Su Tianwei's self-esteem. What are you guys? A bunch of actors, low class, dare to bark here? A voice full of killing intent sounded. Actors? Low class. The faces of the crowd changed drastically. Our annual income is in the billions. Wherever we go, it causes a sensation. And you? I heard you're just a son-in-law of the Su family, a waste who just came out of prison. Do you have the qualifications to criticize us? Talk nicely to your wife, you dog, and come here to insult us actors. Don't blame us for not giving you a chance. Today, Su Tianwei not only has to issue an apology announcement, but you also have to kneel down and kowtow to us. Just let the bodyguards beat him up and throw him out. Talking to this kind of trash is simply beneath our status. After hearing this, the bodyguard turned around, clenched his fist, and the joints cracked. A hint of anger also appeared on Su Tianwei's face. She was afraid that Qin Shen would speak recklessly, so she came alone. She didn't expect Qin Shen to still come, acting like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. Step back, Kai Qingxia lightly shouted, her gaze falling on Qin Shen. She hadn't spoken much since entering Ziting residence. She had been listening the whole time. A person like Kai Qingxia only needed to explain things to the Chen family head and then quietly wait for the results. A third-rate family like this, she didn't care at all, let alone deserve her to come all the way to Jiang Bay to argue. But she had just finished filming a movie recently and wanted to relax, so she brought a few female stars from Hua Entertainment to accompany her, considering it as a way to entertain them. Kai Qingxia didn't pay much attention to this matter at all. Qin Shen was just impulsive for a moment. As long as he brought out the Chen family head, he would definitely come begging for forgiveness. But this kid was so stubborn, not backing down even when pressured with the Chen family head, just confronting them. It seemed like this guy's temper was still very high. It had been a day, and he still didn't understand the seriousness of the situation. He's just an envious angry youth who envies our high income. He can only vent his anger. Do you need to be so angry with such a person? Aren't you afraid of losing face? Don't forget your identity. Kai Qingxia, with a big sister attitude, coldly lectured everyone. There are many people like this online. Living unsatisfactorily, lacking skills, seeing our glamorous stars earning millions just by endorsing a product, naturally feeling unfair. And when they see a star bullying their wife, they explode completely. They dare to be incompetent and shout recklessly, but when the knife is really at their throat, they will back down completely. Just like a honey badger, the African flat-headed brother, not afraid of heaven or earth, dares to provoke even lions, but in the end, gets his spine bitten off, and only then realizes the pain and behaves obediently. Qin Shen is like that honey badger. Bowing his head is just a matter of time. Young man, I forgive your rudeness, but you should know that just talking big is useless. If you want to appear righteous in front of others, you must have real skills. Otherwise, no matter how loud you shout, you will eventually be crushed. Kai Qingxia took a sip of red wine and said calmly. Qin Shen walked slowly into the hall, seeing tears on Su Tianwei's face, his expression growing darker. He pulled out a chair and sat down, leaning back in the chair, his expression unchanged. What? Is your anger gone now? Do you understand the stakes and want to sit down and talk? Kai Qingxia took out a cigarette, and Wu Yihan quickly took out a lighter to light it for her, then watched as Qin Shen fiercely extinguished the flame. Kai Qingxia took a puff of smoke, enjoying it, and said, "You should have heard that I am friends with the Chen family head. I don't need to introduce the Chen family's strength, you people in Jiang Bay all know. Now, you only have one choice, immediately issue a public apology, and make a video, read it word by word, then kneel down and let Yihan slap you 10 times. Otherwise, the Su family will be overturned in one night, and you will be disabled for life." She looked at Qin Shen flicking the cigarette ash, with a strong sense of confidence in her eyes. Qin Shen may have been angry because he saw his wife being bullied, which led him to say such despicable words. He was just a son-in-law from a small family, maybe even the Su family didn't like him. Facing the threat of the Chen family, he had to bow his head. You want me to be disabled for life? Let me think. Qin Shen sat up straight, rubbing his chin in thought. You're backing down. You dog, we didn't let you cut off your own hands. It's already a great mercy from Sister Qingxia. If we had our way, we would at least make you crawl out. Why is Sister Qingxia so good to him? Just a little worm, break his hands and feet, this trash can only accept it. Kid, why don't you kneel down and thank Sister Qingxia? Remember, your miserable life was given by Sister Qingxia. Wu Yihan felt uncomfortable after hearing this. How could he calm his anger without breaking Qin Chen's arms? But the top sister of the entertainment industry said so. Wu Yihan dared not argue and could only stand in front of Qin Chen with a serious face, saying, "You're lucky today, Sister Qingxia is like a bodhisattva reincarnated, giving you a chance at life. When you kneel down, don't dodge, or else that slap won't count," he said as he turned the large diamond ring to face his hand, a hint of ruthless smile on his face. The diamond ring was harder than steel, if it scratched his face, he would see bones. After 10 slaps, there wouldn't be much flesh left on Qin Chen's face, not much different from breaking his arms. He thought, leaning his face towards Qin Chen, and said with a smile, "Don't think you're safe after today. Once this matter is settled, I will visit you at your home. I will deal with Su Tianwei, make her cry a river, and even make it into a little movie, to admire when there's nothing else to do. This is the consequence of offending me." Bang! Qin Chen stood up with a punch. Wu Yihan, caught off guard, flew 5 or 6 meters, crashing heavily into the wall, then fell straight to the ground, leaving everyone stunned. Qin Chen looked at the wailing Wu Yihan, pointing at Kai Qingxia with a cold face. "That woman is over 50, older than your mother, you call her sister. What should you call your mother?" Then, he turned to the crowd, impatiently saying, "I'm thinking about what choices to give you, but you're all squawking like a bunch of ducks. Do you want to lay eggs, or do you want to crow? You're giving me a headache." Qin Chen's gaze fell on Kai Qingxia, indifferently saying, "All right, old man, I'll give you 2 choices. I'll break Wu Yihan's other arm and 3 legs, then you and your group of ducks will kneel in front of Su Tianwei and apologize. Otherwise, I'll break Wu Yihan's spine, so he can't even go to the bathroom. As for you all, you'll have to walk with your faces slapped out of place." Wu Yihan lay on the ground, in pain, tears streaming down, looking completely pitiful. If his brainwashed fans saw this scene, they would probably jump from the building in distress. The female stars of the entertainment industry were shocked, their eyes wide open. The head of the Chen family came out, but Qin Chen didn't back down. He became even more rampant. He even said he would slap our faces out of place. This guy is a lunatic, he's insane. Kai Qingxia's face turned pale and green. "I'm only in my 50s, looking like I'm in my 30s, and you call me an old woman?" Her gaze fixed on Qin Chen, she ordered the bodyguards, "Break his legs." The 2 bodyguards rushed forward, creating a strong wind, like black bears pouncing. They were Kai Qingxia's personal bodyguards, with $1 million annual salary, retired military kings, skilled in combat and grappling, and had made great contributions to Kai Qingxia's safety over the past decade. After giving the order, a frosty expression appeared on Kai Qingxia's previously calm face. She had confidence in the bodyguard's skills, knowing that Qin Chen was in a desperate situation and was already thinking about how to deal with him after breaking his legs. However, Qin Chen suddenly stood up, his palms stretched out straight, chopping towards the bodyguard's throat like a knife. The 2 bodyguards almost simultaneously froze, then covered their throats, making a few gurgling sounds with an incredulous expression, and both fell down. The action was swift and decisive, and before everyone could even see clearly what was happening, the 2 big men were lying on the ground, lifeless. What was even more outrageous was that throughout the whole process, Qin Chen never took his eyes off Kai Qingxia, his face always showing a disdainful expression, as if saying, "Are these 2 even worth showing off?" Kai Qingxia saw all this and finally understood why Qin Chen dared to be so arrogant. Turns out he was a master. He. After being shocked for a moment, Kai Qingxia suppressed her anger and calmly said, "Young man, you are indeed skilled in combat, but even if you were skilled, can you fight against a gun? I have seen martial arts experts like you before, and in the end, that guy was shot dead in bed, paralyzed. Moreover, in this day and age, mere fighting is not enough to scare people. Guo Huaibin, the chief of police in Jiang Bay, is my friend. Do you believe that with just one phone call, I can have you sent to prison?" The more she spoke, the more pleased she became, and finally leaned back, smugly making threats. Kai Qingxia had been in the industry for 30 years, with many friends in high places. The chief of police in Jiang Bay was a fan of hers, and when he came to Jiang Bay for publicity last time, he even visited her home as a guest. "Yes, Qingxia, quickly call and have this madman arrested, let him rot in there forever." "Never let him out. Rot forever? He's been so brazen today, even if I have to spend millions, I will bribe the prison guards and inmates to torture him day and night. You know some kung fu, right? Go be wild in prison, there are plenty of people there who can handle you." Su Tianwei was startled and quickly whispered, "Let's apologize, she knows the chief of police, if she calls him, you'll end up inside."
Despite her reluctance, she had to admit that continuing down this path would only make things worse, and there was no other way out except to apologize.
Qin Shen, however, ignored her, looking at Kai Qingxia coldly and saying, "Are you threatening me?" "No, no."
Kai Qingxia waved her hands repeatedly, smiling awkwardly. "I'm just warning you to be cautious and not to struggle in vain."
"How is this a threat to you? This is for your own good."
Her tone was sarcastic, and she looked even more relaxed.
"So what if you can fight? Can you go against the government?
No matter how powerful someone is, they will still be obedient and behave like a good student once they are inside."
Qin Shen walked around the round table, saying, "So it's for my own good, huh? What do you plan for me to do?"
Kai Qingxia's expression couldn't help but brighten, and she said seriously, "You have injured Ihan like this, just issuing an apology statement is not enough, you must disable one of his arms."
"See, what did I say? As soon as they hear about calling the police, they back down. He.
The power of authority over the people never goes out of style. No matter how arrogant someone is, as long as you mention authority, they will back down."
"Oh, disable one arm, huh?"
Qin Shen pretended to ponder, then started to sway again.
"Scared now, finally scared. Why didn't you do this earlier?"
"Qingxia, let's stop talking to him, just send him to prison. A simple apology from Su Tianwei will do."
"I think so too, send this trash to prison, torture him well, he won't just lose an arm inside, he might even lose his life.
Some things have no remedy. Once you mess with our entertainment industry, you will only face endless torment for the rest of your life."
Qin Shen suddenly stopped, raised his thumb, and nodded in agreement. "Yes, I think you're right.
There's no remedy in this world. Once it's missed, it's missed."
With that, he stomped down on Wu Weihan's spine. Crack! A loud cracking sound rang out.
The private room of more than 80 square meters fell silent.
Then, a scream echoed. "Ah, my waist! Sister, my legs are numb."
Wu Weihan lay on the ground, unable to stand up even after 3 attempts, only to realize that he had lost all feeling below his waist.
Boom! The faces of the female stars in the entertainment industry turned pale.
Kai Qingxia, with a broad knowledge, was also shocked to see this scene.
"Are you out of your mind?"
She was so shocked that her crow's feet appeared, took out her phone and looked at Qin Shen, saying fiercely, "I gave you 2 chances, but you refused them all, so don't blame me for being impolite." After that, she dialed the phone number of Guo Huaibin, the chief of the Jiang Bay Police Department.
"Chief Guo, I encountered a madman at your Emperor Heaven Hotel in Jiang Bay. He severely injured one of my artists. Please come and handle this."
Guo Huaibin, the head of the Jiang Bay Police Department, stood up abruptly after receiving the call, his expression stern.
"What? Someone dares to bully you in my territory?"
"Kai, wait for me, I'll bring my team over immediately." He hung up the phone, picked up his gun, called a dozen subordinates, and drove to the Emperor Heaven Hotel in a police car.
Su Tianwei was completely panicked, pushed Qin Shen hard, and shouted loudly, "They called the police.
If you beat Wu Weihan like this, you will definitely end up in jail.
Run away quickly. Leave Xia country and never come back." After hearing this, Kai Qingxia couldn't help but sneer. "Run?
I have many friends abroad. I hope he runs abroad. That way, I can hire a hitman to find him, lock him up on a deserted island, and torture him personally. It's useless, just wait quietly to be caught." Qin Shen, on the other hand, looked relaxed, leaning back in his chair, smiling. "Auntie Kai is right, it's useless to say anything now. The chief of police is here, and I will make all of you women with your plastic surgery faces pay for it."
"What? He called me Auntie Kai?"
Kai Qingxia almost went crazy after hearing Qin Shen's words, steadied her emotions and said, "All right, let's see how you slap our faces when the chief of police arrives."
Qin Shen couldn't be bothered, took out a bank card and handed it to Su Tianwei. "You haven't eaten yet, the password is 6 zeros, go to the lobby and order some dishes, let's eat first." Su Tianwei was almost exploding after hearing this. It was already so late, and this guy was still thinking about eating. His thought process was too novel. "I'm not hungry, and I'm not going."
Qin Shen had to use the doorbell service to have the manager bring in some dishes.
"It's okay to eat well, there won't be so many delicacies once we go in."
Before Kai Qingxia could finish her sentence, a commotion was heard from the lobby.
A middle-aged man in a white police uniform walked in. "Chief Guo Huaibin, it's over. Completely over."
Su Tianwei suddenly felt her vision darken, sat down directly on the sofa, and her heart pounded.
Guo Huaibin, the head of the Jiang Bay Police Department, stood at the door of the private room, followed by 6 subordinates. They saw the mess inside the private room and couldn't help but frown. What happened? Why did Chief Guo get involved?
Well, there seem to be several entertainment industry stars in this private room. Someone must be causing trouble.
It shouldn't be like this.
Oh, that makes sense. No matter who is causing trouble here, Chief Guo won't give him face. After all, everyone inside is influential. People from the surrounding private rooms all came out, pointing and whispering at the door.
There's nothing serious, please go back. A detective smiled at the onlookers. Everyone dared not say anything and returned to their own private rooms with curiosity. Guo Huaibin and his team entered in single file. Chief Guo, there was a little conflict between the entertainment industry and the Su family yesterday. Today, we invited Miss Su Tianwei to discuss matters. Her husband insulted us actors, used dirty tactics, and even hit my people. Kai Qingxia came forward and pointed at Qin Chen. Guo Huaibin glanced at Wu Yihan on the ground, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, then smiled at Kai Qingxia. Sister Kai, rest assured, if he dares to provoke Hua Entertainment, he is disrespecting me. Kai Qingxia knew Director Lu from the provincial department. Such a person must not be offended, he must be treated well. He walked to Qin Chen's side and waved his hand without any emotion. Take him away. Su Tianwei became anxious and quickly stepped forward. Director Guo, in fact, this matter. Guo Huaibin frowned, raised his hand abruptly to interrupt. You are with this kid, take him away too. Several subordinates took out handcuffs and moved forward to arrest people. Director Guo, is it too abrupt to only listen to one side? Shouldn't you ask for our side of the story? Or take all of us to the station for questioning together? Qin Chen took a sip of red wine and gently put it down. What side of the story? You hit our people, even if you have a great reason, it's still your fault. A small Su family, we at Hua Entertainment have 1,000 ways to deal with you. You are breaking the law by provoking us. What do you need a side of the story for? Su Tianwei looked at the arrogant attitude of the female stars and felt a chill in her heart. Hua Entertainment is worth billions in the international market, 10 times larger than the Wanlong Chamber of Commerce. It is a giant in the entertainment industry of Xia country, with a vast network of contacts. Bullying the Su family is as easy as bullying a child in front of an adult. Today, this hurdle cannot be crossed. Guo Huaibin also sneered and said to Qin Chen, I need your guidance on what to do. Come back with us immediately. Qin Chen indifferently said, Director Guo, if you are so unreasonable, do you want to dominate Jiang Bay single-handedly? Dominate single-handedly? Guo Huaibin sneered, do I need to dominate? In Jiang Bay, I am the sky, if I say you are wrong, then you are wrong. When the female stars heard Director Guo's words, they also sneered. Ha, Director Guo is talking about reason now that he's here. Just now, you were so arrogant, why don't you continue to be tough? If we had known today, why bother in the first place, why provoke anyone other than us? If this matter is not resolved today, after we leave, we will have the Chen family destroy the Su family. Su Tianwei, don't bother kneeling, it's too late for everything. Even if you have a great reason today, you will still end up in prison. Don't worry, this is not over, you will pay for it inside. When Director Guo came over, Qin Chen was like a catfish on a chopping board, destined to be sliced one by one. The female stars had no doubt about this. Kai Qingxia couldn't help but show a hint of satisfaction at the corner of her mouth, and smiled at Guo Huaibin. Director Guo, thank you for your trouble this time. After this matter is over, I will invite you and your brothers to have a meal. Guo Huaibin was flattered and waved his hand repeatedly. Sister Kai, you are being too polite, helping you is a matter of course. Rest assured, this kid will never get out of prison in his life. If you are still not satisfied, I will talk to the prison guards and make sure he lives a life worse than death. After saying that, he stared at Qin Chen and said, although you are destined to sit in prison, if you apologize to Sister Kai and them sincerely, I can let you spend fewer years behind bars. Just kneel down and kowtow to Sister Kai and them a few times. The female stars were full of excitement for revenge, raising their heads arrogantly. Kowtowing is too cheap for him, let him kneel down and lick the dirt off our high heels. We might even let this dog live a few more years. Ha, that would be too cheap for him. What if he licks our feet? You know, trash like him who can only live in the basement, fantasizes about licking us every day. How about making him lick the toilet in the bathroom clean, and his wife, that bitch, kneels in front of us and slaps herself until her man licks the toilet clean. The female stars laughed with a mocking smile. You are going too far. Even if Qin Chen hit someone, it doesn't warrant such humiliation. We may not earn as much as you, and we may not know as many influential people as you do, but we are human beings, not animals. Su Tianwei's face changed and tears of humiliation flowed down. She never expected that a celebrity who appeared elegant and graceful on television would behave so despicably in private. Oh, crying now, are we? You are right, in our eyes, you are just animals. You are a female dog, and your husband is a male dog that bites. If he doesn't obey, we will beat him to death with sticks. This couple is really interesting. Guo Zongjing only knows how to nag when he comes. Don't worry, we are still magnanimous. As long as you do as we say, we will plead with Guo Zongjing on your behalf.
Your husband might get out in 10 or 8 years if he obeys. Miss Su, as a woman, I advise you. In the future, when facing stars like Ihan, just lie down obediently and serve him well. Being a mistress of a star is better than marrying a useless man. Kai Qingxia lit a cigarette, exhaled smoke, and came to Qin Shen's side, sitting elegantly and coldly saying, "You seem quite dissatisfied. Guo Zongjing is already here, do you still want to fight? Young man, having a heroic spirit is useless in this society. Even if you are brave and righteous, facing Hua entertainment, you can only kneel. The martial world is not about fighting. It's about human relationships. Alright, let's do as my daughter Fei suggests, clean the toilet thoroughly, and I will ask Guo Zongjing to reduce your sentence." Kai Qingxia, like a queen, sprinkled her mercy, high and noble. However, Qin Shen shook his head and said, "I thought Guo Zongjing would be reasonable, but since he isn't, I will handle it myself." With that, he stood up slowly, exuding a fierce aura. Su Tianwei's heart skipped a beat. She pulled Qin Shen hard and whispered, "Are you crazy? The chief of police is here, please calm down. Is this guy crazy? Does he want to start a fight in front of the chief of police?" Qin Shen waved his hand, looked at Kai Qingxia, squinted his eyes, and said, "Since you are the top sister of Hua Entertainment, you should manage these people properly. They lack manners, and you bear the greatest responsibility." With that, he slapped her. Smack! The slap was crisp. Kai Qingxia fell onto the table, covered in soup and vegetable leaves, looking disheveled. "Nonsense!" Guo Huaibin immediately became furious, pulled out his gun, and angrily said, "You are openly defying authority, and I have the right to shoot you. Now, immediately kneel down with your head down. Right now!" His voice was unquestionable, and his finger was already on the trigger. Qin Shen wiped his hands, sat down calmly, and ignored Guo Huaibin's warning. Kai Qingxia's eyes sparkled with anger, her makeup ruined, and she trembled with rage, saying, "You have no respect for us in Hua Entertainment. You either call us old things or chickens and ducks, and now you even hit me. Do you really think we have no temper? Guo Zongjing, I want him to be tortured day and night in prison, tormented every day. I want him to live in regret until he dies." She was delicate and precious, a walking advertisement. Companies begged her to endorse their products, and wherever she went, people greeted her with smiles, not daring to be disrespectful. But this guy in front of her repeatedly provoked them, treating them like prostitutes from beginning to end, showing no respect at all. Despite Kai Qingxia's high status, she couldn't bear such a situation and began to shout without caring about her image. Guo Huaibin nodded, his finger on the trigger. The other female stars, seeing Kai Qingxia being hit, instantly became furious. "The scum who became a son-in-law of a small family, do you think you've risen to the sky? A dog will always be a dog, you will never rise up in your lifetime. Kai Jie is so noble, we dare not say a harsh word to her, how dare you hit her? This matter will not end until someone dies. After Guo Zongjing arrests you, I will hire the best lawyer to push for your death penalty. We are so arrogant, General Guo has already spoken, try being even more arrogant. Didn't we say we have no manners? Then let me show you what no manners look like. Come, I'm going to hit this scumbag now, try touching me and see what happens, if you don't, you're just a coward, you dog." With that, he reached out his palm towards Su Tianwei. Su Tianwei, seeing this, fearfully blocked with her hand and staggered back 2 steps. Qin Shen held Su Tianwei's slender waist with one hand, and gripped the wrist of the female star who had tried to slap him with the other hand. His indifferent gaze suddenly turned cold, squinting his eyes he said, "You must apologize to my wife now, otherwise, I don't mind having your face remodeled again." The female star hesitated, then sneered, "You can only talk big, General Gui is already here, do you dare hit me in front of him? Even if I apologize to your wife, do you think this scumbag will accept it? Or do you know what will happen next if you hit me again?" Smack! Nonsense! Qin Shen slapped back, and the female star flew like a parabola in the air for 5 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. Good. Very good. Guo Huaibin aimed his gun at Qin Shen's head, gritting his teeth, "Since you resist arrest, then I." "Stop!" A stern voice rang out. Zhao Xingye stood at the door of the box, his face cold. Feng Yuanming stood behind him, his brow furrowed. An hour ago, he had invited Zhao Xingye to the banquet at Ting Son's residence, hoping to improve the relationship between the Feng and Zhao families. The effect was not good. Before the wine was finished, Zhao Xingye suggested meeting Kai Qingxia, and Feng Mingyuan followed alone. Unexpectedly, Qin Shen was also here, with General Guo Huaibin pointing a gun at his head. "Director Zhao, Mayor Feng, yesterday." Su Tianwei quickly stepped forward and explained the situation. "Miss Su, don't worry, I already understand." Zhao Xingye listened to Su Tianwei's explanation, smiled, and turned to Feng Yuanming. "Mayor Feng, how do you think we should handle this?" Feng Yuanming's expression changed several times, then turned to Guo Huaibin and asked, did you know that Huayu forced Miss Su to come here and humiliate her? Guo Huaibin quickly holstered his gun and truthfully said, I haven't had a chance to fully understand yet.
Without fully understanding the situation, you were going to kill someone? Feng Yuanming said in a deep voice.
Guo Huaibin was stunned again, embarrassed. I was just trying to scare him, I wouldn't dare really shoot. Qin Shen physically assaulted someone from Huayu International, even dared to do it in front of me, showing a serious tendency towards violence. I plan to take him back for further questioning.
Feng Yuanming said calmly, assault? I didn't see Mr. Qin hit anyone, but you pointed a gun at someone's head, almost pulling the trigger. Feng Yuanming's words made Guo Huaibin suddenly understand. Feng Yuanming was actually helping Qin Shen. Kai Qingxiao also sensed the implication, her face darkened, she walked over and pointed at her own face, somewhat angrily said, Mayor Feng, there are 4 people lying on the ground, you turn a blind eye to that, but you must have seen the palm print on my face, right? By favoring him like this, aren't you afraid I'll report this to the provincial authorities? I won't hide it from you. A few days ago, Chief Yang from the provincial police department even invited me to attend a ribbon-cutting event. Zhao Xingye couldn't help but be surprised. Miss Kai, are you talking about Chief Yang Wanguang? Coincidence? He is a student of my grandfather. When are you going to the province? Can you bring a gift for my grandfather? Kai Qingxiao's face turned black, unable to speak. Feng Yuanming shook his head, smiled. Miss Kai misunderstood. I'm just trying to understand the situation. Rest assured, Huayu International has caused trouble in our Jiang Bay. We will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation. How about this? I will hold a press conference immediately and report this matter from beginning to end. Mr. Qin, why did you hit someone? What are you doing in Jiang Bay? I will explain everything to the public and let everyone supervise the progress of the case. How about that? Such a big incident has happened, and Wu Weihan is a public figure. The onlookers have the right to know. The Jiang Bay police station and the senior management of Hua Entertainment will hold a press conference together. Let's talk about the matter together, then investigate and disclose it. Feng Yuanming walked into the box with a smile and asked Qin Shen, Mr. Qin, what do you think of this approach? Director Guo said he is the sky of Jiang Bay, so let's listen to Director Guo. Qin Shen said lightly. He knew that Feng Yuanming made this decision because Hua Entertainment International dared not. If a press conference is held, the Wu Weihan incident will be completely exposed. Not to mention the fact that Wu Weihan bullied Su Tianwei, just the fact that Hua Entertainment International forced Su Tianwei to apologize could be their downfall. Hua Entertainment International's reputation would be completely ruined, and they couldn't afford it. Wu Weihan may have a huge fan base, but he is not worth Hua Entertainment risking their future for. Xiaogui is not lacking in stars. For Hua Entertainment International, creating another Wu Weihan is simply too easy. Oh, since Director Gui is the sky of Jiang Bay, what do you think of this proposal? Feng Yuanming looked at Guo Huaibin and squinted slightly. Director Guo was so scared that he shivered and quickly coughed, saying, Mayor Feng, how could I be the sky of Jiang Bay? People are the sky of Jiang Bay. I think Mayor Feng's proposal is good. If Ms. Kai agrees, I will prepare for the press conference immediately. Kai Qingxiao's mouth twitched. She knew the stakes involved and said coldly, I can't make a decision on this matter. I need to ask the senior management of Hua Entertainment. Mayor Feng, I have a lot of things to do, so I'll leave first. Feng Mingyuan said to Guo Huaibin, Ms. Kai rarely comes to Jiang Bay, so be sure to entertain her well. Help take the unconscious person down. Guo Huaibin was about to find an excuse to leave, but when he heard this, he quickly asked his subordinates to help and left in a hurry. Kai Qingxiao went to the box to get her bag and whispered to Qin Shen, I didn't expect the Su family to have some connections. You're lucky this time. But let me make it clear, Hua Entertainment International never loses. You won't be so lucky next time. Kai Qingxiao left the wisteria residence with her female star entourage in a brisk manner. Thank you for Zhao Hang's help. Thank you Mayor Feng for your fairness and integrity. Su Tianwei stepped forward to thank them. How about having a meal together? Zhao Xingye waved his hand and said with a smile, it's only natural. If Miss Su has any problems in the future, just come to me. No need for a meal, Mayor Feng, shall we go? Qin Shen didn't say anything, so they didn't dare to stay for a meal. The two of them glanced deeply at Qin Shen and left the wisteria residence. After seeing off the two, Su Tianwei angrily said to Qin Shen, thanks to Zhao Hang and Mayor Feng's help this time, otherwise you would have been in trouble. It's fine if you don't thank them, but you're like glued to the chair, not even looking at them. You have no vision, you can't seize any opportunity no matter how big it is in front of you. What kind of person is the mayor? In ancient times, he would be a king of vassal states. Qin Shen didn't bother to make friends, only focused on eating and drinking. Even if the elders came over, he couldn't seize the opportunity. This guy would waste his life in prison, without any ambition. He's done for life. Opportunity? Qin Shen sneered and said coldly, you figure out who is giving opportunities to whom. They are flattering me. Su Tianwei was so angry that her stomach hurt, and she said indignantly, a mayor flattering you? Just because you have a big face? Today's events were all thanks to Zhang Pang. The Zhang family has a special relationship with Zhao Hang. After Zhao Hang knew that I was Zhang Pang's friend, he even said to come to him if I have any difficulties in the future. Zhang Pang? Qin Shen laughed and couldn't be bothered to explain further. Grandpa asked me to finish this matter and take you to the company. Let's go. Su Tianwei stood at the door of the private room, looking at Qin Shen, who was still eating coldly. If you want to leave, then leave, I'll finish eating first. Qin Shen didn't want to see Su Tianwei's cold face, so he changed his position and ate with his back to the door of the private room. Su Tianwei was so angry that her stomach hurt, so she had to sit at the door of the private room and wait for Qin Shen. Kai Qingxia and her group went downstairs, and as soon as they reached the parking lot, they saw a yellow Lamborghini driving over. Oh my god. Qingxia, what happened to your face? A middle-aged man rolled down the car window, took off his sunglasses, and looked surprised. He was dressed in loose casual clothes, had an O-shaped beard, broad shoulders, and exuded a masculine aura. Mr. Ren, why are you here? Is the business negotiation over? Kai Qingxia hurriedly went up to greet him. The man was Ren Kongming, the boss of Hua Entertainment International. Yes. Ren Kongming frowned, staring at the slap mark on her face, and said coldly, who hit you? After the incident of Wu Yihan's banquet being attack spread, he was in Shanghai discussing business. After finishing his work today, he planned to meet Kai Qingxia in Jiang Bay and take them back to Hong Kong Island by private plane. But looking at the current situation of the group, things seem to be not going smoothly. It's like this. Kai Qingxia sighed and recounted what had just happened. Ren Kongming couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and sneer. That little bastard is quite good at playing. He forces one after another to pretend, and in the end, he makes you all come back embarrassed. Kai Qingxia helplessly said, what can we do? The Su family has the support of the city mayor and the Zhao family behind them. We can't do anything in Jiang Bay. After hearing this, Ren Kongming chuckled and said, just a small city mayor, you guys definitely can't do anything, but it's different when I step in. Don't forget, I am from the Yi family, the Dragon Cavalry General. After speaking, he got out of the car, squinted at the Emperor Tian Hotel, and said coldly, if he hits you, it's like hitting me. If we don't get this face back, he will think we're afraid. In my whole life, besides that person from the Demon Island, I have never been afraid of anyone. I want to see what kind of thing that little bastard is. Qingxia, rest assured, I will get back the face for you soon. Even if I kill that little bastard in Jiang Bay, Feng Yuanming can only swallow his anger. Ren Kongming snorted coldly and walked towards the Emperor Tian Hotel. Kai Qingxia and the other female stars were shocked. Yi Jiannan, the Dragon Cavalry General, guarding the 3 provinces of the southern frontier, commanding a force of 30,000 Dragon Cavalry soldiers, his status is above the 12 heavenly kings of the Northern Territory. He is the most famous general in the Xia Kingdom. Even the elders of the Imperial Central have to give him some face. Ren Kongming is under Yi Jiannan. With this relationship, even if Qin Shen is like a god descending to earth, he won't survive. My god, isn't this the CEO of Hua Entertainment International? How did he come to Jiang Bay? He's definitely a big shot. According to the waiter, the Wu family members beat the people from Hua Entertainment, and it was very serious. Wu Yihan's lumbar spine was broken. The CEO of Hua Entertainment came to reclaim the situation. Mr. Ren is not simple, he has a powerful figure backing him up. Even the city mayor won't be able to save the Su family's people. Ren Kongming walked confidently to the purple wisteria residence. Su Tianwei was sitting at the door waiting for Qin Shen, and when she looked up, she was almost scared to death. The CEO of Hua Entertainment International. He actually took action. A chill ran from the soles of her feet to the top of her head. Su Tianwei's mind went blank. This was a heavyweight figure, with military bigwigs backing him up. Didn't expect this, did you? Look who's here. Our CEO of Hua Entertainment, Mr. Run. Even if the city mayor is still here, Mr. Ren can kill you and walk away unscathed. Arrogant, keep being arrogant. Damn it, couldn't you have just apologized at the beginning? Had to provoke our boss to step in. Bastard. Su Tianwei was so scared that she could hardly walk. Ren, we apologize now. We will record a video now, please. Ren Kongming raised his hand gently, sat down slowly on the sofa at the door, and looked at Qin Shen's back, saying, come over and kneel down. His voice was soft, but full of endless power. Su Tianwei was almost in tears.
If they had left just now, they might still have a chance. But now the door was blocked, there was no way to escape.
This bastard insisted on taking that bite. Qin Shen continued to eat slowly and methodically.
Run, this kid just now, ignored everyone, as if he didn't belong to our world, didn't care about anything. Kai Qingxia said indignantly.
Oh, is that so amazing? Ren Kongming couldn't help but sneer, pointing to his head, with a playful look on his face. Qingxia, does this little bastard have a problem here? Who wouldn't tremble when they heard their name? If this guy in front of him wasn't a fool, shouldn't he kneel down directly? Kai Qingxia shook her head. No.
Generally speaking, he is a normal person. Maybe because of some martial arts skills, he is fearless. Ren, you never bring bodyguards when you go out, why not avoid it first? Ren Kongming had the relationship with Yi Jiannan, so he never brought bodyguards when he went out, because no one dared to do anything to him.
Bodyguards? Ren Kongming took out a gun and put it on his leg, tilting his head and said, is this enough? Su Tianwei was frightened, and whispered to Qin Shen, Ren has a gun, kneel down and apologize quickly. A hero doesn't suffer losses. What's the rush?
Qin Shen stuffed the chicken leg into his mouth, and said with a full mouth, I'll deal with him after I finish eating.
This guy is really a jerk.
He even dared to say such crazy things after taking out a gun.
A person like Ren, even Xiao Woody would bow down when he sees him, but this guy doesn't take him seriously at all. Is there a difference between pissing in the mouth of the king of hell? The diners shook their heads continuously.
They dared not think about what terrifying things would happen next to Qin Shen.
Damn it! You think you can get away with it?
Ren Kongming stared angrily at Qin Shen's back, wishing to chop him into pieces, and walked over with the gun.
This gun is powerful, stay away, or you'll be splattered with brain matter in a while.
It's worth it for this little bastard to die in Ren's hands. Everyone backed away, with endless disdain and disgust.
Xiaoming, do you know what the consequences will be if someone disturbs me while I'm eating?
Qin Shen's face was full of displeasure. He wiped his mouth with a tissue, and slowly turned around.
This sentence from Qin Shen directly scared everyone present. Ren Kongming was stunned when he saw Qin Shen's face clearly.
When Qin Shen squinted his eyes slightly, his face turned even paler. Feeling as if he had been stung by a hornet, his head was as big as a fight. Squinting was a characteristic action of Qin Shen, which meant he was about to torture someone. Thinking of the behavior of this demon king on Demon Island, Ren Kongming was furious.
Damn it, why is he here? When the king of the underworld gets angry, he doesn't even give face to Yi Jiannan.
Ren Kongming remembered very clearly. Last year, when Ren Kongming went to visit Qin Shen, he saw him beat the lord of the Dark Knight Temple to a pulp and threw him into the cesspool for 3 days. Qin Shen was still not satisfied, so he made him worship a female donkey. All of this was just because the lord of the Dark Knight Temple had stolen his female star's photos.
The gun is pointed at his head, and he still acts so nonchalantly. What does he want to express? Does he really think Ren doesn't dare?
You bastard, today is your death day, kneel down. A female star pointed angrily at Qin Shen, her delicate face distorted with anger, wishing to snatch Ren Kongming's gun and personally kill Qin Shen. She was in hysterics, but then she saw Ren Kongming raise his hand and slap her.
Shut up! Asterisk smack!
Asterisk Ren Kongming's slap directly sent her flying, and she fell on the table with blood flowing down her face.
Everyone was stunned.
The whole scene fell silent.
Kai Qingxia frowned deeply.
She was very sure that Ren Kongming's attitude took a 180-degree turn only after seeing Qin Shen's face.
It's only been 3 years, and you don't even remember my voice? Sure, now you're full of life, even the women under you dare to bully me. Qin Shen said coldly. Ren Kongming instantly shivered, awkwardly smiling. Boss, you're joking, right? How could I let them bully you? Wasn't it you who had a chicken leg in your mouth just now? Didn't we hear it? The female stars of Hua Entertainment were stunned.
Ren Kongming was like a god in their hearts.
But at this moment, he was so polite to Qin Shen. He didn't even dare to stand up straight with a fawning smile. All of you come over here. Ren Kongming roared.
Kai Qingxia and others came to Ren Kongming's side, standing in a row, bowing their heads like a group of startled quails.
Slap! 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 The sound of slaps echoed.
The boss is my benefactor. You all immediately show the proper attitude and apologize to Boss Qin. Kai Qingxia and the other female stars felt wronged. They were used to being arrogant, but they had no idea about the relationship between Qin Shen and Ren Kongming. Even though they thought so, they didn't dare to say much.
Who let them be so arrogant on weekdays and encounter such a situation?
Kai Qingxia took the lead, picked up a full glass of red wine, and said to Qin Shen, Mr.
Qin, I was blind and ignorant. Please forgive my offense.
The other female stars also picked up their wine glasses and apologized cautiously. Seeing everyone's sincere attitude and the necessary people being dealt with, Chen didn't make things difficult for the group of women anymore.
He nodded and didn't say anything more.
After all, Kai Qingxia had been in the industry for 30 years and knew that things had to be handled properly. She continued to pour a glass of wine and approached Su Tianwei. "Manager Su, it's my fault for not disciplining them. Please don't take offense, don't take it to heart. If you're still unhappy, whether it's punishment or retribution, it's up to you to decide." Ren Kongming also raised a glass of wine and said to Su Tianwei, "Miss Su, if the people from Hua Entertainment offended you, I also take responsibility.
Please forgive us and don't hold it against us." "Run. General, run." About that Wu Yihan incident, Su Tianwei quickly interrupted, asking softly,
"Oh, that bastard offended you, of course, I won't let him off. Rest assured, I'll call the Public Relations Department of Hua Entertainment later and draft an apology letter to be published online." Ren Kongming accompanied with a smile, showing sincerity.
"Oh, thank you so much then." Su Tianwei was stunned, biting her tongue hard.
The deep pain told her that all of this was not a dream, it was all real.
She didn't dare to dream that the glamorous top female star on TV and the CEO of Hua Entertainment would toast her.
And all of this was brought by her never-before-seen useless husband, the ex-convict who came out of prison.
Qin Chen.
After all this, Ren Kongming discreetly invited Qin Chen to the side.
The female stars of Hua Entertainment saw the boss having a private conversation and quickly left the private room. Su Tianwei also politely walked out. "Boss, so you're in Jiang Bay, and you're married too?"
Ren Kongming glanced at Su Tianwei and asked softly.
"None of your business," Qin Chen replied impatiently. Ren Kongming awkwardly smiled. "It's not related to me, but it's related to General Yi, right?"
After saying that, he looked down, feeling wronged. "Boss, you really screwed me over last time.
I didn't receive your call on the day of your release, and General Yi scolded me badly, almost getting me fired."
A hint of displeasure flashed across Qin Chen's face as he said indifferently, "Old man Yi is as annoying as the central authorities. Whether it's the commander of the Dragon Cavalry Army or the commander of the Western Liang Army, I have clearly refused their job offers.
They are so persistent and annoying."
Before Qin Chen was released from prison, the 6 elders of the Imperial Center went to Lianma Island 3 or 5 times, using both soft and hard tactics to persuade him to accept the position of Commander-in-Chief of the Western Liang Army, becoming the vassal of Western Liang and being appointed as the general of Tiansu. Yi Jiannan, who was getting old and wanted to retire, also wanted to hand over the 300,000 dragon cavalry to Qin Chen, proposing a condition that was even more outrageous. As long as Qin Chen agreed, he would marry his daughter to him. Qin Chen refused all of it, but both sides were persistent and kept going to Lianma Island to persuade him. Fed up with the situation, he reluctantly agreed to Yi Jiannan's request using delaying tactics. On the day of his release, Ren Kongming, commissioned by Yi Jiannan, went to Lianma Island to pick up someone, only to find out that Qin Chen had slipped away an hour earlier.
"Boss, I suffered a lot that day.
General Yi almost scared the shit out of me, and he still hasn't given me a good face until now.
Since we've met today, hurry up and come with me to report back." Ren Kongming pleaded pitifully. "I'm not going," Qin said in a deep voice. "Yi Jiannan and his daughter are both annoying people. I never want to see them again in my life.
If you dare to say half a word about my affairs in Jiang Bay when you go back, I'll turn you into a eunuch." Ren Kongming was scared stiff, almost begging, "Boss, you and General Yi are both important figures. I run a small business and can't afford to offend either side. It's fine if you haven't crossed me, but if you meet me and don't speak to General Yi properly, when he finds out one day, he'll skin me alive."
Qin Chen is the invincible king of the underworld.
Yi Jiannan is the commander of the 300,000 dragon cavalry, the most powerful figure in the southern border king among the 10 military regions.
He is just a small entertainment company boss, not daring to offend either side.
Qin Chen comforted with a smile, "As long as you keep your mouth shut, how would General Yi know?"
"Don't worry, keep it to yourself."
Qin Chen knew Ren Kongming was in a difficult position, so he changed his tone to coax him. Ren Kongming fell into contemplation and finally said, "All right, I'll pretend I didn't see you today." Qin Chen patted Ren Kongming on the shoulder and said with a smile, "That's the way to go.
Next time you come to Jiang Bay, I'll treat you to a meal." "Next time?" "No, there won't be a next time."
As soon as Ren Kongming heard this, he became anxious and raised his voice, "I can't afford to treat you to a meal.
This time is to show my gratitude for saving me. If you do this again next time, I definitely won't agree. Let's just never see each other again."
After saying this, Ren Kongming left the private room like a frightened rabbit. This time, not reporting the information was already a huge risk.
"And there will be a next time?"
"Oh, next time, you'll take me out for a meal, and then I'll show my gratitude to you again, helping you hide your whereabouts? In the end, you'll have no trouble hanging out in Jiang Bay picking up girls, while I bear the risk of not reporting the information, worrying every day and unable to sleep? Where is the justice in the world? Ren Kongming's mind was racing, unable to hold back his anger. Not wanting to stay for a moment longer, he left the Emperor Tian Hotel with the entertainment female star. The others didn't hear the conversation between the two, but they heard Ren Kongming's last words loud and clear. They were all surprised. Su Tianwei frowned and asked Qin Chen, "Did you make Mr. Ren angry?" Qin Chen replied, "No. Isn't he happy?" It's normal for Ren Kongming to have a temper. Even a rabbit gets angry when pushed to its limits. Qin Chen certainly wouldn't scold Ren Kongming again for this action. He needed to appease Ren Kongming now to prevent Yi Jiannan from coming to Jiang Bay to find him, which would be beneficial for his investigation of his mother's enemies and maintain his peace of mind. Next time? There won't be a next time. If this happens again next time, I definitely won't agree. Never see each other again. The onlookers were puzzled, as if they understood something. Mr. Ren is really straightforward. He called you boss and gave you a great deal of face to repay past favors. Saying there won't be a next time means the favor has been repaid, and if you provoke the entertainment industry again, he won't show any mercy. That's right. This time, Mr. Ren gave this kid enough face, even pouring wine and apologizing. He really made this kid look like a big shot. Having settled the previous favor, we won't owe each other in the future. Ah, I thought the Su family had climbed the big mountain of the entertainment industry, and I was envious, but unexpectedly they said they would never see us again. It was all in vain. Su Tianwei, seeing Qin Chen's indifferent attitude, also got angry and said, "You really don't understand human relationships. You can survive this disaster because of Ren's deep sense of gratitude, understanding how to repay. Otherwise, even if you saved him, if he doesn't give face, you wouldn't be able to do anything. And you? Acting as if it's your due. It's fine if the top star of the entertainment industry ignores you when toasting, but even Ren toasts you and you act like this? Now, they have given you enough face and won't have any further dealings with you." Su Tianwei was particularly speechless. She had said before that with Qin Chen's personality, even if the central elders came, he wouldn't be able to handle it. It seems to be true as she said. Qin Chen is insulated from the powerful and influential. Qin Chen didn't want to waste time with Su Tianwei and followed her to the Su group. Just as they arrived at the Su group, they received a major piece of news. The board of directors had dismissed Su Tianwei, and Su Yufei had become the current CEO. They also increased the CEO's annual salary from 1 million to 2 million. And the family's bonus share went from 3% of annual profits to 10%. Su Yufei, what right do you have to empty my things in my absence? Su Tianwei rushed into her office, seeing Su Yufei sitting in her chair, all her things thrown into a trash bag, feeling angry and disappointed. She had been in the CEO position for 5 years, with an annual salary of 1 million, and her family's bonus was only 3%. Su Yufei had no merit, became the CEO. And not only did her annual salary double, but her family's bonus also increased to 10%. That was one thing, but to throw away her office belongings like trash before she even arrived at the company? At that moment, an old voice came. "This is my decision, grandfather." Su Tianwei's mood hit rock bottom when she saw the person who had arrived. "Grandfather, you." Su Tianwei was about to ask her grandfather what he meant when he waved his hand and casually said, "Go to the meeting." Su Tianwei was about to follow, but Su Yufei suddenly pushed her away with a disdainful look and scolded, "After being the CEO for so many years, don't you understand basic manners? Don't you know that employees should let their leaders leave first? Su Tianwei, you are now just an ordinary employee of the Su Group. You need to learn to respect hierarchy, or I will exercise my CEO powers and directly dismiss you." Su Tianwei's eyes welled up with anger, and she could only bite her lip and follow along. In the meeting room, "Wei, it's my decision to remove you. You offended the entertainment industry, and you have to publicly apologize on the internet, admitting to seducing Wu Han, which will severely damage your image. If I let you continue as CEO, it will indirectly affect the reputation of the Su Group, so I had Fei Fei replace you." After hearing this, Su Tianwei's eyes turned even redder. She had been bullied by Wu Han, and these people not only didn't support her but also kicked her when she was down, making her a scapegoat. "Grandfather, I have already reached a reconciliation with the entertainment industry. They will publicly apologize on the internet, admitting that Wu Han bullied me." Su Tianwei bit her lip, tears of grievance welling up in her eyes. "The entertainment industry apologizing to you? Haha, are you dreaming?" After hearing this, Su Yufei burst into laughter and said, "The entertainment industry was tough this morning, wanting to crush the Su family immediately. In less than 5 hours, you have reconciled with the entertainment industry, and they want to apologize to you?
My dear sister, are you making up this excuse to buy time and then ask Zhang Peng for help again? Didn't Li Daiqin tell you?
Zhang Peng doesn't even answer her calls.
And even if he did, does he have the ability to talk to the CEO of the entertainment industry? The senior executives of the Su Group also shook their heads, thinking that Su Tianwei's words were too absurd.
Su Laoyi calmly said, Wei, I have already made a decision on the dismissal matter, don't mention it again. I asked you to bring Qin Shen over just to let him see the consequences of being ignorant and arrogant.
Don't hate me, if you want to hate someone, hate Qin Shen.
It was him who brought about this result.
Qin Shen couldn't help but frown.
Su Yufei smirked and sneered at Qin Shen, you want to rely on Su Tianwei for a free ride.
You should be more heartbroken about this outcome than her.
Hee, as Grandpa said, today's situation is all caused by you, no one else to blame. You'd better find a job picking up trash now, because I will exercise my CEO privileges next and deprive Su Zhenghe and his family of dividends for the next 3 years. Your family will have to rely on yourselves from now on.
Heartbroken?
Qin Shen coldly smiled and thought,
I am indeed heartbroken. Coming to Jiang Bay, I will run into you idiots.
Heartbroken Wei will have relatives like you idiots.
Hasn't your father taught you well? You can't address your elders by their names? If not, I don't mind teaching you on his behalf. Idiot?
The damn waste actually called us idiots.
The faces of everyone present darkened.
Kid, say it again, I'll beat the shit out of you and disown you. A freeloader, because we revoked his wife's position, is so angry like a mad dog barking, truly pathetic. I suggest kicking out this attention-seeking trash, and quickly get rid of this bad luck.
Su Yufei was also very angry, gritting her teeth. You want to teach me? Fine. Very well. Keep calling. I will soon issue a CEO order to deprive Su Zhenghe and his family of dividends for 5 years.
By then, you won't need me to do it, Li Daiqin will pick your tendons out. Su Laoya's face was also embarrassed, coldly saying, Qin Shen, I have always been against you marrying Wei, but since the second son insisted, I didn't say anything more. But if you continue to speak so recklessly, I will exercise my family head rights and force you out the door. Su Tianwei also felt that Qin Shen's words were a bit too harsh, and quickly advised, in this situation, you should speak less.
You object. What are you? Qin Shen said coldly, staring at Su Laoyi, a family head of a third-rate wealthy family, also dares to dictate to me?
Wei has already said she has reached a reconciliation with Hua Entertainment. You don't wait for her to explain further and just doubt. What does that make you, if not idiots? This statement caused an uproar in the room.
This bastard wants to rebel. It seems that we must break his lackeys today. Guards!
A senior executive slammed the table and shouted for the security to come in.
Shut up!
Su Laoya's face turned dark, and he said in a deep voice, he complains that we didn't give Su Tianwei a chance, then I will listen to how she explains. Su Tianwei said to the old man, Grandpa, Hua Entertainment has indeed reached a reconciliation with me, and they will also apologize publicly on the internet. Wuhan will also be banned. These were all said by Hua Entertainment's CEO Ren Kongming himself. To show his apology, he even self-punished with a drink.
Upon hearing this, Su Yufei suddenly laughed recklessly. Said by Hua Entertainment's CEO himself? Self-punished with a drink? Ha ha.
Su Tianwei, are you scared silly by people from Hua Entertainment having hallucinations in your head?
Alright, I won't argue with you about this, let's see the results. Here's the deal, if Hua Entertainment really forgives you, then I will give you my family's dividends for the next 5 years.
And then I'll call Qin Shen's father, let him educate you. If we don't see an apology letter from Hua Entertainment today, not only will your family have to give me the dividends for 5 years, but Qin Shen will also have to kneel down and slap himself until I'm satisfied. Su Tianwei frowned after hearing it, and said seriously, Feifei, I advise you to think it over.
Do we need to consider such a sure win situation?
Su Yufei sneered. I have considered it thoroughly, I'm just afraid that you two cowards won't dare to bet. She leaned back arrogantly, crossed her arms, glanced sideways at Qin Shen, with a look of certainty.
Qin Shen smiled, alright, I hope you won't regret it. Su Yufei sneered again, of course I won't regret it. It's you who shouldn't run away later.
I want to film you slapping yourself in the face, let everyone see what a clown you are. Just as she finished speaking, the receptionist rushed in, out of breath, and said, General Su, Kai Qingxia from Hua Entertainment International is here, specifically asking to see you.
Looking for me?
Su Yufei stood up suddenly, looking shocked. The receptionist shook his head repeatedly and said to Su Tianwei, no, she's looking for Su Tianwei, not General Su. Su Yufei felt embarrassed after hearing this, then coldly said to Su Tianwei, it must be because you didn't go to Emperor Tian Hotel, so they came looking for you. Qin Shen, don't forget our bet, get ready to kneel down and slap yourself in the face. Su Tianwei is so disrespectful to Hua Entertainment, their demands this time will probably be even more outrageous. I want to slap these two bastards to death. They've brought trouble to the Su family. Amidst the panic, Kai Qingxia had already appeared in the corridor. Head down, wearing sunglasses, looking deeply troubled. Her face was still a bit swollen, but she was skilled in makeup. Covering up the slap marks was not difficult. However, the bruising around her eyes was severe, and could only be concealed with sunglasses. After leaving Emperor Tian Hotel, Kai Qingxia had asked him, "Mr. Run, who is this person?" This was the first time Kai Qingxia had seen Ren Kongming so humble in public. "You better not ask, just know that even General Yi has to give him face. Don't provoke him in the future, otherwise even 10 of me won't be able to protect you." This statement was like a thunderbolt, ringing in Kai Qingxia's head, still echoing now. General Yi was like a dragon to her. Holding 30,000 dragon cavalry, with a snap of his fingers, he could decide the fate of a small country. Such a figure actually had to give face to Qin Shen. How terrifying must Qin Shen be? "Miss Kai, we are discussing the content of the apology letter. Please wait a moment, we will have Su Tianwei release the apology letter." Su's grandfather greeted them. Su Yufei also greeted them with a smile, trying to please, "Miss Kai, this matter was a personal action of Su Tianwei. It has nothing to do with our Su family, please spare the Su family. Let's go to the lounge for tea." Kai Qingxia looked strange. When she saw Qin Shen, she was so scared that she stumbled, her sunglasses fell to the ground, the bone-chilling coldness intensified several times. When people saw the bruising around her eyes, they gasped in shock. Su Yufei's anger surged uncontrollably, and she shouted, "Su Tianwei, did you beat up Miss Kai and then run back here? You're despicable. You're truly despicable. Kneel down and apologize to Miss Kai immediately." Smack! Before she could finish shouting, she saw a slap flying towards her, landing firmly on her face. "Are you a mad dog? You're biting before I even speak? Get lost." Kai Qingxia scolded Su Yufei loudly to step back, then smiled at Su Tianwei. "General Su, I'm sorry Mr. Ren couldn't come in person. We have drafted the apology letter. If there are no issues, we will release it online." Kai Qingxia's words made the entire meeting room silent. They were still waiting for Qin Shen to kneel down and slap himself in the face. Little did they know that he wasn't here to seek retribution, but to apologize. Su Yufei covered her face, shocked by the scene, feeling like her face had been whipped with iron, burning hot. Su's grandfather was also in shock. "I still plan to take Su Tianwei to apologize after the meeting, but unexpectedly, someone from Huayu came to apologize. What's going on? Miss Kai, are you mistaken? Weren't you supposed to have Su Tianwei apologize?" Su Yufei asked incredulously. "I told you to go away, are you deaf?" Kai Qingxia became furious. Su Yufei, like a wounded puppy, took 2 steps back and stood aside. Kai Qingxia handed the apology letter to Su Tianwei and slightly bowed, saying, "Mr. Su, Huayu International here expresses our deepest apologies to you. To show sincerity, you can choose a celebrity from Huayu to endorse Su's family for free, and please don't hold on to the past." "What? A celebrity from Huayu International endorsing Su's group for free?" Kai Qingxia's words were like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone stunned. Qin Shen took the apology letter from Kai Qingxia and said calmly, "All right, you have no business here, leave." "Okay, Mr. Qin," Kai Qingxia respectfully said and left quickly. Qin Shen turned to Su Yufei and said, "You can kneel down and acknowledge me as your father." "Acknowledge you as my father? You, a stinking ex-convict, are worthy?" Su Yufei said angrily and shamefully. "Didn't you just say that as long as Huayu comes to apologize, you will kneel down and acknowledge me as your father, and also give all the dividends of your family to Weiwei for the next 5 years? Do you want to back out?" Qin Shen said lightly. "I do want to back out, so what? I am the CEO, I can do whatever I want. What can you do about it? Who can testify that I made a bet just now? Let them come forward." He, no one dares. "Humph, a useless person like you, dare to humiliate me? Go dream on." Su Yufei acted like a rascal. Qin Shen asked Su's father, "Sir, what do you think?" Su's father turned his head away, clearly showing bias. "How can you take a joke seriously? Besides, the old man didn't agree to testify, why take it so seriously? Give others a chance, don't you understand this principle? You, with such a narrow mind, will never achieve anything big." Su Tianwei listened to the words of the senior management and felt extremely disheartened. Su Yufei was aggressive just now, wanting to use the bet to mock them if she won. In the end, Qin Shen won, but Su Yufei refused to acknowledge it, which was simply shameless. The old man turned a blind eye to it, and the company's senior management also sided with Su Yufei, which was truly chilling.
Su Tianwei advised. Xin Shen, forget it, she will never back down.
Xin Shen coldly smiled and said to Su Yufei, if there is no evidence to support your claim, then this matter never happened, right?
Su Yufei raised her head arrogantly and said, yes.
Everyone is on my side. You have no evidence, even if the judge comes, it won't matter.
I can even sue you for defamation and have you arrested. She looked very pleased with herself, as if saying, what can you do to me?
Just as the situation was at a standstill, Su Wenjiang rushed in aggressively and shouted, Dad, Jiang Pharmaceutical never went public, Jiang Peng and his father ran away with our money.
The sky is falling, the Su family's sky is falling.
This statement was like a sudden explosion of hundreds of pounds of explosives, causing everyone present to stand up.
No, this can't be true, eldest brother, our Su family's entire fortune is in there, plus $1 billion in loans, this joke is not funny.
Su's father looked nervous. Dad, what the eldest brother said is true, I just went to ask Jiang Peng for help, and the Jiang family mansion is empty, the police are sealing it off. Li Daiqin rushed in anxiously, followed by the dejected Su Zhang and Su Zhang.
When Su Wenjiang saw Su Tianwei here, he pointed and scolded, one wave hasn't settled, another wave rises.
The entertainment industry has just been resolved here, and the Jiang family has encountered another crisis.
Su Tianwei, you are responsible for this, return the 2 billion from the Su family.
At this time, the aunts and uncles also rushed in, pointing at Su Tianwei and scolding her, demanding that she return the hard-earned money. The Jiang family father and son cheated 2 billion from employees and partners under the guise of internal financing for listing, in addition to the 2 billion from the Su family, totaling 4 billion in cash. The factory of Jiang Pharmaceutical was used as collateral for partner contracts. The 1,000-acre herbal plantation in Xiao Bay owned by the Jiang family was used as collateral in the Su family contract.
In other words, the Su family invested 2 billion and only got a piece of desolate land where no one had set foot. The meeting room was filled with sorrow. Xin Shen smiled after confirming that the land in Xiao Bay was mortgaged to the Su family, and said to Su Zhang, Uncle Su, don't worry, Xiao Bay will be developed soon, and the mortgaged land will appreciate.
As long as we persist for some time, that piece of land will definitely appreciate by more than 10 times.
Li Daiqin couldn't help but get angry. You little bastard, what are you doing at this time, still joking about this? Su Yufei couldn't help but sneer, that land in Xiao Bay is in the middle of nowhere, full of wild grass.
They are planning to develop it into a tourist area, but it's more like a cemetery.
I see that you are trying to deceive the Su family into not selling the land, just to ruin the Su family. Su Tianwei was also disappointed.
Xin Shen not only did not help think of other solutions at this critical moment, but also caused trouble.
Everyone was angry at this point. Yes, stop talking nonsense, Su Tianwei, you better give me the money now, I won't spare you a penny.
You have one day, hurry up and return the money to me, otherwise I will sell your family.
Give me the money immediately.
If you can't come up with the money, you will be a prostitute, selling yourself 100 or 80 times a day, even if your body is ruined, you still have to pay back the money.
The relatives were completely angry, cursing all sorts of dirty words. Xin Shen sneered, consider Uncle Su's face, do you want a chance to make money? Fine.
You want money, bring the contracts from the Zhang group to me, I will buy them all.
What?
The scene fell silent instantly, everyone was stunned.
Su Zhang and his wife looked at Xin Shen in shock, not knowing what he was up to. Such a big ambition, actually wanting to buy all the contracts from relatives? Buy them all? Do you think this is easy? 2 billion, you, a stinking ex-convict, can't earn it even if you work for 100 lifetimes without eating or drinking in prison.
You have no work experience, just a freeloader in the Su family, and you still want to buy our contracts.
Look at yourself first.
Your mouth is like a waistband of cotton trousers, saying whatever comes to mind. Even if we discount it by 10%, you, a trash who just got out of prison, can't afford it.
Xin Shen said calmly, no need for discounts, I will buy them all in full, so you won't come up with various reasons to ask me for the contracts later. This statement stunned everyone once again.
The contracts in their hands were like hot potatoes, 2 billion turned into a worthless piece of land. If someone is willing to buy, even at half price, they will sell it.
This guy actually wants to buy them all in full? Su Yufei sneered, the public is angry now, don't think about playing tricks.
If you try to deceive us into handing over the contracts and then tear them up to avoid payment, we will definitely break your legs. Xin Shen smiled, Xiao Bay will be a valuable piece of land in the future, why would I tear up the contracts to avoid payment?
Do you think everyone talks nonsense like you? Su Yufei's face turned red with anger, and after a moment, she sneered, I am playing tricks, what can you do about it? You can only satisfy your mouth, other than that, you have no way to deal with me. As for you, if you dare to tear up the contracts, it won't be as simple as kneeling down and getting slapped.
Su Tianwei also frowned, saying seriously, Qin Shen, I will bear the consequences of my mistakes, don't do foolish things for my sake.
Debts must be repaid, it's only right and proper. Even if you try to avoid it, I will still pay back the money to them, Su Zhenghao advised. Xiao Jiang, I know you want to help Wei Wei, but we cannot do things that go against our conscience.
This money is all hard-earned money from our relatives.
If we tear up the debt, they will be devastated.
Qin Shen helplessly smiled and said to Su Zhenghao, Uncle Su, I received information from elsewhere that Longya Bay will be a key development area. If we hold on to that land, we will gain profits several times higher than 200 million. Although I don't care about this money, not earning money when you have the opportunity would be foolish.
How could we breach the contract and tear it up? Developing Longya Bay has been specially approved by the provincial government, and the documents have not been released yet, so it's confidential. The city's leader has already warned that there is a great risk. He couldn't explain too clearly. You little brat, not only do you like to show off, but you also like to talk nonsense. Li Daiqin gritted her teeth and said, we are discussing serious matters, but you have made yourself the center of attention. One moment you talk about a full acquisition, the next you mention the development of Longya Bay. You are just a clown seeking attention. Shut up right now, or I will sew your mouth shut. Even the relatives were disgusted. You dare to believe hearsay, what a fool. Qin, stop causing trouble here. This is a critical moment for the company. The Su family is at risk of collapse at any time. Are we foolish enough to stake the future of the company on a useless person like you? You are spreading false information, disrupting our decision-making. Your intentions are despicable. Su Tianwei watched this scene, feeling a bit emotional.
In order to prevent her from being scolded, Qin Shen diverted everyone's anger towards himself with a bunch of nonsense.
Does he really like me? This is not a good thing.
Su Tianwei pursed her lips and said, Qin Shen, stop causing trouble here.
This matter is. Don't argue, listen to me for the next steps. Qin Shen waved his hand and said to Su Laoyi, I have no problem with buying the company with money, but there is a condition. Su Tianwei must continue to be the CEO, and her salary will be 2 million, with a 10% year-end bonus for the Su family. The Su family relatives were all furious after hearing this. Talking about developing Longya Bay, making Su Tianwei the CEO again, I see through it. This guy is just playing with us. Exactly. A former convict buying the contract at full price. What a joke. If that land is really valuable, the Jiang family would have developed it long ago. How could it be mortgaged? The Su family relatives clearly did not believe Qin Shen's words and scoffed at them. If you can buy the contract at full price, I can agree to these conditions, Su Laoyi said perfunctorily. Regardless of whether Qin Shen's words were true or not, the Su family had no room to maneuver, and a little hope was always good. Su Yufei did not argue either. She convinced the old man to let her be the CEO in order to profit after Jiang Pharmaceutical went public. The current Su family is a mess, and whoever wants to be the CEO can be the CEO. I have given you chances over and over again, but you all turn a blind eye. Then bring out the contract, I will transfer the money for the purchase. Qin Shen took out his bank card and placed it on the table, looking coldly at everyone. Kid, watch out. I have a knife on me. Don't try to play tricks with me. A relative waved a fruit knife in his hand, holding the contract, and said fiercely. Su Yufei looked smugly at Qin Shen and sneered, you pretentious waste, let's see how you end up later. Li Daiqin sighed repeatedly to Su Zhenghao, see, this is the son-in-law you found, always meddling and insisting on making things complicated. Our family has been having a rough time lately, I think it's because of him. Wei Wei will be doomed sooner or later because of him. Su Zhenghao sighed and rubbed his forehead. Since Qin Shen was released from prison, there have indeed been more disputes in the Su family. But you can't blame him. This child just wanted to help the Su family solve their troubles, but he just lacked the ability. You have received a remittance of 472 million yuan. The sound of a text message alert rang on the phone. The relative opened the phone and exclaimed immediately, oh my god, it's really in. He quickly signed on the transfer contract. Everyone was stunned. Over 4 million, Qin Shen said he would take it, didn't he just come out of prison? Where did he get so much money from? Su Yufei's mouth twitched fiercely a few times, then still disdainfully said, just 4 million, he definitely only has this much money. It's impossible for him to come up with 200 million to buy all of our contracts. After Qin Shen successfully transferred the money, the Su Tianwei family was completely stunned. They were extremely surprised, not knowing where Qin Shen got so much money from. After a brief shock, the other relatives all rushed forward with their contracts. Make way, let me go first. An older relative squeezed in, slammed the contract on the table, and loudly said to Qin Shen, this is 10 million, give it to me first. Qin Shen didn't even lift his eyelids and said indifferently, "Come back when you understand what politeness is. Also, I saw you scolding Uncle Su and Weiwei just now. Apologize to him, or keep the contract to yourself." The older relative was furious. Su Yufei pulled him aside and said disdainfully, "This is 10 million, he definitely doesn't have that much money, trying to trick you into apologizing to my second uncle. You are the elder, how can you apologize to the younger generation?" Su Yufei's words made the older relative stunned for a moment. In just a moment, another relative had received a remittance of 13 million. He was anxious and pushed Su Yufei aside to rush to Su Zhang's side, bowed and apologized. "Jiang, third uncle has a bad temper and scolded you, so I apologize to you here." Su Zhang smiled awkwardly, about to say something polite, but the other party had already rushed into the crowd to exchange money. In no time, most of the Su family's relatives had completed their transfers. "I didn't expect that the little bastard really has money. 8 million is back. That idiot used 200 million to buy a piece of broken land. What a fucking idiot. I've never seen such a stupid guy in my life. What's the point of 200 million, buying a piece of land that not even a dog would go to? Don't think that by helping Su Tianwei buy the contracts, we will be grateful. This is what she owes us. Ha, the money is in, so happy. This wave is not a loss, not a loss." These relatives left the Su group with smiles on their faces, in high spirits. Su Yufei was pushed by the older relative and hit the table corner on her lower back, feeling a sharp pain. Seeing this scene, her face changed repeatedly. Su Wenjing saw that Qin Shen had the ability to exchange, so he took the contract and walked over with a smile. "Xiao Jiang, I have 20 million here, help me exchange it." Qin Shen looked at Su Yufei with the contract and sneered, "Do you remember the bet you made just now? What do you want?" Su Yufei said in a deep voice. "What bet?" Su Wenjing looked puzzled. Qin Shen leaned back and said, "Su Yufei made a bet with me. If Huayu apologizes, she will acknowledge me as her father. Give all of your family's 5-year dividends to Weiwei's family," but she regretted it afterwards. "What do you think about this?" Su Wenjing's face darkened, he glared at Su Yufei coldly and said, "I am the head of the family, what she says doesn't count." "All right." Qin Shen picked up Huayu's apology letter and said to Su's old man, as Kai Qingsha said, "Huayu is willing to let its stars endorse the Su family for free." The last page of the apology letter is an endorsement intention letter. The Su family is currently in a predicament and urgently needs to increase its influence to attract funding. Celebrity endorsements can play a big role, doesn't the old man want that? Su Wenjing said in a deep voice, "Qin Shen, what do you mean? It's meaningless." Qin Shen held the apology letter and sneered, saying, "I just have an itchy hand and really want to tear things apart." As he spoke, he was about to take action. "Wait." Grandpa Su couldn't sit still and hurriedly said, "Good son-in-law, being a spokesperson for the advertisement is indeed very important for the Su family. If you tear it, wouldn't it be in vain? Weiwei, Zhenghe, aren't you going to persuade them?" He looked at Su Zhenghe with a serious expression. Su Zhenghe shook his head helplessly and said, "Dad, Xiao Jian is too stubborn, I can't stop him either." Su Tianwei didn't say a word, turned her head aside, pretending not to hear. Su Yufei humiliated them repeatedly, even calling Su Zhenghe by name, acting smug and arrogant. After losing the bet, Grandpa Su insisted on siding with them and didn't give her any face. Qin Shen had already said enough, yet he still helped Su Yufei struggle, showing too much favoritism. "Why should our family be bullied?" Qin Shen saw that Grandpa Su didn't mention the apology at all, and said expressionlessly, "Since that's the case, then I'll tear it." "Good son-in-law, don't do it yet." Grandpa Su was completely panicked and quickly ordered Su Yufei, "Kneel down and apologize." His voice paused, his face turning purple and blue, unable to say the word "Dad." He coughed and continued, "Kneel down and fulfill your bet. Eldest, I admit defeat. I will transfer the next 5 years of dividends to your second family. In these years, you should live frugally." Su Wenjing's vision darkened, almost passing out from anger. 5 years of dividends. Does that mean they can only rely on their salaries to live for the next 5 years? This prodigal daughter, losing both money and face. "Grandpa, I." Su Yufei looked unwilling, shaking her head continuously. "Kneel down." Grandpa Su suddenly waved his hand and turned away. Thump! Su Yufei knelt straight down. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. The eldest daughter of the Su family actually knelt down to the son-in-law of Su Zhenghe. Qin Shen waved his hand indifferently and said, "Forget about calling me dad, I don't want a daughter like you." With that, he transferred 20 million to Su Wenjing. When Su Yufei saw the money transferred, she wiped away her tears and a look of resentment appeared on her face again. Today was a complete disaster for her. She gave up the position of CEO, and all the benefits she proposed were given to Su Tianwei as a wedding gift.
She was also slapped by Kai Qingxia and almost knelt down and called Qin Shen dad.
Losing face and feeling embarrassed. Just wait. This is not over. Su Yufei looked at Qin Shen with resentment and clenched her fists secretly. Su Tianwei looked at everything in front of her as if in a dream.
The person she had always trusted, Zheng Pang, ran away with the money, while the person she looked down upon the most, Qin Shen, helped clean up the mess.
Su Tianwei had a faint feeling of being mistaken. Could it be that everything before had nothing to do with Zheng Pang and was all thanks to Qin Shen?
This thought flashed by, and Su Tianwei shook her head in the end.
Qin Shen had been in prison for 10 years, how could he know such a big shot as Jiang Bay?
Li Daiqin came to Qin Shen's side, smiling and said, Xiao Qin,
we still have 3 million, why don't you exchange it with me?
Qin Shen thought for a moment and smiled, Aunt, I'm out of money. He had cured many prominent families' leaders in prison and received billions in rewards. He could easily afford 300 million, but he only said that to leave some room for Su Zhen and his family, so they could prosper together when the city development plan was implemented. Li Daiqin's face immediately darkened, and she said angrily, you useless person, hiding so much money, not even thinking about giving some to the family.
If it weren't for today's incident, would you have continued to sneak around? You heartless person. Shut up.
Su Zhenghao reprimanded, Xiao Jian spent a lot of money to buy a piece of land to help Wei Wei out of trouble, that's already thoughtful enough.
How can you bear to say more about him?
After speaking, he turned to Qin Shen and said, Xiao Jiang, we won't let you spend this money for nothing.
We will definitely pay you back in the future. I just don't understand where you got so much money from. We can't do anything illegal, right?
Uncle Su, all my money was obtained in a legitimate way, without doing anything illegal, Qin Shen said lightly. It may not be illegal, but it can't be considered completely legitimate either.
Su Yufei coldly snorted and said, this money must be from his father's dowry. Su Yufei stared at Qin Shen and mocked, didn't you say you wouldn't accept any favors from the Qin family? But in the end, you still took it. Now, let Su Tianwei handle it for you.
Qin Shen's face darkened, and he said coldly, I have never taken a single penny from the Qin family, not in the past, nor in the future. I hope you don't mention the Qin family in front of me again. Otherwise, I will never give you a chance to speak to me again. His face was frosty, his eyes turbulent, and Su Yufei, seeing this, involuntarily closed her mouth.
Su Tianwei shook her head.
Su Yufei was probably right. Qin Shen couldn't bear it, so he showed such anger.
All right, let's talk about business. Su's old man glanced at Qin Shen and said in a firm voice, Qin Shen has bought the contract, and the crisis of the Su family has come to an end. Tianwei will repay the loan tomorrow, and the company's account will have over 40 million.
I heard that Huateng Group recently outsourced a project, and the price is very good. If we can win it, it will be very beneficial for the development of the Su Group. After the old man finished speaking, everyone started discussing.
Huateng Group. That's a well-known leading enterprise in Jiang Bay.
It's as difficult as reaching the sky to win this project.
Yes.
I heard that the boss of Huateng has close relationships with some leaders in the city, and he has been thriving on these relationships. He has always looked down on small companies like ours, making it difficult to deal with him.
The funds for this project are over 1 billion.
If we can win it, the Su Group can easily earn at least 3 billion, but it's too difficult.
Su Tianwei also frowned deeply.
This project is too big for the Su family, with many companies bidding, all of which are stronger than the Su Group.
They won't pay attention to us.
And the boss of Huateng is too domineering, making it difficult to deal with him.
Seeing Su Tianwei in a dilemma, Su Yufei smirked and said to the old man, Grandpa, you should enjoy your old age. Let Su Tianwei take care of these matters. I believe she can fulfill her duties as the CEO and lead us further. The senior executives of Su's group nodded repeatedly, all wanting to pass this hot potato to someone else. Qin Shen sneered, everything has to be done by the CEO. Then what's the point of having a business manager and all of you? A bunch of blood-sucking parasites.
He couldn't stand the faces of these people anymore. Su Tianwei worked tirelessly for the company, and whenever there was trouble in the Su family, it was pushed onto her.
They enjoyed the benefits when things went well, but when things went wrong, they left her with nothing. Shameless. The business manager immediately glared and retorted, in such a big company, would they even consider me, a business manager? Su's CEO may not even get in. Letting the CEO go is a sign of respect.
It increases the chances of success.
Su Yufei sneered, the current situation of the Su Group is all thanks to Su Tianwei. As the CEO, shouldn't she solve the company's difficulties? And you, are we the parasites? You, a freeloader, are the real parasite. What's the use of just talking here? If you're capable, go with her and win this project. Then we'll respect her. Qin Shen said indifferently, no one can guarantee that an investment will be foolproof. We can't all share the profits and make her bear the losses alone, right? After speaking, he looked at Su's old man and said, I can accompany her. But let's make it clear, if we win this project, Uncle Su's family will take half of the profit. Let Xiao Woody inform Huateng Group, no problem. Su Tianwei was shocked and stunned, turned to look at Qin Shen. A touch of anger flashed across her face. This guy is talking nonsense again. Shocking words without end. Faced with Huateng Group, a company worth billions, the Su family has no shining points. How could she be sure to win such a big project? The others also showed disdain on their faces. He's asking for things before even making a move, talking as if he could win the project just by showing up, not knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. If you were the young master of the Qin family, of course, there would be no problem. But now, just a son-in-law living under someone else's roof, what ability do you have to win the project? I suggest kicking out this clown who seeks to please the crowd, even if it means losing face to refute Yufei's words. After hearing Qin Shen's request, Old Master Su's face turned black, and he asked Su Tianwei, what do you think? Grandpa, I think. Before Su Tianwei could finish, Qin Shen loudly said, if Wei Wei has the ability, it's just a matter of whether the old master agrees or not. He couldn't care less about the Su family's troubles if it weren't for Su Zhenghe. After some thought, Old Master Su nodded and said, okay, if we can win Huateng's project, the second family will take half of the profit. Su Tianwei felt a chill in her heart after hearing this, glaring fiercely at Qin Shen and whispering, what are you doing? I can't win this project at all, and in the end, I'll just become a laughingstock for Su Yufei. Qin Shen furrowed his brows slightly. Haven't you always wanted to be like Shen Ruwan? If it were her, what do you think she would do? This question left Su Tianwei at a loss for words. Don't worry, I'll go with you, and we will get the project. After saying this, Qin Shen left the Su family group directly. After the meeting, Li Daiqin stopped Su Tianwei and asked, weren't you at the day hotel this morning? How did it turn into an apology from Huayu? Everyone looked puzzled and felt very suspicious. Oh, it's like this. Su Tianwei briefly explained. Qin Shen saved Ren Kongming in prison? Wow. I didn't expect there was such a connection between them. What's the use? Didn't Wei Wei say it? He only helped this once. That Qin guy is really despicable, wasting such a good connection. What a waste. Su Tianwei looked at the apology letter on the table and thought to herself, Qin Shen, thank you for helping me by the contract. But don't think that by helping me this time, I will be so grateful that I will offer myself to you. It's impossible. We can only be friends. After understanding the ins and outs, Li Daiqin gritted her teeth in anger and scolded. This guy knew he owed Ren Kongming a favor. He could have just called him, instead of bothering everyone from Huayu. With such a good connection, if handled properly, it could last a lifetime, and the Su family would benefit too. Now it's ruined, they won't help anymore. Su Zhenghe impatiently interrupted, alright, Qin Shen only fought with Wu Yihan because of Wei Wei. He was just a bit reckless, so stop scolding him. Xiao Jiang is too naive, thinking that saving a big shot's life would make them grateful forever. But he also has his pride, slapping Ren Kongming's face like that. It's already good enough that he didn't seek revenge for a favor. Li Daiqin retorted with widened eyes, naive? He's just plain stupid. Alright, let's not talk about this. What about the acquisition contract just now? Just heard a small piece of news, and you dare to spend over 100 million to buy that piece of land? What are you going to do with it? Use it as a family tomb. Wei Wei, we can't listen to his nonsense. We need to sell our contract quickly. 30 million. Even if we can sell it for a few million, it's still a profit, otherwise, we'll lose out. Su Tianwei was also very bored in her heart, so she agreed and went back to the office to organize her things. Qin Shen left the Su group, and it was already dark outside. Xiao Woody had already sent him the address of the club. On the way to the Jinshe club, he received a call from Zhou Hongyan. Brother-in-law, are you the savior of Ren Kongming? Zhou Hongyan did not go to the Su group and had been waiting at home for news. Just now, Su Tianwei called her to report her safety and briefly mentioned today's events. She was not surprised by the acquisition contract of Qin Shen, as Qin Shen could afford to live in the Jinghua mansion, he must not be short of money. She was just curious about what happened at the Emperor Tian Hotel. Su Tianwei's explanation, Qin Shen had some skills and saved Ren Kongming in prison. Zhou Hongyan didn't believe it. Ren Kongming did spend some time in prison, but she had carefully checked and found that Ren Kongming's prison was not on Demon Island. Well, I cured Ren Kongming's illness. Qin Shen replied lightly. What illness? Zhou Hongyan suddenly realized that Su Tianwei had misunderstood. She felt a little disappointed. So it was Ren Kongming who attached himself to Qin Shen by curing his illness. And he had already repaid the favor, so he had no more connection with Qin Shen. Are you full of questions? If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Ren Kongming's illness was private, how could he casually talk about it? Wait, I have one more thing.
Zhou Hongyan continued, I just checked the assets under the Jiang family and found something strange.
The legal person of Jiang Pharmaceutical changed to Lin Qingwan 2 days ago, do you know about this?
After the Jiang family's explosion, she quickly checked the assets under the Jiang family to see how much property the Jiang family still had left, in order to help the Su family recover some losses. Unfortunately, apart from the broken land of Xiao Bay, only Jiang Pharmaceutical was left. Qin Shen was stunned after hearing this, and said lightly, I don't know, but this is not good. If Lin Qingwan has her own pharmaceutical company, I can help her develop it a bit. It should have been at the Wu family banquet that Zhang Peng transferred Jiang Pharmaceutical to Lin Qingwan.
What a mess! The Jiang family not only cheated the Su family of 2 billion, but also the Tianjiang group of 2 billion. The mortgage accepted by the Su family is the land of Xiao Bay, and the mortgage accepted by the Tianjiang group is Jiang Pharmaceutical. Tianjiang Pharmaceutical sold the equipment and inventory of Jiang Pharmaceutical in order to recover 160 million. So, if Lin Qingwan doesn't give Tianjiang Group 40 million, she has no right to use the shell of Jiang Pharmaceutical. After pondering for a moment, Qin Shen said, let's do this, you help me contact the person in charge of Tianjiang Group, make an appointment, and I'll give him the remaining 40 million. Even if Jiang Pharmaceutical became an empty shell, it was much more convenient than building a new factory. Okay, I'll ask for you.
After hanging up the phone, Qin Shen called Lin Shengwan, wanting to ask what happened at the banquet that day.
Shut down.
She should know about the Zhang family's escape, she must be upset, let's buy the contract tomorrow. Without much thought, Qin Shen drove to the Jinxie Club.
Jinxie Club. President Zhao.
Seeing Xiao Woody standing at the door, Shen Ruwan, who had just gotten out of the car, greeted him with a smile.
Oh, Miss Shen, why are you here? Xiao Woody greeted her with a smile.
Shen Ruwan nodded politely and said, I've been busy lately and feeling a bit tired, so I came to relax and also to show my support for President Zhao. Xiao Woody waved his hand repeatedly, Miss Shen is too polite, your presence is giving face to Zhao.
If you need anything, just let me know, don't be shy.
I'm waiting for an important guest, you go up first, I'll come up later to toast.
This statement surprised everyone around. Am I hearing correctly? President Zhao is actually waiting for someone. Who is this distinguished person? Oh my god. Who can live up to the grand gift of the king of Jiang Bay? I thought President Zhao was waiting for Miss Shen, but unexpectedly there is someone else. The identity of that person is absolutely extraordinary. Not only Secretary Chang Yuding, even Shen Ruwan was surprised. Xiao Woody has always been arrogant and dares to disrespect anyone. Who has the ability to make him stand at the door respectfully waiting? I will go over to offer a toast later and see who this person really is, Shen Ruwan thought as she entered the club. The two entered the Jinxie Club and went into the reserved private room. It was at this moment that Qin Shen arrived late, with a lazy face saying, I'm sorry for being late. Boss, that's not true.
Your guidance and work has already made this place shine. Xiao Woody nodded and whispered a few words to the manager next to him. Some onlookers who were secretly observing were surprised to see a young man, thinking that the person who could make the Jiang Bay overlord wait must be a man over 60. They never expected someone so young. Could it be a genius from the Magic City or Jinling? Qin Shen sat down in the private room. Soon, the door of the private room opened. A dozen elegantly dressed people came in and stood in a row respectfully. Each one was more beautiful than the princess in the main hall. They were all the aces of the Jinxie Club. 3 American female models, 2 tall sisters from the snow country, and 5 pure and beautiful girls from the island country. There were also 2 school beauties studying in the university city, who were also the school's flower and department flower, wearing black lingerie and bras, with skin as white as sheep's milk, tall and over 1.7 meters, each one was charming and alluring. Looking around, all you could see were legs. While Qin Shen was admiring them, he noticed a girl who kept her head down and looked somewhat familiar, furrowing his brows slightly. Xiao Woody also noticed something was wrong and ordered coldly, raise your head. The girl shivered and slowly lifted her head. After Qin Shen saw her face clearly, he couldn't help but be surprised and said, You Hui? You Hui? Qin Shen was stunned for a moment. Xiao Woody was also stunned and asked in a low voice, Boss, do you know her? Qin Shen nodded and said lightly, She was my high school classmate. How could he not recognize her? He had confessed to her in high school, and even told his boyfriend about it as a joke. He had sent him more than a dozen colored photos just yesterday. Yu Hui's face turned red, and she lowered her head deeply again. She used to be so proud and aloof. She was the class flower in high school and had countless suitors in college, never putting someone like Qin Shen in her eyes.
Even Qin Chen's confession was seen as an insult to herself. Unexpectedly, what happened a few days ago shattered Yu Hui's worldview directly. The classmate who she had never taken seriously before had now become a guest of the Xiao family. She regretted it. Regretted deeply. She had sent provocative photos, and Qin Chen had blocked her. Ashamed. Feeling utterly humiliated. Zhao Xingye said she and Lu Hao had offended Qin Chen, and they would never find a job again, not even as street sweepers. Yu Hui had no choice but to come to the Jinsi Club to do menial work. The once proud and arrogant her had now become a female PR of the Jinsi Club. And the poor boy who had never been taken seriously for over a decade had become a guest of President Zhao. With just a nod from Qin Chen, she would have to take off her clothes and obediently climb onto him. This stark contrast made Yu Hui feel ashamed. Xiao Woody noticed Qin Chen's unusual behavior and laughed. Isn't this a coincidence? Why not let her stay and catch up with you? Qin Chen remained expressionless and indifferent, saying, I have no feelings for her, let her leave. After hearing this, Yu Hui's face instantly turned red, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Humiliating someone is not a challenge, but an act of disregard. Xiao Woody furrowed his brows slightly and waved his hand at Yu Hui, saying, You can leave. Yu Huiru was like facing a general amnesty, fleeing for her life. Why? Why would this poor man become the honored guest of the powerful? Why do I have to see him here and suffer this humiliation? I refuse to accept it, I refuse. Qin Chen, you wait. I will regain my face from today, just wait. Boss, should we all stay? Zhao Woody smirked. Qin Chen pointed to the Snow Country sisters and said, They too can do massages, if they can, then just these two. Yes. They can sing, play instruments, and do everything. You just need to lie down. Zhao Woody waved his hand with a smile, and the other girls lined up and left the private room. No need, just a simple massage will do. Qin Chen said lightly. He didn't want to give himself away to a lady for the first time, just relax a bit. Zhao Woody nodded and said with a smile, I understand, I understand. Just a massage, just a massage. Are you feeling itchy, you scoundrel? Qin Chen frowned. I'm out. I'm leaving right away. Zhao Woody no longer had a playful smile on his face and quickly ran out. Qin Chen took off his shirt and went to the spa room. Just as he lay down, the Snow Country sisters came in with a bottle of essential oil. They had voluptuous figures, fair skin, and snow-white complexion. Their deep blue eyes sparkled with exotic charm, and their golden hair cascaded like waves, resting on their delicate collarbones, accentuating their snow-white necks. Their legs were straight, and their bras were connected by thin straps, with a butterfly clasp on the back. When they bent down, the view became even more magnificent. An hour later, the sisters left, and Zhao Woody came in. Qin Chen had already changed his clothes and was sitting on the sofa. These sisters were too good at teasing. He had the urge to turn over a dozen times, but he restrained himself. The first time was important, for women and men alike. The Su family wants a project from Huateng Group, give them a heads up. Qin Chen said lightly. Also, help me order 9 dragon pillars, made of marble, 5 meters high, half a meter in diameter, with the dragons on top not having eyes. Zhao Woody looked puzzled. There's no problem with Huateng, but why do you want to order dragon pillars? Qin Chen replied, I want to acquire Jiang Pharmaceutical, and in the name of Lin Badian, hand it over to Lin Xingwan to help her revive the Lin family. Jiang Pharmaceutical went bankrupt, not only due to their own inaction, but also because of feng shui issues in the company. Qin Chen knew that he would need Zhao Woody's help in the future, so he briefly explained about helping Lin Xingwan. Zhao Woody's eyes lit up with excitement and eagerly said, Boss, after Lin Xingwan takes control of Jiang Pharmaceutical, can Wu Tianda and I join in? Helping Lin Xingwan was a huge opportunity for him as well. Ming Wang was not only invincible in martial arts, but also in medicine. Just writing a prescription could make a pharmaceutical company earn a fortune. Zhao Woody didn't want to miss out on such a good money-making opportunity. After thinking for a moment, Qin Chen nodded and agreed. Yes, investing some money first is not a bad idea, go ahead. Jiang Bay was the pharmaceutical capital of Xia country, with 1/3 of all pharmaceutical companies in the country. Shen, Su, and Longmen Group were trying their best to acquire Lin family enterprises, aiming to dominate the pharmaceutical industry in Jiang Bay and further monopolize the pharmaceutical industry of Xia country. If successful, the profits could be described as earning tens of billions daily. They did not want any dissidents to appear, especially Lin Xingwan. In the future, there would inevitably be a financial war between the two sides, and Zhao Woody and Wu Tianda standing by Lin Xingwan would be a guarantee. Of course, relying on the two of them alone would not cause much of a stir, and in the end, Qin Chen would have to take action. I'll see the boss off. Zhao Woody was overjoyed and quickly got up to see him off. Lin Xingwan, oh Lin Xingwan,
You are so lucky. The Su family, Shen family, and Longmen, you outsiders, have no idea what terrifying existence you will face. In chaotic times, heroes and losers are born. No need to see me off, quickly handle the matter of the dragon pillars, it must be completed within 10 days. Qin Shen said. Okay, I'll contact them right away. After Xiao Woody watched Qin Shen leave, he sat back on the sofa and made a phone call. Jiang Bay is still too small. This business battle cannot be won by Xiao Woody and others alone. Should I find someone to help from the Demon Island? Qin Shen walked out of the private room while thinking. What are you doing here? Not far away, Shen Ruwan stood in place in surprise, with waves in her eyes. Shen Ruwan, holding a glass of red wine, stopped in her tracks, also looking surprised. After finding women, did you hear that President Zhao is here and come to flatter him? Shen Ruwan snorted disdainfully. Qin Shen's face darkened as he asked, then what are you two doing here? Looking for male escorts? But I heard there are only female escorts here. Are you two lesbians? How dare you? Shen Ruwan angrily said, do you think we are shameless like you? We are here for a massage. Qin Shen raised an eyebrow and said, yeah, you can come for a massage, but I can't? Shen Ruwan rolled her eyes, clearly not believing it. Shen Ruwan, with a hint of disappointment, said, it seems that you didn't listen to my advice last time at all. You can make connections with the powerful, but don't aim too high. President Zhao is not someone you can climb up to. If you want to move up, I can introduce you to some slightly more powerful figures. If you work hard, maybe in 10 years, you can have a conversation with President Zhao. Qin Shen chuckled and then indifferently said, listen carefully, if I didn't come to Jiang Bay, Xiao Woody wouldn't even catch my eye. Please put away your arrogance and stop speculating about my life. Because when the truth is revealed, you will realize how ridiculous you are. With that, he left. Shen Ruwan's face darkened. Regretting the broken engagement had a big impact on Qin Shen, and Su Tianwei probably didn't think highly of him either, so he could only vent here. Ridiculous? You are quite ridiculous now. You talk big, if you really have ambition, why be a son-in-law? Shen Ruwan looked at Qin Shen's departing figure with disdain in her eyes. The two entered the room. Oh, Miss Shen is here, please have a seat. Xiao Woody had just finished a call with the stone company and quickly greeted Shen Ruwan to sit down. Shen Ruwan wanted to ask who the distinguished guest of Xiao Woody was, but was afraid of being too gossipy, so she smiled and said, Master Su is holding a celebration at the manor tomorrow. He asked me to inquire if President Zhao and General Wu would like to attend. Master Su? Su Gaolang? Xiao Woody raised an eyebrow and asked. Shen Ruwan nodded with a smile. Xiao Woody was slightly surprised and said, oh, that young talent. I heard he is very capable. With the 2 billion startup capital given by the Su family, he successfully invested in 3 companies in just 3 years, earning tens of billions. Shen Ruwan commented neutrally, yes. Master Su likes to make friends, and he is indeed very capable. He is coming to Jiang Bay tomorrow to discuss cooperation with President Zhao, so he asked me to inquire. After some thought, Xiao Woody smiled and said, if Master Su is coming, I naturally have to show some face. Tomorrow, I will go with General Wu. I just don't know what important matter would make Master Su come to Jiang Bay in person. Shen Ruwan shook her head and said, I don't know the specifics either. Master Su mentioned a new drug release, which will be announced after various celebrities arrive. Qin Shen left the Jinsei Club and returned to Wanyue Mountain. He lay on the bed, thinking about what had happened today, suddenly realizing he had overlooked a problem. Zhang Peng. I reminded him at least 3 times, but he still ended up on the wrong path. In that case, let him go. But where did this guy go? He had contact with Gao Jinsheng, but does the Gao family have the ability to send him abroad? Qin Shen couldn't make sense of it all and fell asleep. The next morning, Qin Shen received a call from Zhou Hongyan. She has already made an appointment with the president of Tianjiang Group. Qin Shen quickly arrived at Tianshui Yaju. Where is everyone? Qin Shen frowned when he saw only Zhou Hongyan. Zhou Hongyan looked at her watch and said somewhat dejectedly, we agreed on 10 o'clock, but they haven't arrived yet. Let's wait a while. After sitting down, Qin Shen continued, Sister, do you really intend to help Lin Qingwan regain the company? Dealing with the other 3 families won't be easy. Shen Ruwan can sit on an equal footing with Ring Kongming, and the Shujia and Longmen families are not easy to deal with either, with their strength not far behind the Shen family. According to what Su Tianwei said today, Qin Shen is only 1 level stronger than Xiao Woody. No matter how you look at it, it is a mismatch in strength. Zhou Hongyan's long flowing hair draped over her shoulders, her eyelashes curving upwards in a long arc. The white shirt couldn't contain her fullness, occasionally causing a tremor. The snow-white moment caught Qin Shen's eye. He couldn't help but glance a few more times and said lightly, just a bunch of nobodies. If I want to, I can make these three families disappear with just a word. I just don't want to do it, because I want to repeatedly slap Shen Ruwan's face in the competition. This woman is too arrogant, she must be severely punished. He didn't like Shen Ruwan, and after their encounter at the club yesterday, this emotion reached its peak.
Zhou Hongyan frowned slightly. The combined market value of the three families is over 5 trillion, and Qin Chen can make them disappear with just a word?
Zhou Hongyan felt there was a lot of boasting involved. However, she was looking forward to the clash between the two sides. Perhaps when the struggle between Lin Qingwan and Shen Ruwan reaches its peak, he will shine brightly. Thinking of this, Zhou Hongyan felt the need to speed up her pace of seizing opportunities.
Su Tianwei will eventually know Qin Chen's abilities, and if she hasn't dealt with Qin Chen by then, this big Buddha will return to Su Tianwei's embrace.
She used to feel sorry for her sister, but now she feels that it would be unfair to herself if she doesn't take the initiative. Brother-in-law, you can spend millions for a stranger, you're too biased. I also want to get involved in the Jiang pharmaceutical company. Zhou Hongyan pouted, swayed her body, and acted coquettishly. As her fullness trembled, her legs clad in Parisian silk stockings touched Qin Chen's hand.
The icy smooth touch hit Qin Chen, causing his eyebrows to twitch.
Qin Chen withdrew his hand, took a sip of tea, and thought for a moment, you shouldn't get involved with Jiang pharmaceutical. If you really want to make money, I'll hand over the Xiao Bay land to you to manage in a while. As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at the pair of slender jade legs that were close together, suddenly feeling the urge to reach out and pinch them.
Xiao Bay?
Zhou Hongyan was stunned after hearing this, and immediately punched Qin Chen, rolling her eyes and saying with a black line on her face, brother-in-law, you're too biased, giving Lin Qingwan a pharmaceutical factory and letting me manage that piece of land? Become a farmer? The roads there are difficult to travel, and there are mosquitoes everywhere. I'm not going there. It is well known that the land mortgaged by the Jiang family is a medicinal herb plantation, covering an area of 1,000 acres, with only a dozen workers. She didn't want to go to that desolate and uninhabited place.
Qin Chen frowned inexplicably and said, what kind of herbs are you planting?
I want to develop real estate on the land. Xiao Bay's 10,000 acres of land will be developed into a scenic area, and the value of that land will increase several times soon.
How much money can you make by planting herbs? Really?
Zhou Hongyan's beautiful eyes were full of surprise, completely stunned.
Xiao Bay, that bandit's nest, which is nothing but rocks and grass, is going to be developed?
After a series of operations by Zhang Pang, Zhou Hongyan had completely believed in Qin Chen's words. Perhaps Qin Chen occasionally boasts, but when it comes to matters related to Jiang Bay, there is absolutely no falsehood. Because she has seen Qin Chen coming in and out of the Zhao mansion, he can get some confidential information. Yes, I have acquired 80% of the contract, which means I have 800 acres of land, and the other 200 acres are with Weiwei. I calculated that if Lanjiawan is developed, the land value will not be lower than Wangyue Mountain, with a value of over 5 million per acre. She was shocked again after hearing this, saying, 5 million per acre.
1,000 acres would be 50 billion. Oh my god.
The Jiang family bought it for 30 million 10 years ago, and you acquired 80% for 170 million, which is now about 40 billion. It has increased by tens of times. The Su family still has 200 acres, which would also earn them 10 billion. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but feel desolate and said, I should have followed and subscribed for some shares, like Weiwei. Subscribing for 30 million would have been fine.
Zhou Hongyan couldn't help but envy the importance of connections.
Such opportunities are rare and cannot be sought after.
Sister's family is really lucky. Qin Chen remained calm, saying, it's a blessing, not a curse. The development of Lanjiawan only came out recently, there was no news before, just a stroke of luck.
Zhou Hongyan nodded, feeling relieved. This is pure unexpected wealth. When one is lucky, nothing can stop it. Thinking of this, she suddenly hugged Qin Chen, looking up at him blankly, and playfully said, brother-in-law, if I manage this land, how much benefit do you plan to give me?
Fragrance filled the air.
Her chest was soft and round, rubbing against Qin Chen's right chest and arm. Qin Chen looked at her flaming red lips and innocent eyes so close to him, and felt a sudden hardness in his body. Qin Chen quickly pushed her away, otherwise if she continued, he would be in trouble.
Ahem. Qin Chen coughed lightly twice, trying to remain calm. I'll give you 10% of the company's profits.
Su Tianwei has the Su Group in her hands, and in the future, she will also control the 200 acres of land, so she definitely won't have time to manage the real estate company. Qin Chen is also not interested in managing, so handing it over to Zhou Hongyan is a good choice.
Okay, it's a deal, no turning back. I've even given you my first kiss, you must not deceive me.
Zhou Hongyan coquettishly said, swaying her body, her loose top revealing a white expanse, causing waves in Qin Chen's heart.
Qin Shen suddenly realized, shrugged, and said, "That day you kissed me first, I didn't ask for it." Hearing this, Zhou Hongyan was so angry that smoke seemed to come out of her nose, pouting, "You're good in every way, but you're too straightforward, lacking in emotional intelligence." Her eyes turned, flashing long eyelashes, and curiously asked, "Brother-in-law, was that day also your first kiss?" Qin Shen immediately raised his eyebrows, seriously refuting, "How is that possible? I hadn't had my first kiss at 16, I don't know how many girlfriends I'd had." Zhou Hongyan chuckled, said nothing more, and turned to the bathroom. She was clever, and with just one glance, she noticed the fleeting blush on Qin Shen's face, knowing he was lying. Qin Shen sat on the chair for a while, then frowned, muttered to himself, "I thought watching celebrity photos was exciting enough. I didn't expect that encountering a real person, I would understand what it means to be breathtakingly beautiful, daring to call oneself a fairy. No wonder those big bad guys in prison, who never got along with anyone, as soon as they mentioned dirty jokes, they immediately became friendly, like brothers, all of a sudden." Qin Shen reminisced about the electrifyingly cold and smooth touch just now, feeling a bit uncomfortable in his fingers, wanting to grab something fiercely, murmuring, "The old man said the young lady's chest is as soft as a freshly baked steamed bun. I disagree, it should be a water-filled balloon, softer, rounder, and smoother. Ugh, what's wrong with me? My moral compass is about to collapse. What a mess." Just then, "Wow, isn't that Zhao Lingfei, the eldest granddaughter of the Zhao family? I heard she was sick for 5 years, and was recently cured by a divine doctor." "I heard that too. Yesterday the eldest daughter of the Feng family invited a professor from the capital, a descendant of the Red Dragon Mountain Needle. It should be him who cured the illness of the Zhao family's granddaughter. The capital is full of talents, you can throw a brick and hit several big shots, no wonder they are from there, not surprising." With a buzz of discussion, Feng Yingying and Zhao Lingfei, surrounded by bodyguards, entered Tianshui Yaju. Just one day later, Zhao Lingfei's complexion was already no different from an ordinary person. She was wearing a light blue long dress, elegant and extraordinary, exuding a light and agile air, with delicate skin, beautiful eyes, and an indescribable gentleness. Truly a lady of the house, every frown and smile displaying an elegant temperament, like a fairy who does not partake in earthly matters, leaving people in awe after seeing her. "Feifei, your illness is finally cured, today I will celebrate for you." Feng Yingying held her hand, smiling. "Thank you, I haven't been here for a long time, I miss it." Zhao Lingfei nodded, feeling a bit lonely. "If Mr. Shen were here, it would be great. Grandfather told me not to disturb him temporarily, otherwise I would have called him today to thank him." After hearing this, Feng Yingying's expression was complex, comforting with a smile. "Mr. Zhao has booked the Fish Dragon Villa, invite Mr. Shen when you are completely recovered. Seeing your current state, you will fully recover in 2 or 3 days, it's not too late to thank him then." These two daughters of powerful families in Jiang Bay, amidst the greetings of the people in the hall, walked slowly to the second floor. The hall fell silent again. Qin Shen called Lin Xingwan 3 times, all showing as switched off, feeling a hint of worry in his heart. Soon, Zhou Hongyan returned from the restroom. As soon as she arrived at the table, a middle-aged man with a pockmarked face and a round body walked over. "General Ji." Zhou Hongyan hurriedly greeted him. The man was the boss of Tianjiang Group, Ji Chang. "Sorry for being late." He ignored Zhou Hongyan, walked over to sit opposite Qin Shen, threw his briefcase on the table, and said with a smirk, "You must be Qin Shen, I brought the contract, but we need to discuss the acquisition amount again." Qin Shen checked the time, the other party was an hour and a half late, and hearing the change in the acquisition amount, he frowned and asked, "How much?" Ji Chang smirked, cunningly saying, 4 million for the acquisition is not enough, it needs to be 8 million. "General Ji, didn't we agree on 4 million yesterday, why is it 8 million today?" Zhou Hongyan frowned, a bit angry. "Isn't this just raising the price out of nowhere, too unkind?" Qin Shen waved his hand lightly, saying, 8 million it is, give me the account number. Ji Chang was also a victim of the Zhang family, wanting to make more money through the acquisition, which was understandable. After all, the contract was in his hands, and Qin Shen didn't want to haggle. Qin Shen was most worried about Lin Xingwan now. He had just called Lin Xingwan a few times, but she didn't answer, and since he couldn't reach her yesterday either, he was a bit worried. Thinking of quickly signing the contract and going to Lin Xingwan's place to check on her. After receiving the transfer, Ji Chang smiled and asked, "Can I ask, what do you plan to do after buying Zhang Pharmaceutical?" Qin Shen replied indifferently, "Open a pharmaceutical factory." Ji Chang raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, his eyes gleaming. "Although the equipment of Zhang Pharmaceutical has been sold, it has not been taken away. If you want to keep those equipment, I can refund the money to the other party and sell it to you. This way, you can operate directly, saving a lot of trouble." "Oh, Qin Chen was slightly surprised, nodding. How much for those equipment? Ji Cheng smiled and said, 150 million. Zhou Hongyan's anger intensified upon hearing this, coldly questioning. I asked yesterday, the equipment of Zhang Pharmaceutical was valued at 120 million, General Ji, asking for an extra 30 million, isn't that a bit excessive? Qin Chen waved his hand, nodded, and said, okay. He had a total of 330 million, buying the Su family contract plus the 8 million, leaving him with 160 million. After the transfer, Ji Cheng confirmed the debt. A hint of evil flashed in his eyes, and he exclaimed in surprise, why is it 150 million? Mr. Qin, I just said 250 million. Zhou Hongyan's face turned red with anger in an instant. This Ji Cheng is too shameless. Making 40 million from the factory transfer, making 30 million from the equipment, Qin Chen did not refuse, which was already generous enough. Now Ji Cheng is backtracking. Does he have any sense of morality? Who does business like this? I really don't know where he gets the courage to quote a price twice as high as the market price. Qin Chen's face darkened upon hearing this, and he said coldly, Mr. Ji, are you playing me? He clearly heard 150 million just now, and now it has become 250 million? It seems that Ji Cheng is not sincerely negotiating business, but trying to cheat him. Ji Cheng waved his hands repeatedly, looking innocent, and said, Mr. Qin, how could I be playing you? It was clearly you playing me. I said 250 million just now, you misheard, why blame me? He had a cold smile on his face, looking confident as if he had Qin Chen under control. Qin Chen snorted coldly and indifferently said, with 250 million, we can replace all the equipment of Zhang Pharmaceutical and add another production line. If you don't want to sell the equipment, then I'll just buy the factory building, give me the factory transfer contract, and you can deal with the equipment yourself. Fine. It's up to you. Ji Cheng smirked, took out a piece of paper, and started writing on it. Soon, he signed his name and stamped it. After doing all this, he pushed the contract over and said with a playful smile, Mr. Qin, this is the contract for the factory transfer. Just confirm it, sign it, and stamp it. With that, he got up to leave. Mr. Ji, that's not right. Qin Chen already said he only wants to buy the factory building. You can keep 80 million. You shouldn't bring back the 150 million for buying equipment, right? Zhou Hongyan frowned deeply, not understanding what Ji Cheng was up to. What 150 million? Ji Cheng turned around, looking puzzled. It clearly states on the contract, transfer the factory building, receive 230 million, why is it now 80 million? Qin Chen picked up the contract, saw that the factory transfer amount was indeed 230 million, lightly tapped the contract on the table, and said coldly, what if I don't sign? Ji Cheng's smile instantly turned dark, his voice filled with killing intent. No one has ever dared to break a deal with me after negotiating. If you don't want to lose your life for no reason, I advise you to sign this contract quickly. Qin Chen finally understood. He had been tricked by Ji Cheng. Zhou Hongyan raised her eyebrows, angry, Mr. Ji, this is robbery, coercion. There's no integrity at all. Ji Cheng sneered, I am indeed robbing and coercing. What can you do to me? Then he said to Qin Chen, I have investigated your background a long time ago. You are just a son-in-law of the Su family. Maybe you have some money, but in terms of connections, I have much more than you. Not only are you a son-in-law, but your brain is also not very bright. I say how much money, you give that much, after transferring 80 million, quickly give me the contract. What else is this if not being a fool? It's being a fool, and you deserve to be cheated. Sign the contract quickly, or I'll make you kneel and sign. Yesterday, after Zhou Hongyan came to explain her intentions, he investigated Qin Chen and found out that Qin Chen had just spent 170 million to acquire the Su family's contract. After obtaining a piece of land in Xiao Bay, he thought Qin Chen's mind was not normal. He planned to come today and raise the factory price to 80 million to see the other party's reaction. If Qin Chen thought the price was too high, he would lower it. Unexpectedly, Qin Chen didn't even think about it and transferred the money directly. He then proposed to sell the equipment, and Qin Chen agreed again. At this point, Ji Cheng completely saw through Qin Chen. He was just a rich fool, too eager to take over Zhang's pharmaceutical business. This kind of brainless and incompetent guy, who else would he deceive if not him? Qin Chen listened and squinted slightly, saying, I gave you an extra 40 million because I sympathize with you being deceived by the Zhang family and am willing to give you this money. I'm not in a hurry to sign a contract because no one dares to deceive me. Mr. Ji, are you really planning to go down this dark path? He finally understood. Ji Cheng saw that he had no power or influence and wanted to cheat him out of his money. Zhou Hongyan also shook her head, with a hint of regret, saying, Mr. Ji, you've picked the wrong person. I advise you to be kind, otherwise, you won't even get that 40 million in the end. Who is Qin Chen? Even Xiao Woody has to give him face. Tianjiang Group is just a company with a market value of 3 billion. If Ji Cheng falls into Qin Chen's hands, he will be crushed with 1 foot, won't he? Ji Cheng was stunned after hearing this, chuckled, and said, "You two are really funny, singing in harmony. No one dares to deceive you? Who do you think you are? Just a dog living off the Su family. With your intelligence, you don't deserve to have so much money." Ji Cheng became more and more pleased as he spoke, looking arrogant and fearless, not taking Qin Chen seriously at all. He lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, provocatively blew smoke towards Qin Chen, and said with a more sinister look in his eyes, "Today, you're unlucky to run into me. Hurry up and sign the contract, otherwise, I'll have someone hold your head down to sign it. I have plenty of ways to deal with idiots like you. Hold my head down to sign?" Qin Chen couldn't help but chuckle, leaning slightly forward, looking into Ji Cheng's eyes, and coldly said, "Mr. Ji's meaning is that there's nothing to discuss about this matter? I'm discussing it with you, aren't I?" After hearing Qin Chen's words, Ji Cheng raised his eyebrows, tapped the contract heavily, and sneered, "You sign the words, then put your fingerprint on it, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, I'll have someone make you sign it. This is what I'm discussing, Mr. Qin, why do you say there's nothing to discuss?" After saying that, he threw a golden pen on the table, held a cigarette between 2 fingers, leaned back in his chair, and started puffing smoke rings. Qin Chen picked up the golden pen, looked at it, turned it in his hand, and squinted at Ji Cheng, a hint of coldness appearing on his lips. Zhou Hongyan saw this posture and knew that Qin Chen was about to dominate. "Mr. Ji, I'll remind you again, I hope you quickly transfer the money back, otherwise, you will really regret it." Ji Cheng had the confidence to extort money, there must be a big shot backing him up. Zhou Hongyan thought it was better to avoid trouble and advised him earnestly. "Regret?" Ji Cheng almost choked on his smoke after hearing this, coughed a few times, and sneered, "Since I was born until now, I don't even know how to spell the word regret." "Mr. Qin won't consider who can settle this matter, right? Rely on the Su family? Haha, a third-rate small family, what connections do they have? I don't even care to look at them. You can make a call, find someone who can sit on an equal footing with me, and I'll transfer back a few million to you. But if you want it all back, forget it, because the person you find definitely won't be as powerful as my big brother. He's from the Longmen Group, and anyone who crosses him ends up in pieces. Can you afford that?" Zhou Hongyan was slightly shocked after hearing this. Indeed, Ji Cheng had a powerful backer. He's from the Longmen Group. Seeing Zhou Hongyan's reaction, Ji Cheng became even more smug, sneered at Qin Chen, and said, "Brother, stop struggling pointlessly. I don't have time to waste on a fool like you. It's just your bad luck to run into me, accept it." He pushed the contract in front of Qin Chen, looking determined. Qin Chen's hand, which was spinning the pen, stopped, and he glanced at the contract again, a frosty tornado swirling in his eyes beneath his sword-like eyebrows. "Ha, that's right. Hurry up and sign the contract, hello to you, hello to me, hello to everyone. Otherwise, you will end up losing both money and life. Not worth it. Don't be resentful, spending money to learn a lesson. I am also teaching you to grow. In that case, I can also consider myself half of your teacher. This tuition fee is not expensive." Zhou Hongyan had never seen such shameless person, with a stern face said, "Brother-in-law, let's not talk to him, let's go to the police station to report. I don't believe that when the police come, he will still be so arrogant." "Report to the police?" Ji Cheng sneered again, with a threatening tone, "If the police come, I might return the money to you. But, you need to consider the consequences of doing this. I just need to make a phone call, the Su family will be finished. You need to think clearly whether it's better to lose money to avoid disaster, or to report to the police." Qin Chen looked disdainful, sneered, "I really can't understand. How can a boss worth tens of billions be so arrogant? Is your father the Jade Emperor? Even Xiao Woody has never talked to me like this. Where do you get the courage?" "Xiao Woody?" Ji Cheng's smile froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. "It's really funny, looking at your immature appearance, pretending to know Xiao Woody and making him treat you politely? Of course, President Zhao has never talked to you like this, because he doesn't even know you. Where would he say such things to you? Kid, I advise you to watch your mouth. If President Zhao knows you said that, you won't need me to do anything, he can take your life. And President Zhao, if you have that ability, I'll be the king of the Northern Territory, the general of the Dragon Cavalry." Pretending to be intimidating, not even knowing how to fabricate a bigger boss, idiot. Zhou Hongyan had known Qin Chen for so many days, knowing that this guy was not easily persuaded, Ji Cheng would probably fail here. She decided to ignore it, sat far away from Ji Cheng, and quietly watched how Qin Chen would handle the situation next. "I have other things to do today, I don't want to waste time here. No matter whose dog you are, call him over, it's just wasting one hand. Hurry up and transfer the money back and leave. Qin Shen ignored the sarcasm of the other party and said calmly. Ji Cheng's face suddenly turned fierce, and he said coldly, "You little bastard, do you know what you're saying?" Qin Shen took a sip of water indifferently, expressionless, and said, "I'll give you 5 minutes." Qin Shen's indifference, like a silent mockery and sarcasm, made Ji Cheng feel offended, and he suddenly became angry. "You little bastard, you never intended to sign the contract, you're just playing with me here." His voice was loud, and all the diners around turned their heads. "Oh, isn't this Ji from Tiansheng Group? Why is he so angry?" His Tiansheng's market value is only a few billion, but he relies on a strong backing. Not many people in Jiang Bay dare to disrespect him. It seems like they were discussing a contract, the money was transferred, and then the kid changed his mind, wanting Ji to refund the money. Ji has a big backing, playing tricks with him, it's like willingly putting his neck on the blade? This kid not only plays tricks, but also has a big attitude, saying he wants to hold hands with Ji and his backer. Truly ignorant. Although I don't know who is behind Ji, but to make Ji walk sideways in Jiang Bay, the other party's background must be significant. The diners around were discussing, feeling that Qin Shen was too ignorant of the situation. "Did you hear that?" Ji Cheng looked smug, lit another cigarette, casually exhaled smoke, and said, "It's useless to talk nonsense here, it's even more ridiculous to pretend in front of me. In this world, it's all about strength, survival of the fittest, just scaring people won't work. I've wasted half a day here, given you several chances, if you still refuse to sign, not only you, but the entire Su family will face disaster. I heard that Su Tianwei looks good, and the girl next to you is also attractive. My big brother's group of wolves and tigers will love them the most. You need to think carefully whether to stick to your stubbornness or sign, otherwise there are some decisions that once made, you will regret for a lifetime, and there is no way to save it." Ji Cheng finished speaking, stood up with a cigarette in his mouth, leaned forward towards Qin Shen, towering over him, and coldly threatened, "I'll ask you one last time, sign or not?" After hearing these words, everyone understood Qin Shen's background and shook their heads involuntarily. It turned out that he was from the Su family, an unknown small family that had been teetering on the brink of life and death for the past few years, definitely lacking in connections. While Ji Cheng, although not strong in ability himself, couldn't resist the backing he had. Take the example from 2 years ago, Ji Cheng wanted some projects from the top-tier Lu family, but they refused and were very arrogant. However, the next day, the Lu family handed the projects over to Ji Cheng. This shows how strong the support behind Ji Cheng is. The Su family is no match for him. However, at this moment, Qin Shen suddenly made a lightning-fast move, grabbing Ji Cheng's neck and slapping him across the face. Smack! The huge force of the slap caused Ji Cheng's chubby face to tremble several times. The cigarette in his mouth mixed with saliva flew out, sparks flying everywhere. You're right, once some decisions are made, there's no turning back. Only endless regret for the rest of your life. Qin Shen stood up straight, staring at Ji Cheng expressionlessly. With one slap from Qin Shen, the entire first-floor hall fell silent. Is this guy crazy? Didn't he understand what Mr. Ji just said? Alright, this is going to be interesting. Mr. Ji always seeks revenge, and that guy will soon pay the price for his recklessness. The surrounding diners were all stunned, never expecting Qin Shen to be so violent and suddenly attack Ji Cheng. Zhou Hongyan, seeing this scene, was also shocked and stood there dumbfounded, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably, her face full of infatuation as she murmured, "So brutal. Brother-in-law is so ruthless. But I like it. He's so manly. If I became his wife, I would feel so secure." Qin Shen's slap was powerful and heavy. If he hadn't grabbed Ji Cheng's neck, the slap would have sent his face to the back of his head. Even so, when the slap landed, Ji Cheng's pockmarked chubby face trembled several times, and his entire face deformed in the moment of impact. Ji Cheng's brain spun for a moment, feeling like his brain had turned to water, and it took him over 10 seconds to regain his senses. He couldn't believe that even after making himself clear, Qin Shen dared to lay hands on him, making him furious. You dare to lay hands on me, you're dead." Ignoring him, Qin Shen picked up a tissue, wiped the grease off his hands, casually threw it into the trash can, then sat down slowly, expressionless, and said, "I was being generous by giving you an extra 40 million, but you're like a greedy worm, taking advantage without any sense of morality. In that case, transfer back the extra 40 million I gave you. And also the 150 million. Qin Shen said, pulling out a bank card and pushing it in front of Ji Cheng. Platinum black card? Ji Cheng was stunned, coldly saying, "You've hit me and now you want the money back? Have you ever heard of money that has been swallowed by me being spit out again? Today you hit me, you must transfer back the 100 million, otherwise this matter is not over."
The Platinum Black card is exclusive to VIP clients, with at least 200 million inside. Ji Chang raised the price, and Qin Chen transferred without hesitation, indicating that there is still a lot of money in the black card. Ji Chang was insatiable, wanting to make another profit. Of course, after Qin Chen compensated him, he had to get back that slap, otherwise how could he continue to thrive in Jiang Bay?
Another 100 million?
Qin Chen frowned, sneering, "It seems you really don't know how to regret.
How about this, shall I send you on your way today?" Ji Chang didn't care about Qin Chen's words at all, giggling and saying, "Send me away? Do you know who my big brother is?"
I didn't want to bring him up, but you, this idiot, are prancing around like a clown. It seems that unless I bring out the old man, you will never know who you have offended. After saying that, he proudly declared, "Listen up. My big brother is Li Shangrong, the manager of the Jiang Bay branch of Longmen Group." With these words, the whole scene erupted.
Li Shangrong. No wonder Mr.
Ji has had such a smooth time in Jiang Bay all these years.
Turns out his backer is Mr. Li. Mr. Li is from Longmen Group, who in Jiang Bay would dare not show some respect. Even Xiao Woody and Wu Shoufu would have to be polite if they encountered him. Mr.
Li is a favorite of the boss of Longmen Group, the Chen family.
When he is in Jiang Bay, he represents the Chen family in person, so of course Xiao Woody has to be polite. Upon hearing the name Li Shangrong, everyone's expression turns solemn, showing respect.
Li Shangrong is ruthless and has committed heinous crimes, practically a walking Yama in the mortal world. Being a high-ranking member of Longmen Group, anyone mentioning his name would cause hearts to race. In Jiang Bay, if a child misbehaves, parents only need to say Li Shangrong is coming, and the child will immediately stop crying out of fear. This madman who uses dead people's skulls as drinking vessels is truly a demon in human form,
completely devoid of humanity. Ah, how could it be him?
Zhou Hongyan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this, her face turning pale. Li Shangrong, this name was all too familiar to her. Some time ago, Li Shangrong brought his younger brother Li Minghui to their door, and Qin Chen nearly killed Li Shangrong after leaving Li Minghui paralyzed. Fortunately, Shen Ruwan intervened, saving the Su family from disaster.
When Li Shangrong left, he threatened that if Qin Chen provoked him again, he would not show mercy. And now, they meet again.
Longmen, a provincial-level enterprise, with the Chen family at the helm, is closely connected to the Shen family in the Demon City and the Su family in Jinling. In ancient times, the Chen family was akin to a feudal lord. Qin Chen is talented, but Zhou Hongyan doesn't believe he could offend Longmen.
In other words, even if Qin Chen is not afraid of Longmen, the Zhou family and the Su family are afraid. Li Shangrong. Qin Chen nodded upon hearing this.
Ji Chang sat back in his chair, smirking triumphantly. Hee, that's right, my big brother is Li Shangrong from Longmen Group.
Scared now?
If you're scared, transfer the money quickly, or the next one to be wiped out will be the Su family.
Zhou Hongyan shuddered upon hearing this. She could no longer stand by and watch, nudging Qin Chen gently and whispering, "Brother-in-law, shall we leave first?" Ji Chang chuckled, his chubby face trembling. "Run? Do you think you can bury your head in the sand like an ostrich, pretending nothing happened, and then sleep soundly? Having lived this long, don't you understand the principle that even a fleeing monk can't outrun a temple?"
Qin Chen shook his head, chuckling. "I just don't understand. I spared Li Shangrong's life last time. Why do you insist on humiliating him by bringing him here?
Do you only feel at ease if he follows in Li Minghui's footsteps?"
Ji Chang, who had been reclining, suddenly sat up straight, his brows furrowed deeply, and said in a deep voice, "You are the one who offended my big brother last time?" After the incident last time, Li Shangrong felt too embarrassed and didn't mention the matter at all, even throwing tantrums for 3 days. When Ji Chang inquired, Li Shangrong only said with bloodshot eyes, "If it weren't for Shen Ruwan's help this time, I would have definitely taken that scum's life. He better not cross my path in the future, or I will make sure he has no place to be buried." Unexpectedly, the scum in Li Shangrong's mouth turned out to be the guy in front of him. Qin Chen shrugged, looking indifferent. Ji Chang, seeing Qin Chen's expression, completely lost his temper and sneered, "Great, my big brother was just looking for a reason to trouble you.
Today, he found it. Don't bother transferring that 1 billion to me, you must die today. Just wait. My big brother will definitely use your skull as a wine vessel." He took out his phone and called Li Shangrong.
Zhou Hongyan's body was covered in goosebumps when she heard this. Li Shangrong, a person who is capable of doing such things. Let's go, it will be troublesome if Li Shangrong brings experts over. I know you have good skills, but even if you can fight, you can't beat them in numbers. After we leave here, you can contact someone for help. A hero should not suffer losses. Zhou Hongyan felt weak in her heart, afraid that Qin Chen would meet his end here today.
Ask for help?
Qinshan smiled coldly and said indifferently, even if the boss of Longmen comes, he can only kneel and speak.
Why should I run?
In our prison, trash like Li Shangrong, who wipes out entire families including children, can't survive for more than 3 days.
Qin Shen said disdainfully. Ji Chang snorted, so what?
My big brother has been doing things like this for over 10 years and is still living well outside.
What can you do to him?
Only trash like you, with no connections, will be caught and thrown into prison.
My big brother has the support of Longmen Group, who would dare to touch him. Stop babbling, get ready to be crushed. My big brother will definitely use your head as a chamber pot.
Just then, the phone rang.
Ji Chang stared at Qin Shen and said in a deep voice on the phone, Big brother, the troublemaker who offended you last time is in my hands. Bring a few more people to Tianxue Yaju. Today, we will disable him. Qin Shen? How did you run into him?
Li Shangrong's voice sounded surprised, then turned low.
It's like this, Ji Chang was about to explain, but Qinshan snatched the phone impatiently and said, Li Shangrong, Ji Chang cheated me out of 150 million. If you advise him to return it, I can spare his life. The voice on the other end of the phone was filled with disbelief and endless anger. Spare his life? Even if he offends all the women in your family, I will still stand by his side. You little bastard, just wait. If I don't disable you today, then Li Shangrong is not worthy of being a human.
The voice on the phone started to get agitated. Hurry, prepare the car, get the car ready to go to Tianxue Yaju.
Want my life?
Qinshan was stunned, coldly saying, fine, I'll give you 10 minutes, otherwise I'll do something else.
Beep beep.
Before Qinshan could finish, the phone hung up.
Ha! Impatient, probably can't wait. Qinshan threw the phone to Ji Chang, shaking his head disdainfully.
Ji Chang crossed his arms, looking contemptuous, arrogant. Laugh all you want. I hope my big brother comes, so you can still laugh. Don't cry, don't be scared, or else I'll look down on you. I'll go out to meet him now, don't think about running, it's useless, I know where your family is. With that, he strode out of the hall.
My goodness, it sounds like Mr. Li is coming. Kid, you're in big trouble, hurry and run. Where to run? You guys don't even know Mr. Li's character. Whoever he wants, even if they run to the ends of the earth, he will take that person's life. That's how terrifying he is. Indeed, Mr. Li doesn't spare even children. His character is too cruel and ruthless, he has no morals at all. I've never seen anyone who can survive in his hands. Seeing Ji Chang speak like this, as bystanders, some people felt the hostility. Some people were afraid of being involved in the trouble and quickly paid their bills and left. Some people advised Qinshan to leave quickly, to run as far as possible. However, Qinshan was indifferent, telling the pale-faced Zhou Hongyan, call the waiter to bring the food, I'm hungry. Zhou Hongyan couldn't help but be stunned, shouting, Qinshan, have you gone mad? If you don't leave this situation quickly or call someone, you still want to eat? Okay, even if you are not afraid of the Dragon Gate, but you are alone now. No matter how strong your martial arts are, 2 fists are no match for 10 hands. Qinshan ignored him, raised his hand and called the waiter over, instructing, serve the dishes. The waiter, with a dark face, said, okay, but you have to pay in advance. You have offended Li Shangrong. I'm afraid you will have your hands broken later and won't be able to pay. Qinshan coldly smiled and paid for the meal. Why provoke anyone? Provoke the Demon King. If we knew you had a problem, Tianxue Yaju wouldn't have entertained you. If you dare to cause trouble, don't blame us for asking you for money. When Mr. Li hits you later, if you damage anything here, you will have to compensate. Qinshan tilted his head, smiling ambiguously, even if Li Shangrong can't touch me, even if he damages something here, it's his responsibility, not mine. What does it have to do with me? The clerk said impatiently, you offended Li Shangrong, it's your fault. Why so much nonsense? I say you compensate, then you have to compensate. I hope Li Shangrong comes, you better go outside and die, because Miss Zhao Lingfei of the Zhao Mansion is celebrating on the 2nd floor VIP room. If you disturb her peace, you won't be able to leave. Is Zhao Lingfei better? Zhou Hongyan looked incredulous, then looked at Qinshan, full of doubt. The clerk said, yes. I heard that the famous doctor from the capital, Shilong, cured her illness with the Pan Mountain needle. He is an extraordinary doctor. She looked at Qinshan with disdain. Look at him, that's a person with real skills, unlike you, who only knows how to talk big, ignorant of the world. I've been in Jiang Bay for 3 years and never heard of the Su family. How dare such a family challenge the Dragon Gate? They must be out of their minds. With that, she left with a look of disdain. Zhou Hongyan's eyes dimmed, feeling a bit depressed. I thought you cured Zhao Lingfei's illness, turns out it was someone else. Ah, last time, when Mr. Zhao begged you, you didn't agree. Now, the Zhao family's impression of you must be very bad,
maybe they will come back to ask for the face they knelt down for that day. Qin Chen chuckled and started eating. Just then, the hall erupted with unprecedented horror. Li Xiangrong is here. Oh my god, look at his expression, this is a sign of trouble. A few years ago, the old servants of the Lin family wanted to help Lin Qingwan, but Li Xiangrong couldn't win them over. That night, he wiped out their whole family of 13. I heard even their dog was killed. Don't be fooled by Li Xiangrong's clean appearance and glasses, he has wolf blood running through his veins. Inhumane. Ha! How did Mr. Li go to the restroom? The diners in the hall were puzzled when they saw Li Xiangrong and Ji Chang go to the bathroom. Soon after, the two came out, and Ji Chang walked over with a cup containing a pale yellow liquid. He smirked and placed it in front of Qin Chen, then respectfully stood behind Li Xiangrong. Urine. Zhou Hongyan smelled the strong urine odor, stood up abruptly to avoid it, looking disgusted. Amid the astonishment of the crowd, Li Xiangrong kicked the chair next to Qin Chen, his face full of gloom, and ordered, "Drink it." Mr. Li is here to show his authority. It seems he intends to torture this kid well, then take his life. Mr. Li does things differently from ordinary people. Those who provoke him cannot die quickly and painlessly. They must be tortured for a while. This kid must regret slapping Mr. G, but there is no turning back now. Even if it's a cup of urine, even if Mr. Li poops, he must smile and eat it. The crowd was stunned by Li Xiangrong's actions, marveling at his methods of teasing others. Ji Chang mocked, "Kid, this is my big brother's craft beer, much better than the wine in your hand. Drink it while it's hot." Oh. Why is your face still black? You should be grateful for being able to drink my big brother's urine, right? Qin Chen gently put down his chopsticks, looked at Li Xiangrong, and said coldly, "Do you know what happened to that woman who spat in my food last time?" Li Xiangrong was stunned, not angry but smiling. "The method you mentioned is not bad. That woman is really talented." He nodded, took a plate of leftover chicken bones from the next table. He poured it into the dish in front of Qin Chen, mixed it with the cup of urine, then stirred it a few times with Qin Chen's chopsticks, and ordered, "Eat it, then we can discuss how you will die. I think it still lacks seasoning." Ji Chang leaned over the dish, sniffed heavily, flicked the thick yellow snot into the bowl, handed it to Qin Chen with a playful smile. "This was personally prepared by me and my big brother, grandson, hurry up and eat. Don't leave any. Otherwise, my big brother will be angry." Zhou Hongyan couldn't bear it anymore, suppressing her disgust, said to Li Xiangrong, "Mr. Li, you are the general manager of Longmen after all. Doing such degrading things, aren't you afraid of being laughed at by others? Degrading?" Li Xiangrong coldly smiled, pointing at Qin Chen angrily, "Is he a human? I have never considered this trash as a human, not even as good as a dog. Last time he almost killed my brother, Shen Ruwan helped him. Let's see how he survives this time." Everyone was shocked to hear this. People in Jiang Bay all knew that although Li Xiangrong was cruel and bloodthirsty, he always remained calm in public situations. Even during the provocation by the old Lin family's retainers, he only remained composed and never expressed himself so aggressively in words. But today, he revealed his dark side completely, without any restraint, exploding in anger. Those present believed that Qin Chen was doomed today. Qin Chen pushed the mixed rice dish aside, indifferently said, "Actually, you should thank Shen Ruwan. Otherwise, you wouldn't be standing here talking to me today. Of course, the most important thing is to thank Uncle Su. Without him, both you and Li Minghui would be dead." Qin Chen remained calm, which made Li Xiangrong even more furious. He said coldly, "I have been in Jiang Bay for more than 10 years and have never seen someone like you who takes advantage and acts cute. Last time, I spared you for Shen Ruwan's sake. Today, in my hands, you won't be so lucky. I will take advantage of the situation and make the entire Su family pay for your arrogance." Zhou Hongyan was greatly shocked and whispered, "Mr. Li, today Ji Chang cheated Qin Chen out of 15 million. Everything is Ji Chang's fault. Please don't favor your own people and act justly. Otherwise, your reputation will definitely be affected, which is very detrimental to the Longmen group." Li Xiangrong sneered after hearing this, saying lightly, "Even if Ji Chang cheated him, it's his own fault. Who dares to say a bad word about me? Ha!" After speaking, his sharp gaze swept across the room, carrying a deadly pressure. "We didn't see Mr. G cheat money, we only know that the kid didn't pay his debts and even hit Mr. G. We don't know anything else. Whatever Mr. Li does is right, we believe in Mr. Li's decisions, what Mr. Li says is the truth. I think Mr. G not only didn't cheat money, but this kid just hit Mr. G and didn't even pay for medical expenses. Mr. G's precious body, that slap alone should cost tens of millions." The diners in the hall all sided with Li Xiangrong, turning a blind eye to the true situation. They didn't dare to offend this demon king. "Mr.
Li, I am someone who likes to be fair. If Li Minghui didn't provoke and become disabled, you wouldn't have been squeezed to death by me like a chicken. You still come with anger today. Do you think your neck is better, or do you think I can't control you anymore? Qin Chen said lightly. Li Shangrong sneered directly and said, you little bastard, I know you have some skills, even with a few experts, you may not be able to take you down. So, today I only brought one treasure. He lifted his clothes around his waist, revealing a silver handgun. My god, a handgun. It looks like Li wants the guy to be splattered with blood. This kid is still talking about fairness to Li. Even if he didn't hit Li, even if Ji slapped him on the right cheek twice, he would still offer his left cheek and ask Ji to slap him. That's fairness. You provoke the Longmen group and still want to talk about fairness. What a joke. You, a powerless little person, also deserve to talk about fairness in front of Li? Li Shangrong looked proud, shaking his head repeatedly, sneering. Fairness is you hitting my people, finishing my meal, then kneeling down and kowtowing, begging me to let you die quickly. No no no. Fairness is you two finishing this meal, not leaving a single grain of rice, then compensating me with a table of food, and I will buy Jiang pharmaceutical at the original price. Qin Chen smiled faintly. Zhou Hongyan frowned on the side. Li Shangrong brought a gun, but Qin Chen still remained fearless. Is this guy crazy? Alright, let's see whose side fairness stands on. Li Shangrong unlocked the gun bolt and aimed at Qin Chen's head. You son of a bitch. Ji Cheng immediately became furious after hearing this, pointing at Qin Chen and cursing, Li has already said this much, and you still dare to talk to him like that. If I don't shut your dog mouth today, I've wasted these decades. Zhou Hongyan looked terrified, whispering, can you please not be so arrogant? Li Shangrong doesn't really want you to eat humble pie, he just wants some face, the face of you apologizing. Swallow your pride and apologize to him. A hero doesn't suffer losses, leave here, gather people to save face later, can't you do that? Qin Chen patted Zhou Hongyan's shoulder reassuringly, and smiled faintly at Li Shangrong. Some face, once lost, can never be regained. Just like the day I beat Li like a dead dog, breaking 3 ribs, that kind of face can never be regained. Li, am I right? Oh, and the face to come, I don't think Li can get it back either. After speaking, Qin Chen swiftly grabbed Ji Cheng's hair, forcefully pulled him down, and directly pressed his face into the food. Then, his other hand shot out, slapped Li Shangrong's hand holding the gun, and took the gun away. He then kicked Ji Cheng aside, pried open Li Shangrong's mouth, and suddenly pulled it down. Due to inertia, Li Shangrong's face slammed into the food. Caught off guard, his mouth and nose were filled with a mixture of urine and vegetable juice. Qin Chen's actions were as fast as lightning. Before everyone could react, Ji Cheng and Li Shangrong were successively pressed onto the table, forced to take a bite of the food, their mouths full of saliva and urine smell, making them bend over in disgust and vomit. Li Shangrong was stunned just now, thinking about the meaning of Qin Chen's words, then felt a pain in his wrist. The gun slipped from his hand, his mouth was pried open, and he was pushed onto the food by Qin Chen. A strong smell of urine rushed into his nostrils, and when he fully reacted, his mouth and trachea were already filled with soup. I said, Li, think twice before you act. Once some face is lost, it can never be regained. Why do you always think I'm showing off? Qin Chen sat down on a chair, playing with the silver gun in his hand. Then he removed the bullets, disassembled the handgun into 7 or 8 pieces, and threw them back in front of Li Shangrong. The guests present were disgusted and stepped back, fearing to be splashed by the vomit of the two. They could not imagine that there were people in Jiang Bay who dared to disrespect Li Shangrong, who was from Longmen. Normally, everyone had to be respectful when they saw them, unlike Qin Chen who was so arrogant. It's bad, it's getting out of hand. Zhou Hongyan's heart sank, looking at Li Shangrong's embarrassed appearance, feeling a wave of sorrow, knowing that the Su family would be implicated again. Qin Chen was really unyielding. Finish this dish, then transfer back 190 million, and I will let you go. Qin Chen said calmly. Li Shangrong was furious, but soon sneered, saying disdainfully, no one can order me around, and no one dares to manipulate my fate. Qin, do you think you have control of the situation? You are too confident. After speaking, he suddenly pulled out another gun from his ankle and aimed it at Qin Chen again. Boom! The crowd stepped back in shock once again. Li Shangrong actually brought 2 guns. Mr. Li came prepared, and Mr. Qin is too confident. He shouldn't have dismantled the gun he had just now. Mr. Li is meticulous in his actions. Last time, when he wiped out Lin Beishan's old subordinates, people suspected it was him, but couldn't find any evidence against him. This time will be the same, there is no way to deal with him. Li Shangrong's eyes were filled with anger, forming a flame on his glasses, exuding a sinister and icy aura, and said coldly to Qin Chen, in front of so many people, of course I won't kill you,
but if I injure your arm and claim it was self-defense, no one will dare to object. That's power. Eat this mixed rice, then kneel down and apologize.
Tonight, I will go to the Su family, and we can have a good chat.
Ji Chang saw that Li Shangrong had a backup plan, and instantly became arrogant, shouting loudly, Mr. Li, kill him, make him die immediately.
Die.
Ugh. He was already nauseous and almost vomited bile, and in his excitement, he vomited again on the ground. Qin Shen saw Li Shangrong pull out another gun, slightly stunned, and said indifferently, think carefully about the consequences of firing a gun. Look, this guy is panicking now, using words to threaten Mr.
Li. Mr. Li has been dominant in Jiang Bay for so many years, how could he be intimidated by your foul mouth? Even at death's door, he's still stubborn, really admirable. Why talk nonsense?
If it were me, I would kneel down and kowtow immediately.
A cat that scratches people, no matter how fierce, will eventually be bitten to death by a tiger. Consequences?
Li Shangrong chuckled, coldly saying, the consequence is that all your limbs will be severed, and you will live like a stray dog in the garbage dump. Li Shangrong's eyes were bloodshot, burning with anger at the events of the past 2 days.
Kneel down for me, Li Shangrong roared, terrifying everyone present.
Qin Shen remained calm, but the icy coldness in his eyes had gathered into a storm, his face darkened to the extreme. He asked slowly, I said, once some things are done, there is no turning back.
Are you really determined to do this?
Li Shangrong saw that Qin Shen was still as steady as a mountain, without any fear, and exploded in anger.
Mr.
Li, everything can be discussed.
Shall I apologize on his behalf?
I'll kneel for you. Zhou Hongyan was really scared, standing in front of Li Shangrong, pretending to kneel down. She knew Li Shangrong would shoot, he would really kill someone. Qin Shen might be able to dodge a knife with his martial arts skills, but she didn't believe he could dodge a bullet.
Get out of here! Li Shangrong pushed Zhou Hongyan away.
Zhou Hongyan stumbled and rushed towards the table corner. Qin Shen steadied her, squinted at Li Shangrong, and said, do you know that in the Xia country's martial arts world, there is a saying, the mortal body stands shoulder to shoulder with the gods? Li Shangrong almost crushed his teeth, and a cold voice squeezed out of his mouth, I want to see how you stand shoulder to shoulder with the gods. He said as his finger was about to pull the trigger, just a little force, the gun's ignition device would be triggered.
Oh my god, someone is going to die. Everyone saw Li Shangrong move, all covering their eyes.
Fool, you quickly get out of the way, get out of the way. Zhou Hongyan was so scared that her heart and courage were shattered, her face pale, she pulled Qin Shen hard, but he remained unmoved.
What's going on?
A slightly angry voice came from the stairs. Feng Yingying slowly walked down the stairs, her face somewhat displeased. Zhao Lingfei also followed, seeing the chaos in the hall, frowned.
Miss Feng, Miss Xiao.
Li Shangrong saw the two of them, immediately put away the gun, his angry face slightly eased, quickly walked over, with an embarrassed smile. What are you two doing here? I just heard that Miss Zhao is better, was just planning to finish my business and go see you.
The Zhao family in Jiang Bay is unparalleled in power.
Zhao Fu is a general. Several leaders of the provincial department are his old friends. Zhao Lingfei's father, Zhao Tongfu, became a colonel in the Jinling military region and will definitely be promoted to major general in the future. Not to mention Feng Yingying, the daughter of the mayor, a doctorate from the Imperial Capital Medical University. These two women represent the most powerful families in Jiang Bay. A word from them can determine the fate of a company. Even a business leader like Xiao Woody has to be polite to those who hold real power. Although Longmen is a provincial enterprise, the helmsman Chen Huaijin also knows many people in the provincial department, but Longmen will not easily offend the Zhao and Feng families. After all, Longmen has companies in Jiang Bay, and there is always a need for mutual courtesy.
Mr. Li, you are too polite. Zhao Lingfei nodded and asked, what happened?
Li Shangrong smiled and explained, a guy signed a contract with my brother and then regretted it and hit my brother, so I came to handle it.
Feng Yingying was stunned and couldn't help but be angry. How can there be such unreasonable people? Offending Mr.
Li, and disturbing our interest, isn't that too bold? Zhao Lingfei had just recovered from her illness, and Feng Yingying wanted to invite her over for a meal to ease the relationship between the two families. Unexpectedly, just as they were getting interested, there was a loud roar downstairs, scaring Zhao Lingfei, and Feng Yingying couldn't help but be angry, coming downstairs to ask for the reason. It turned out to be a person who was not trustworthy, stirring up trouble. After understanding the situation, she burst into endless anger. Right. It was so noisy just now, it must have scared Miss Xiao who had just recovered from her illness.
Mr.
Li is from Longmen Group, Miss Feng will definitely give him face and hold the other party accountable. This is the importance of power, we must take this as a warning, we ordinary people can't afford to provoke them. Offending so many people at once, this kid is dead today.
Arrogant.
Let's see how long he can last, not knowing the severity, daring to provoke anyone.
Serves him right for being unlucky.
As they spoke, everyone shook their heads, thinking that Qin Shen had no chance of survival today, no chance of living. They also took this opportunity to educate those around them, warning them not to be too impulsive in their actions, otherwise they might end up like Qin Shen one day.
Li Xiangrong nodded, smiling. Yes, this guy has some problems in his head.
But Miss Feng and Miss Xiao, rest assured, everything is under control. I will take him out to clean up, and when it's done, I will go up and toast Miss Xiao. Zhao Lingfei looked not far away, her brows deeply furrowed. She always felt that the figure was too familiar. Feng Yingying nodded and said, Feifei just recovered from her illness, it's not good to see blood, so take him to a distance to clean up, to avoid bad luck.
He scared Feifei. I won't bother him anymore, you help me give him a few more slaps in the face, as a punishment.
Feifei, let's. She finished speaking and found that Zhao Lingfei had already walked towards the table where the disturbance was, so she had to advise, Feifei, let Mr.
Li handle this, you are in good health. There is no need to be angry. Feng Yingying followed up helplessly.
As soon as the two of them reached Qin Shen's side, they were suddenly stunned as if they were frozen in place.
How could the troublemaker be him? This person is really not a good person. Mr.
Li is not easy to talk to, and Miss Zhao is known for her kindness.
Get up and apologize to Miss Zhao. She might even plead for you. Who do you think you are?
You don't even stand up when you see the mayor's daughter.
Do you have no sense of respect? Damn!
Look at him, acting indifferent, thinking Mr.
Li is just scaring him and wouldn't dare to do anything? So childish. I feel like going up there and punching him. The diners around were very dissatisfied with Qin Shen's attitude and started accusing him one after another. Ji Chang, seeing Qin Shen acting as if no one else mattered, calmly rebuked, Are you out of your mind?
Miss Feng and Miss Xiao are here, why haven't you apologized yet? With that, he reached out to pull Qin Shen up.
Mr. Qin, it's really you.
Zhao Lingfei exclaimed in surprise. Ji Chang's hand suddenly stopped in midair, his head buzzing.
Qin Shen nodded lightly and said, Hello, Miss Xiao.
Feng Yingying's face also turned pale, recalling what had just happened, nervously saying, Mr.
Qin. Mr. Qin, what are you doing here? Feifei was just mentioning you earlier. Mr. Qin, they know each other?
The diners were all stunned, obviously shocked by this scene and dared not speak.
Qin Shen was somewhat puzzled and asked, If you can come here to eat, why can't I?
Feng Yingying was choked up and couldn't say a word, so she could only smile awkwardly.
Li Xiangrong was very surprised and frowned, asking, Do you two know him?
Zhao Lingfei's face darkened, and she coldly said, Mr.
Qin cured my illness.
He is the benefactor of the Zhao family.
Mr.
Li, I hope you can explain this matter well.
Otherwise, I don't mind having my father go to the Chen family to find out.
She knew Qin Shen's character.
How could someone who didn't even care about $1 billion benefit suddenly back out after signing the contract? There must be a problem. Boom!
This statement was like a thunderbolt, causing the scene to fall silent. Zhou Hongyan, upon hearing this, looked at Qin Shen in shock, unable to contain her astonishment.
It turned out that it was not someone from the capital who cured Zhao Lingfei, but Qin Shen. She felt as if she had seen a savior and quickly began to explain the situation for Qin Shen. Miss Xiao, it's like this. After a brief introduction, both Zhao Lingfei and Feng Yingying's faces fell.
Zhao Lingfei looked at Ji Chen coldly, then turned to Qin Shen and asked, Mr.
Qin, what do you plan to do?
Pointing to the mixed rice on the table, Qin Shen calmly said, Finish the mixed rice, not leaving a single grain, and then return my money.
Mr. Li, isn't Mr. Qin's request reasonable? Zhao Lingfei asked with a stern face.
Li Xiangrong was taken aback, almost setting his hair on fire with anger. Gritting his teeth, he said, Miss Xiao, Qin Shen almost killed my brother.
Do you think he's being reasonable?
After saying that, he glared fiercely at Qin Shen, his eyes filled with endless anger. Li Xiangrong had never imagined that Qin Shen knew both the Feng and Zhao families, feeling frustrated and aggrieved.
Feng Yingying calmly said, I don't know about your brother's matter, but the current situation is indeed Ji Chang's fault, isn't it?
Li Xiangrong's mouth twitched fiercely, unable to retort, and gritted his teeth, saying, Fine, let's do as Miss Zhao suggests. I have some business to attend to, so I won't disturb you. After saying that, he forced a smile at Qin Shen and said, Mr.
Qin, you're impressive. But let me remind you, be careful when walking in the future. It wouldn't be good if you got into a car accident or someone took a shot at you.
Qin Shen remained silent, but a storm still raged in his eyes, with a hint of murderous intent. Li Xiangrong turned around, walked away, and as for Ji Chang, he didn't want to get involved anymore. Ji Chang exclaimed, Miss Feng, I can transfer the factory and equipment to him, as long as it's 170 million.
But I can't eat this meal.
Fo Mingying looked at Ji Cheng and sneered, General Ji, you are committing fraud and robbery, at least 5 years in prison.
Do you think it's better to finish the mixed rice or spend a few years in jail?
Ji Cheng shuddered, glanced at the mixed rice with chicken bones and urine, almost vomited, and gritted his teeth. Fine.
I'll eat it.
With a mournful face, he signed on the equity contract and transferred the 60 million back to Qin Chen's card. He picked up the plate of foul-smelling food and moved to the side, pinching his nose to eat. The surrounding diners, seeing this scene, all felt disgusted, paid their bills, and left, no longer interested in staying. Zhao Lingfei smiled at Qin Chen. Mr.
Qin, I'm afraid this table of food is not edible. Why don't you come upstairs with us? I have something else to do. I won't go, Qin Chen said.
Although he was a bit hungry, he was very worried about Lin Xingwan.
Zhao Lingfei's face showed a hint of disappointment and continued to probe. Grandpa has booked the Fish Dragon Villa to celebrate my recovery. Can you come in 2 days?
Qin Chen had no objections to Zhao Lingfei and nodded, saying, yes, I will go.
He was about to leave.
Seeing this, Fo Mingying quickly pulled Zhao Lingfei, gave her a pleading look, and then embarrassedly lowered her head. Zhao Lingfei suddenly realized and spoke again, Mr.
Qin, Ying has one more request. I wonder if you can agree. Go ahead, Qin Chen said lightly. Zhao Lingfei nodded and said, Ying wants to be your apprentice. Would you be willing to accept her as a disciple? Mr. Qin, I have offended you before, please give me a chance. I am willing to follow you to learn medicine. Fo Mingying bent over 90 degrees, looking devout.
The restaurant staff who were clearing the table saw this scene and were shocked.
Who is Fo Mingying?
The daughter of the city's mayor, a Ph.D.
from the Imperial Capital Medical University.
She was always the one others bowed to, and now she was bowing to Qin Chen. Especially the waiter who had mocked Qin Chen just now, was even more scared and ran into the restroom, afraid that Qin Chen would settle the bill later and provoke a scolding.
Apprentice? Qin Chen was stunned for a moment, thought for a moment, and said, I'm busy lately, let's talk about it later. However, if you want to learn something, you can join the Jiang Pharmaceutical Company.
After I hand over the Jiang Pharmaceutical Company to Lin Xingwan, I will occasionally go there to develop new drugs. He didn't like Fo Mingying, but Jiang Pharmaceutical Company was reopening and needed some talented research and development personnel.
Fo Mingying was a good choice. Can I bring a few junior brothers and sisters with me? Fo Mingying asked excitedly. Qin Chen didn't hesitate and said, yes, as long as they are elite in traditional Chinese medicine and quick learners. He didn't want to have to teach them hand in hand after assigning tasks. After a brief chat, Qin Chen and Zhou Hongyan left Tianshui Yaju. Zhou Hongyan was grateful to Qin Chen and met Fo Mingying and Zhao Lingfei, feeling very happy.
It should be noted that Fo Mingying and Zhao Lingfei, with their status, were all children of political officials in the circle.
Without Qin Chen, Zhou Hongyan would never have been able to become friends with them.
She liked Qin Chen more and more, feeling that in Qin Chen's eyes, everything was under control, and he was confident.
I'm going to Lin Xingwan's place, you go back. Qin Chen got in the car and said lightly. Zhou Hongyan couldn't help but say, hey,
brother-in-law, I contacted Ji Cheng for you, invited him out, and spoke well of Li Shangrong for you.
You can't just use me and then throw me aside, that's really heartless.
Besides, Lin Xingwan is one of the top 3 beauties in Jiang Bay.
What if something happens that upsets my sister? I have to go over and supervise you properly.
Qin Chen frowned and said, I'm just going to deliver the contract to Lin Xingwan. Where are you thinking of going?
As for what you said about speaking up for me, it's better not to mention it. If you mention it, I'll be angry.
If it weren't for you few women, I would have taken care of Li Shangrong long ago.
Would I let him bounce away? You women only slow down my speed of drawing the knife.
Zhou Hongyan rolled her eyes in anger, frowned and said, you don't have to follow me.
Tonight, I have to go to Jinghuamingdi.
1. To see if you stay out all night, sorry for my sister. 2nd, I haven't finished the bottle of wine that Shen Ruwan gave me last time, I haven't finished it yet, today. Before she could finish, Qin Chen started the car.
Hey, bastard. Qin Chen, you bastard.
Zhou Hongyan angrily picked up a stone from the ground and threw it hard towards the public car.
Qin Chen seemed to sense it, drifted perfectly to dodge it. He gave her a disdainful look, with a smirk on his face. You make me so angry. Stupid straight man, stinky straight man, at least call me a car. You don't understand cherishing jade. Zhou Hongyan watched the departing public car, stomped her foot in anger, waved for a taxi, and left resentfully. Qin Chen quickly arrived at Fengyuan Community, parked the car and went upstairs. On his way, he called Lin Xingwan twice, but both times it was switched off, knocking on the door for a while with no response. Stop knocking. Lin Xingwan was beaten by the Gao family and is at the Jiang Bay First People's Hospital.
A neighbor opened the door next to him. An old woman peeked out and said.
Qin Shen's face turned cold and asked, "What happened?"
The old woman said, "I don't know, but the Gao family left her after throwing her out of the car." Lin Xingwan felt a bit suffocated in her chest, so I advised her to go to the hospital.
Ah,
she's also a pitiful child. She cried all night at her mother's grave yesterday, and went to the Gao family in the morning.
Qin Shen hurriedly drove to the hospital after hearing this. Lin Xingwan was hanging in drip on the hospital bed.
When she saw Qin Shen coming over, she turned her head away coldly and said, "Are you here to laugh at me?" She looked haggard and pale, with tear stains on her face, her eyes filled with ashes and boundless hatred. Qin Shen checked her pulse, seeing that she was just weak and had some blood stasis, nothing serious, so he frowned and asked, "What happened?" Lin Xingwan looked full of hatred and said, "Gao Jinxing transferred Jiang Pharmaceutical to me, helped Gukong cheat the dragon bone pill, and I lost."
30 years ago, the Gao family was just an unknown wealthy family running a medicinal herb processing factory.
After Lin Xingwan's mother Xuanyan married into the Lin family, the Gao family, with Xuanyan's help, became a second-tier wealthy family in just 10 years. Gao Jinsheng liked Lin Xingwan and was rejected when he confessed. After Xuanyan's death, the Gao family spared no effort to help Lin Xingwan. Even during the most intense siege by the Shen, Su, and Longmen families, the Gao family did not stand against Lin Xingwan. Lin Xingwan was very touched, and when she was in charge, she treated the Gao family as the most trusted family.
Little did she know, the Gao family was just a wolf in sheep's clothing, long ago betraying the Lin family and becoming their lackey.
Over the years, the Gao family continuously leaked commercial secrets to the other side, leading to all of Lin Xingwan's decisions being exposed. After struggling for 10 years, the Lin family ship finally sank, and the only remaining dragon bone pill formula was also cheated away by Gao Jinsheng. After Lin Xingwan finished telling everything, she sighed, "Qin Shen, I didn't believe your words and caused this situation, it's all deserved. But thank you anyway. Now thinking back, my mother's death should also be related to the Gao family. I misunderstood Lin Batian. If you have time, go back to Lianma Island and apologize to him for me. I failed, the Lin family is finished." Lin Xingwan, the woman who single-handedly supported the Lin family for 10 years, was labeled by the people of Jiang Bay as a woman who was cruel and ungrateful and cold-blooded. In the darkest moments of the Lin family, she remained as strong as steel, without a hint of a frown. At this moment, her emotions collapsed. After listening to all this, Qin Shen's face was covered with frost, and he said coldly, "If you want to apologize to Lin Batian, then go and apologize to him in person."
Just a prescription for dragon bone pill, and you're so downcast like this? Where did Lin Xingwan, who wouldn't even frown if she lost an arm back then, go? You're just making the enemy more pleased by acting like this. Don't worry. I will help you take back all of the Lin family's businesses. Those despicable rats will watch your rise helplessly, unable to do anything, until they crawl at your feet, offering up the businesses that originally belonged to the Lin family, crying and begging you to spare them. Lin Xingwan shook her head and said with a bitter smile, "Dragon bone pill is the foundation of the Lin family. It has miraculous effects in treating rheumatism and bone diseases, and it was with this medicine that the Lin family became the #1 in Jiang Bay. Now that it's gone, it's like a tree being uprooted, never to grow into a big tree again. The 5 enterprises under the Lin family are like the trunk and branches of a tree. Even if they are cut off, with the root of the dragon bone pill, they could still grow back. Now that the root is gone, the Lin family has completely collapsed." Qin Shen smiled and said, "What if I give you another seed? A seed that will grow into a towering tree, 10 times taller than the Lin family's tree, would you want it?" Lin Xingwan was stunned after hearing this, and said bitterly, "Are you talking about a prescription? Forget it. My mother relied on the 100 years of experience accumulated by the Shui family, painstakingly researched for over a decade, underwent tens of thousands of clinical trials, and made hundreds of improvements before creating the dragon bone pill. You are about the same age as me, and you spent 10 years in prison. How could you have a recipe to turn the tide? You must know that to stand firm in the pharmaceutical market, you must have miraculous medicine. A medicine with only a 60% cure rate has no future in the market." Qin Shen shook his head and said, "Did you apply the Xiaopuandan? That's the medicine I made. How does it feel after applying it? Have you uncovered the gauze to take a look?" Lin Xingwan furrowed her brows, touched the gauze on her face, and said lightly, "I haven't taken it off after applying it. It feels comfortable, the skin is not as tight, and it has an effect on the side effects of Jinchuan ointment. If Xiaopuandan can have this effect, I am already satisfied. It's nice to have it on like this, at least there is something to look forward to before taking it off. Once it's off, there's nothing left." After her face was scratched, she spent 3 years seeking medical treatment, seeing numerous doctors and trying countless medications. From the initial hope before removing the gauze,
to the disappointment in the middle, to the numbness now. Lin Xingwan's confidence in scar recovery has been shattered with each failure. She was in a bad mood today and didn't want to stimulate her emotions with the scar anymore. Just then, the medication had finished, and the nurse came in to remove the needle. Lin Xingwan pressed the needle mark, her face returning to its icy indifference, and said, "The Lin family is finished, not to mention that the dragon bone pill formula is no longer available. Even if it were, starting a company is not that simple, and dealing with problems cannot be solved with just fists. It requires a vast network of people and funds, which you don't have. What can you do to help? Go on, since you're out of prison, just live a good life and don't make any more mistakes. Live your life well." Qin Shen couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this, indifferently saying, "I don't need to say much about your father's character, right? He is not afraid of the officialdom, moves freely, and only bows to the strong. When your father begged me to help you, he was kneeling. Do you think I can help you?" Lin Xingwan's eyebrows raised slightly. She knew very well that Lin Badian was a proud man. Someone who could make him kneel and beg for help must not be simple. Qin Shen saw Lin Xingwan's silence and said calmly, "I remember the Lin family's motto is, better to die singing in the rain than to live under someone else's roof. Now I ask you, are you willing to fight again?" Qin Shen's words were calm, but they struck Lin Xingwan like thunder. In the dim eyes, suddenly a bright light flashed like a shooting star, bright and hot. "Good. Since I have nothing left, why not give it another try? Anyway, besides this life, I have nothing else to lose." Qin Shen smiled and said, "Shall we start with the Gao family?" Lin Xingwan shook her head and said, "Today, the Su family is holding a celebration. The Gao family will definitely be there. Let's talk about it later." "Celebration?" Qin Shen narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment, coldly said, "Stealing someone else's things and still holding a celebration? The Su family is really shameless. In that case, let's go give them a big gift." Lin Xingwan was stunned after hearing this, somewhat annoyed. "Is this your plan? Cause a scene at the banquet and use your fists to get back the dragon bone pill formula? Do you know how many celebrities and big shots will be at the Su family banquet? They are all friends of the Su family. Going alone will only end in being torn apart." Qin Shen, through his connections, could pull in some capital and resources to help her. Perhaps there was a chance to rise. But this guy came in and caused a scene at the banquet, offending the Su family, a behemoth? Qin Shen shook his head, smiled faintly, and said, "I just want to have a chat with them." Lin Xingwan was confused, not understanding what Qin Shen meant, and was directly pushed into the car by Qin Shen. The two arrived at a private estate. Luxury cars were already lined up at the entrance, with numerous celebrities and wealthy individuals. Carrying designer handbags, wearing sparkling evening gowns, they elegantly entered the estate. Two burly men in suits stood at the entrance, towering over 1.90 meters, with stern faces and strong presence. Some petite women passing by them looked as exaggerated as a black bear and a white crane. "How do we get in?" Lin Xingwan stood at the entrance, looking at the two imposing men, her face frosty. "Of course, we walk in. Do you think we should crawl in?" Qin Shen held a briefcase, pulled Lin Xingwan, and tried to walk inside. Seeing the two approaching, the bodyguards politely raised their hands and asked with a smile, "Please wait, may I know which family you are from?" "I am Lin Xingwan, and he is Qin Shen," Lin Xingwan said coldly. The bodyguard was first stunned upon hearing this name, then sneered, "I'm sorry, you are not welcome here." Lin Xingwan glanced at Qin Shen and said to the bodyguard, "Didn't Mr. Su send an invitation, inviting people from all walks of life in Jiang Bay to attend the banquet? Why are we not welcome here?" The bodyguard coldly smiled and said, "Mr. Su invited social elites. What qualifications do you, a bankrupt woman, have to enter?" The other bodyguard also looked disdainful, turned around, wrote a few big words on a white paper, and slammed it on the door, pointing and saying, "Have you seen these words? Members of the Lin family and their dogs are not allowed inside. Hurry up and leave, don't cause trouble here." The two bodyguards stood at the entrance with their arms crossed, looking down at Qin Shen and Lin Xingwan with disdain. Some celebrities saw Lin Xingwan being driven away by the bodyguards, pointing and whispering from a distance. "Isn't this Lin Xingwan? Why is she coming to the enemy's banquet? Does she want to come and beg the Su family for a meal?" Exactly, when the Su family spent 2 billion to acquire it, Lin Xingwan didn't agree, and now she comes back after going bankrupt, so despicable. Even the Su family's bodyguards can insult her at will. Who would have thought that the once proud Lin Xingwan from 10 years ago would become like this now? It's really lamentable. "Leave?" Qin Shen coldly smiled, pointing to the carpet at the entrance. "Here's the deal, kneel down and escort Lin Xingwan in, I'll forgive your rudeness." Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, the bodyguard sneered, "Kid, are you joking? Do you know who you're talking to?" Qin Shen tilted his head, looked at the bodyguards, and said coldly, "Just two bodyguards?
What's there to be proud of? Answer better than you. The bodyguard's expression turned cold after hearing this, and he said in a deep voice, "We are bodyguards, but we are also the bodyguards of the Su family. The celebrities attending the meeting dare not look down on us. Who do you think you are? You think you're better than us with your physique? I can disable you with just one arm." The surrounding celebrities also sneered. It turned out to be someone looking for trouble, not even bothering to see whose place this is. Lin Xingwan's expression was stern and serious as she said, "From what I know about him, you better let us in, or you'll really regret it." The bodyguard chuckled and said, "Lin Xingwan, is this guy your hired thug? If you want to cause trouble, at least bring someone with some skills. Otherwise, isn't it just pure masochism to bring this idiot over? Both of us are former special forces, we have also won awards in international competitions. If he dares to make a move, I guarantee." Bang! Bang! Qin Shen used his hand as a knife and slashed at the throats of the two bodyguards. Crack! Crack! The bodyguards were just talking when they suddenly felt a sharp pain in their throats, followed by suffocation. They each clutched their necks, knelt down in disbelief, and watched Qin Shen and Lin Xingwan walk past them, then collapsed to the ground unconscious. Inside the manor, celebrities from all walks of life were holding glasses of red wine, chatting in small groups. When they saw the scene at the entrance, they all fell silent. Lin Xingwan scanned the surroundings and her gaze met with a fair-skinned, tall man. Her beautiful eyes instantly turned cold. Su Wenlang, the mastermind behind all this. An unnamed anger surged in Lin Xingwan's heart. Qin Shen's gaze also fell on this seemingly refined man, a hint of coldness flashing across his face. Su Wenlang was chatting with Shen Ruwan, but his expression darkened when he saw Lin Xingwan. He smiled at Shen Ruwan and said, "Miss Shen, I need to attend to some private matters, please excuse me?" Shen Ruwan was also surprised. Her surprise came from Qin Shen, she didn't expect him to show up. But seeing Lin Xingwan, she seemed to understand something, politely nodded to Su Wenlang, and didn't say anything more. Chun Yuding came to Shen Ruwan's side and asked softly, "Miss, what is this guy up to again? Should we go over and take a look?" Shen Ruwan shook her head and said, "I don't want to have any contact with him, let's just watch the show." "Zhao, the boss is here today, is he here to challenge us?" Wu Tianda said excitedly when he saw Qin Shen looking serious. Xiao Woody had called him yesterday and explained the situation with Longzhu and the investment in Jiang Pharmaceutical. Wu Tianda was willing to follow Qin Shen and had prepared 50 billion each to invest in Jiang Pharmaceutical. It's about time, starting today, the situation in Jiang Bay will change. Let's not get involved. We'll step in when necessary. Xiao Woody stroked his chin, deep in thought. Su Wenlang invited Shen Ruwan to bring them over, hoping to persuade the two to invest in the Su group. Xiao Woody politely declined. Su Wenlang was gracious and didn't insist. He confidently said that after the new drug was released, Xiao Woody would definitely change his mind. Xiao Woody smiled politely, but inwardly he was disdainful. "What's going on?" Su Wenlang approached Gu Kong and whispered. Gu Kong looked at Lin Xingwan with a cold face and said, "Master Su, I guess this woman is here for the dragon bone pill." Gao Jinsheng also said in a deep voice, "Master Su, the man next to Lin Xingwan is called Qin Shen. He has some skills, you don't need to intervene for now, we'll handle it." Su Wenlang couldn't help but glance at Qin Shen, snorted lightly, and said, "Just a martial artist, today there are no less than 100 bodyguards in the manor, what's there to fear? You two hurry up and find a way to get rid of these two, don't disturb the peace here. And, Jinsheng, call Miss Feng Yingying and ask when she's coming over. The release of new drugs is not only a means to attract investment but also a catalyst to attract medical teams to join. Miss Feng is not only a medical doctor, but also has a capable team under her, and she is the daughter of the city's mayor. If she joins us, it will be very beneficial for our layout in Jiang Bay." Su Wenlang did not pay much attention to this little episode with Lin Xingwan, she was just a deceived woman looking for trouble. She has nothing now, can she still turn the tables? The two of them turned their heads and walked towards Lin Xingwan and Qin Shen. "Qin Shen, you have a lot of guts to come here and act so arrogantly." Gu Kong was the first to challenge. Qin Shen raised an eyebrow and said lightly, "We came here to support the Shusher Group's new drug release, and your family's bodyguards have an arrogant attitude. I'm afraid they will tarnish the reputation of Shusher, so I'm helping to educate them, isn't that too much?" "How is this considered arrogant? Smooth talker." Gu Kong glared angrily at Qin Shen and said to Lin Xingwan, "Is this your idea?" Lin Xingwan said calmly, "Qin Shen's actions were not instructed by me, but I approve of what he is doing. The Shusher family is a big business, and the bodyguards are the facade, they should be properly disciplined." Gu Kong sneered, "My family's bodyguards did nothing wrong, today's banquet is for inviting entrepreneurs. You, a bankrupt person with nothing, are not qualified to enter." The guests present also spoke up to persuade. Miss Lin, it's a matter of winning or losing, this is an eternal truth, and mergers and acquisitions are also common business practices. Your anger here is too petty. Causing a scene at the Shusher family banquet will not benefit you in any way, but will only become a stain on your life. Others will say you can't accept defeat. Miss Lin, I advise you to leave quickly, save face for the Lin family, don't do this futile and embarrassing thing. Gao Jinsheng had finished his call by now, and with a cold face, he leaned in close to Lin Xingwan's ear. It seems that the warning I gave you this morning was not enough, and you came here to cause trouble again. Hurry up and leave, or after the banquet, I will break your limbs and dig up your mother's remains to scatter them. Then, with a helpless look on his face, he said loudly, Xingwan, the Lin family is beyond redemption, the Gao family has supported them all the way, and has done everything it can. As a friend, I advise you that coming here is of no use. Causing a scene here will only make others laugh at you. Go back. After saying this, Gao Jinsheng patted Lin Xingwan's shoulder heavily, his eyes full of threats. Slap! Lin Xingwan slapped him across the face with a frosty expression, saying coldly, since I came here, I never intended to live. Do you think your threats are effective against me? The Lin family owes the Gao family a great favor. I have always treated the Gao family as my own. But the Gao family has long turned to the Shusher family, stealing my business secrets, stealing my dragon bone pill formula, and still have the nerve to talk about doing everything they can? Is the Gao family worthy? Stealing the formula? The room fell silent. The guests all frowned. You see, mergers and acquisitions are understandable, it's a common business practice. But if the Shusher family obtained the dragon bone pill formula through theft, as a billion-dollar enterprise, isn't that too unethical? Shen Ruwan also frowned deeply. Could the new product to be released today be the dragon bone pill? If so, she felt this matter was somewhat shameful. You crazy woman, how dare you hit me here? Gao Jinsheng covered his right cheek, shocked and angry. He didn't expect that even threatening to dig up Xuan Yan's remains couldn't intimidate Lin Xingwan, and he raised his hand to slap back. Qin Shen stood by Lin Xingwan's side, a hint of hostility bursting in his eyes, his whole face darkening. Gao Jinsheng involuntarily felt a chill run through his body, and his hand raised in the air stopped. Guards! Escort these two out. Gu Kang's face darkened as he gave the order, and a dozen bodyguards quickly approached. Shen Ruwan looked at Su Wenlang, with a slight frown on her forehead and a cold gleam in her eyes, as if saying, Master Su, don't you want to come forward and explain? Although the Shen family and the Su family were allies and longmen, Shen Ruwan had her own principles of doing things. In a business war, conventional means such as price, information, resources, and technology could be used. But Shen Ruwan could not accept stealing someone else's formula. It was too shameless. If Su Wenlang were to release Longu pill next, she would not hesitate to turn and leave. These two useless people. Su Wenlang muttered under his breath, then shouted loudly, Stop! The bodyguards were ordered to back off. He quickly walked towards Lin Xingwan and said with a smile, Miss Lin, when speaking, one must provide solid evidence, not just speak recklessly. Lin Xingwan's face was indifferent, her gaze sharp as a knife, and she said coldly, whether what I said is true or false, Master Su knows best in his heart. It is understandable that you acquired the Lin family through capital means. But using despicable means to steal the formula of Longu pill from me, isn't that too shameless? Even though Lin Xingwan had a calm personality and remained unruffled in the face of any situation, seeing Su Wenlang, the instigator, she still couldn't suppress the anger in her heart. Her hands clenched tightly together, her eyes filled with strong resentment. With the theft of Longu pill, the Gao family turned to the Su family, and Lin Xingwan had reason to believe that her mother's death was also related to Su Wenlang. Su Wenlang coldly smiled and called Gao Jinsheng over, asking, when will Miss Feng Ying come over? Gao Jinsheng whispered. Miss Feng said she had something to do and declined. Oh? Su Wenlang furrowed his brow slightly, nodded, and said, Miss Feng should maintain skepticism about the capabilities of the Su Research Institute. Let's do this. I'll send the video of the new drug to Miss Feng later. I think she will be interested. Gao Jinsheng nodded, glared fiercely at Lin Xingwan, and stepped aside. Su Wenlang then turned to Lin Xingwan and said with a smile, Miss Lin, our three families have acquired the Lin Company, and we understand your anger. But if you use this as an opportunity to defame the Su Group in front of so many guests, I cannot agree to that. Although Longu pill is good, it hasn't reached the point where I need to steal it, because my product is better than yours. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge projection unfolded in the manor. Su Wenlang sneered at Lin Xingwan, then walked to the main guest table. Everyone! In order to counter Miss Lin's slander, please allow me to release the new product in advance. As we all know, my Su Group has a strong research team, which has invested 80 billion in research and development in recent years. The team has conducted tens of thousands of clinical trials on rheumatic bone diseases and finally solved this century-old problem.
Now I announce the release of the new product from Su Pharmaceutical, Gue Longqingkang. After injecting this solution, severe bone disease patients will have their pain disappear within an hour. 12 hours later, the rheumatic factors in the body will change from positive to negative. Please look at the screen. The projector slowly unfolded, showing a series of clinical data that further confirmed the powerful efficacy of this medicine. The celebrities present all exclaimed after seeing the data. These data are certified by authoritative institutions. It seems there is no mistake. Su Group is really amazing, actually researching such a powerful medicine. It can cure severe rheumatism in just a few days. This medicine combines Chinese and Western medicine, one liquid and one solid, with a significant difference in efficacy. They are not the same product at all. Master Su is not afraid of questioning, and with the new product, he has slapped Lin Xingwan hard. Lin Xingwan has lost face and may even face a lawsuit. It's not worth it. Su Wenlang looked pleased and said, Miss Lin, the product developed by Su Group is a combination of Chinese and Western medicine injections, which can cure rheumatic bone disease patients within 2 days. While your Longu pill is pure Chinese herbal medicine, it needs to be taken for a month to cure patients. If you still don't believe it, you can check the samples of Gelongqingkang. Pharmaceutical manufacturers, you can also take it back and let your research institutions test and compare it. Lin Xingwan's heart sank a lot when she heard this. She firmly believed that Gelongqingkang must have been developed based on Longu pill, but the two are not of the same nature, so it would be extremely difficult to accuse Shusher of stealing the formula. Qin Shen frowned, walked slowly to the front desk, opened a needle preparation, sniffed it, and then said lightly, Ephedra is an effective ingredient for treating rheumatism, but excessive dosage can cause irreversible damage to the liver and kidneys. The Ephedra in Gelongqingkang injection exceeds the controllable level. I advise Master Su not to put it into production, otherwise there will be risks in the market. He had previously come into contact with Longu pill, and with just one sniff, he knew the ingredients and proportions, knowing that Gelongqingkang was made based on Longu pill. However, Gelongqingkang changed the ingredient proportions, making it difficult to accuse Shusher of stealing Longu pill. Qin Shen didn't want to argue with them, he just felt that Shusher's research team was too clever for their own good. Increasing the ephedra dosage can indeed make the rheumatism disappear faster, but it causes serious damage to the liver and kidneys. When the rheumatism is cured, the liver and kidneys may have problems, which is not worth it. Su Wenlong's face sank, and he said coldly, in order to prove my innocence, I will have you stay here to watch the new product launch. Just prove that Shusher's new medicine has nothing to do with Longu pill, and now you are here spreading rumors and slandering Gelongqingkang. What is the meaning of this? Gu Kam also had a look of anger on his face, and said disdainfully, Master Su, this person is Lin Beishan's former cellmate, who spent 10 years in prison and is now the son-in-law of the Su family. He must be dissatisfied with Shusher's acquisition of the Lin family, so he followed Lin Xingwan here to cause trouble. With these words, everyone shook their heads one after another. Slandering the new medicine, is it to retaliate against Shusher Group? How childish. Too childish. Miss Lin, you have been a CEO for over 10 years, how can you play such petty tricks? Kid, you spent 10 years in prison, you should come out and follow the right path. Do you still want to go back in? Lin Xingwan, you have no ability to save the Lin family, so you come here to cause trouble with such despicable methods. Don't you feel ashamed? Shan Yuding saw everyone indignant and said to Shen Ruwan, Miss, Qin Shen is really unreliable, he hasn't even sorted out his own affairs, and now he's helping Lin Xingwan. Shen Ruwan did not speak, she just looked at Qin Shen with indifference in her eyes. What are you doing? If this is your purpose for coming here, then please leave. Lin Xingwan looked at Qin Shen, feeling somewhat annoyed. Qin Shen shook his head and said coldly, I'm just kindly giving advice, whether you listen or not, that's their problem. My real purpose for coming here is only one thing, that is, declare war. Declare war? Qin Shen's words were like a winter thunder, shocking everyone present. A former labor reform prisoner who had spent 10 years in prison and had just been released for less than a month, actually wanted to single-handedly declare war on the Shujiao worth billions? What a joke! Ha! Laughter erupted on the scene, everyone thought Qin Shen was crazy. Qin Shen in front of the Shusher Group was like a commoner holding a hoe trying to fight against a fully armed special forces soldier, it was ridiculous. Everyone present was shocked, even Lin Xingwan, who had always remained calm in the face of major events, found it unbelievable and blushed a bit. So far, Qin Shen's help had only been in physical strength, with no display of connections or capital. What qualifications did he have to dare to declare war? Damn! He's a fool. Miss Lin, I advise you to quickly get him out of here, don't embarrass yourself here, it's so laughable. Miss Lin has been a CEO after all, how can she associate with someone of low intelligence? It's really pathetic. It seems that Miss Lin is seeking help from the wrong people.
To try to reclaim the lost company, she even believes in such a mentally challenged person.
Su Wenlang tried to control his laughter, coughed twice, and teased, "Miss Lin, I have received your challenge letter. If there's nothing else, please leave. I need to prepare for battle quickly, or Qin Shen will swallow up the Su family."
Gu Kong laughed until tears came out, and said jokingly, "Mr. Qin, do you even know what you're talking about? Do you know the market value of the Su family, and how many subsidiaries it has? Mr.
Su can cover 3 years of your salary with just one meal, and a sneeze from him could drown you.
Start a war? Go dream your spring and autumn dreams." Gao Jinxing was so irritated by the laughter that he held back his face and said, "Qin Shen, are you here to do comedy?
If so, I don't mind giving you some money as a reward, because what you said is too funny." After hearing Qin Shen's words, Cheng Yuding whispered, "Miss, please never mention anything related to Qin Shen again in the future. It's embarrassing, too embarrassing. This waste must have gone crazy in prison. I'm embarrassed for him." Shen Ruwan sighed softly, feeling a sense of pity.
Qin Shen, a poor soul abandoned before birth. He wandered the streets with his mother, and eventually ended up in prison for 10 years after hitting his stepmother, Wang Yanjun. She used to feel sorry for Qin Shen, but now she thinks that his existence is a joke, a mistake from the start, not worthy of pity at all. Lin Qingwan listened to the mockery of the crowd, her face turning black, and whispered, "Qin Shen, what are you up to? Is this your way of helping me? If so, I'd rather not accept your help. Do you know how powerful the Su family is? A person with nothing, how can they go to war with a landlord who owns thousands of acres of fertile land?"
Qin Shen shook his head and calmly said, "You all have misunderstood. I am not just going to war with the Su family, but also with the Shen family and the Longmen group. I'll give you all 1 month to return the Lin family business intact. And the losses of the Lin family in the past 10 years, well, should be around 1 billion, that should also be returned to the Lin family." This statement caused another uproar on the scene. Some celebrities were drinking wine and almost choked when they heard this. Lin Qingwan was stunned, thinking that Qin Shen had gone mad. Qin Shen may have some ability to impress Lin Badian, but with the current situation of the Lin family, not a single soldier left. It is wishful thinking to continue to have a place for the Lin family in Jiang Bay. How can he, as an individual, demand that 3 giants return the business and pay 100 billion in apology, declare war on 3 families at the same time? And demand that they return the Lin family business and pay 100 billion in compensation? Is this guy serious? Mr. Su can't be bothered with him, this kid is getting serious. In front of Mr. Su, he's not even a grasshopper, and he wants to go to war with 3 families, truly beyond help. Lin Qingwan has always been known for her shrewdness, how could she be associated with such a lunatic? Maybe the bankruptcy of the Lin family has affected her, and her mind is not right. Su Wenlang lost his smile, and said coldly to Qin Shen, "Mr. Qin, I can overlook what you just said, but please be careful with your words in the future." Gu Kong also angrily said, "Qin Shen, this is a gathering of celebrities, not a place for clowns like you. If you and Lin Qingwan came here for a free meal, the Su family is generous enough to let you eat your fill. If you want to continue talking nonsense, then get out immediately." Gao Jinxing said coldly, "Lin Qingwan, this is a gathering of entrepreneurs, not a place for your antics. Mr. Su has already been gracious enough to let you stay until now, don't push your luck." The crowd shook their heads, thinking that Qin Shen was just a clown, feeling sorry for Lin Qingwan. As for Shen Ruwan, she didn't even bother to respond to Qin Shen's arrogant words. Meanwhile, Wu Tianda and Xiao Woody, who were hiding on the side, could no longer contain their excitement, their hands starting to tremble. The war has started. Finally, the war has started. Just as they expected, the Zus would never listen to Qin Shen. With Qin Shen's personality, this war will not end until they are completely ruined. The combined assets on the other side amount to over 3 trillion. They will definitely gain huge benefits from it in the future. Lin Qing turned to Qin Shen and said angrily, "I don't know what you're up to, if you have something, show it. I didn't come here to be humiliated by you." He. Qin Shen shrugged, sneering at everyone, "I'm just stating the facts, why do you always think I'm joking? I won't say this a second time, whether the 3 families listen or not doesn't matter. Actually, it's better if they don't listen, in the end, it will only make the Lins earn more. Well, since this is a business exchange meeting, I will announce something. Ladies and gentlemen, I have represented Mr. Lin Badian in acquiring Jiang Pharmaceutical. From today, Jiang Pharmaceutical belongs to Miss Lin Qingwan. I will help Miss Lin regain everything, welcome everyone to invest." With that, he took out a stack of contracts from his bag and gently placed them on the table. "Lin Badian bought Jiang Pharmaceutical for me?" Lin Qingwan couldn't believe it. Qin Shen nodded. Before Lin Badian went to prison, he had an account with several billion in cash. I used that money to acquire Jiang Pharmaceutical. From today, you have your own company, work hard, don't let Lin Badian down. He wanted to improve the relationship between father and daughter, so he credited this achievement to Lin Badian. When Lin Qing heard this, her eyes instantly blurred. After the Lin family went bankrupt, she reflected countless times and summarized numerous experiences. She dreamed of having another company. Now, a company, not very large in scale but still able to make a mark, was transferred into her name. At this moment, the almost extinguished fighting spirit in Lin Qingwan's heart reignited. There are still some issues with Jiang Pharmaceutical. I was thinking of dealing with them first and then handing it over to you once it's operational, but I really can't stand the faces of these people, so I decided to tell you this news in advance. Qin Shen handed the pen to Lin Qingwan and said lightly, Jiang Pharmaceutical does have some problems, and they are big problems. Su Wenlang sneered. Jiang Pharmaceutical's in-house research institute is a mess, mainly relying on outsourcing to make money. Lin Qingwan, your old subordinates have almost been wiped out by us. No company dares to outsource products to you. Having a company is useless. It's better to sell Jiang Pharmaceutical and live a stable life with the money. The Shins, Zus, and Longmen besieged the Lins for the purpose of dominating the pharmaceutical industry in Jiang Bay, and then radiate throughout the country to achieve the goal of monopolizing the pharmaceutical industry. They do not allow the Lin family, this anomaly, to rise. Su Wenlang was very unhappy when he heard that Lin Qingwan had regained a pharmaceutical factory, but after a few seconds, he felt relieved. Jiang Pharmaceutical's research institute is just for show, they can only outsource. Now, the Zus have developed Gui Longqing based on Longgu pill. Even if Lin Qingwan puts Longgu pill into production, she will still be defeated by Gui Longqing. What Su Wenlang thought, Lin Qingwan also thought of. She stopped the pen she had just picked up, a hint of seriousness flashing across her face. I thought it was a big deal. Turns out Lin Badian had someone buy Jiang Pharmaceutical. That broken pharmaceutical factory is all outsourcing. How big of a storm can it cause? The Zus won't allow the Lins to rise. They will definitely fiercely resist. Who would dare to outsource to them? I think I understand this kid's intention now. He wants to use Jiang Pharmaceutical as a base, slowly develop and grow, aiming for a huge success. He doesn't even realize who he's up against. It's a pipe dream. Shen Ruwan shook her head when she saw this. We will not allow the Lin family to rise. Qin Shen's involvement with the Lin family is like a moth to a flame, and it will definitely end in failure. Wasting time on Lin Qingwan will only be fruitless. It's better to find a job. Shang Yuding also looked disdainful and said, Lin Badian should have promised Qin Shen something big. Others can barely avoid Lin Qingwan, but he insists on getting involved, which will surely bring trouble upon himself. Qin Shen ignored the mockery of the crowd and said coldly, who said we would be subcontractors? The Lin family will produce its own products in the future. Dragon bone pill? Su Wenlang sneered, don't be ridiculous. Once my Gui Long Qing Kong is on the market, do you think dragon bone pill will stand a chance? Gu Kong also nodded in agreement, looking down on Lin Qingwan. New products are like fresh blood for a company. They can sustain growth for several years, attract investments and teams. You have no backing. How do you expect to rise? Backing? Qin Shen sneered, I am Lin Qingwan's biggest support. Introducing a new product is not difficult at all. This statement shocked the entire audience. All eyes were on Qin Shen, stunned by his words. What a weirdo! Someone who just got out of prison, probably doesn't even have a medical license, dares to boast that he is the support, and claims that launching a new product is just a piece of cake? Miss Lin, you can take over Jiang Pharmaceutical if you want. But as a former partner, I advise you to stay away from this lunatic, or you will end up crazy too. How does Lin Badian know this guy? He clearly has a problem with his head. Doesn't he know how vast the sky and sea are? He relies solely on his mouth to get by? The elites present all sneered, finding fault with Qin Shen. Su Wenlang chuckled and said to Qin Shen, brother, do you think you can sway the investors with just your silver tongue? You need to show some real skills. Just like today, I introduced a new product and investments poured in. I have already sent the new product video to Miss Feng Yingying. She will definitely be impressed and bring her team to join our Su family. That's real power. After sending the video to Feng Yingying, Su Wenlang had not received a reply yet, but he was confident. He believed that after seeing the effectiveness of Gui Long Qing Kong, Feng Yingying would be deeply impressed and bring her team to join the Su family. He was very convinced of this. This statement caused a stir at the scene. Miss Feng is a Ph.D. from the Imperial Capital Medical University, with a top-notch team under her, has collaborated with many internationally renowned teams, and has even won the Xia Country Gold Team Award. If they join, Zhenghai Investment will invest 15 billion. With the release of Master Su's new medicine, the whole scene was shocked, indicating that there is a top-notch research and development institution behind it. After Miss Feng joins, the Su Research and Development Institution will definitely step up and become one of the top 5 research and development institutions in the country.
Qinglong Investment decides to invest 20 billion. With Miss Feng's team joining, new medicines will emerge endlessly. Master Su, we TNN Investment decide to invest 30 billion.
The scene was lively with enthusiastic sign-ups, with many pouring in large amounts of funds.
Shen Ruwan couldn't help but feel emotional when she saw this scene. The strength of the Su family was slightly inferior to the Shen family, but if Feng Yingying's team joined, the strength of the Su Research and Development Institution could indeed be on par with the Shen Research and Development.
Qin Shen saw this scene and sneered. Master Su was too confident.
Feng Yingying will only join Jiang Pharmaceutical, and will never join the Su group.
As soon as he finished speaking, the scene fell silent again, and mocking voices flooded in.
Is this guy crazy? Does he know what kind of team Feng Yingying has? Always trying to show off and make his presence known?
He must be jealous that we invested in the Schuster family and wants to disrupt our decision-making.
That broken research institution of the Jiang Pharmaceutical, even dogs wouldn't go there. How could Feng Yingying's team join? Are they daydreaming?
Lin Xingwan said coldly. Qin Shen, don't argue with them. It's better to be down-to-earth than to indulge in arguing. I will find a few more mature teams. We shouldn't even think about top teams like Feng Yingying's. Qin Shen raised an eyebrow, shook his head and said with a smile, dreams are still there. What if they come true?
I'll get Feng Yingying's phone number, you call her and ask.
Gukong sneered. You don't even have the contact information, and you're thinking about inviting her to join.
Who do you think you are?
It's really ridiculous. Everyone looked disdainful from the bottom of their hearts. Whether Qin Shen could get through on the phone was a question.
Qin Shen ignored them and dialed the phone directly to Zhao Fu's personal bodyguard Xiao Wu. Last time at the Tide Pavilion, he exchanged contact information with Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was the contact person for the Zhao family and would definitely have Feng Yingying's contact information. Xiao Wu, do you have Feng Yingying's phone number? Find it for me.
Xiao Wu didn't say much, immediately started searching, and soon reported it to Qin Shen.
After hearing Qin Shen's words, Gukong couldn't help but laugh and said, looking for Miss Feng Yingying's contact information? Why pretend here? I'll give it to you directly. The onlookers also had mocking expressions on their faces, full of disdain. Pretending to be real, claiming to have Feng Yingying's phone number directly, isn't that making you look more awesome?
Even if he really finds Feng Yingying's phone number and introduces himself, she will definitely hang up without hesitation. Why bother with this person? Calling Miss Feng is like throwing a stone at your own foot, losing face.
Feng Yingying, she is the daughter of the city's mayor.
Even inviting her to dinner is a problem for these celebrities, let alone inviting her to join the company. Lin Xingwan watched from the side, her eyes as sharp as knives. She had dealt with Feng Yingying before, a proud person who rarely showed a good face to others.
Even when she was the CEO, it was difficult to invite her, let alone now?
Qin Shen, unconcerned, got Feng Yingying's phone number, dialed it directly, and then handed the phone to Lin Xingwan. Seeing that the call had been made, Lin Xingwan had no choice but to answer, putting it to her ear.
Hello? Feng Yingying's voice came through the receiver. Miss Feng, this is Lin Xingwan.
After introducing herself, Lin Xingwan's heart was in her throat. She was afraid the other party would hang up directly.
That would be embarrassing.
However, Feng Yingying was excited when she heard it. Miss Lin, are you calling to ask who to invite to join Jiang Pharmaceutical?
Don't worry, my team are all Ph.D. holders, a total of 10 people. If you think it's too many, I can reduce a few. Boom! Lin Xingwan was thunderstruck.
She was shocked almost to the point of dropping her phone, looking straight at Qin Shen, her worldview shattered.
Qin Shen must have contacted Feng Yingying beforehand and convinced them.
Most importantly, from Feng Yingying's tone, it seemed like joining Jiang Pharmaceutical was a great honor and excitement.
Who exactly is this Qin Shen? No need.
Welcome Miss Feng and her team to join Jiang Pharmaceutical. Lin Xingwan, despite having seen a lot, was still a bit nervous in this situation.
Pretend. Keep pretending.
I don't believe you're really calling Miss Feng. There should be no one on the other end of the phone, or Miss Feng hung up. Lin Xingwan couldn't face it, so she pretended. Lin Xingwan is so pitiful, she has actually resorted to playing tricks with a madman. It's really lamentable.
The celebrities present all thought Lin Xingwan was talking nonsense and couldn't help but sneer.
Gukong stood with his arms crossed, sneering, Lin Xingwan, if you're playing games with us, I guarantee you'll crawl out of here. When Qin Shen heard this, he leaned over and said into the phone, Miss Feng, Gukong said we're joking with you and he wants us to crawl out.
Mr. Qin, are you at the Su family estate? I'll be right over.
There was a gasp on the phone, followed by the sound of a car starting. Mr. Shen, have a drink and something to eat there. I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Qin Shen hung up the phone and put his phone in his pocket.
Shen Ruwan stared at Qin Shen in a daze, her nervous hands trembling.
Beautiful. Perfect. Played so convincingly. Thumbs up to you.
Gu Kong clapped twice, smiling ambiguously, and said to everyone, see, Miss Lin's hands are shaking, she must be lying for the first time and scared.
Su Wenlang also shook his head and said disdainfully, why bother acting this out? What if Miss Feng comes looking for me, won't you be exposed?
Gao Jinsheng also sneered, remember your identity, you are no longer the president of the Lin family, just a commoner.
A commoner joking with the daughter of the city's mayor, do you know what the consequences will be?
She will not hesitate to slap you.
Qin Shen looked at Lin Qingwan expressionlessly and said, you probably haven't eaten yet, want some? He picked up a piece of foie gras and stuffed it into his mouth, then took a big sip of red wine, smiled and said, talking with these trash, I'm thirsty.
Gu Kong saw Qin Shen acting like he owned the place, and an aimless anger surged in his heart, cursing, you bastard, there are so many people here, wait until the banquet is over, I'll skin you alive. The people present thought it was just a joke, and soon forgot about it, gathering in groups of 3 or 5. Shen Ruwan looked at Qin Shen holding a chicken leg in his left hand and a pig's trotter in his right hand, shook her head involuntarily, took a sip of red wine and turned her head away.
Showing off your presence, feeling happy? Shan Yuding walked over and said coldly, looking at Qin Shen.
When I'm eating, please don't show up in front of me, or I'll feel nauseous. Qin Shen was gnawing on the pig's trotter, but turned his head when he saw her. Shan Yuding's face turned black with anger, and she said coldly, yes, it's time to have a good meal, so you'll have the strength to take a beating later. Qin Shen threw the pig's trotter into the plate, pointed to the plate of shrimp in front of him, and said, let's make a bet, if Feng Yingying really joins Jiang Pharmaceutical, you peel this plate of shrimp.
Chang Yuding sneered, stubborn as a mule, fine.
But if you lose, you have to apologize to my lady for your recklessness in the past. Qin Shen chuckled and nodded. Shang Yuding saw Qin Shen looking nonchalant, feeling annoyed. I came over just to tell you, don't spread rumors about having an engagement with our lady in the future. The Shen family can't afford that, understand? If I find out you tarnish her reputation, I will definitely tear your mouth apart. Qin Shen smiled, don't worry, I can't wait to distance myself from that arrogant woman.
You. Chang Yuding was about to explode when a woman walked in from the door. Miss Feng is here.
A guest was the first to see Feng Yingying coming in and shouted loudly. Su Wenlang was discussing business with the investors from Angel Investment, and when he saw Feng Yingying enter, a smug smile appeared on his face.
What did I say?
Miss Feng saw the video of the new drug release, she will definitely come to discuss cooperation, and here she is.
The surrounding guests also flattered.
With Miss Feng joining the Su Group, it will be like a tiger with wings. I believe it won't be long before the Su Group becomes the largest pharmaceutical company in Xia country. Miss Feng is also like a phoenix perching on a high branch. You complement each other, it will surely become a great story in the future. Su's development in recent years has been rapid, closely related to young Master Su. He is truly a talented individual. The Su family will definitely have a huge leap in the next 10 years. We must hold on to their thighs. Shan Yuding saw Feng Yingying coming in, a hint of pride flashed in her eyes, sarcastically said to Qin Shen, Miss Feng must have been attracted by Su's new product and came to discuss cooperation with young Master Su. I told you not to pretend, but you still did.
Now, you've met the real master, right? Don't forget the bet just now, apologize politely to my lady. Feng Yingying walked into the manor with big steps, everyone's eyes focused on her. A Ph.D.
from the Imperial Capital Medical University, with a top-notch team under her, the daughter of the city's top figure, Feng Yuanming. With so many celebrities present, apart from Shen Ruwan, the arrogant woman, no one could overshadow her, everyone had to look at her with admiration. Young Master Su's new product is stunningly released, Miss Feng and her top team are joining. In the next few years, Su's, apart from the Shen family, will have no rivals. Shen, Su, Longmen, the three families joining forces, there is no force in the north that can resist. Perhaps in the near future, these three families will advance together and become the hottest pharmaceutical group in Xia country. Now the market value of the Su family in Jinling has exceeded 1 trillion, with Miss Feng's team escorting, the stock will definitely soar, doubling the market value is not impossible. In the midst of envy, Su Wenlang proudly straightened his body, adjusted his suit, and walked towards Feng Yingying with a smile on his face. Miss Feng, welcome to join the Su Group. I believe that with your joining, the Su Pharmaceutical Research Institute will shine even brighter. Su Wenlang smiled and reached out his hand. Feng Yingying was stunned. She gave Su Wenlang a strange look, politely shook hands, and said with a smile, Young Master Su, when did I say I would join the Su Group?
I don't seem to have replied to you, right?
The scene fell silent.
Su Wenlang was taken aback, then laughed heartily. Miss Feng, you must have watched the video and had the intention to join, but you were unsure about the salary after joining, so you wanted to discuss it with me in person. Rest assured, the salary and benefits are absolutely top-notch, with an annual salary of 30 million. The people in your team will receive between 5 million and 10 million based on their degree level. What do you think?
This statement shocked the entire audience. An annual salary of 30 million, in the eyes of the research and development departments of major pharmaceutical factories in Xiao country, is considered a super high salary. This salary exceeds the annual profit of a small factory. Miss Feng will definitely not refuse. Young Master Su is really going all out to attract talent. With such sincerity, I believe Miss Feng will be very touched. Everyone in the team can receive over 5 million. This kind of benefits already surpasses the industry standard. Miss Feng is likely to sign the contract on the spot and start working at Su's tomorrow. Gu Kong, holding a glass of wine, staggered to Lin Xingwan's side, sneered, "See, this is strength. What's the use of acquiring a pharmaceutical factory when you can have a top-tier team like Miss Feng? I told you that day, what I want will belong to me sooner or later. Longbu Pill, as well as Zheng Pharmaceutical, wait to be acquired or bankrupted again." Gao Jinsheng also came forward with a playful smile, sneered, "Do you now understand why I switched to the Su family? They offer more and have strong capabilities. 6 years ago, young Master Su approached me, promising that as long as the Gao family serves him, he will allocate 1 billion to the Gao family every year, and provide us with countless resources. People die for wealth, birds die for food, of course, the Gao family will not refuse. It's only you, the fool who has been fooled for 6 years, even if bankrupted, you never suspected me, what a fucking idiot." Shen Ruwan's face was cold, and she said indifferently, "Do you remember what I said back then? For me, Lin Xingwan, a drop of water's kindness will be repaid with a gushing spring, and so will enmity." After Gao Jinsheng heard this, a chill rose in his heart for a moment, but then he smiled and said, "Want revenge? Ha, do you think I will give you a chance? You are just a small flame, a puff from the Su family will extinguish you. So don't act tough here, just watch Miss Feng join the Su family, and then leave in envy. However, young Master Su, you misunderstood, I did not come for you." Feng Yingying politely smiled and said loudly, "I just came to say hello to you all. I will lead my team to join the pharmaceutical company recently acquired by Miss Lin Xingwan." Boom! This sentence was like a thunderbolt on a sunny day for everyone present, leaving them stunned. "Miss Feng, are you joking?" Su Wenlang exclaimed, "Are you not satisfied with this annual salary? Salaries can be negotiated. If 30 million is not enough, we can make it 50 million. The Su family has plenty of money." Feng Yingying shook her head and said, "Young Master Su, I don't lack money, what I lack is opportunity. Your team is already top-notch, and my joining won't be of much help, it will only limit my own development. I need an organization that I can lead, to bring out the value of my subordinates." After saying that, in the midst of silence, she walked to Lin Xingwan's side and said with a smile, "Miss Lin, my family had a good relationship with Mr. Lin Badian in the past, and I also admire your character and abilities. During my time in the capital, I always hoped to cooperate with you one day, but I never expected to hear the news of the Lin family's bankruptcy, which was very heartbreaking. This time, you are rebuilding the pharmaceutical factory, and I need a very challenging job, so when you called, I agreed. I hope we can support each other, progress together, and I hope you can once again shine in Jiang Bay and revive the glory of the Lin family." Lin Xingwan called her, not Qin Shen. Feng Yingying knew that Qin Shen wanted to make Lin Xingwan his bride, accompanying her at this banquet, so she directed all her flattering words towards Lin Xingwan. "Thank you, Miss Feng, I welcome your joining." Lin Xingwan's heart was in turmoil. Feng Yingying's words were impeccable, but there must be a reason involving Qin Shen. This guy has some skills. Feng Yingying smiled faintly and said, "Manager Lin, I need to go to the capital to bring my team over, so I won't stay here with you." She nodded to Lin Xingwan and left the estate once again. In the garden of over 1,000 square meters, the hundreds of celebrities were silent. Lin Xingwan really did call Feng Yingying just now, and successfully recruited this golden phoenix. Feng Yingying's arrival and departure took only 5 minutes, but the shock she brought to everyone was like a thunderstorm on a clear day, equivalent to an earthquake of magnitude 8, leaving everyone's minds blank. Feng Yingying's team actually abandoned a 30 million annual salary and joined the Zheng Pharmaceutical Company under Lin Xingwan's leadership. Su Wenlang stood still, his face turning red and purple, a flash of anger in his eyes. And the faces of Gu Kong and Gao Jinsheng were as black as charcoal, their mouths twitching, their heads buzzing. They had just teased Lin Xingwan a moment ago, never expecting to end up embarrassing themselves, feeling frustrated. Feng Yingying is a bit arrogant, preferring to lead a small company rather than be a deputy at the Su family.
Lin Xingwan's personal charm is truly remarkable. Even after the Lin family went bankrupt, there are still people joining her company without hesitation.
Shen Ruwan thought to herself, casting a glance at Lin Xingwan. At this moment, Shan Yuting was already dumbfounded. She looked at Qin Shen's smiling face and felt her cheeks burning, clenching her fists in anger.
What are you standing there for? Waiting to eat the shrimp?
Qin Shen pointed to the plate in front of him without looking up. You're just taking advantage of Lin Xingwan, dreaming that I would peel shrimp for you as a son-in-law.
Humph.
Shan Yuting turned her head away, maintaining her last bit of stubbornness and coquettishness.
What's going on?
Shen Ruwan saw her exchanging glances with Qin Shen, and all that collided was anger.
She frowned and asked, what's going on? Shan Yuting pulled a face and said, I just made a bet with Qin Shen.
If Miss Feng joins Jiang Pharmaceutical, I will peel the shrimp for him.
Otherwise, he will apologize to you.
Shen Ruwan was stunned, shook her head, and said, since you made a bet with him, you should be willing to accept the outcome.
How can you go back on your word? We underestimated the charm of Lin Badian and Lin Xingwan.
Being flexible is the mark of a true hero.
Let's take this as a lesson. Oh.
Shan Yuting had no choice but to go to Qin Shen's side and peel the shrimp for him with a stern face.
It's still the boss.
Xiao Woody looked at everything that had just happened and couldn't help but marvel.
Wu Tianda nodded and said with a smile, just a starter has already stirred up quite a wave. The boss's future means will be endless. How will these people be able to resist?
I've made money for so many years, and for the first time, I feel like I'm making money lying down. The two clinked their glasses, and the smiles on their faces lingered.
Lin Xingwan, with Miss Feng joining Jiang Pharmaceutical, do you think the Lin family is on the rise? Su Wenlang sneered, teamwork is just the foundation. To develop new products, massive funding is necessary. Look at my Su group. We invest over 2 billion in research and development every year. You can't get that much money.
Lin Xingwan said coldly, I never thought that with Miss Feng's joining, the Lin family's return to its peak was just around the corner.
Before the Lin family went bankrupt, I was always vigilant, never slackening in any way. And now even more so.
But I will cherish this opportunity more, see through the people around me, devote 100% of my energy, and use all my strength to regain everything that was lost.
Qin Shen nodded upon hearing this.
With billions of funds blocked externally and traders selling out internally, Lin's family could still hold on for 10 years. This woman has a willpower 100 times stronger than ordinary people.
Lin Badian has raised a good daughter. Regain everything? Gu Kong sneered coldly, disdainfully saying, are you giving an acceptance speech? How can a grasshopper like you snatch me from the tiger's mouth? Think about how to keep Jiang Pharmaceutical first. With a word from Su, no one will dare to give you a penny of support.
Gao Jinsheng also looked disdainful and said coldly, those who recognize the situation are the wise ones.
The Lin family's decline is inevitable.
You should sell Jiang Pharmaceutical and live a good life in Jiang Bay for the rest of your life. Otherwise, whether you can survive this year is a question. Qin Shen picked up a piece of shrimp and brought it to his mouth, then walked over to Gao Jinsheng, saying lightly, traitors like you, if in our prison, would have their tongues cut out and their third leg disabled.
Do you know why? Because traitors don't deserve to live. They don't even deserve to speak. Gao Jinsheng laughed instead of getting angry and arrogantly said, but I didn't go in. Are you mad? You can only show off your tongue. You can't do anything to me. Instead, you, this clown, think that by getting close to Lin Xingwan, you can become rich and prosperous? It's just a dream.
Su will continue to grow with the release of a constant stream of new drugs and rounds of financing, while Lin Xingwan can only run around for a few million each time, extinguishing the newly ignited fighting spirit in the end, ending in despair.
Run around for a few million?
Qin Shen chuckled after hearing this, raised his eyebrows and said, with just one phone call, I can bring in tens of billions in funding.
She just needs to manage the internal affairs of the company well. Why run around? This statement caused the onlookers to shake their heads repeatedly. The young man is still too naive. Even if Miss Feng's team joins, if you use this matter to seek financing from them, they won't agree. After all, investors look at the overall strength of a company. You, a person who has spent 10 years in prison, understand business operations? I guess you haven't even attended a class, yet here you are talking big about enterprise development. Do you know how much 100 billion is? Do you think investors' money falls from the sky? Just by looking at Miss Feng's team, will they give you money?
Su Wenlang also shook his head and said to Qin Shen, it's understandable that you want to be a follower of the dragon, after all, everyone wants to move up, but you also need to understand your own abilities. Not to mention that Lin Xingwan's enterprise can't last a few months, even if it has some development, you can only play a role as an errand runner, it's difficult to aim for the top.
Recognize your own position. I'm talking to Lin Xingwan, you, a dispensable little character, don't try to show your presence. Just like a clown, making everyone laugh. Lin Xingwan stepped forward and advised, investment matters need to be carefully considered. The Lin family still has some old ministers in Jiang Bay, although they don't have much money, but pooling together tens of millions should not be a problem. Qin Shin shook his head and said, the company has just been established, strike while the iron is hot, why take a long time to consider? I have no intention of wasting years with them. How about this, give everyone a chance to make money, now whoever wants to invest can find Lin Xingwan, all are welcome, except for the Shen family, Su family, and Longmen. The people present were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He didn't take our words to heart at all. Does he think that with Miss Feng joining Lin Xingwan's team, we have to kneel and worship? This person hasn't seen much of the world. With a little achievement he thinks he can get rich. It's really ridiculous. Everyone shook their heads, thinking that Qin Shen was too naive. Feng Yingying's team is strong, but a good horse needs a good saddle, and the Su family is just icing on the cake. Following Lin Xingwan, it's like a stranded whale on the beach, no matter how strong it is, it can't do anything. Su Wenlang sneered a few times and said, you can't get investment by just shouting, you must have strength in new products. Look at today, Gui Longqing Kong just released and already received 80 billion in investment. It should easily exceed 100 billion today. Look, Chairman Zhao and President Wu are here too, they must have already considered and decided to invest. Everyone looked over and saw Xiao Woody and Wu Tianda walking over from the corner, causing a stir. These two are heavyweight figures today. They must have made a comprehensive judgment and decided to invest in the Su family. Both have assets exceeding 50 billion, even if they casually invest it's still billions. If the Su family gets their investment, the total amount today will definitely exceed 200 billion. Wow! The Su family's appeal is really strong. This wave of new product releases has gathered all the influential figures in Jiang Bay. The Su family has a firm grip on Jiang Bay. Wu Tianda and Xiao Woody heard the comments from the crowd and smiled awkwardly. Chairman Zhao, President Wu, you two are too cautious, considering it only now. But it's okay, it's never too late, invest in the Su family, you just lie back and make money. Su Wenlang stepped forward a few steps, chuckled and said, sorry, Master Su, we have already decided to invest in General Lin. Xiao Woody said with a smile. Wu Tianda also nodded. The crowd was stunned. Su Wenlang frowned, nodded and said, well, with Miss Feng's team joining Jiang Pharmaceutical, you think Jiang Pharmaceutical can rise, it's understandable to invest a few tens of millions. After all, making money from both ends is not a bad idea. How much money do you decide to invest in the Su family? Xiao Woody smiled and shook his head, saying, we are not investing in the Su family, only in Jiang Pharmaceutical, and not just a few tens of millions. Not investing in the Su family? Only investing in Jiang Pharmaceutical? It seems that the two big shots want to play small, investing a few million just for fun. It can also be understood that they mainly focus on real estate and entertainment, and they don't know much about the pharmaceutical field. Investing a few million in a small enterprise like Zhang's is just a game to them. Well, although a few million is not a big deal for them, investing in Zhang's, I'm afraid it will all go down the drain. Su Wenlang said disappointedly, President Zhao, General Wu, the real estate industry is already saturated. Unless you come across good land, profits will not be as lucrative as before. You should consider changing direction early on. Investing tens of billions in pharmaceuticals is a good choice. Xiao Woody nodded, yes, General Wu and I have considered it for a long time, and we have decided to focus on investing in pharmaceuticals in the future. So, each of us will contribute 50 billion to invest in Jiang Pharmaceutical. Boom! This sentence was like a thunderbolt. Continuous thunder, rumbling from the east to the west. Everyone's brains short-circuited, their heads buzzing. Lin Xingwan's eyes widened, she bit her tongue hard, a strong sense of pain hit her, she knew all of this was not a dream. 50 billion each? Isn't that 100 billion? Jiang Pharmaceutical's market value is only over 20 billion, and they received 100 billion investment before even opening for business? Are President Zhao and General Wu crazy? Aren't they afraid of losing everything by pouring so much money into Jiang Pharmaceutical? Well, to put it bluntly, President Zhao and General Wu are typical examples of having too much money and being foolish. Investing in newly established companies can indeed earn more through original shares, but it also depends on whether Zhang's can succeed. Su Wenlang frowned and said seriously, President Zhao, General Wu, are you joking? Xiao Woody waved his hand and smiled, Mr. Su, we are serious, sorry about that. We like to take unconventional approaches and believe that investing in Zhang's will bring more returns in the future. We particularly admire Miss Lin's abilities. Wu Tianda coughed twice and said slowly, we have cooperated with the Lin family on several projects before,
we know President Lin's abilities, and we feel she will not fail this time. Most importantly, back then, President Xiao and I received guidance and help from Lin Badian. So today, when Miss Lin established a new company and had Miss Feng's team join in, we feel obliged to invest both emotionally and rationally. Xiao Woody nodded without commenting. At this moment, Shen Ruwan couldn't sit still anymore. Frowning, she said, President Zhao, investment is not child's play, you need to think it through. In case of failure, it will be a total loss. Wu Tianda spoke up. It's okay, Miss Shen, our two families have over 100 billion in cash flow. Even if this 50 billion investment fails, it will at most be like losing an arm, not affecting the foundation. After confirming, Shen Ruwan said coldly, President Zhao, General Wu, the business world is like a battlefield. Although we are friends, if we support Zhang's, we will not show mercy. Xiao Woody smiled and said, what goes around comes around, we understand the rules, Miss Shen, feel free to make a move, we'll accept the outcome. President Zhao, you are not helping Lin Qingwan, you are harming her. Yes, the Su family originally looked down on Jiang Pharmaceutical. By investing 100 billion, the Su family will definitely use a lot of connections and funds to suppress Jiang Pharmaceutical. 100 billion is a lot for us, but for the Su group, it's just a drop in the bucket. Influential figures at the scene advised one after another. The Su family has hundreds of billions in cash flow and is allied with the Longmen and Shen families. The combined cash flow of the three families exceeds 1 trillion, and they can raise hundreds of billions through extensive connections. Putting 100 billion into Jiang Pharmaceutical will only end up in failure in the future. Qin Chun chuckled and shook his head. The investors agree, the company accepts, but the bystanders don't. It's really funny. You don't want to make money, but do you also not allow others to make money? Make money? Su Wenlong's face darkened, and he said coldly, unless Lin Qingwan hands over Jiang Pharmaceutical to the Su family, everything will be under Su's command. Otherwise, even if she has 10 billion, facing our capital suppression, it will still collapse. Powerful? Qin Chan remained indifferent, with a relaxed expression. How powerful? Can anyone be stronger than me? Always talking about capital, it only shows that you are insecure. Unlike me, when discussing matters with others, I never mention how strong I am, because no one is stronger than me. This completely angered the crowd, who began to accuse Qin Chen one after another. Jumping clown, typical of someone who thinks they are a god just because they have a little bit of luck. Miss Feng joined the Jiang Pharmaceutical Company, President Zhao and General Wu invested. What does that have to do with you? Always meddling in everything, thinking you are the protagonist today. Thinking that with a 10 billion investment you can get rich? Just wait. You will cry. You can be proud. In just 1 month, this 10 billion will be consumed in the battle of capital, or directly swallowed by the ZUS, and Lin Qingwan will once again bear a huge debt. Qin Chen smiled and said, swallowed by the ZUS? I'm afraid it will burst their bellies. If you want to fight, come and fight. From today on, the Lins will wage war against all competing companies. A full-scale war. Follow the rich, or perish. After Qin Chen finished speaking, Lin Qingwan also nodded and said, business is business. If you all remain neutral or support, I will still consider you as friends. If you stand against me, then you are enemies. From now on, whoever touches my things, I, Lin Qingwan, will fight to the death. The crowd couldn't help but shudder at the thought of Lin Qingwan's ruthless and cold-blooded nature. The woman who had vowed to live and die with the company by placing an urn in the office had returned? Lin Qingwan, do you know how ridiculous you are? Gu Kong, upon hearing Lin Qingwan's declaration of war, chuckled disdainfully and said, your words just now are like a rabbit baring its teeth at a tiger, with no effect at all. It's better not to talk so much nonsense, or else when you lose miserably, you'll be embarrassed. With so many entrepreneurs in the Su Business Alliance investing and with Shen Ruwan's support, they wanted to crush Lin Qingwan like a dragon swallowing a sparrow. Su Wenlang shook his head inside. President Lin, it's too early for you to say these things. You have the funds and the team, that's true. But to develop competitive drugs, it will take at least several years. If you acknowledge me as your superior, accept my constraints, I can give you some room to survive. Otherwise, you won't make it to that point. The development of new drugs is a lengthy process that not only burns money but also requires time and effort. It takes a huge amount of effort, and it may take several years to develop a new drug. Qin Chen indifferently said, if you knew the Lin family's motto, you would know how ridiculous what you just said was. I'll give you back your words now. If you acknowledge Lin Qingwan as your superior, I can give you some room to survive. Otherwise, you will spend your remaining years paying off debts. Su Wenlong's face instantly darkened, and he shouted angrily, do you have the right to speak here? Who do you think you are? You said you were awesome, come on, make a medicine on the spot. If you can make it, I'll respect you. If you can't, then get out of here. He couldn't stand Qin Chen anymore. This guy had been provoking him all along, and it was getting on his nerves.
Qin Shen couldn't be bothered and said indifferently, "If I make the medicine in front of you, wouldn't it be like giving you the dragon bone pill? Kid, you think I'm humiliating you, but I'm actually saving you." Su Wenlang was so angry he almost fainted.
As a prominent member of the Su family, he had been choked several times by a former convict who had just been released from prison. Shen Ruwan couldn't bear it any longer and walked over to Qin Shen, saying lightly, "You don't need to stand on Lin Xingwan's side for revenge against me, because even if I stop, you won't catch up in 50 years.
Qin Shen couldn't help but be speechless. Where did this woman get her sense of superiority from?
Shen Ruwan continued, "Stop thinking about these childish things.
Just honestly guard your own little world and live a good life.
You can't change the fate of the Lin family, let alone touch my face.
We are not from the same world. I am on the mountaintop, and you
are still in the valley at the foot of the mountain.
Your current behavior is very childish, very boring, very pitiful."
Shen Ruwan's proud gaze flashed over Qin Shen, carrying a hint of indifference. Qin Shen couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head. "I really don't know where your confidence comes from. I helped the Lin group regain everything it lost. How did it turn into something against you?
You're thinking too much. This is just a promise I made to Lin Badian.
Whether you divorce or not, it has no effect on me." Seeing Shen Ruwan take the initiative to talk to Qin Shen, everyone couldn't help but be slightly surprised.
"Divorce?
I heard Miss Shen had an engagement with the abandoned son of the Qin family in the Magic City.
Is the man in front of us him?
He supports Lin Xingwan so much, he must want to compete with Shen Divine Doctor. After all, being dumped by a woman is not a glorious thing."
"What's wrong with being dumped by Shen Divine Doctor? He should feel honored to have had an engagement with Miss Shen. In this world, there is no man who can match Shen Divine Doctor."
Hearing these mocking voices in her ears,
Qin Shen just smiled disdainfully.
Lin Xingwan was slightly surprised to hear this. She never thought that Qin Shen had such a relationship with Shen Ruwan, let alone that he was the abandoned son of the Qin family. "You have no ability, so you shouldn't have agreed to take care of Lin Xingwan for Lin Badian, let alone give Lin Xingwan hope. The Su family and the Longmen Alliance, we won't sit back and watch the Lin family rise.
If you persist in your delusion, don't blame me for being ruthless,"
Shen Ruwan said calmly. Qin Shen shrugged, sneered, "Although it doesn't matter whether you have it or not, I did agree to your request the first 2 times. So, in return for your misguided help twice, I'll give you a reminder. Let Longmen and the Su family withdraw from the Lin family's business, then roll back to your own territory and stop thinking about targeting the Lin family.
And the same goes for you, don't think about competing with me, because you are too weak."
Shen Ruwan felt Qin Shen's words were particularly funny. Qin Shen was just an abandoned son, a son-in-law who had spent 10 years in prison.
What could he use to compete with them? A person with no shining qualities, how could he compete with the son? Miss Shen is too kind.
I guess she feels guilty about divorcing, so she wants to advise him not to court disaster. This kind of person definitely won't listen, because he has been blinded by anger, trying to salvage his pitiful pride. Little does he know, his pride is worthless in the eyes of Shen Divine Doctor. This kind of person is shameless, unable to find his own position, just like a princess rejecting a peasant's love. You can only be impotent and angry, with no way out. After learning about Qin Shen's background, the celebrities present all looked disdainful. Just a brainless man blinded by anger can only perish together with Lin Xingwan, dying in a corner with impotent anger. Su Wenlang, through Gao Jinshang, had a thorough understanding of Qin Shen. After completely understanding the person Qin Shen was, a lasting disdain appeared on his face. "I was wondering why you were so happy jumping around. Turns out you wanted to impress Shen Divine Doctor.
But can just boasting make Miss Shen look up to you?
How can you still have the face to show yourself like this when you've reached this point?"
Su Wenlang snorted lightly, full of disdain, not even bothering to look at Qin Shen.
Gu Kang's face was even colder, saying, "Miss Shen is the disciple of the Qingma ghost Dr. Gu Hong, the daughter of the Shen family in the Magic City, with extraordinary medical skills and a prominent family background. You, a discarded member of the Qin family, spent 10 years in prison and became the son-in-law of the Su family. You are just an insignificant ant, only worthy of licking your pretentious wounds in the darkness, slowly dying in impotent anger."
In overestimating your abilities?
Qin Shen's face instantly turned frosty, his eyes seemed to erupt like a volcano, taking a step forward and staring firmly at Gu Kang, indifferently saying, "The Shen family is fragile. If I take the matter of breaking off the engagement seriously, she will marry whether she wants to or not.
As for Shen Ruwan's identity as a divine doctor, to me, it's a joke.
By seniority, she should call me master." Qin Shen's words were like a landslide, leaving everyone stunned.
For a long time, laughter erupted at the scene. Shatter the Shen family with a snap of your fingers? You, a lowly commoner, how can you resist a mega-billionaire family? With your foul-mouthed arrogance? No one dares to oppose your opinions? What are you? Are you General Yi Jiannan of the Dragon Cavalry Army? Are you out of your mind? Miss Shen calls you master. Does that mean Gu Yixing is your disciple? Ha ha. Do you know what kind of divine being the Qingma ghost doctor is? I'm afraid you've encountered a lunatic.
Everyone laughed uproariously, thinking that Qin Shen was hurt by Shen Ruwan and said such arrogant and brainless words just to save face.
Nonsense.
Shen Ruwan's face darkened, lifting her cold and proud face high, clearly not wanting to pay any attention to Qin Shen. Upon hearing Qin Shen's words, Shan Yuding couldn't help but feel angry. My lady feels guilty for breaking off the engagement and kindly helped you twice. You don't have to be grateful, but don't belittle my lady.
And don't disregard Gu Yixing. Do you really think my lady has a good temper and can be slandered at will? Qin Shen shrugged indifferently, saying, if you don't believe it, that's fine.
I've already warned you, don't blame me if you suffer in the future. Lin Qingwan also frowned tightly, feeling that Qin Shen's words were too much just to confront Shen Ruwan. Leaving aside the fact that the Shen family is a mega-billionaire family in the Magic City, Shen Ruwan alone possesses extraordinary medical skills, allowing her to befriend numerous dignitaries. It can be said that the Shen family is more influential because of Shen Ruwan. This woman is truly arrogant, using her feminine charm to make all men bow their heads. Even the heads of the Su family and the Longmen family have to give her face. It's as difficult as reaching the sky for Qin Shen to slap Shen Ruwan's face.
Oh, why is everyone laughing so happily?
A soft and charming voice came. A woman with a seductive appearance, a well-proportioned figure, and a wild temperament walked over. She hugged Su Wenlang around the waist, about to act coquettish, but when she saw Lin Qingwan and Qin Shen, her face turned black. Lin Qingwan, Qin Shen.
What are you two doing here?
Lin Qingwan saw the newcomer, her gaze sharpening.
The woman is Shanya.
After the banquet hosted by Wu Tianda, she returned to Jinling to work at Wu Yihan's studio. She hadn't been there for a day when Wu Yihan issued an apology letter, and the studio closed down. Shanya thought that Wu Tianda had found evidence, forcing Wu Yihan to issue an apology letter, and she became even more resentful towards Qin Shen. She couldn't forget the 2 slaps she received from Qin Shen and Lin Qingwan at the banquet. Seeing Wu Yihan's downfall, she found Su Wenlang, who had shown interest in her before, to seek revenge. With her superb skills in bed and oral skills that could make one ascend to heaven, she quickly conquered Su Wenlang in one night and became his woman.
Su Wenlang was endlessly reminiscing, wanting to enjoy this royal service for the next few days, so he brought Shanya to Jiang Bay.
He also gave her a large sum of money to reward her services. Shanya took the money and went straight to a luxury store in Jiang Bay, indulging in a shopping spree. She didn't expect to run into Lin Qingwan and Qin Shen here, her beautiful day ruined, her eyes filled with the anger of that day's humiliation. Knowing about Shanya's relationship with Lin Qingwan, Su Wenlang sneered sarcastically, Xiao, you can't address Miss Lin by her name anymore. Miss Lin has now acquired Zhang Pharmaceutical, and even brought in investments, full of vigor and determination, aiming to regain everything she lost.
From now on, we should address her as General Lin.
After hearing this, Daniel was stunned for a moment, then chuckled and said, if I remember correctly, Zhang Pharmaceutical is just a small enterprise.
Even if they have brought in investments, can they compete with the Su Group?
Lin Qingwan, you, this despicable person, will struggle a bit, but in the end, you will die on the road of dreaming.
No. Gu Kong shook his head, looking at Qin Shen with a sneer. Miss Dan, you don't know, General Lin now has a great deity sitting in, very powerful.
The great deity Qin said he could destroy the Shen family with a snap of his fingers, and also claimed to be the master of Gu Hong, the medical saint.
Just him? Daniel looked at Qin Shen, her laughter trembling. Master Su, you may not know, this guy has always been unreliable in his words, like someone from a different world, a pure brainless person. With just this kind of person, why are you still wasting so much time on him?
If it were me, I would have kicked this dog out with a stick long ago.
Qin Shen frowned and looked at Lin Qingwan, indifferently saying, you have nurtured your right-hand man for several years, is this the kind of person you have chosen? Unwilling to be human, insisting on being a beast biting people everywhere? You really can't judge people, you need to be more discerning in the future. Or should I help you educate him?
Lin Qingwan shook her head and said, I will pay attention in the future, as for education, forget it.
Didn't you also say that he's just a beast? How can he understand human language? Let others take care of him for a while, and in the end, just kill him together.
After saying that, she glanced deeply at Gao Jinsheng, a cold light flashing in her eyes. Before coming, Lin Qingwan had nothing, no ability to confront the Su family. Now with the enterprise, team, and funds in hand, she is confident that she can compete with the Su family. Gao Jinsheng looked disdainful, smiled provocatively, not taking Lin Xingwan seriously at all. Qin Shen shook his head and said coldly, although beasts may not understand human language, a beating can still calm them down for a while.
Still want to hit me?
After hearing this, Danya remembered the slap she received earlier, her anger boiling, gritting her teeth. If you dare touch a hair on me, Master Su will definitely not let you leave this place. Qin Shen shook his head, smiled faintly. There is really no door in this world that can stop me. If I lay a hand on you, in the end, you will only watch me leave helplessly, and you may even end up begging me for forgiveness.
The crowd shook their heads incessantly. This guy is too arrogant. Doesn't he know where he is? Master Su does not allow anyone to act recklessly in his manner.
Miss Dan is now Master Su's girlfriend, the two are inseparable. When Miss Dan twisted her foot when getting off the plane, Master Su was extremely distressed.
This kid and Lin Xingwan coming over have already violated Master Su's taboos, and still want to hit people? Truly ignorant of their own mortality. Beg for your forgiveness?
Danya chuckled, then with a provocative look, sneered, then go ahead and hit me. I beg you to hit me, I can't wait. She stretched her face in front of Qin Shen, with an endless provocation in her eyes. You took advantage of President Wu last time, narrowly escaped. Do you really think you'll be lucky every time? A despicable creature, not raised by a father, not loved by a mother, still dares to prance in front of Master Su?
Try hitting me?
She was speaking arrogantly, and Qin Shen swung his hand over.
Smack! The sound of a slap echoed.
Danya staggered back a few steps, crashing heavily into Su Wenlong's arms, feeling her head buzzing, her right cheek burning with pain. See? Everyone heard it. She asked me to hit her. I didn't do it on my own initiative. Qin Shen spread his hands, innocently shaking his head. I've never encountered such a request before, actually begging someone to slap you, truly unheard of. Lin Xingwan saw this scene and almost laughed out loud, quickly pursing her lips and lowering her head.
This guy is really infuriating.
Danya was stunned by this sudden slap, and the onlookers were also taken aback, followed by an uproar throughout the venue.
You scoundrel! Master Su, you must stand up for me. Look at my face, woo-woo. Danya did not expect Qin Shen to dare to act here.
Shocked and angry, she looked at Su Wenlang with a sense of grievance, hoping he would help her regain control of the situation.
How dare you hit her? How dare you cause trouble in my manor?
Su Wenlang looked at Danya's swollen face and bleeding lips, knowing that the evening had lost some of its enjoyment, and he suddenly exploded in anger.
Qin Shen said indifferently, Master Su, this is your fault, isn't it? She asked me to hit her, it wasn't my initiative. Furthermore, since she is your woman, you should control her and prevent her from causing trouble. We are here to discuss business. Why did you leave a dog here? Discuss business? Su Wenlong's face darkened, gritting his teeth. You come here and talk nonsense, either declaring war or slandering Miss Shen. Does that look like discussing business to you? Qin Shen helplessly said, I am speaking the truth. Who do you blame if you don't believe me? The truth, right. Fine. Su Wenlang angrily said, you claim to be the master of Guhong, the divine physician, right? Then prove it to us.
As long as you have that ability, not only will I not trouble you, but I will also have Daniel apologize to you. If you don't have that ability, I will consider you deliberately causing trouble, and I will not tolerate it.
Danya said fiercely, Master Su, this guy is just a big talker. Why are you taking him seriously? Just break his legs and throw him out. If he is more powerful than Guhong, Lin Xingwan's scar would have disappeared long ago. How could it get worse? Master Su, you may not know in Jinling, but a few days ago I saw that Lin Xingwan's scar had worsened, doubled in severity compared to before. The wound looks as ugly as a dried corpse, even children would cry when they see it. If that guy is better than Guhong, would Lin Xingwan's scar look like this?
The crowd nodded in agreement. I have seen Lin Xingwan's scar, it's quite terrifying, like a centipede winding from the corner of her mouth to her ear, very frightening. I heard she sought medical treatment for 3 years, spent hundreds of thousands to see several famous doctors but still couldn't be cured. It's really tricky. I think besides the divine physician Guhong and the medicine king Wu Bojiao, it's hard for anyone else to cure her. Miss Shen should be able to, but it will take some time. Isn't this perfect? That kid claims to be the master of Guhong, the divine physician, so it should be easy for him to heal this scar, right? Let him prove it to us. The socialites present had a mocking expression, finally finding a way to shut Qin Shen up. Shen Ruwan also nodded and said lightly, I have seen Miss Lin's scar, it should have been caused by a poisonous knife. Treating it is very troublesome, but give me a month, and I should be able to cure it. Su Wenlong's face showed a hint of ruthlessness after hearing this. You have heard everyone's opinions. I won't say you are as miraculous as Guhong. As long as you can cure Lin Xingwan's scar within a month like Miss Shen, I will let you off the hook.
Don't think about running away, it's useless. I have connections nationwide, even if you flee abroad, you won't be able to save your life. 1 month?
Miss Shen's medical skills still need improvement. Shen was stunned after hearing this, then shook his head and said, "For me, a week is enough. And Lin Qingwan is currently applying my medicine. The scar should have almost disappeared."
Damn it! He's being stubborn again.
Gu Kong said angrily, "He has to have the last word. He has to challenge Miss Shen in everything.
Can't he survive without bragging?
Master Su is giving you a chance, if you don't kneel down and apologize quickly, and still struggle."
Fine, you can persist. I won't ask you about your medical skills first. I'll ask if you have a medical qualification certificate? Shen thought for a moment and said, "I really don't have one. Ha ha ha."
There was a burst of laughter on the scene.
This guy is really amazing. He doesn't even have a medical qualification certificate.
He still claims to be Gu Yixing's master. Gu Jingli hit the nail on the head with one sentence, and this kid immediately revealed his true colors.
Lin Qingwan, did you hear that?
That kid doesn't have a medical qualification certificate. Hurry home and change the gauze. If you use his medicine and it gets worse, your whole face will be ruined, then it's over.
My god, these two are really weird.
One dares to give, the other dares to use.
Just wait, in a few days, Lin Qingwan's face will be ruined.
By then, forget about managing the Jiang pharmaceutical company, you probably won't even be able to leave the house. Lin Qingwan was slightly stunned, a hint of concern flashed in her eyes as she looked at Shen.
How come this guy doesn't even have a medical qualification certificate? But why does it feel so comfortable after applying the ointment?
Shen Ruwan, after hearing Shen's words, also frowned and said, "I advise you to apologize to Master Su quickly, and then go back and throw away the medicine you gave to Lin Qingwan."
Don't be so arrogant, daring to challenge everything. Shen couldn't be bothered to respond, not even wanting to talk to her.
Chen Yuding said in a deep voice, "I know you want to prove yourself, but don't use someone else's face as an experiment. If something goes wrong, you walk away, and in the end, it's an innocent woman who gets hurt."
Miss Lin, you may not know Shen very well, this person is a lunatic. Daring to do anything, if you believe him, you'll regret it.
Although they were on opposite sides, they both thought Shen's actions were a bit disgusting. To prove the effectiveness of his medicine, he actually used a woman's face as an experimental subject, which was very irresponsible. Shen just gave a cold smile and disdainfully said, "I never fail when using medicine, so don't worry about it." Lin Qingwan, seeing Shen's confident expression, felt a little more at ease in her heart and said coldly, "I trust Shen, he wouldn't harm me." She hadn't known Shen for long, but she hadn't been harmed by him, and every time he advised her, it had come true. Lin Qingwan didn't think that the little Peiyuandan could cure scars, but it was indeed very comfortable to apply, indicating that the little Peiyuandan was indeed effective.
Did you hear that?
Shanya raised her eyebrows and said to everyone, "Lin Qingwan is a despicable person, willing to believe Shen's words rather than Shen the divine doctor. This kind of despicable person deserves to have her face ruined to the bone." "You can continue, don't stop. I'm looking forward to your face getting even worse. When you're feeling bad, just take a look, it will make you feel better all over."
Gao Jincheng also approached Lin Qingwan and whispered in her ear, "Do you really think Shen can cure your injury? Dream on. The knife that cut you was smeared with poison from the arrow poison frog, and there is no antidote for this poison. Even if Shen the divine doctor says it can be cured in a month, it may not be completely cured, at most it can make the scars fade. In this world, apart from Gu Yixing and Wu Yaoan, no one can guarantee to completely cure your scar." Lin Qingwan's heart skipped a beat after hearing this, staring at Gao Jincheng and said, "How do you know so much about my scar? Is it you?"
She stopped here, a terrible thought emerging in her mind.
Gao Jincheng's words were indeed true.
Lin Qingwan's scar was caused by the poison of the arrow poison frog, but she had never told Gao Jincheng about it.
How did Gao Jincheng know so much in detail? "You're not wrong, it was me."
Gao Jincheng's face instantly turned fierce, full of hatred, and said, "I liked you, but when I confessed, you directly rejected me, with a high attitude, never giving me a second look.
I really can't figure out, where am I not good enough for you, this despicable person? Alright, since I can't have you, then I'll destroy everything.
I'll destroy you and the Lin family completely.
Maybe, by then your high attitude won't be so high anymore.
I never thought that you, this despicable person, are almost bankrupt, and still refuse to marry me. You deserve to die, go to hell, carry this scar, and never hold your head up for the rest of your life."
Boom!
Lin Qingwan staggered back 2 steps, looking at Gao Jincheng in disbelief, her eyes full of horror.
"If I can't have it, then destroy it."
She never expected that a wolf had been hiding by her side for over a decade.
"Everything that has happened to the Lin family is all because of you, you beast?"
Lin Qingwan clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh without realizing it. Bone jade confuses the mind, leaks business secrets, gets cut on the face walking at night, deceived about the dragon bone pill formula. The Lin family wholeheartedly helped the Gao family, only to end up in such a situation.
That's right. Everything you thought of, I did it.
At this point, Gao Jinsheng had nothing left to hide, expressing his dissatisfaction with Lin Xingwan over the past few years in words.
Nonsense.
Lin Xingwan raised her hand to slap him.
Gao Jinsheng grabbed her wrist, disdainfully saying, "Do you want revenge so badly? Do you wish to tear me apart limb by limb? Hee, you won't have the chance. I am now under the Su family. If you want to come after me, you'll have to take down the Su family first. Rest assured, not only does the Su family not want you to rise, I don't want it either. I will devote myself entirely to eliminating the Zheng pharmaceutical company, ensuring that you will never rise again." Bang! After a loud noise, 3 of Gao Jinsheng's teeth flew out. He shifted 6 meters horizontally, fell to the ground, and spat blood from his mouth, his whole face turning purple. All this fuss, barking like a mad dog, is this a soap opera of love, hatred, and vendetta? Don't worry, the Lin family will rise, and you will also pay the price accordingly. Actually, I could send you away now, but it would be better if Lin Xingwan did it. Qin Shen stood in place, staring disdainfully at Gao Jinsheng. He had already guessed all of this, so he was not surprised and did not show much emotion. This guy is hitting people again. Everyone was stunned to see the scene. He's really asking for trouble, causing a scene here as if it were a market. Lin Xingwan, although Gao Jinsheng's actions were inappropriate, it's your private matter, please don't go crazy here. Gao Jinsheng is now under Su Wenlang. If Qin hits him, it's like hitting Su Wenlang's face. He won't have a good time today. Qin Shen remained indifferent, coldly saying to Lin Xingwan, "Debts must be repaid, a life for a life. You don't need to be angry for a piece of trash. He will kneel before you and beg for forgiveness sooner or later, and you will not hesitate to end it all." Lin Xingwan, true to her calm and cold-blooded nature, quickly regained her composure, her face expressionless. Gao Jinsheng struggled to his feet, wiped the blood from his face, and angrily shouted, "Master Su, he hit me, this useless person dared to hit me. Kill him for me. And Lin Xingwan, I want them dead. Dead." "Shut up." Su Wenlang suppressed his anger and raised his hand, staring fiercely at Qin Shen, asking, "Had enough? You are from the Su family, right? Today is the launch of a new product. I don't want any bloodshed to bring bad luck. Go back and tell the Su family, tomorrow everyone will kneel at the door waiting for me." Gao Jinsheng's espionage activities were instigated by him, and this guy, driven by anger, revealed everything, which made Su Wenlang very angry. Lin Xingwan shook her head and said, "The matter here is over, let's go, there's no need to stay any longer." "Okay." Qin Shen glanced disdainfully at Su Wenlang and followed Lin Xingwan out. "Make the Su family kneel and wait for you? Who do you think you are? As long as Su Wenlang dares to come, he will ensure that the Su family will suffer greatly." "Wait." Shanya blocked their way, sneering coldly at Qin Shen, "You dog, have you forgotten Master Su's words? If you can't heal Lin Xingwan's scar, you must kneel down, kowtow, and crawl out." Gao Jinsheng also said, "If you crawl out today, the Su family will suffer less tomorrow. If you don't do this, the Su family will be finished with you. Without the Su family, my Gao family can destroy the Su family." Su Wenlang nodded and said coldly, "Qin Shen lets you handle it, anyway, his performance will affect the fate of the Su family tomorrow, I don't care." Lin Xingwan frowned, "Master Su, let's stick to the facts. It was Danya and Gao Jinsheng who started the trouble from the beginning. As the future helmsman of the Su family, do you think it's appropriate to argue with Qin Shen?" Su Wenlang just sneered and turned his head away. Danya saw Su Wenlang supporting her opinion, becoming more arrogant, and sneered, "What, want to stand up for Qin Shen? Alright, take off the gauze on your face, I'll take a few photos, and you can leave." "Yes." Gao Jinsheng grinned, "If you want to protect Qin Shen, take off the gauze so that the celebrities who have never seen your ugly face can see. I will also take a few photos and post them online for everyone to see how ugly your face is." Qin Shen turned to look at Lin Xingwan and said lightly, "It's okay. Let them see by taking it off, just afraid they won't be able to sleep at night out of anger." "Can't sleep out of anger? I think it's more like being scared to sleep. This guy is such a coward, causing so much trouble himself, now he's scared and doesn't want to kneel, letting a woman take the blame for him." "Miss Lin, have you seen through this person? I advised you not to associate with him, but you didn't believe me." Everyone present was disdainful. "This guy is too trash, just now he was so arrogant, but now he's scared when the Su family wants to deal with the Su family. It's one thing to be scared, but why not kneel down and apologize? This little bastard cares too much about his face, doesn't want to be humiliated, and actually let Lin Xingwan take the blame for him. Disgusting." Shen Ruwan also looked disgusted and scorned. "Qin Shen, Are you even a man? If you dare to do it, you should dare to admit it. It will take me a month to heal Lin Xingwan, you dare to say a week. When the lies are exposed, you dare not admit it, isn't it shameful? I have never seen such a shameless person like you. Shen Ruwan also looked disgusted and said in a deep voice, Miss, it seems that your decision to call off the engagement was right. This kind of trash has no ability at all, only knows how to talk big everywhere, makes mistakes but doesn't want to take responsibility, really shameless. Xin Shen, my miss just said that it will take a month to heal Lin Xingwan. After hearing this, others should quickly admit that they can't heal her. But what about you? For the sake of your pitiful pride, or to anger my miss, you speak without thinking, saying it will take a week. Do you think Lin Xingwan's face is like mud, just a few strokes of putty and it's fine? Lin Xingwan also looked disappointed. She didn't expect that Xin Shen's claim to be able to heal scars was just empty talk, and in the end, she had to bear all of this. Alright, since she owed Xin Shen a few favors before, she would take the blame for him this time. Thinking of this, she reached out to remove the gauze. Lin Xingwan, with a complex mood, pinched the gauze on her face. Everyone, those who are timid should not look, otherwise you will have nightmares at night. You girls, close your eyes quickly. The scar I saw on her last time was at least 10 centimeters long, the skin was all wrinkled together, I couldn't even eat dinner that night. I heard from Danya that the scar has gotten bigger in the past few days. Doesn't that mean both sides of her face are ruined? My goodness! That's so disgusting! The celebrities present whispered, their eyes full of horror and curiosity. Several women were so scared that they closed their eyes or turned their heads away. Friends who have eaten enough, remember to turn your heads, otherwise you will vomit. Danya took out her phone, opened the camera function and aimed it at Lin Xingwan. A hint of excitement appeared on her face, and she sneered, Lin, after you remove the gauze, don't cover up, you must leave with your head held high, or else even Xin Shen will have to kneel down and crawl out. Gao Jinshang mocked, also opened his phone camera, with a playful smile, Miss Lin, don't forget to strike a few poses for the camera later. Don't worry, I will capture from all angles, let everyone see your flawless ugly face, haha. This is my masterpiece, I will keep it well and make it into a photo album, to be sent over when Jiang Pharmaceutical opens. Shen Ruwan, although a business rival of Lin Xingwan, was very annoyed by the words of Danya and the others, with a stern face, said, Lin Xingwan's previous appearance could rank in the top 5 in Jiang Bay, she was a beauty. Now that she has become like this, and will be photographed and posted online, it's a pity. If Gao Jinsheng can't have her, he will destroy her, too malicious. This guy won't have a good ending, too evil. She couldn't say she sympathized, nor could she say she detested. She remained indifferent to the humiliation Lin Xingwan was about to face. Shen Ruwan nodded, which girl doesn't love beauty, especially women who are already beautiful, suddenly becoming ugly, must feel uncomfortable. If this happened to me, I would commit suicide. Even though Lin Xingwan has a strong endurance, if they posted online, she would have to jump off a building. Su Wenlang saw the gauze on Lin Xingwan's face being immediately removed, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. This woman who had been in conflict with him for 10 years, and had retaliated countless times during that period. This woman who was known for being cold-blooded and ungrateful, the woman who had made him throw cups several times. This woman who was stunningly beautiful and never yielded, was about to remove the gauze and expose her most hideous face to everyone. Lin Xingwan, your great revival project will eventually be like your face, only a deity can save it. Lin Xingwan looked at the various reactions of the crowd, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes, and suddenly lifted her cold and proud face, fiercely tearing off the gauze on her face. Rip! The moment the gauze left her face, the whole venue suddenly fell silent. Time seemed to freeze in an instant, everyone stood still on the spot. In the shocked eyes of everyone, a face that was so beautiful it was suffocating appeared. Delicate eyebrows, skin as fair as snow, flawless like a piece of jade. On her oval face, were a pair of bright yet icy eyes, with a sparkle like the stars of the North Pole. Below her straight nose, were rosy lips, like dew-covered petals, the slightly concave corners of her mouth carried a cold and proud stubbornness. Snap! Danya's phone fell to the ground. Boom! Gao Jinsheng tightly gripped his phone, his eyes filled with anger and disbelief. The entire estate, even the dogs stopped, tilting their heads to look at Lin Xingwan's stunning face, the bones in their mouths dropping to the ground. Beautiful! It's truly beautiful. Like a character from a painting, flawless in every way. Has a celestial being descended? Lin Xingwan is even more beautiful than before. Her skin is as tender as milk, so tender it could squeeze out water. Even I, a woman, am envious. My God! I've seen many beauties, but Lin Xingwan ranks first in my heart, flawless and perfect. Like the moon, can only be looked up to. The celebrities and noble ladies present all exclaimed in amazement. Just like seeing a fairy descend to earth,
They couldn't bear to look away from that face that made their hearts stop beating. How can this be? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can she be so beautiful? How can she have no scars? She shouldn't be as ugly as a corpse, fleeing in embarrassment under my humiliation. Danya's face was filled with shock and anger, biting her lip fiercely. But the bleeding wound reminded her that all of this was not a dream. I used the most poisonous medicine, except for a few top doctors in Xiao country. No one can save her. Why can this convict, why can this despicable person recover? Why? Gao Jin's teeth gnashed, his heart almost bursting with angry blood. He shouted loudly, disregarding manners, but shouting at the top of his lungs couldn't change the fact. Lin Xingwan's scar had been healed by Qin Chen. The ugly duckling, in anticipation, at the moment the gauze was removed, had disappeared without a trace. Shen Ruwan stared blankly at Lin Xingwan's face, thundering in her mind. She looked at Qin Chen in shock, with a hint of panic and astonishment between her eyebrows. This labor reform prisoner she had never paid attention to, the abandoned son of the Qin family, the useless son-in-law of the Su family, had actually healed Lin Xingwan's scar in just a few days. Chang Yuding kept shaking her head, shouting in her heart. How could this be? How could it be so beautiful? How could the least likely person to heal Lin Xingwan's scar, heal her scar? Bang! The wineglass in Su Wenlong's hand fell to the ground, the precious wine spilled all over, splashing red wine on his shoes, playfully sliding to the ground, as if mocking his ignorance and arrogance. Lin Xingwan looked at the shocked eyes of everyone, and couldn't help but furrow her brows. She took out a mirror, took just one look, and hot tears welled up. The beautiful jade and pearls made her even more beautiful. No matter how strong Lin Xingwan's personality was, she was ultimately a woman. After her face was cut, she cried almost every night, waking up with wet pillows every day. Although once she left the house, her eyes were filled with coldness and stubbornness. But deep down, she always longed for her face to recover. Even if there were only faint scars on her face, she could meet people normally, that would be fine. But time and time again seeking medical treatment yielded no results, and hope faded away with the passing of time. All that was left for her was a mask, and a pain so intense that it was difficult to fall asleep. Lin Xingwan thought this was how her life would be. But she didn't expect that her face would be restored to its original state in just 3 days under the treatment of Xiaopi Yuandan. And the owner of this medicine was none other than Qin Chen, who was eating and drinking heartily, seemingly unrelated to everything. Thank you. Thank you. At this moment, Lin Xingwan, known as the strongest, most ruthless, and most aloof woman in Jiang Bay, murmured to herself in tears as she looked at Qin Chen's back, tears streaming down like rain. Your scar hasn't completely healed yet, only the epidermis and dermis have healed. The subcutaneous tissue has not been repaired, continue applying the medicine, For another 10 days, it should be almost healed. Qin Chen had gone to Tianshui Yaju early in the morning, barely eating anything due to Gu Kang's disgust, ate heartily at Su Wenlong's estate, and was finally full now. He wiped his mouth with a tissue, threw it in the trash can, walked to Lin Xingwan, and gave some instructions. Then, Qin Chen turned to Su Wenlang and said expressionlessly, Master Su, if there's nothing else, we'll be leaving? Su Wenlang looked at the two of them coldly, as if he had eaten shit, without saying a word. The shock on his face had not yet subsided. Lin Xingwan had just taken 2 steps when she suddenly remembered something, turned to Danya and said, I remember Master Su said that if Qin Chen healed the scar on my face, he would not only let Qin Chen go, but also make you apologize. Master Su is a distinguished gentleman in Jinling. If he speaks irresponsibly, I'm afraid many people's reputations will be ruined. Su Wenlang sneered, Miss Lin, you don't think you've escaped unscathed today, do you? Today is just the beginning. Your days will only get harder in the future. 100 billion investment is a lot, but to me, it's just a drop in the bucket. We'll see. Oh, Lin Xingwan raised an eyebrow slightly, indifferently saying, so what? Master Su, do you want Danya to apologize? Seeing her indifferent attitude, Su Wenlang trembled with anger, staring at Lin Xingwan and said, Danya, apologize. But, Master Su, Danya felt extremely unwilling, but Su Wenlang interrupted loudly, apologize. I asked you to apologize, are you deaf, damn it? Shanya's body trembled, turned with extreme resentment, and said to Qin Chen perfunctorily, I'm sorry. Qin Chen, however, did not even look back and had already walked several steps away. Lin Xingwan, don't be smug, I will make sure you die without a burial place sooner or later. Sooner or later. Shanya stared fiercely at Lin Xingwan, gritted her teeth. Oh, I see. Lin Xingwan nodded expressionlessly, raised her head and left the manor under the gaze of the crowd of celebrities. With flowing long hair and a face as pale as autumn moon, each step she took felt like a knife scraping on the faces of the people. Although they were unwilling to admit it, the woman who was so ruthless that she dared to break the leg of her own uncle and was so ungrateful that she could dismiss even the senior members of the group without hesitation had indeed returned. Perhaps this time, Lin Xingwan would be even more ruthless, more heartless.
After a brief moment of realization, how did Qin Chen become so powerful?
Shen Ruwan stared blankly at the departing figure, her heart churning, feeling a slight pain in her cheeks. Her voice was silent, but it struck a chord in everyone's hearts.
Like a muffled thunder causing a silence. TSK. Shang Yuding rolled her eyes, disdainfully said, Qin Chen entered prison at the age of 18, spent 10 years in prison, without even a medical qualification. Do you think that medicine came from him? Who knows where he stole it from?
Besides, even if he made the medicine, I believe your abilities are not inferior to his. You have improved your medical skills a lot recently. Within a week, you can definitely cure Lin Xingwan too.
Speaking of which, do you think that medicine could have been made by Qin Chen? Everyone suddenly saw the light.
Yeah, Master Su just asked him to prepare the medicine on the spot, and he refused.
If he really had the ability, would he refuse?
He must have stolen the medicine from some famous doctor. That kid is full of nonsense, totally unreliable. There's no way he could have made such a miraculous medicine. The prison is full of lowlifes. He probably learned some skills from a master thief, knew that some tycoon bought medicine from a famous doctor, and stole it from their house.
Just a lowlife. Can't be a master doctor. We're making a big deal out of nothing.
Which famous doctor didn't take decades to achieve this level of skill? He's young, spent 10 years in prison, how could he have this ability? Shen Ruwan felt relieved after hearing this. Qin Chen was just a discarded son of a wealthy family, with no background. How could he have such extraordinary abilities?
Even if he had that ability, I, Shen Ruwan, am not inferior to him. But does he have it?
I'm just worrying for no reason. Gu Kong also nodded in agreement. Regardless of others, Dr.
Shen is a unique genius in the world.
He studied medicine with the medical sage Gu Hong since childhood, and after 20 years of hard work, he achieved such accomplishments.
He's just a trash who spent 10 years in prison. How could he understand medicine? Upon hearing the discussions of the crowd, Su Wenlang sneered, just tricks, do you really think it will impress me?
Not to mention his medical skills. For a business to rise, it needs funds, connections, and the ability to command a large following. Does Lin Xingwan have that? It's time to make Lin Xingwan despair.
Shanya and Gao Jinxing's eyes flashed with excitement after hearing this. They knew that Su Wenlang was about to make a move.
In front of the Su family's behemoth, Jiang Pharmaceutical was like a mouse facing an elephant, with no defense at all.
Lin Xingwan, we will regain our face sooner or later, just wait for it.
If Lin Xingwan had followed the will of heaven, she might have become a generation of outstanding women, but she chose the path of confrontation with the Su family, destined to a life of hardship. It won't be long before she falls. Putting aside the identity of a business rival, I actually admire this woman. Tough.
So damn tough, tougher than men.
The prosperity is like a fleeting cloud. Lin Xingwan will eventually return to dust.
Not willing to accept defeat, what's the use?
No matter how strong she is, she can't resist the overwhelming pressure from the Su, Shi, and San families.
Reviving the Lin family is just a beautiful dream. Qin Chen and Lin Xingwan left the manor.
Xiao Woody and Wu Tianda followed them out, deposited billions of funds into Lin Xingwan's account, signed an investment contract, and left.
Shan, you won't sincerely apologize, you just did something unnecessary. Qin Chen said lightly. I just wanted to see her angry. What's wrong?
Lin Xingwan said coldly. Qin Chen couldn't help but raise his mouth. He didn't expect Lin Xingwan to be a little woman sometimes.
Lin Xingwan opened the car door and said lightly, you mentioned some issues with Jiang Pharmaceutical earlier. What issues?
She had become the owner of Jiang Pharmaceutical and planned to fully understand it.
Just some minor issues.
Qin Chen waved his hand lightly and said, Jiang Pharmaceutical has had frequent accidents in recent years. There should be a problem with feng shui. I'll go take a look in a few days. There's nothing to worry about. Lin Xingwan nodded and said, I'll also go back and check it out, understand the situation.
Feng shui is very important for a company. Indeed, it should be taken seriously. Thank you. Let's keep in touch.
She was not good at expressing herself, finished speaking and got into the car, driving away from the manor.
Is that it? Not inviting me for a meal, or saying a few more words? Really heartless. Qin Chen looked in the direction Lin Xingwan left, looking surprised and angry.
He shook his head and no longer paid attention to these matters. He drove to a secluded place, stopped, and called the director of the Xia Country Aviation Administration. Help me check the private plane of the Su family in Jinling, the outbound records of the past 2 days. I need to find someone, talk to him about something.
Snow Country, Moko City?
After getting the address, Qin Shen immediately called the warden of the Demon Island.
Ming Wang.
Give the phone to Golovsky, ask him to handle something.
Okay, this guy has caused trouble again recently, because the canteen food was bad, he smashed the canteen.
Please wait, I'll go to the solitary confinement to find him. Golovsky, the Snow Country oligarch, with billions of mijin, has connections all over the Snow Country above and below ground. He had some disagreements with the Snow Country president, was wanted by the Snow Country government, and took refuge in the Demon Island prison.
Don't scare me with the boss, I don't believe the boss will call you.
If you don't give me a chicken leg, I won't change.
I'll smash it again when I go out.
Soon, a clumsy Chinese voice full of anger came from the phone.
Smiling Bear, I have something to ask for your help.
Qin Shen's words immediately brought a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by a playful voice.
Boss, it's really you.
I was just joking with the prison guard, hee. Qin Shen ignored it and said lightly, the private plane of the Su family in Jinling has been to Moko City in the past 2 days.
Check the list of people entering, see if there's someone named Zhang Peng, find him and send him away.
Golovsky was very strong, like a polar bear, with a smiling face on the surface but fierce and ruthless inside.
Boss, no problem, whatever you need, just say it, I'll get it done. Golovsky laughed.
Qin Shen nodded and said, you complained about the canteen food, I'll have the warden add a chicken leg to every meal for you. Also, change to a new bedsheet, but you have to behave well, no more trouble.
Thank you, boss.
Golovsky was very excited, but then hesitantly said, boss, can I change the bedsheet to a celebrity photo? Blonde hair, blue eyes, preferably with some color, hee. Qin Shen frowned upon hearing this and said, show your performance this month, if there are no riots in the prison within a month, I will wholesale thousands of photos and send them in.
Thank you, boss. We promise to be obedient, we promise to be well behaved, I'm here to kowtow to you on behalf of my brothers, wishing you all the best and happiness, becoming a groom every night. Excited kowtow sounds from Golovsky came from across the way.
Qin Shen suddenly stopped in his tracks, hung up the phone, then looked at the newcomer with a smile that was not a smile. Li Shangron, you really are persistent. The newcomer was Li Shangron, whom Qin Shen had just met in Tianshuiyaju that morning. Li Shangron looked at Qin Shen and coldly said, I have lived for so long, and no one has dared to slap my face 3 or 5 times, you are the first.
Qin Shen said lightly, just get used to it, is there something else?
There's nothing, just kneel down and apologize, promise not to provoke the Su family in the future, and we'll call it even.
Li Shangron was stunned, then said fiercely, get used to it?
Just because you know the mayor's daughter, you think I won't dare to do anything to you. Last time it was Shen Ruwan who helped you, I couldn't ignore her face.
But she has nothing to do with you now, your life is in danger.
As for the mayor's daughter, I have Longmen as my backing, she wouldn't dare to easily offend Longmen for you.
And I am experienced in killing and covering up. Rest assured.
I will make it look like you fell off a cliff and committed suicide, no one will ever suspect me.
No.
Qin Shen shook his head calmly, Shen Ruwan didn't help me last time, she was helping you.
If she hadn't intervened, both you and Li Minghui would be gone.
Qin Shen had wanted to kill Li Shangron last time, but Shen Ruwan intervened, and Su Zhenghan pleaded for mercy.
He had to give up. He didn't expect Li Shangron to come knocking on his door repeatedly. Nonsense. An old man got out of a car not far away.
He was about 60 years old, wearing a gray long shirt, loose practice pants, layered cloth shoes, and a white cloth strip tied around his arm.
He looked stern and imposing.
The old man looked at Qin Shen coldly and said, I have seen many arrogant young people, their bones have turned to dust.
But someone as arrogant as you, this is the first time I've seen.
There have been too many family affairs recently, I haven't had time to find you, now that I'm free, it's time to settle our grievances. Qin Shen interrupted Li Minghui's spine, and he knew that Li Shangron had witnessed the battle 10 years ago. From any perspective, he was doomed, and the old man had murderous intent.
Qin Shen raised an eyebrow slightly and said with a smile, Old man, what are you here for? He is the head of our Li family, my uncle.
Li Shangron's face flashed with fierceness and confidence. I know your martial arts are not bad, you can take on 10 people, but compared to my uncle's mastery of internal energy, you are just a piece of tile. With just a light step from him, you will shatter.
A piece of tile?
Qin Shen was stunned after hearing this, and sneered at the old man. Here's the deal, since you are an elder, I'll talk to you. If I break Li Shangron's spine, I'll spare his life. The old man laughed heartily. To be able to speak calmly in front of me, I have to admit you have some courage. But ants are still ants, no matter how arrogant, they can only jump a few feet high.
Ants?
Qin Shen's face darkened, and he snorted lightly, then open your eyes wide and see clearly, who is the ant after all?
Suddenly, Qin Shen stomped his foot, and his momentum erupted. Boom!
The next second, within a radius of 100 meters centered on him, a gust of wind and energy surged. Dust filled the air, and the leaves on the surrounding trees fell off one after another. At that moment, the midsummer sky suddenly turned into winter, and everyone present shivered all over, with goosebumps all over their bodies. Master! Master! As the leaves rustled down, the old man's face was already full of horror, pale, and trembling constantly. With just a thought, he can trigger natural phenomena. Only a master can do that. What? He is a master. Upon hearing the old man's words, Li Shangrong directly knelt down, a chill running from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. There is a saying in the martial arts world: master like a dragon, cannot be humiliated. He has committed taboos. Thump! The old man knelt straight on the ground, no longer arrogant, only left with pleading. Master Qin, the Li family has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai, offended you, please give Xiangrong a way out. Qin Shen frowned slightly and said, I have already given him 2 chances, do I need to give him more? After speaking, he slapped Li Shangrong, who instantly turned into a mist of blood. The old man knelt on the ground trembling, not daring to have any resentment. Don't think about revenge, otherwise there will be no more Li family in Jiang Bay. By the way, my disciples are all supreme, do you think I am a master? Qin Shen sneered as he got into the car and drove away. My disciples are all supreme? Then he is. The old man was struck as if by lightning, and was directly frightened. He put Li Shangrong's body into the car and returned to the Li family. Then, he sold off all the assets of the Li family overnight, and the whole family moved from Jiang Bay to southern Jiang. Qin Shen drove back to Wangyue Mountain. It was already 10 o'clock at night. He arrived at the gate. Just as he was about to swipe open the gate of the villa area, he heard rustling sounds coming from the nearby woods. Qin Shen became alert and cautiously walked over. That dog hasn't come back so late. Could he really have stayed with Lin Xingwan? I've been waiting for more than 2 hours. There's no place to even go to the bathroom. Oh my! These mosquitoes are so many here, and the wind is so strong. Could there be ghosts? What are you doing here so late at night? Qin Shen came to a slope and saw Zhou Hongyan squatting on the ground holding bamboo, and asked her. Zhou Hongyan was holding her skirt, muttering while urinating. Someone suddenly spoke, scaring her to let go and grab her underwear. But Zhou Hongyan was on a slope, and as soon as she let go, her balance was unstable. Her underwear on her calf was like a shackle, making it impossible for her to maintain balance, and she fell headfirst, landing on the ground, exposing herself. In the moonlight, 2 plump and white petals were revealed, with a pair of slender and smooth white legs shining brightly. Ouch! Zhou Hongyan groaned as she fell to the ground. Qin Shen was stunned, rushed over to help her up. Shameless! Zhou Hongyan glared angrily at Qin Shen. Qin Shen then noticed that Zhou Hongyan's shorts and underwear were still on her legs. His face turned red, and he let go immediately. Ouch! Zhou Hongyan hadn't stabilized yet, and when Qin Shen let go, she sat down again. Her buttocks were pricked by the stones on the ground, causing tears to fall from the pain. Wu, you! Why did you let go? It hurts! Zhou Hongyan was embarrassed and annoyed, picking up the small stones on the ground and throwing them at Qin Shen. Qin Shen dodged the stones thrown at him and they landed in the bushes. Miss Shou, isn't it your fault? I tried to help you up, but you didn't let me. I let go, and you fell down and blamed me. What should I do then? Zhou Hongyan gritted her teeth in pain, and when she didn't hit Qin Shen, she became even more annoyed, tears streaming down her face. Hearing Qin Shen's laughter, she screamed loudly. When you help me up, can't you turn your head away? By now, Zhou Hongyan had put on her underwear and skirt, and was about to hit Qin Shen. Ouch! As soon as she stood up, she felt pain in her waist, stumbled, and almost fell. Qin Shen quickly grabbed her arm, and Zhou Hongyan fell into his arms. Did you twist it? Qin Shen asked. Yes, it hurts. I must have hurt my waist when I sat down. What if my lumbar spine is broken? I'm only 20 years old. What if I can't walk in the future? Woo! Zhou Hongyan's face was full of tears, crying. Qin Shen glanced sideways and said, It's okay, it shouldn't be that serious. When you sit down, your buttocks touch the ground first. With your basketball-like buttocks, even if you sit down from the second floor, you won't hurt your lumbar spine. After all, the conditions are here, the buffering performance is extremely good. Qin Shen gave Zhou Hongyan a serious analysis from the physical buffering mechanics perspective. Hey, you pinched me, why? Qin Shen was explaining when he felt his arm being pinched hard, and he was not happy at the time. Straight. Dead straight man. Stinky straight man. Being in contact with you for a long time, I will live 10 years less. Zhou Hongyan was so angry that she added more force to her nails. How can there be someone who speaks so bluntly? After all, she is still a young girl. Qin Shen, of course, did not understand and retorted, Who made you run into the small woods in the middle of the night? I thought it was an assassin. I was afraid you wouldn't come back at night, so I left Lin Xingwan there. Waited for 2 hours and couldn't find a place to pee, so I had to go inside to solve it," Zhou Hongyan said with a grievance. Qin Shen was stunned after hearing this, and said lightly, "Lin Qingwan? Besides helping her build her business, I don't want to have any personal relationship with her. That woman is too cold, all she thinks about is revenge, I'm not interested." Tisk. "I don't believe it, familiarity breeds affection is not without reason." Zhou Hongyan coldly snorted and said, "Do you plan to chat with me here all night? In this short time, I've been bitten by mosquitoes and have several welts on my body." Seeing Zhou Hongyan's appearance, Qin Shen knew it was impossible to send her back, so he simply bent down, picked her up princess style, and walked towards the car. It was the first time Zhou Hongyan had such close contact with a man. Her face turned red involuntarily, her body felt even hotter, she shyly pursed her lips, struggled for a while, and then hugged Qin Shen's neck with both hands, resting her head on his shoulder. "You didn't see anything just now, did you?" Zhou Hongyan's body was trembling, her voice trembling, and her face even hotter. "It was all dark, what could I see?" Qin Shen said nonchalantly. "Shameless." After hearing this, Zhou Hongyan wished she could find a hole to hide in. She angrily hit Qin Shen and tightly pursed her lips. "I'm telling the truth, it was all dark, I couldn't see anything. Really, everything I say is wrong, I don't understand what you want to do." Qin Shen was speechless. The two arrived at Jinghua Mingdi. Qin Shen carried Zhou Hongyan into the villa. As soon as she sat on the sofa, Zhou Hongyan felt pain all over her body. When she moved to the bathroom and looked, she found a bruise on her buttocks. This made her furious. She was fine before, but Qin Shen accidentally hurt himself when he let go. This blockhead. When she came out of the room, Qin Shen had already taken out some bruise ointment and floral water, saying, "Lie down, I'll massage your waist." Zhou Hongyan obediently lay down. This massage was no problem. Her short skirt couldn't cover everything, her white cartoon underwear was half exposed, and the flesh on her plump thighs bulged high. Qin Shen quickly averted his gaze, and the sight of her perky buttocks caught his eye again. It had to be said that Zhou Hongyan's skin was really good, her eyes were big, very cute. Her figure was very symmetrical, with curves in all the right places, especially her long legs, straight and tight. She was a beauty. It was almost too much for Qin Shen, an old man. He silently recited the heart concentration technique and began massaging Zhou Hongyan. This massage was no problem. Zhou Hongyan started to moan softly. Her soft voice, combined with the scene before him, would make any man unable to control himself and start fantasizing. Finally, after 15 minutes of holding back, Zhou Hongyan sat up, turned her body a few times, her towering chest swayed. Qin Shen swallowed his saliva and looked away. "Brother-in-law, your massage technique is really good, have you studied it?" Zhou Hongyan said excitedly while applying floral water. Qin Shen wiped the sweat from his forehead, pretended to be calm, nodded, and said, "Massage, acupuncture, foot reflexology, shoulder massage, I know them all." On Demon Refining Island, the crazy old man had him massage a lot, so his skills were already top-notch. Zhou Hongyan was excited to hear this and said, "I'll come to you for a massage when I'm tired in the future." Thinking too highly of yourself. My fee for one touch is not low, at least 3 million. And it also depends on my mood. Qin Shen refused. The seriously injured aristocrats went to Lianma Island to find Qin Shen, with a minimum offer of 3 million. If Qin Shen is not in a good mood, they have to wait outside the prison until he is in a good mood, and sometimes they may not see Qin Shen again even after waiting for half a month. Zhou Hongyan rolled her eyes, thinking that Qin Shen was joking, and said, "Brother-in-law, I can't reach my waist, can you help me apply some ointment?" Qin Shen's face darkened, feeling a bit impatient, and said, "So many things to do." Seeing Qin Shen agree, Zhou Hongyan sat on his lap and lifted her clothes. Her waist was like a water snake, without any excess fat, curving from under the ribs, narrowing at the waist, then extending exaggeratedly to the sides, forming a perfect curve. With such a figure, no man could resist. Qin Shen's internal yang energy was already surging like a river, and when he saw the slender waist, the air he exhaled felt hot. He tried to control his breath, applied floral water to his hands, and wiped the red spots on her waist. At that moment, Zhou Hongyan, sitting on Qin Shen's lap, twisted her body. The tight muscles of her waist moved, and Qin Shen couldn't hold back his yang energy, exhaling heavily. The scorching hot air hit Zhou Hongyan's body. She shivered, tensed her body for a few seconds, then suddenly turned around, tightly embracing Qin Shen's neck, and kissed him deeply. Zhou Hongyan kissed him deeply. She knew she had to step up her game. After all, Su Tianwei had the advantage. If she suddenly came to her senses and hadn't won over Qin Shen, he might return to Su Tianwei's embrace. Qin Shen's eyes widened suddenly. He was momentarily confused. Fortunately, on Lianma Island, Qin Shen often heard those big villains talk about intimate matters. Kissing techniques, gestures, postures, and timing were all common topics.
Although he hadn't experienced it, hasn't he seen a pig run without eating pork?
Besides, he often went to the prison guard's office for fun, where there was a file on the computer called Study Materials with hundreds of short films. Qin Shen had opened it several times. Oh, no, it should be more than 300 times, so he was quite familiar with this aspect. However, it was inevitable to be nervous as it was the first time for both of them. Fortunately, both of them were very cooperative, with strong learning and exploration abilities.
After biting their lips for more than 10 minutes, their tongues finally intertwined.
Zhou Hongyan didn't know how long she could endure with her eyes closed.
Qin Shen's attack became stronger and more dominant.
Until she was about to suffocate and couldn't hold on in certain areas, Zhou Hongyan suddenly pushed him away.
Looking at the time, it had been a full half hour. It seems like you made me bleed with your mouth.
Zhou Hongyan blushed, her hair a bit messy, her clothes on her chest wrinkled, emitting a mature scent, then blushing, she ran into the bathroom. Qin Shen sat on the sofa in a daze for 5 minutes, then walked to the mirror and found that his lower lip was bleeding.
Why so aggressive?
Qin Shen was a bit annoyed. After reminiscing for a while, he muttered, but it was indeed quite big. The beasts in prison say, seeing a picture 100 times, the meaning becomes clear. I don't think so. In real combat, it's still somewhat different. The feeling you can't experience even after watching 100 movies, the soft and tender tongue, the soft and elastic lips, as bouncy as jelly. Everything was full of endless memories, full of power. The Pandora's box in Qin Shen's heart was opened, filled with sighs.
No wonder everyone wants to be an emperor, it's so wonderful.
I used to think that martial arts and medical skills were the most interesting, but I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful thing in the world. If I had known 2 years ago, I should have agreed when the 6 elders of the central hub offered me a pardon.
Beating those animals, how is this fun?
2 years wasted for nothing.
Qin Shen felt a bit depressed as he thought about it.
Just then, Zhou Hongyan came out of the shower, still holding a cartoon underwear, and quickly entered the room they stayed in last time. Shortly after, she mysteriously went to the dressing room and came out soon after. She was walking a bit uncomfortably.
Brother-in-law, it's just a kiss. No need to be so down. Look at you, acting like you lost something. Be more generous.
Zhou Hongyan patted Qin Shen's shoulder cheerfully and sat down next to her.
Qin Shen smiled. Hungry or not, want to eat something?
Without waiting for Zhou Hongyan to speak, he went to the kitchen. Zhou Hongyan felt extremely pleased, covering her mouth and chuckling to herself, clearly inexperienced, still a virgin. I hit the jackpot. This guy, I'll get him sooner or later.
Qin Shen cooked 2 dishes and heated up some steamed buns from the fridge.
As he sat down, Zhou Hongyan, who was playing with her phone, suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my god! Lin Xingwan's face has returned to its original state, so beautiful."
And she raised $1 billion in funding. Zhou Hongyan looked at the WeChat group, shocked and exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, did you help with all this?"
She had attended many banquets with Su Tianwei and joined several WeChat exchange groups where gossip was often discussed. After being silent for a few months, today was a burst of activity.
Qin Shen nodded.
After receiving confirmation from Zhou Hongyan, she looked at the photo of Lin Xingwan, her mind surging with thoughts, feeling even more urgent.
Looks like this treasure won't be easy to get. The competition is fierce. After thinking for a while, Zhou Hongyan asked Qin Shen, "Brother-in-law, how do you plan to help her in the future?"
Qin Shen took a bite of food and said calmly, "First, improve the feng shui of the factory area, then introduce new medicine."
"I might have to work there for a while. What position do you want?" Zhou Hongyan asked.
Qin Shen thought for a moment and said, "Lin Xingwan will resume her position as CEO. The Su family will definitely make a move, possibly using some underhanded methods.
I think being a bodyguard for a while would be better." How about being a personal bodyguard?"
Zhou Hongyan's face showed a hint of jealousy and she said unwillingly, "Then find me a position too. I'll be Lin Xingwan's secretary." Qin Shen shook his head, "Don't cause trouble. Lin Xingwan is strict with her subordinates, you won't be able to handle it.
Besides, didn't I give you that piece of land? Choose a location and start a company in the next few days.
The development documents for Jiang Bay should be coming soon. Start the company first so you won't be rushed when the development starts."
Zhou Hongyan thought about it and agreed.
With this company, she would inevitably have frequent contact with Qin Shen and could keep an eye on him. After finishing supper, it was already midnight, and they both yawned and went back to their rooms. Qin Shen had a bit of trouble falling asleep that night. Every time he closed his eyes, he saw the scene of their lips touching, and it was all white.
The next morning, as he drank coffee and went downstairs, Zhou Hongyan was making breakfast.
Under her short skirt were a pair of straight long legs and a perky butt.
"You're quite the cook." He cleared his throat and sat on the sofa. Seeing him awake, Zhou Hongyan brought over fried eggs and milk. After breakfast, they discussed the planning of the office address and left Wanyuai Mountain together. Aren't you going back to the Su family? Passing by a mall, Zhou Hongyan asked him to stop. Zhou Hongyan's face turned slightly red as she said, I threw away my underwear, I'll buy a few more today. Without much thought, Xin Shen left her and went to the Su family. 2 days ago, he had promised to accompany Su Tianwei to Longteng Group for a project. Su Tianwei should have finished dealing with the mess left by Zhang Ping and wanted to ask about it today. When he arrived at the Su family, he didn't see Su Tianwei, only Li Daiqin was there. Aunt, where's Wei Wei? I accompanied her to Longteng Group. After Li Daiqin opened the door for Qin Shen, she said impatiently, she doesn't need you to accompany her. She went to Longteng Group early in the morning to finalize the project. Qin Shen was stunned and thought, oh, it should be because I had Xiao Woody greet them, and Longteng Group gave face. You had Zhao Chairman greet them? Li Daiqin immediately widened her eyes and said, stop talking nonsense here. The president of Longteng Group, Mr. Xiao Han, helped Wei Wei, but didn't mention whose favor he was returning. The president of Longteng Group, Mr. Xiao Han, agreed to provide the project because he recognized Wei Wei's outstanding abilities. Moreover, Mr. Xiao sympathized with the Su family's situation and agreed to purchase our contract for 10 million. Wei Wei has already taken the contract over. Thank God, that piece of land in Longyao Bay has finally been transferred. A contract worth 30 million was sold for 10 million? Qin Shen was stunned, his brows furrowed. That was 200 acres of land, with each acre worth at least 5 million in the future, and the Su family sold it for just 10 million? Li Daiqin, however, was indifferent and said impatiently, 10 million is not bad. That piece of land only brings in a rental income of 200,000 a year, and it will never recover its costs. Sell the land you acquired quickly, recover as much as you can, and give all the money to Wei Wei to support her career. Qin Shen didn't want to waste time here and left the Su family directly. The president of Huateng Group probably learned about the secret of Longyao Bay from other sources and, seeing that Su Tianwei had land in hand, bought it back at a low price. Qin Shen soon arrived at Huateng Group. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he ran into Xiao Han and Su Tianwei entering. President Xiao, thank you so much for providing the project and helping with the contract acquisition. Su Tianwei gratefully shook hands with Xiao Han. Xiao Han waved generously and said with a sly smile, it's not considered helping. I bought Longyao Bay because I want to do aquaculture. Although that piece of land is desolate, it can still make money with aquaculture. Since your Su family doesn't have such plans, I bought it, benefiting both sides, with no one helping anyone. Go back and persuade your husband. I can buy the contract in his hands for 50 million and build a large-scale aquaculture base. Let's go inside and sign the contract. Su Tianwei nodded and walked while smiling. The Su family doesn't have the financial strength, and can't compare to President Xiao's intelligence. Don't worry, I will persuade him. Thank you on his behalf first. She couldn't help but sigh at Xiao Han's great ambition. Having achieved so much in real estate, now wanting to do aquaculture, the commercial territory is likely to expand further. When I pull the Su family out of the quagmire, I will also develop comprehensively. I believe that before long, I will be as prominent in Jiang Bay as Shen Ruwan. The difficulties of the Su family are only temporary. If Lin Qingwan can rise again and attract 100 billion investment, I can do it too. Su Tianwei, come on. You can do it. She thought to herself, her eyes full of hope. I won't sell my land, and Wei Wei's land won't be sold either. Qin Shen put the car keys in his pocket and walked over with a serious face. Xiao Han's smile stiffened, and he frowned. Mr. Su, is this your husband? Su Tianwei nodded awkwardly, then turned to Qin Shen with a dark face and said, what are you saying? President Xiao kindly helped us. Don't be ungrateful. 50 million for the purchase, although you will lose over 100 million, it's still better than keeping it all in your hands. Xiao Han smiled. Brother, do you think 50 million is too little? In fact, the price can be negotiated, there is room for discussion. I know you bought this land at a high price to help Mr. Su, and I am very touched by this gesture. But Longyao Bay is really not worth 170 million. How about this? You name a price, and I will consider it. Su Tianwei also advised, 50 million is not a small amount. If it weren't for President Xiao's intention to do aquaculture, we wouldn't have encountered such a good opportunity. Qin Shen hummed lightly and said coldly, I think Xiao always wants to make money. You are good at doing business. You know that the land in Longyao will appreciate several times in the future. It's one thing to cheat it from Su Tianwei, but you are not willing to pay the original price, really insatiable. The contract in Su Tianwei's hands will be worth at least 1 billion in the future. Xiao Han used Su Tianwei's eagerness to make a move, risking 10 million to win 1 billion,
fully displaying the nature of a profit-seeking businessman. Xiao Han was stunned after hearing this, and laughed. Young man, where did you hear some rumors that Lan Jiawan is going to be developed? I can seriously tell you, that news is false, not to be believed. To be honest, if it weren't for farming, I wouldn't spend a penny on that piece of land. Did you hear that? Su Tianwei looked at Qin Shen with a cold face and said, Xiao knows many city leaders, you should believe him. Only fools like you would take hearsay seriously. Qin Shen ignored him and looked directly at Xiao Han impatiently. Didn't you hear what I just said? Do you have to keep bothering me? Are you deaf? That piece of land is not for sale. With that, he took Su Tianwei and left. Xiao Han's face changed repeatedly, and he said in a deep voice, Kid, are you trying to act tough in front of me? Dozens of bodyguards rushed over. Su Tianwei saw Xiao Han getting angry and panicked. She suddenly shook off Qin Shen's hand and scolded loudly, Qin Shen, if you don't want to sell the contract, it will rot in your hands, and I will no longer persuade you. But if you come here to cause trouble and try to stop me from selling the land, then please leave. Xiao is a benefactor of the Su family, not only providing the contract, but also helping the Su family solve their bad debts. I won't allow you to be rude here. She was extremely dissatisfied with Qin Shen. It was not easy to get a project from Longteng Group, and the Su family could make a profit of 1 billion from it. If Qin Shen continued to act crazy like this, not only would the land not be sold, but the contract with Huateng would also be revoked. Qin Shen shook his head and said, Wei, the money you will make from that piece of land in the future is 10 times the profit from the project given by Longteng Group. Xiao Han is just a petty person. Don't be afraid of offending him. Even if you don't want the project, you should keep this piece of land. Su Tianwei was stunned and angry after hearing this. Qin Shen, are you crazy? Do you know who you are facing? If it weren't for Xiao's respect for me, you would have died 8 times for talking to him like this. Xiao, this person is stubborn and single-minded. You must. Xiao Han waved his hand, stared at Qin Shen coldly, and said with a sneer, regardless of anything else, no one dares to break a promise after agreeing with me. If you don't sell the land, I can understand. But Su Tianwei has already promised me, so she must sign the contract and sell the land. This is my bottom line, my dignity. After that, he clapped his hands, and the bodyguards brought over 2 boxes, opened them on the ground, and inside were neatly stacked 100 yuan bills. Here is 10 million. After the contract is transferred, you can take the money and leave. I will still consider the Su family as a partner. Otherwise, you won't get a penny, and the acquisition contract will still need to be signed. Su Tianwei was extremely annoyed to see this scene. The 2 sides had already agreed, and Xiao Han had always been polite, but Qin Shen's arrival changed everything. This guy was a jinx, and nothing good could come from him. Qin Shen, Xiao Value's face, please don't say anything more? She almost pleaded. Qin Shen thought for a moment and calmly said to Su Tianwei, alright, since Xiao Value's face, then I will accept this 10 million. Xiao Han was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, that's right. No one dares to break my promise, no one dares to disrespect me like this. The bodyguards also looked disdainful. After all, he was just a small person, easily scared by a little intimidation. You misunderstood. Qin Shen shook his head and said lightly, I am giving face to Wei. Forgiving your sneering, this 10 million is your apology fee. That piece of land is still not for sale. Qin Shen's words stunned Xiao Han. The people around were also stunned. This guy is an idiot. How dare he talk to General Xiao like this? Who does he think he is? Even if General Xiao talks to him like this, he should endure it, let alone slap him in the face. Compensation? This kid is acting tough as soon as he arrives. General Xiao doesn't want to lower himself to his level, and he still has the nerve. The money is right in front of you, do you dare to take it? If you dare to move, I will kill you. You bastard. The bodyguards behind Xiao Han all smirked, each looking at Qin Shen with a fierce expression, full of mockery in their eyes. What did you say? Say it again? Xiao Han leaned in, sneering coldly. Su Tianwei, after hearing Qin Shen's words, shivered and glared fiercely at Qin Shen, saying, are you itching for trouble every day? General Xiao's family is worth billions, how dare you joke around? Qin Shen shrugged indifferently and said coldly, who's joking? I gave him face, that's why I accepted this 10 million. Otherwise, I would have slapped him in the face long ago. Xiao Han was stunned again after hearing this, then he became fierce, saying with regret, alright, don't blame me for not giving you a chance, Su, you can't take this 10 million, the acquisition contract will be signed as agreed. You know the consequences of refusal. A chill ran through the people around. Xiao Han doesn't mince words, he is decisive. Perhaps this contract, Su Tianwei will have to sign, whether she wants to or not. Su Tianwei was almost fainting after hearing this. She pushed Qin Shen hard and scolded, get out. Don't meddle in my affairs. I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. She whispered to Xiao Han, General Xiao, just treat what he said as nonsense, don't lower yourself to his level, okay? The Su family urgently needs funds. If I sign the contract now, can you give me that 10 million? Is that possible? Xiao Han raised an eyebrow, tilted his head and sneered. What does it have to do with me if the Su family is in trouble? Alright, I can give you a chance. I plan to go abroad for a few days in a couple of days. If you accompany me, I can give you this 10 million. If you can serve me well during the trip, the Su family will get more projects from Longton. I like black stockings. Bring more of them when the time comes. Xiao Han looked at Su Tianwei with a wicked smile, his eyes shining brightly. He had long set his sights on Su Tianwei and planned to deepen their cooperation step by step. Today, Xin Shen's arrogance gave Xiao Han an opportunity to threaten Su Tianwei and save himself a lot of trouble. Xiao Han believed that Su Tianwei would definitely yield. After all, he was the boss of Longting, and giving a few projects would be enough to satisfy the Su family. General Xiao, you are going too far. Su Tianwei was angry and embarrassed. She didn't expect Xiao Han to be so blunt. And in front of her husband. Xiao Han was stunned, sneering, what, not willing? Su, you need to think it over. Spending a week with me, not only can you live in a mansion castle, buy luxury handbags, but also get a lot of projects from me. I can make you successful in one step, saving you decades of struggle. It's better than being with this short-lived guy. He had planned it all out. Xin Shen had no intention of selling the land. He would have someone take care of him at night, and then cover up the evidence. Once Xin Shen was dead, that piece of land would belong to Su Tianwei. Then Xiao Han could buy it at a lower price. No! General Xiao, you are thinking too much. Su Tianwei shook her head vigorously, feeling extremely humiliated. She wanted to succeed, but she would never sell her body in exchange. Let your mother serve me as a maid for a week, and I can make you successful in one step. Xin Shen stared at Xiao Han coldly. Xiao Han, who was lost in his thoughts about Su Tianwei, was first stunned when he heard Xin Shen's words, then he angrily said, "You bastard, are you looking for death?" Xin Shen squinted his eyes, approached Xiao Han, his face covered in frost. Seeing Xin Shen's attitude, Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh, disdainfully saying, "What, do you still want to hit me? Do you even know where you are? Just make a move, and I will make you understand what real pain feels like." The group of bodyguards also gathered around, looking at Xin Shen with mocking eyes. Real pain? Xin Shen chuckled lightly, indifferently saying, "Just a little ant, how painful can its bite be?" As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out with one big hand and firmly grabbed Xiao Han's neck. Smack! A big slap directly landed on Xiao Han's face. "I don't know where you think you are, but for you, this is a place where you lose all dignity. You want face, huh? I won't give you any face." After slapping him, Xin Shen said disdainfully. Xiao Han's men were all stunned. It was the first time they saw their boss being hit, let alone slapped on the spot. They glared angrily, pulled out their knives from behind, and waved them at Xin Shen. "You bastard, you're dead, let him go, release him. You're finished, the Su family will be exterminated. Do you know who Mr. Xiao is? He's the brother of Guo Huaibin, the chief of police in Jiang Bay. You're done for, no one can save you." They were eager to intimidate Xin Shen into letting go by making threats. Su Tianwei was scared stiff and shouted loudly, "Xin Shen, you bastard. Let go quickly, you're going to strangle Mr. Xiao." Xin Shen raised his hand and slapped Xiao Han again, saying coldly, "I've touched you twice already, don't you feel the pain of real suffering?" Xiao Han was slapped so hard that his mind buzzed, and he roared furiously, "You're only arrogant for now, I will definitely regain my dignity 1,000 times over and tear you to pieces." Smack! Xin Shen slapped Xiao Han's face again, this time with great force, causing his nose to bleed and his face to distort. "Regain your dignity? Anyone who speaks to me like that will have a funeral tomorrow." Smack! "Not a penny. Do you want to freeload off the Su family's property?" Smack! "Want my wife to accompany you on a trip? And wear stockings? I don't even get that treatment. Who do you think you are?" Smack! "You have connections, right? Call them. Hurry up. I can't wait." The slaps rained down on Xiao Han's face like a storm, leaving him with black eyes, a bloody face, and even his molars falling out. The bodyguards were seething with anger but dared not approach, fearing that Xin Shen, who seemed ruthless, would strangle Xiao Han in one go. They could only wave their knives and continue to curse. The more they cursed, the harder Xin Shen slapped. Xiao Han knew that if this continued, he would be slapped to death, so he shouted with all his might to his men, "Call someone. Call Chief Guo, quickly, call him." A man who looked like the head of the bodyguards quickly pulled out his phone and made a video call. In less than a few seconds, Chief of Police Guo Huaibin appeared on the phone screen. "Chief Guo, Mr. Xiao has been beaten, look." The bodyguard aimed the phone at Xiao Han. Xiao Han's face was swollen, his eyes red, his nose bleeding, struggling and shouting, "Chief Gua, send someone over quickly, I'm about to be beaten to death." "What? Someone dares to bully my brother in Jiang Bay? Who? Which idiot doesn't have eyes?" Guo Huaibin roared furiously, immediately took out his gun from the drawer and strapped it to his waist, shouting loudly, "It's this bastard." The bodyguard, with a fierce look, aimed the phone at Qin Shen, gritting his teeth. "Chief Gua, you must send more people over, don't let him escape." Guo Huaibin took a closer look, suddenly froze for 3 seconds, then slowly sat down, his expression softened. "Brother Xiao, I can't help you with this matter, why not apologize? You can't afford to provoke him." Guo Huaibin's words directly stunned everyone. The bodyguard's angry curses stopped, and they all stared at Qin Shen in astonishment, frozen in place. Xiao Han also looked bewildered and exclaimed, "Director Gua, what do you mean?" "He knows people from the Zhao family and the mayor of Offshore. Last time when he caused trouble, I tried to arrest him but was scolded by the mayor," Guo Huaibin explained with a wry smile. Last time at the Emperor Tian Hotel, the top sister of Hua Entertainment, Kai Qingxia, asked him to intervene, and in the end, the mayor stepped in to help Qin Shen. From that moment on, he knew that Qin Shen was not simple. The mayor always supports his people, and he couldn't afford to offend him. After the video call was disconnected, the bodyguards at the scene looked at each other in confusion. Xiao Han took a long time to accept this reality and immediately smiled awkwardly, saying, "I didn't expect the young brother to have a relationship with the mayor. I was blind. Actually, I have a good relationship with the mayor's family too. If we don't know each other, we're practically family." The mayor's son, Feng Tianyu, invested in Longtong Group, and Xiao Han had a good relationship with Feng Tianyu but didn't climb up to Feng Yuanming's level. Since Qin Shen had a relationship with the mayor, Xiao Han naturally didn't dare to offend him. "So should I take this 10 million? Qin Shen released his hand, expressionless. Su Tianwei saw this scene and suddenly realized something, sighed deeply, and although her worry didn't disappear, she said, Okay, let's just be friends." Xiao Han, holding his swollen face, smiled and ordered his men, "Help Mr. Qin get into the car." The two bodyguards immediately picked up the suitcase and followed Qin Shen to the parking lot. Su Tianwei also followed. "Damn it! This guy has no merits, how does he know the mayor and the Zhao family?" Xiao Han, holding his face, winced in pain as he spoke. Just then, the secretary walked over, handed over some documents, and asked, "Director Xiao, this is the project contract outsourced to the Su family. Do you want to sign it?" "How could I forget about this?" Xiao Han quickly signed it and headed towards the parking lot. The fact that Qin Shen could make the mayor step in indicated that their relationship was extraordinary. He couldn't miss the opportunity to make friends. In the parking lot, "Give the money back," Su Tianwei said coldly. Qin Shen looked puzzled and asked, "Why should I return the money for his rudeness? Compensation?" Su Tianwei immediately retorted, "Last time, the mayor stepped in to help us because of Director Zhao's face. And Director Zhao is close to Zhang Peng. Now that Zhang Peng has left, these relationships have evaporated. Director Guo doesn't know about this relationship yet, but this kind of thing will be exposed sooner or later. You better return the money quickly." Qin Shen shrugged indifferently after hearing this and said, "In my eyes, Xiao Han is not even worth a flea. If he annoys me again, I'll ask for another million." He didn't want to explain to Su Tianwei repeatedly, so he locked the trunk and opened the car door to get in. Bang! A loud noise. Qin Shen's rear window was smashed. Xiao Han, holding a machete, propped up Qin Shen's car door, with a forced smile on his face, saying, "Young man, I seem to have offended you again. Let's see how you ask for a million." The bodyguards surrounded them again. Su Tianwei was shocked, her heart almost bursting. "Director Xiao, did you hear our conversation just now?" Xiao Han squinted slightly, sneered, "It's a good thing I came to deliver the contract, otherwise this guy would have taken my money. I was wondering how the small Su family managed to climb up to the high-ranking families like Feng and Zhao, turns out it's because of the Zhang family abroad." Qin Shen stepped out of the driver's seat, looked at the shattered glass on the ground, and said coldly, 2 million. Put it in my car within 10 minutes. Xiao Han was stunned again after hearing this, then burst into laughter, saying, "Did everyone hear what he said? The amount has now become 2 million. I'm so scared." The crowd laughed until tears came out. "This guy is an idiot. We've already seen through his relationship with the city mayor, yet he's still acting arrogant here. Is his head filled with crap? 20 million? In underworld currency? Sure, we'll burn it for you later. Ha ha. I have to admit, this guy's ability to adapt is quite strong. Even though his lies have been exposed, he can still maintain a calm appearance, but his coolness won't last long, he'll be crying soon." Su Tianwei was almost scared to death. She saw Chao Han and the others looking fierce and chilling, emitting a cold aura all over, and pleaded, "Mr. Xiao, you can take away 10 million, and the Longya Bay land is also yours. Shall we just let this matter go?" She especially needed the Longtong Group's project. It was a project that could earn 1 billion, which could help the Su family recover.
"Let it go?"
Xiao Han said fiercely, "If you dare to play me, you will face my wrath. Don't talk about giving Longya Bay for free, even if you, a piece of trash, lie in bed and let me enjoy for a year, I won't spare the Su family."
"Smash it!
Smash his car into scrap metal." With a command, more than a dozen henchmen immediately lifted their sticks and started smashing the Volkswagen Lavita in front of the public. Qin Shen stood silently on the side without saying a word.
This kid is scared when we really get serious. He's standing there like an idiot, not moving at all. He knows he's afraid, right? He was so arrogant just now.
When we really start, he doesn't even dare to fart. How embarrassing. Being scared is useless, he'll still get beaten later. He's probably thinking about what to say to beg for mercy when he kowtows to Mr.
Xiao.
The bodyguards became more excited as they spoke, smashing with great enthusiasm.
In no time, the Volkswagen Lavita turned into scrap metal. Xiao Han looked at Qin Shen with satisfaction and sneered, "Why aren't you talking now? Weren't you arrogant just now? Now you're mute again?
Your only chance now is to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, and I might spare your life.
Of course, your woman can't escape either. Tonight, I'm going to have a good time." Xiao Han laughed wildly.
The eyes of the bodyguards also fell on Su Tianwei's figure, with a lustful gleam in their eyes. They thought Qin Shen was already in their grasp, and they all laughed smugly. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes, filled with endless coldness, and said, 30 million, each of you loses a leg.
Xiao Han, all 3 legs will be disabled. You have 1 minute. Will you do it yourself, or shall I? Qin Shen's words shocked everyone once again. Xiao Han and the others were stunned, as were the onlookers around them. You bastard, I see you're tired of living, so eager to be reincarnated. I'll send you off now. Daring to ask for one of our legs and wanting to disable the boss's 3 legs, do you think you're filming a martial arts movie? You little bastard, look around you, how many people, how many knives? Xiao Han's face darkened, he glared fiercely at Qin Shen, and ordered his men, break this kid's limbs, take him and Su Tianwei upstairs, I'm going to deal with her in front of her husband in the office. The henchmen brandished their machetes angrily and surrounded Qin Shen to attack. Xiao Han took out a cigar, leisurely lit it, swaggered like a Hong Kong movie boss, exhaled smoke, swayed his head, and walked towards the office building. Faced with Qin Shen and a dozen henchmen armed with weapons, it was undoubtedly a massacre. In an instant, Qin Shen's limbs would be chopped off. However, like a martial arts master in a movie, Qin Shen wielded the machetes with a swift and powerful manner, causing the opponents to lose their helmets and armor, blood flowing. He didn't even get a scratch, not even a hair fell. Slash, chop, block, cut. Qin Shen's moves were fierce, and in just a minute, all the henchmen armed with weapons were knocked down in agony. The surrounding people were stunned. This kid was too fierce, 1 person against 10 armed individuals, he beat them all effortlessly. He didn't even breathe heavily, his heart didn't race, and he didn't have a single injury. Xiao Han also found something wrong. Just as he turned around, a machete flew past his calf, causing a large splash of blood. Before he could even scream, Qin Shen stomped on his other ankle. Crack! My leg! If you have the guts, let me make a phone call. Xiao Han was in so much pain that he was almost dying, cursing while reaching for his phone. Call someone? Qin Shen stomped on his crotch, indifferently saying, give you 10 minutes. If the person you call can't kill me, I will kill you. Su Tianwei saw this scene and completely lost her mind. Qin Shen not only disabled 3 of Xiao Han's legs, but also beat up someone from the Longting group. What should she do now? Xiao Han's eggs under his crotch shattered, tears streaming down his face. Just wait. Even the gods can't save you today. Xiao Han, with a fierce expression, dialed a phone number. Young Master Foam, I've been beaten, my legs are broken, and my eggs are shattered. Hurry up and come save me. If it takes too long, I'll be disabled. 10 minutes? Okay. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Han looked fierce and said, do you know who the largest shareholder of Longting is? It's the son of the city's mayor, Feng Tianyu. Today, you've done this to me, he will never let you off. Onlookers sighed. No wonder Xiao Han was so confident, turns out he had the mayor's son backing him up. Now Qin Shen was in deep trouble. He would pay the price for his recklessness and brutality. Su Tianwei quickly stepped forward and advised, you better run now, no one can help you this time. Before young Master Feng arrives, run away to a foreign country and never come back. Qin Shen had disabled so many people's legs, even if the authorities didn't pursue it, the Longting group wouldn't let it go. Qin Shen remained indifferent, saying,
it doesn't matter who comes, it's just a waste of my 10 minutes waiting. He wants to play, I'll play with him. After hearing this, Xiao Han chuckled coldly, sitting on the ground and glaring at Qin Chen. Kid, I don't deny your martial arts skills, but in this society, relying solely on force is useless.
You think you can compete with the city government with your strength? Can you dodge bullets?
I don't believe that even if young Master Feng comes, you dare to be so arrogant.
Soon, a black sedan slowly drove into the Longton group and stopped not far away. A man wearing a loose jacket and checkered pants got out of the car while munching on an apple. Young Master Feng Tianyu, the son of the city mayor, has arrived. He's a tough guy, the second generation of the official family. On young Master Feng's birthday, the top 10 wealthy families all went to give gifts. The Feng family is the sky of Jiang Bay, the emperor of Jiang Bay. As people discussed, Feng Tianyu had already walked to Xiao Han's side, bent down to look at his miserable state, and raised an eyebrow.
Xiao Han, with a fierce face, pointed at Qin Chen and cursed, "Young Master Feng, this trash ruined our agreement at Longton Group, pretended to have a relationship with the city mayor, and brazenly cheated me out of 10 million. In the end, he beat me up like this and forced me to settle for 3 million.
So arrogant? Feng Tianyu's face darkened, coldly saying to Qin Chen, "Do you know who I am? Do you know the relationship between me and the Longton Group?"
Su Tianwei quickly stepped forward, saying, "Young Master Feng, Qin Chen just spoke a bit harshly. It's General Qiao who's being overbearing, not only taking the land of Xiao Bay for free, but also wanting me to accompany him on a trip abroad."
Overbearing? Feng Tianyu said indifferently, "He's just a lowly commoner. What qualifications does he have to be overbearing?"
"I don't care if you're right or wrong. In front of the Longton Group, if it's a dragon, you crawl for me, if it's a tiger, you lie down for me.
What's wrong with accompanying him on a trip? That's an opportunity for you to climb up." Su Tianwei felt a sense of despair.
Indeed, the powerful only uphold their power and don't care about the lives of these small people at all. She wasn't qualified to reason with the Feng family. Feng Tianyu gathered the machetes together, pointed to the empty space 3 meters away, and ordered Qin Chen, "Go stand over there. I will blindfold myself later and throw the machete at you 8 times. If you don't die, I will let you leave Longton Group." Everyone was shocked to hear this, never expecting Feng Gongzi's methods to be so novel.
"All right," Xiao Han praised, "Feng Gongzi's method is really great. It's so creative.
But, Feng Gongzi, you need to hurry up.
My crotch is almost numb." Feng Tianyu had never played with knives before, let alone blindfold himself. Qin Chen would definitely be pierced by the machete and turn into a hedgehog.
Upon seeing this, Su Tianwei was shocked and exclaimed, "Feng Gongzi, even if Qin Chen is at fault, you could have reported him to the police. Was it necessary to put him in mortal danger? Qin Chen could go in, pay some money, and at most, spend a few years in prison." Feng Tianyu's actions clearly indicated that he wanted Qin Chen dead, which was too much.
"Who do you think you are, daring to speak to me with resentment?" Feng Tianyu frowned at Su Tianwei and said coldly, "In Jiang Bay, I can do whatever I want with him. Do you think he will be safe once he goes in? Do you believe that with just one phone call from me, he will commit suicide?" Qin Chen shook his head and said regretfully, "Feng Yuan Ming is still decent. How did he raise someone like you? Here's the deal, I'll give your father some face. You kneel down, put the apple you just ate on your head, I'll blindfold myself and throw the machete 3 times. If you don't die, I'll let you go." The scene exploded. Everyone looked at Qin Chen with unbelieving eyes, including Feng Tianyu and Xiao Han. "You little bastard. You've injured us like this, and Feng Gongzi is still coming over here acting arrogant. Do you believe that with just one word from him, the Su family won't be able to continue? Daring to say such insulting words, it seems like you really don't care about Feng Gongzi. You don't even take the city's first son seriously." Feng Tianyu sneered, "Give my dad some face, who do you think you are? Does my dad need you to give him face?" Qin Chen said lightly, "You better call your dad and ask if he dares to take my face. Get the hell out of here. Die." Feng Tianyu swung the machete towards Qin Chen. The cold wind brought by the machete whistled. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, and Xiao Han's female secretary even covered her eyes, afraid to see Qin Chen's head falling to the ground. Qin Chen looked at the machete coming towards him, a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. He raised his hand to meet it, pinching the blade between his fingers and flipping his wrist. Bang! The machete broke into 2 pieces with a sound. What? He actually caught the blade barehanded and twisted the machete in 2 with just 2 fingers. Impossible. Am I seeing things? He didn't even dodge, he just caught this strike with brute force. This guy's skills. Some people who witnessed this scene stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they saw. It was too exaggerated. You see, the machete weighs at least 10 kilograms, the blade is 2 centimeters thick, extremely sharp, and can cut hair.
Without sharp judgment and rock-solid composure, the result would have been severed fingers. Qin Shen casually caught it, flicked his wrist, and the machete broke. What they didn't know was that Qin Shen was actually thousands of times stronger than they imagined. Feng Tianyu looked at the broken machete in his hand, feeling horrified. It was a bit abrupt to come alone today. He was used to being domineering in Jiang Bay, thinking that with the identity of the city's first son, no one would dare to touch him. But he didn't expect to encounter a tough character who wasn't afraid at all. Die! After a brief shock, he still refused to accept it and forcefully grabbed the handle of the machete and stabbed towards Qin Shen's stomach. Qin Shen narrowed his eyes, pinched the broken machete with 2 fingers and met it head-on. Clang! Feng Tianyu felt a sharp pain in his hand from the impact. The broken machete slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. You are too weak, a grown man who can't even hold a knife, so useless. Qin Shen pressed the tip of the knife against Feng Tianyu's throat, expressionless. Feng Tianyu only felt a chill on his neck, and it was a bit painful. He still stubbornly said, I may not know Kung Fu, but I can find countless people who do and have them kill you. After speaking, he signaled to a bodyguard with a broken leg behind Qin Shen. The bodyguard immediately understood, picked up the machete beside him, and approached from behind. Su Tianwei saw this scene and was about to remind, but Qin Shen had already acted, throwing the broken blade behind him without looking back. Swish! After a whistle, the broken blade pierced through the bodyguard's wrist directly. Ah! My palm! The machete slipped from his hand, and the bodyguard, clutching his bloody and blurry palm, rolled on the ground in pain. This scene once again shocked everyone. This guy's technique was so precise that without even looking, he casually threw the broken blade and pierced the bodyguard's hand. Su Tianwei was also shocked, but then shook her head, thinking to herself, no wonder he's so arrogant, turns out his kung fu is so powerful. But so what? In this society, just fighting and killing won't get you anywhere. With this guy in the Su family, there will never be a chance for a comeback. I will also be implicated by him, and will never be able to become like Shen Ruwan. To succeed in this society, you must have connections. Qin Shen has offended people everywhere, and if the Su family is not ruined by him, it would be lucky, let alone making further progress. Master Feng, are you okay? I will take Qin Shen away now. I am willing to bear all consequences. Please don't be angry. Although she didn't like Qin Shen very much, she still approached. After all, it was because Qiao Han humiliated herself that Qin Shen acted, and this responsibility should be taken. Get lost. Feng Tianyu pushed Su Tianwei aside, making her sit on the ground directly. Smack! Qin Shen slapped Feng Tianyu's face, staring into his eyes coldly, and said, Apologize. Apologize? Feng Tianyu's eyes were full of stars from the slap, instantly furious, shouting, as the son of the city's mayor, you want me to apologize to a lowly woman? You're joking. If you dare to resist, I haven't caused you trouble yet, and you dare to make me apologize? I'll break your grandmother's leg. Just wait, I'll deal with you first, then give that bitch a lesson. Qin Shen couldn't help but laugh. If you want to use a knife to attack me, why can't I resist? Feng Tianyu's eyes turned cold, and he said fiercely, if I want to kill you, you deserve it, it's your own fault, you should stand still and let me chop you. Causing trouble on my turf is a death sentence, it's reasonable and legal. If you dare to resist, it's illegal, it's unreasonable, and the crime is even greater. Because my father is Feng Yuanming. My reasoning is the only reasoning. Oh, I see. Since this is your reasoning, then I'll use your reasoning to reason with you. Qin Shen nodded lightly, suddenly grabbed his right hand, and squeezed it gently. Crack! Feng Tianyu's hand bones shifted completely like instant noodles. Ah. He let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, slowly kneeling down. Until he knelt in front of Qin Shen, his body began to tremble in pain. Everyone saw this scene, and their scalps exploded. Well, this guy is determined to go all out, walking the path of no return. Does he know that he can't escape the death penalty, so he decided to torture Feng Tianyu severely before he dies? This madman is already bloodthirsty, stay away from him, don't let him drag you down. Hearing everyone say this, Feng Tianyu was scared and trembling all over, shouting to Qin Shen, don't mess around, or my dad won't let you off. Qin Shen sneered, coldly saying, I don't need to find Feng Yuanming, will he dare not let me off? After that, he took the machete and ordered the several bodyguards beside him, tie up Feng Tianyu, ankles, knees, hands, arms. These people, after witnessing Qin Shen's skills and his ruthlessness, were terrified and could only comply. In the midst of Feng Tianyu's furious cursing, he was trapped like a pole and couldn't move a muscle. Stand still. Qin Shen picked up the apple that Feng Tianyu had taken a bite of, and placed it on top of his head. Feng Tianyu's eyes widened in anger and he shouted, What are you doing, you madman? Madman! I'll blindfold myself and throw the knife.
When the apple on your head is stabbed down, that's when you can leave. Qin Shen slowly closed his eyes and said calmly, "You better not move, or it will affect my judgment." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's scalp tingled. They were filled with anger, but no one dared to step forward, nor did they dare to act recklessly. After all, bodyguards only earn a little over 20,000 a month, not worth risking their lives. If Qin Shen were to kill them, it wouldn't be worth it. Everything was ready. "Ah, just you wait, I will definitely kill you." Qin Shen picked up a knife and casually threw it. Swish! The knife flew like an arrow, grazing past Feng Tianyu's cheek, leaving a bloodstain. Feng Tianyu shuddered violently, a chill running through his body, finally feeling fear. "Have mercy, let's talk things out, don't throw it, it's scary, too scary." A little off. Qin Shen shook his head, picked up another knife, aimed in a direction, and threw it. Swish! The knife flew past Feng Tianyu's ear, leaving another bloodstain. Woo woo woo. Feng Tianyu was completely terrified, his legs turning weak. "Take the 30 million. The contract is yours." "I apologize, I was wrong, I'm sorry." Is it not enough to say sorry? Qin Shen picked up another knife, causing Feng Tianyu to tremble in fear, shouting loudly. Ignoring him, Qin Shen threw the knife again. The knife flew out, carrying a whistling wind straight towards Feng Tianyu. Bang! The apple on Feng Yuanming's head burst instantly. Amidst the flying apple debris, Feng Tianyu couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed stiffly. His pants were soaked, a strong smell of urine rising. Feng Tianyu lay on the ground, bound like a pole, unable to move, his pants wet and reeking of urine. He cried. This arrogant second-generation official from the north, who walked with his eyes to the sky, had lost all his dignity at this moment, wishing he could find a hole to hide in. He had fallen into the hands of a madman, becoming a stain on his life. The scene fell silent. They watched as Feng Yuanming's pants became increasingly wet, all dumbfounded. This was the strongest second generation in the north, now crying like a woman. Qin Shen opened his eyes and approached Xiao Han, coldly saying, "Mr. Xiao, what do you think? I think the Su group is very suitable for this project. And I was too rude just now, humiliated Miss Su, and even damaged Mr. Qin's car. It was really inappropriate. I will immediately transfer 3 million to you, Mr. Qin, please forgive me." Xiao Han was terrified. He was originally a gang leader, but ended up getting involved with the son of the city's mayor and became the CEO of Longting Group. Qin Shen's first knife only grazed Feng Tianyu's right face, just breaking the skin. The second time, it grazed his ear, also breaking the skin. The third time, it directly burst the apple. Xiao Han was certain that Qin Shen's knife skills were absolutely top-notch, capable of bursting an apple with one strike. The first 2 times were just teasing Feng Tianyu. This kind of madman was just playing around. He dared not act tough in front of Qin Shen. After transferring 3 million to Qin Shen, Xiao Han said to Su Tianwei, "Miss Su, it's all our fault, please forgive us. In the future, if the Su group has any issues, Longting Group will fully support you." Feng Tianyu also wiped away his tears and said, "Miss Su, I'm sorry for my thoughtless words, it was really inappropriate, I apologize to you here." Su Tianwei was stunned, afraid that Qin Shen would continue to act recklessly, and quickly said, "Master Feng, there is no need to apologize." Qin Shen was also wrong. "I apologize on his behalf. I hope Master Feng and Manager Xiao don't take this to heart." After saying this, Su Tianwei took Qin Shen and left Longtung Group. Xiao Han saw his men still standing there, angrily said, "Are you all idiots? Hurry up and take me and Master Feng to the hospital." After the two were helped into the car, Feng Tianyu wiped away his tears, gritted his teeth and said, "Demand justice." Xiao Han nodded fiercely, took out his phone, and dialed directly to the Su family's old man. "Old Master Su, your Su family is amazing, and your son-in-law is even more amazing. They forced us to give them the project, swindled us out of 40 million, and even beat me and the mayor's son. Let me tell you, if Su Tianwei and that dog don't come here to apologize today, the entire Su family will be wiped out." Old Master Su was puzzled. Before he could understand the situation, the other party hung up. Su Tianwei drove with Qin Shen back to the Su family. "Can you please not be so rude in the future? You can't make a name for yourself in this society by being aggressive. You are too impulsive," Su Tianwei said, touching her forehead in anger. Qin Shen raised an eyebrow and said lightly, "I am someone who likes to reason, but when dealing with unreasonable people, I have to resort to force." After hearing this, Su Tianwei shook her head and said, "Qin Shen, you have to understand that we are just commoners, we don't have the capital to confront them. If you don't change these bad habits, you will never fit into the upper circles. Sometimes, you just have to endure." "Endure?" Qin Shen sneered, inexplicably saying,
Just a few flies buzzing around, I can easily swat them. Why should I endure? Besides, why should I enter their circle? The most important thing in life is to be happy and act naturally. For the sake of some benefits, going against your own conscience, being servile every day, what's the point of living like that? Su Tianwei couldn't help but snort in disdain. It's like a stone in a pit, smelly and hard. It sounds reasonable, but it's just laziness, not striving for improvement. With this kind of behavior, if it doesn't change, it will never be worthy of me. I want to become someone like Shen Ruwan, a dazzling star in the eyes of everyone in the future. There is already a huge gap between Qin Shen and me, and I believe that even if he works hard from now on, he won't be able to catch up with me. The gap will only widen in the future. Forget it, I won't advise anymore. The two of us are destined to be from different worlds. I will divorce him when my career progresses a bit. Qin Shen, it's not that I look down on you, it's just that you are too inadequate. The two arrived at the Su family. Su Tianwei got out of the car with the contract. Before she could go upstairs, Su Yufei rushed up and cursed loudly, "You two useless people dare to come back. The old man asked you to handle the project. If you can't get the project, you threaten manager Xiao, and even hurt him like that? And Feng Tianyu, he is the mayor's son, your freeloading husband dared to use a knife on him? Thinking that using violence to get the project will solve everything? They are already holding a grudge. Take back the contract project, and they demand that you and your freeloading husband apologize." The old man said, "If you can't get their forgiveness, not only will your positions be revoked, but you will both be sent to prison. Two pieces of trash, not even worthy of being called dogs. You will be struck by lightning sooner or later." Slap. Qin Shen slapped her hard and said coldly, "How dare you talk to me like that?" Su Yufei was stunned by this slap. Covering her face, recalling Qin Shen's words just now, she became even more furious and resentful, saying, "You are just too arrogant. I don't need to deal with you. Master Feng won't let you off either. You even boasted about being able to handle the project. Is this your ability? I still want half of the project's profit. Just wait, I will burn it for you." After saying that, he turned to Su Tianwei and said fiercely, "The old man has spoken. Let you immediately take this waste to apologize. Even if you sleep with both of them, you must gain their forgiveness, otherwise don't ever think about returning to the Su family. By the way, the contract must also be taken back. These two requests, none can be missed. You better wear some interesting women's clothing, go to the hospital immediately to serve them, or else wait to go to jail and disappear from the Su family tree." Qin Shen's face was cold, and he said in a deep voice, "Is this the old man's words? If that's the case, I don't think there's any need to stay in the Su family." After saying that, he turned to Su Tianwei and said, "I will go to the hospital to settle this matter, and then leave the Su family to work alone. Don't worry, I will support everything, and the Su family will beg you to come back on their knees in the future." After hearing this, Su Yufei laughed mockingly and said, "Leave the Su family? You will probably starve to death. You are still supporting this trash. Do you want to support her in picking up garbage? You haven't even figured out what kind of person you are, and you are still supporting others. It's really ridiculous." Su Tianwei was also annoyed by Qin Shen's words and anxiously pleaded, "Yufei, things are not like this. Xiaohan asked me to accompany him on a trip abroad, and Qin Shen only hit him after that. Can you go back and persuade Grandpa to use his connections to settle this matter? Settle it?" Su Yufei said coldly, "Grandpa does have some connections. With some effort it might be possible to resolve it, but why does he have to do this? If you have the ability to cause trouble, then go and settle it yourself." Su Tianwei, I can't believe how cheap you are. If Xiaohan asks you to go abroad with him, just go. Sleep with him for a few days. What do you want? Why endure humiliation from a useless person? If I encounter such a thing, I would leave with him tonight. It's really despicable. After saying that, she angrily got into the car and left the Su family. At this time, Li Daiqin and Su Zhenghe also came out of the room. After understanding the situation, both of them were stunned. "Xiao Jiang, you are too impulsive in your actions. Why are you so naive? You used force to force them to apologize. How could they really back down? That's Xiao's son and the son of the city's leader." Su Zhenghe looked at Qin Shen with some anger, thinking that he was too violent in his actions and couldn't tolerate any grievances. Li Daiqin was even more furious. Her teeth clenched, she jumped up and cursed. The contract was already signed, and the Xiao Bay land was about to be sold. "You, this little bastard, intervened, and in the end, you didn't gain anything, but offended two big shots. I think you are a disaster, living just to bring disaster to our family. You might as well go die, go crash, hang yourself, take poison, don't drag my family down." Qin Shen frowned fiercely and said seriously, "Aunt, I think your current symptoms belong to menopausal syndrome. I can give you some medicine to effectively reduce the damage of liver fire to your body." "You little bastard, things have come to this point, and you're still joking with me. Li Daichin's blood pressure rose after hearing this.
Qin Shen remained calm and said, "Aunt, I'm not joking, you need to treat this illness. And that piece of land will really appreciate, at least worth $1 billion. I can guarantee it. Also, I promised to get the project for Wei Wei, and she will definitely get it." Li Daichin angrily scolded, "You guarantee? Who are you to guarantee? Listening to you, the Su family would have starved long ago. Boasting all day long, in the end, nothing at all. If you can handle this matter, I will let you share a room with Wei Wei tonight." Qin Shen glanced at Su Tianwei and said with a smile, "That's not necessary, I can't go against a woman's will, that's a principle. Feng Tianyu, you guys wait for news at home, I will handle this matter." After saying that, he ran out of the Su family. Li Daichin gritted her teeth and said, "Old Su, look, this is the unreliable son-in-law you found. Causing such a big trouble, he doesn't seem anxious or worried at all, he didn't take it seriously at all. Just left without a care? What should we do now?" Su Tianwei also shook her head, sighed while touching her forehead. Qin Shen caused such a big trouble, said a few words and then ran away, leaving them to blame themselves here. The child must be afraid of retaliation and ran away. Forget it. Let me see if there are any friends who can help, please ask for their assistance. Su Zhang and his worried face went to the balcony. Qin Shen quickly arrived at the hospital. Feng Tianyou's hand had just been cast, and he was receiving intravenous antibiotics. When he saw Qin Shen coming in, he sneered, "You dog, you still have some guts. Actually coming alone to the meeting." Qin Shen frowned and said, "Didn't we say this matter was over? Words are not reliable anymore?" Another patient on the bed, Xiaohan, saw Qin Shen coming over, and immediately got angry, "You stupid idiot. Do you really think we will let this matter go after you beat us like this? We are not ones to suffer losses." Hearing the news that Longteng employees were coming to the hospital, they saw Qin Shen coming and started cursing at him. "You are Qin Shen, right? How dare you hit our young master Feng, you have some guts. The mayor has already been informed, he will be here soon, let's see how you die. Young Master Feng and General Qiao are so noble, and you, a lowly person from the Su family, dare to hit them." Qin Shen coldly smiled and said indifferently, "Young Master Feng's intention is that I will not kneel down and die today, can this matter not be resolved?" Feng Tianyu looked smug and sneered, "You know it well, kneel down first, kowtow while slapping yourself, then I will consider how to deal with you next. You won't have a good day today, you won't be able to walk without a wheelchair." Qin Shen nodded, turned to Xiao Han and asked, "Do you have anything to add, General Qiao?" Xiao Han sneered, "I have no demands for you, young Master Feng will naturally arrange everything clearly for you. My balls have been kicked by you, I will arrange for surgery later. When I'm better, just strip Su Tianwei naked and send her to my villa." Qin Shen stood between the two beds, shook his head and said, "There is a bit of a difference between the outside and prison, huh? Inside, those bastards know the pain when they get beaten, they are respectful when they see me. I thought it would be the same when I came out, but I was wrong." Everyone was stunned after hearing this, then burst into laughter. "This bastard is really funny, what kind of place is prison? A bunch of scum, even if they get beaten, they have to be honest. Who is young Master Feng? The mayor's son. Will you suffer for him? In prison, if you have some strength, you can do whatever you want, but in society, you can only be considered a brute, like a watchdog. General Qiao wants to sleep with your wife, that's showing respect for you. Others would gladly send their wives over to climb up to General Qiao, but you are not willing?" Xiao Han looked even more arrogant and sneered, "Since you know you were wrong, then kneel down and slap your face for young Master Feng. You better do it well, if young Master Feng is pleased, he might spare your arms, but your legs are definitely gone. Alright, kneel down and start slapping your face."